Of Grammatology. Jacques Derrida. Introduction. Judith Butler. At the word go we are within the multiplicity of languages and the impurity of the limit. Jacques Derrida, what is a relevant translation? In 1967 Derrida published three groundbreaking works in French, De la Grammatologie, La Voix et le Phénomène, a study of Husserl's theory of signs, speech and phenomena, translated by David B. Allison in 1973, and L'écriture et la différence, Writing and Difference, translated by Alan Bass in 1978. When Of Grammatology was translated and published in English in 1976 by Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak, it sparked an enormous interest in Derrida that had not been widely shared outside of a small group of scholars familiar with his work in French and a few available English translations of his essays. In a way, the English translation of 1976 gave birth again to the 1967 French text ex post facto. The critical attention given to the translation surely reflected an anxiety about how Derrida would be received in English, but also about which version of Derrida would become known or knowable as a result. There were at least two different ways that the question of whether or not Derrida would be readable in English came to the fore. 1. Could he be read, given the challenges he delivered to conventional protocols of reading? And 2. Could he be read, given that the English version failed to capture in every detail the key terms and transitions of the original French? The answer to the first question depends in large part on whether those who police the conditions and terms of readability would be able to recognize the critical challenge to their own conventional ways of proceeding. In some ways, it is an empirical question, if not a psychological one, and so the publication of the text was a wager. Would they follow? Would they agree to follow? Would they shut out or shut down a way of reading that called into question what it means to follow a text in whatever direction it moves, and for what purpose? This first question was, significantly, not Derrida's own question, since for him the readability of a text is quite independent of whether or not anyone reads it. Readability is a feature of the text, one of its own proper qualities, a point to which we will return. The second question seems to pivot on questions of justice and fidelity. Is the original text rendered in English in a just or fair way? Does it approximate the original closely enough? Does it err at key points where other terms would have brought the French into the English in a more faithful way? In some ways, this question of fidelity is a moral, if not moralizing, ghost that follows any translation through its travels. Again, this was not exactly Derrida's question, even though he surely found some translations better than others. He did not, however, hold to the notion that translation should be captured by a mimetic ideal or, in this case, that translation should cede to a demand to make the English sound or seem more French. Following Walter Benjamin's The Task of the Translator, we might say that a translation retroactively alters the language in which the original was written as it breaks into, and augments, the language into which the original arrives. 1. The reciprocal and ongoing way that a translation acts upon both languages suggests that the translation does not simply arrive on the date of publication, that arrival is ongoing, uneven, and incomplete. Indeed, we find ourselves now, at the moment of this writing or your reading, at another such moment of arrival. Dates have something to do with this open-ended process, but they cannot explain that open-endedness. Moreover, these ongoing transformative effects are more important for understanding the task of the translator than any mimetic or moral demand for fidelity, especially since it is not always within the control of the translator to produce those effects. They arise as much from the decisions of any individual as from the predicament of the interlinguistic encounter. It is always hard to be faithful when the terms of the encounter are unclear. One language cannot sound like another, and even if it did, it would not necessarily convey the text across the linguistic boundary. Resemblance on the basis of sound can create faux false, disloyal, and faithless friends. So should we be concerned if the English strays off from the French, or is this very straying off part of the necessary detour taken by those who seek to translate such a difficult and monumental text from one language to another without the ideal of restoring the original in a second language? If the problem of writing, the central problem of grammatology, depends on a generative collapse of the mimetic ideal mandating that writing reiterates the sounds of speech, and if translation engages this same problem, the generative collapse of mimesis, then we should perhaps check the inevitable lamentation over the loss of the French in the English, precisely as we learn why it might be wise to question the lure of translation as a faithful sonic reincarnation. The question, how does the translation intervene in English, even transform the relationship, the missteps and anachronisms, which seem always to be happening between English and French? To what is lost, what lives on, and how does that living on happen? Is this translation of grammatology not a way of living on, mournful and strangely persistent? When Derrida himself considers the conditions and limits of translation, he points out that homophones or homonyms, two words that sound, or look, the same but bear quite different meanings in different languages, show that it is not possible to translate word to word. 3, see 2001, 181. In his article What is a Relevant Translation? He writes that whenever several words occur in one or the same acoustic or graphic form, whenever a homophonic or homonymic effect occurs, translation in the strict, traditional, and dominant sense of the term encounters an insurmountable limit, and the beginning of its end, the figure of its ruin. Then he adds in parentheses that seem to bear an inverse relation to the claim they contain, but perhaps a translation is devoted to ruin, to that form of memory or commemoration that is called a ruin. Ruin is perhaps its vocation and a destiny that it accepts from the very outset, see 181. His suggestion is couched in the perhaps and sequestered in parentheses, yet the claim is hardly made any smaller by those signs of reticence. One might say that one translation or another ruins the original, and lament that fact, but if ruin is there from the start of any translation, its condition of both possibility and of failure, then so, too, is lamentation. In What is a Relevant Translation? He takes up the relevance of translation, only to turn his attention to the different senses that relevance bears in French, German, and English. The word sure looks French, but relever, which in French means variously to take up or even to preserve or to elevate, both loses and gains connotations as it floats between several languages, see 181. He remarks upon the challenge, to every translation that would like to welcome into another language all the connotations that have accumulated in this word, relever. Those connotations have become innumerable in themselves, perhaps unnameable, more than one word in a word, more than one language in a single language, beyond every possible compatibility of homonyms, see 198-99. If ruin is there from the word go, then so, too, is mourning, prior to any nameable loss, which is surely why Derrida confirms that translation is a work of mourning, see 199, more of a task than a given. At the same time, translation guarantees the survival of the body of the original, survival in the double sense that Benjamin gives it in the task of the translator, Fortleben and Überleben, prolonged life, continuous life, living on, but also life after death, see 199. Some loss is converted into another form of life, but not without a remainder that resists all efforts at conversion. If one says that in every translation something remains irreversibly lost, that remains true, but if ruin or loss is what conditions or precipitates translation, then we cannot precisely describe this as the loss of the original. That formulation suggests that the original was intact, even non-translatable, from the start. If ruin is there from the word go, then what is original? Here we have to pause to consider the ontological expectation of that very question. If we expect to find the origin at the beginning of the sequence we call translation, then we expect that the original is or that it is a certain kind of self-identical being, the original ontological status of the text itself. And yet, if any recourse to the original takes place only through what comes next, the non-original, the derivative, then it seems to follow that without the derivative there is no original, and that the derivative is the condition of possibility of the original. If we stopped our analysis there, we would be properly Hegelian, but Derrida takes the analysis in another direction. If we say one step further, then we are back working on a sequential grid, and it is that presumption of sequence we are trying to call into question. Derrida claims that there is nothing outside the trace, which means that when we start to refer to what something is, or we start to explain what the original text is prior to any translation, any derivation, then we write not only as if the origin were thinkable without the derivation, but also as if the past could appear without being occulted for or eclipsed by the very means by which it signifies. That double movement of occultation, or erasure, and retroactive constitution is called the trace. This usage of the term is unsettling, since we expect that where there is a trace, there is something prior to it that has left it, the trace of a life, a book, a thought. But if the trace is the means through which what is prior is marked, then it is at once lost and found in the course of that marking. In this sense, the trace is the origin of the origin. But when we make a claim like that, we distinguish between the origin of a sequence, understood as a cause or primary movement, and what originates that very way of thinking about origins, its condition of possibility, which, Derrida argues, is invariably retroactive. We could not really refer to an origin without operating within the terms of the aftermath and without subscribing to a sequential form of ordering that is effectively undone by the means by which it is articulated. Whatever origin we find is constituted and erased by that retroactive form of positing. We can no more simply point to the trace at the beginning moment of the sequence without that pointing becoming a problem than we can establish the trace as a kind of being without accounting for how that ontological field is constituted. The trace that lets us refer to the past is not continuous with that past, nor is it a kind of being. It can only be understood through another key concept, that of difference, spelled with the A, marking an interval irreducible to any prior synthesis or continuity. As we have seen, he writes that there is nothing outside the trace but also the pure trace is difference, OG 62. This seems to imply that there is nothing outside of difference, a formulation that brings us back to the problem of writing. Difference permits the articulation of signs among themselves. When we seek to describe what difference is, we might be tempted to use language that asserts it as a kind of entity or being, or perhaps as a concept that might be elaborated according to prevailing standards of clarity. But this term, this coinage, is neither a kind of being nor a concept, so neither, strictly speaking, a referent nor a signified. As a term, it seeks to account for what permits articulation, for whatever is different from the binary notion of a difference contained by a dialectical unity, a difference that differentiates internal elements that belong to a greater whole. This orthographic invention marks what cannot be gathered up and contained by binary, oppositional terms, but must remain outside, where the outside is not exactly the opposite of the inside. Indeed, the coinage asks us to broach the possibility of thinking beyond the binary oppositions. Those pairings that so pervasively govern our thinking would include inside/outside, nature/culture, mind/body, but also present/past. Those binaries are produced and maintained by excluding a set of differences that cannot appear within that relationship and that are effectively suppressed by those operations of difference that secure the binary frame. These differences are supplements, remainders, ruins, barred from entry by a reigning discursive field, indefinitely deferred. And if the binary framing decides in advance what can be said to exist, what kind of concept or referent belongs to the realm of what is, then there is no reference to what is outside the field constituted by this positing, exclusionary procedure. Indeed, Derrida makes clear that the supplement is neither a presence nor an absence. No ontology can think its operation, OG 342. And elsewhere he maintains, I am not even sure there can be a concept of an absolute exterior, position 64. In Derrida's view, Saussure understood rightly some of the most important points about how language must be understood as a sign system, inadvertently pointing toward some of the more radical implications of his own view. In many ways, Derrida works within and builds upon Saussure's course in general linguistics, a text which provocatively proposed that a future science of grammatology might include linguistics only as a subfield. In the course of defining language as a system of signs, Saussure proposed that writing might be the way to understand the more general structures of language. Distinguished from speech, writing includes phonic and non-phonic elements, and so offers a more capacious approach to language. Saussure proposed that the sign name the signifier, or the sound image, that represents the signified, or the concept. The linguistic signifier does not bear any resemblance to that which it signifies, that difference conditions the very possibility of signification. That signifier works, or signifies, precisely because of the specific ways it is distinguished from other signifiers. Structuralism thus initiated a break with those linguistic theories that presumed that signs maintained a necessary relation to their reference. The signifier gains its distinctiveness and its very capacity to signify by a necessary relation not to the referent, an external reality, but to the signified, a linguistically formulated notion of external reality, and both signifier and signified now have to be understood as part of the general operation of the sign. As a result, every sign refers laterally, as it were, to other signs, gaining specificity through differentiation. For Saussure there is a limited set of signs from which any sign is differentiated, since language is conceived as a totality. But for Derrida, the effect of reference relies upon and mobilizes an open field of incessantly differentiating signs. The rules governing those modes of differentiation can be understood as a generalized grammar. But a grammatology will investigate the conditions of writing understood as the conditions of language, where conditions are replaced by terms such as trace, difference, and arch writing, all of which contest the possibility of establishing a set of original rules governing a closed system for accounting for the signifying process. Derrida's way of criticizing Saussure is to enter and inhabit his position, tracking its imminent development to the point of its limit in order precisely to track les brisures, the joints, the hinges, that open to another way of thinking about language. He writes, the erasure of concepts ought to mark the places of that future meditation, OG 66. Derrida writes, what Saussure saw without seeing, knew without being able to take into account, following in that entirely metaphysical tradition, is that a certain model of writing was necessarily but provisionally imposed, as instrument and technique of representation of a system of language. OG 46-47. That model of writing assumed that the written character of language was but a poor substitute for speech, a derivative phenomenon operating at a distance from an original oral tradition. Indeed, a certain version of that model that Derrida found in Rousseau maintained that only speech is full and living, and writing is necessarily more lifeless, given its distance from song, that original form of language. Derrida's of Grammatology takes up the lore of phonic writing, the idea that somewhere the sound of speech still lurks in the written word or sentence. Saussure opened the way to understanding the importantly non-phonic dimensions of language, especially its graphic character specific to writing, but he retains the view that the phonic still operates in the signifier, whether spoken or written. The exclusion of the specificity of writing, its graphic and spatial dimensions, becomes the point of departure for a new consideration of writing, one that underscores how writing, understood as the operation of all expressive and communicative sign systems, gives forth the general structure of language. This last contention surely constitutes part of the revolutionary wager of Derrida's text. Why, Derrida asks, is there such a widespread propensity to think that written language reproduces the sounds of speech? What model of language has overtaken us? Taken this way, the task of grammatology may seem straightforward. Through an analysis of the graphic element of language, one that Derrida also associated with the literary dimension of language, Derrida seeks to show how a speaking subject is conjured time and again as if its living presence emanated through every written text. The presence of that subject is manifest in speech and only obliquely expressed in writing. When Derrida refers to ontotheology, he is often pointing to the tacit but pervasive framework in which a subject that makes itself present through speech shadows an account of language, drawing on the biblical logocentrism in which a divine presence becomes available through the divine word, and the divine word performatively brings about the world, all of which gives evidence of that divine speech. This presence is understood as a primary and original reality, and the voice or, rather, the sounds of speech are understood to create and convey that presence in and as the world. Thus, this model for understanding language is a phonetic one in which the phoneme retains the presence of the originally speaking subject. One finds an animated shadow of this conception in Saussure's notion of the sound image. Why, Derrida asks, should we assume that sound is the fundamental element in writing, and would we even assume it if we were not in the grips of this ontotheology? The point is not to invert the hierarchy, positing non-presence over presence, or the graphic dimension of language over its sonority, the death of the subject over its life. For Derrida, the task is precisely to understand how such binary relations become established within a hierarchical framework and come to exhaustively constitute the field of linguistic intelligibility. Derrida seeks to understand the exclusionary procedures by which the supplements to this framework, unintelligible and inassimilable exterior, may effectively call into question how and why such preemptive versions of intelligibility are enforced. Derrida describes himself modestly as involved in the preliminary organization of a question, OG 97, which is, of course, one way to start to think and to query language and writing outside of the inherited frameworks that are, for him, theologically infused and metaphysically problematic. One way of posing the question to structural linguistics is the following: what difference constitutes the phonic basis of language? What differentiating structures arrange for the apprehension of sound and the positing of sound as originary? At what points along the seams of a phonic theory do we discern the incomprehensible elements, stubborn graphic tufts or knots, metaphors that signify in a direction opposite to the argument for which they are deployed, diacritical marks without which the argument cannot proceed, that call into question the phonetic basis of language? A reading that inhabits, tracks, and foregrounds these moments in the context of the broader demonstration shows how those excluded elements operate as supplements, troubling the comprehensive claims of the framework that impose in a preemptive way the limits of linguistic intelligibility. For Derrida, supplements include the graphic and spatial articulation of language on the page, including spacings, intervals, margins, and punctuation. None of these elements is reducible to phonetics. There is no phoneme, for example, which corresponds to the space between words, and yet without that spacing, there would be no articulation, and no way of accounting for interlinearity as a signifying feature of the text. Indeed, for Derrida, these are the very elements without which there can be no language, and no text, indicating the priority of writing and the pervasiveness of textuality. To say writing has priority does not mean that it should be regarded as an origin in any usual sense. Writing is understood as the trace, that is, a necessary passage and bind through which any reference to an origin retrospectively takes place. Those graphic elements of writing cannot rightly be understood as the effects of an absent subject whose voice and presence are made known through language. On the contrary, those forms of non-presence indicated by the graphic marks and intervals, constitute an irreducibly non-phonetic element of all articulation. This non-presence ought not to be construed as the absence of voice, a manifestation of a speaking subject who happens to remain silent. This was one of the problems that Derrida found in Husserl's account of speech. Non-presence has to be thought to the side of the binary of speech/silence for it to be grasped as non-phonetic and for the conceits of ontotheology to be effectively contested. So why is it so important that we overcome, or set aside, this phonetic understanding of language? For Derrida, there is a pervasive link between sound and being, as if reality comes forth through sound, whether it is the voice of God declaring what is, bringing reality into being through that sovereign performative act, or the human voice, establishing its own being and presence through speech, and so also establishing its mimetic relation to the divine. Writing does not depend on the continuing presence of the author. This text now circulates without its author. But from the start, writing presumes that authorial non-presence, the author's death, one that cannot be grasped as a pause in speech. The figure of the speaking subject presumed by phonetic language is one of mastery. The subject speaks, makes itself present, brings itself forth into being, and what the subject names or speaks of acquires an ontological effect by being named or described. What if there is no such masterful subject with such linguistic powers? What if this conceit operates effectively and surreptitiously in most of the dominant accounts of language? If writing is spatial, then it cannot be understood as a temporal unfolding of some presence or truth. If it is sensible, in a Kantian way, its structures our very way of apprehending the world. And if it is incontrovertibly exterior, at a distance from the subject, articulated or inscribed on a surface, it is not then the mere externalization or expression of an internal reality. Writing understood in this way is not a degraded version of speech, but offers a non-anthropocentric way of understanding language by virtue of its distinction from speech. It opens up a version of language in which the decentered subject registers as a form of humility. If writing is no longer anchored in the subject, could it be that the subject has become less grandiose, and productively so, in and through writing? Does writing, in other words, conduct a critique of anthropocentrism, its ties to ontotheology, and their common dream of mastery? The subject with the power to establish being through speech is posited retroactively by that account of language, which means that the master subject starts to become undone as the limits of the phonetic account are tracked and exposed. One could make this philosophically plain by claiming that neither God nor man is at the center of language, and that human speech is not the fated replication of divine speech. That seems true enough, but what such a formulation overlooks is that both God and man are signified through and by a discourse, that is, through a consequential inversion, conceived as the result of their speech. The biblical conceit that in the beginning was the Word is more often than not taken to be an account of divine origination through speech. God names, and brings into being what he names. But what if every beginning is already belated and occulted by virtue of the way in which it is signified? What is that way? It is named or described after the fact, and so the signifier that seeks to secure that origin contaminates the before with the after? It is not that we cannot refer to origins anymore, but only that when we do, we find ourselves in a linguistic passage that is blocked from its aim, covering over and departing from whatever that origin might be. Although Derrida does not demonstrate his claim that this phonetic account is everywhere operating in Western frameworks, he proceeds experimentally as if that were the case. There are many reasons to have doubts about such a sweeping claim, which I will enumerate below. The deconstruction of the phonetic presumption, the logocentric account that supports ontotheology, which is, of course, not simply its destruction, but, rather, the tracking of its own destabilizing supplements in the direction of a productive detour, requires a new vocabulary. And so we find that one of the defining features of grammatology is the coining of new phrases and terms, as if we cannot stay content with the ordinary language practices that we have. They are pervaded, or sedimented, with this framework, and only through a revolutionary practice of writing can that framework begin to become dislodged. So this practice of coining new phrases unsettles those discourses pervaded by the metaphysics of presence, the speculative attribution of a substance or a subject to every possible concept, but also enacts the claim that language is in a process of becoming. Its settled conceptual frameworks can be shaken and give rise to new terms, new modes of demonstration, many of which may well seem monstrous from the point of view of those who uphold the norm. So part of the task of reading of grammatology is to learn a new set of terms, to ask as one reads why and where such terms are introduced and what work they do, and perhaps also to understand how they relieve the language about language of its metaphysical and theological burdens. Derrida claims that this ontotheology, this metaphysics of presence, belongs to the West and that the conceits of phonocentrism are evidence of ethnocentrism. Several critical questions arise in the wake of such a claim, especially since he does not demonstrate the truth of the claim through recourse to specific languages. He singles out Saussure and Rousseau for close and critical readings. Are these authors meant to be exemplary of a Western discourse, or is, as he claims, the indicative value of any of these proper names the name of a problem? Or does Derrida presume that the biblical account of divine speech pervades Judeo-Christian tradition, and that that tradition is coextensive with the West? What about the importance of divine speech in Islam or other religious traditions? Perhaps the point is that more purely graphic forms of writing can be found in the East, and we are meant to take the references to Leibniz's interest in Chinese script, and its relation to Chinese culture, as an ethnographic and Orientalist alternative to his historical present. Which languages, or which reflections on language, belong to the West? And how is the East/West division made, through what delimiting practice, and is that binary not subject to the same kinds of critical readings that other binary relations receive in this text? Derrida helps to undo the distinction he introduces as he underscores that the graphic elements of writing are already, and from the start, operating in speech, and so at the heart of the Western tradition he criticizes. The distinction between East and West turns out to be less than stable when we realize that oral language already belongs to this, modified concept, of writing. It would seem that a more generalized claim is being made about language, namely, that writing in some sense precedes speech, and that speech is dependent on a form of writing, which means that the biblical God may well have uttered some first words, but they only come to us through a dictation that covers over and challenges the primacy of that speech. In Part 2 of Grammatology, Derrida focuses on the writings of Jean-Jacques Rousseau to lay out this controversial and counterintuitive claim that writing in some sense precedes speech and gives us the general form of language. Many problems immediately emerge with such a claim. In what sense does writing precede speech? What is meant by a general form of language? On the one hand, Rousseau offers a fictive account of how written language is derived not only from speech, but also from song. His narrative suggests that written language is a fallen state, deprived of the vital and natural dimensions of life that are found in primitive forms of vocalization. As society moves further away from a natural state, language decays, and writing is a form of decay, an estrangement from the original voice of nature, sometimes the simple cry of nature, a depletion of life force compelled by the increasing rationalization of society. On the other hand, Rousseau seems to understand at various points that there are dimensions of language that could not possibly be derived from such an originary voice, and that his own postulations about the state of nature are retrospectively constituted, depending on the social character of his own position and narrative account. For Derrida, the blind spot in Rousseau's account becomes clear when the description of language, especially voice, unwittingly draws on elements of writing. For instance, he tracks the way that accents are attributed to vocalizations by Rousseau, even though accents are diacritical marks that belong to written language. Indeed, accents suggest that grammatical inflection is already at work in the examples of melody that Rousseau describes. Grammar is not a belated and fallen dimension of language that has become formalized and devitalized over time, but there at the outset, conditioning the very melody that is supposed to precede the ascent of a lifeless grammar. Time and again Rousseau seeks to describe or recount the primacy of song and the mimetic relationship of all language to this passionate vocal beginning. He recounts all this, of course, from an impossible position, since he could not have been present at the origin he describes. Even in the description, he inadvertently attributes the primacy of discourse, not speech, to the scene. So, for instance, he claims that in all imitation, some form of discourse must substitute for the voice of nature, OG 216. Even the human song that is considered to be as proximate as possible to the voice of nature is caught up in a mimetic structure that requires discourse. In other words, discourse is operating at the very moment in which the voice of nature is replicated in human song. Indeed, Derrida goes on to argue that this replication operates neither through mimesis nor through any other kind of copying, but precisely through displacement, even erasure. Here, again, the notion of the trace indicates how this notion of the origin is manufactured and occulted from a belated position within language. For, as we have noted, there is no reference to the origin of language that does not take place in a discourse that covers over, and displaces, the putative origin of language. If that origin is construed as voice, then the discursive conditions construing that voice effectively establish its priority. If the origin is signified, it is also eclipsed in the very act of signification. There seems to be no way out of this double bind. Similarly, Rousseau will argue that both humans and animals have natural pity, even that natural pity belongs to all living beings. What distinguishes the human is imagination, without which pity would not be activated in human beings. So it seems that natural pity is there in human beings prior to its being activated, and yet it requires this external intervention to become, in effect, what it is. The imagination is not found in all living beings and is not considered natural. Indeed, it is distinctively human and arguably the most powerful of human capacities. If this non-natural intervention by imagination activates pity, then the question may be raised, does pity have a natural status or, indeed, any ontological status prior to its activation? Does imagination create pity? Is the notion of a natural pity destroyed by the account of the activation of pity through imagination? Does imagination contravene nature or expose its superfluity? Imagination engages both reflection and representation, according to Rousseau, so we can experience pity only within a discourse that has already established the terms of pity, understood as an identification with another suffering. That discourse differentiates the one who has pity from the one who is pitied, even though they are said to be united by a natural bond. What is called identification requires disidentification for that differentiation to condition the very possibility of pity. Marking or inscribing an interval, that differentiation within the text operates as writing, the articulation of pity. Rousseau concedes many of these points along the way but does not let those concessions bother the narrative trajectory of his argument. In his discussion of script, Rousseau considers writing to be exterior to, and so distant from, the interior truth of language that is linked with voice and feeling. And in his moral discussion, representation is external to the primary, natural, internal reality of the feeling of pity. According to Derrida, however, that interiority is produced time and again by the power of exteriority. Writing marks the history of speech, which is to say that writing alters speech, and does so from the word go. One of Rousseau's great writerly virtues is to reenact double binds such as these, offering Derrida a way to elaborate his own position through reading the naughty and inverted moments in Rousseau's text. In fact, in reading both Saussure and Rousseau, Derrida situates himself, or finds himself so situated, within their discourses at the same time that he probes the limits of those texts, the occasions of clear contradiction or unexpected reversal, but also, importantly, those upsurges of unintelligibility that always indicate the limit of a given, historical field of intelligibility. The point is not to affirm unintelligibility as a new virtue or even a new norm, but, rather, to show how an ostensibly coherent system admits to points of breakage precisely as it unfolds its arguments, opening up another articulation of space and time, a detour, a peregrination. Derrida's writing thus heralds a future through a break with a set of discourses that inhabit him and which he inhabits, exposing these unsettling and promising sites of breakage found within the discourse even as they open to the outside. Saussure is said to hold himself at the limit of his own position. For Derrida, it does not suffice to say that Rousseau thinks the supplement without thinking it, for he offers up a way of seeing how the name can move in a direction away from the thing it seeks to name. This gap between word and thing constitutes a referential limit that has to be marked through a supplementary means. Rousseau provides for such textual moments where this gap can be foregrounded, but does not pursue the implications of what, as it were, his writing displays. For his part, Derrida does not read these texts from a distance, but becomes bound up in these knots without precisely ceding to Rousseau. His reading is enmeshed, intimate, yet discerning. Of his own way of proceeding, Derrida writes, "The movements of deconstruction do not destroy structures from the outside. They are not possible and effective, nor can they take accurate aim, except by inhabiting those structures. Inhabiting them in a certain way, because one always inhabits, and all the more when one does not suspect it. Operating necessarily from the inside, borrowing all the strategic and economic resources of subversion from the old structure, borrowing them structurally, that is to say without being able to isolate their elements and atoms, the enterprise of deconstruction always in a certain way falls prey, est-à-portée, to its own work." OG 25. Peggy Camus argues against those who complain that deconstruction is not oppositional enough, that by emphasizing that deconstructive movements inhabit in a certain way, however, Derrida is announcing something like an awakening of the action that habitually slumbers passively unaware in this state called habitation or inhabiting. The question is how one inhabits there where one finds oneself and that in which one is already inscribed. 5. That account seems true even as there are other times when breakage or subversion become foregrounded as the paramount activities. As part of his introductory comments on Part 2, Introduction to the Age of Rousseau, Derrida explains that his treatment of major philosophical figures does not simply exemplify an identical structure, although they each articulate a form of metaphysical closure, la clôture métaphysique. Indeed, in one of his most emphatic claims, He writes that all concepts hitherto proposed in order to think the articulation of a discourse and of an historical totality are caught up within, sans prédans, the metaphysical closure that we question here. Que nous questionnons ici. Even so, Derrida does not exactly stand outside them. We draw our argument from them, nous en tirons argument, in order to isolate Rousseau and, in Rousseauism, the theory of writing, OG 99. As one can see by my insertion, there is no reference to a first person I but rather a we who questions and draws out one text from another. Is there an implication that some we is in this bind together, breaking open a metaphysical closure that has preempted not only what can be written and understood, but the interconnected, and contingent, limits of writing and intelligibility? How would such an idea of inhabiting or even plural cohabiting operate in the context of translation? Readers of this text agree to take on a translation. They are solicited to inhabit Derrida's language through the excellent translation that Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak has so ably and carefully provided once again. It is rare to find such a combination of nuance and erudition in any translation of this magnitude. This translation has undergone a reiterated process. She translated it 40 years ago, and now again, and so we are confronted with several intervals or spacings. There is the distance of the original to the translation, and now that of the second translation to the first. The sequence of publication that begins with the French text in 1967 and is followed by 1976 and now 2016 tells only one story, the story of English. At every point along the way, at least two groups of skeptics emerge, the first to ask whether the text is readable, in any language, the second, whether the text is fairly translated into English. Those who question its general readability are often considered to be unwilling to do the work. Those who quarrel about its translation tend to do a great deal of work, and want more work to be done. The first group tends to defend its own metaphysical grid of intelligibility, the second wants to make sure that the challenge to that very grid of intelligibility is delivered in precise textual ways. Police functions can flare up on either side. Perhaps the rejoinder to entrenched battles such as these is to be found in the work of Walter Benjamin, to which Derrida returned time and again. 6 If Walter Benjamin is right in the task of the translator, then every text has communicability and translatability as its own proper qualities. This means that for a text to be a text it must already, from the start and before any translation, bear this property of being translatable. In this sense, the translation does not come later, but is there from the start as a proper and incipient possibility of the text, one that defines it essentially. Derrida's reflections on the possibility of identifying or securing an origin of the subject or the origin of language give us a way to understand the status of the original text in relation to the translation. Psychoanalysis has argued that the human subject cannot recover the scene of its own origin, that the scene is invariably articulated in fantasy, that the scene bars our way to return. The subject emerges in part through a repression of its origins. Cutting off, or foreclosing, that origin is thus a condition of possibility of subject formation. A direct return to the origin of the subject would involve contravening the very conditions that make the subject possible, so to return to that origin would be to undo the very conditions of the subject, ushering in psychosis. This does not mean we cannot tell a story or provide a set of images about such a return, but those will be retroactive postulations, belated accounts that would be defined in part by the bar against return, and invariably belated, only and always getting later. Some psychoanalysts have sought to identity the origin of language with the origins of vocalization, yet others have established the priority and exteriority of language to all subject formation. For Derrida, the Fortieth related in Freud's Beyond the Pleasure principle opened up questions of how and why linguistic repetition is staged, the aims and limits of mimesis in the face of absence and loss of mastery. Derrida's connection with psychoanalysis is clear when we consider the iterability of words, their transposability from one context to another, since Ford and are already circulating before the child starts to vocalize them. 7 With such vocalizations, a child climbs on board a train that has long since left the station, entering an iterable process as he or she enacts wishful and thwarted features of performative language, since the words do not really give the child the power to send the parent away or, indeed, to reel the parent back. And yet the fantasy of such vocal power persists in performative language that seeks to bring about what it names or to initiate a set of effects in the world. Performative language is also that which, after all, both builds and unbuilds concepts in language. It helps us to understand, for instance, how an origin is instituted and what implications that has for its narrative representation. Any account of the origin of language or the subject only carries us further away from the point we tried to reach. The representational form given for an origin marks the untraversable distance between that origin and its mode of appearing. Indeed, we cannot even say, There is an origin without attributing an ontological status to that which is outside the ontological field within which such claims could be made. This view does not imply that origins are simply made up or fabricated, but only that they are instituted, and in such a way that involves both an erasure and a deferral of the origin itself. In this sense, we might say that the problem of the origin generates linguistic effects always at a remove from that origin. In reading Rousseau's own reflections on the origin of language, in which an original unity of language breaks up into multiple languages, Derrida counters with the claim that language could have emerged only out of dispersion, OG 253. He continues, that language must traverse space, be obliged to be spaced, is not an accidental trait but the mark of its origin. In truth, dispersion will never be a past. Perhaps we might understand this translation, and translation more generally, as this dispersion, this traversal of space that a text is obliged to undergo, most emphatically when that text seeks to return to an origin. In a way that recalls Benjamin's remark that the original text contains the law governing the translation, its translatability, and further that the translatability of linguistic creations ought to be considered even if men should prove unable to translate them. Illumination 70. 8. Significantly, the feature of translatability is linked not with the life of the text but rather with its afterlife, Überleben. The translatability of a text is one of its essential features because the afterlife of the text belongs properly to the life of the text. Translation marks the continued life, Fortleben, of the text, which Derrida translates as survive. In this way, perhaps, translation anticipates the risk of death, the work of mourning, the continued life, if not the afterlife, of the author's text. 9. As Derrida conjectured about translation, ruin is perhaps its vocation and a destiny that it accepts from the very outset, c. 181. The translation of Grammatology is surely a continuation of the life of that text, of what is living there, but it is one that calls into question our settled ideas of continuity. Needless to say, the text does not remain the same when it acquires life in another language, but it was never supposed to stay the same. Indeed, sometimes a text has to be betrayed to facilitate its afterlife. We surely can, and should, tell the story about how Derrida's work began to arrive in English. The conference at Johns Hopkins in 1966, which included Barthes and Lacan, and spell out the differences between Paris in 1967, when De la Grammatologie was published, and the U.S. academic scene of 1976 when the first English translation of this book emerged. That story assumes that the text arrived on the date of its arrival. But here we are again, the text now arriving in 2016. Can we say that the text already arrived, or that it arrived twice? Yes, of course, but it has not yet arrived in any final and definitive sense. It has not settled into a past tense. If it now arrives again, or if its arrival is ongoing without precisely being continuous or linear, then there can be no definite date of arrival, and no calendar could help us fix its date. Perhaps it is indefinitely arriving, belonging to an afterlife that was already there, and from the outset, in 1967. It was outside of French at the very moment it was published in French. Scandalous as that might seem to some, there does not seem to be any way around that fact. Perhaps we can even say that the translation predates its origin, since the origin depends so utterly on that secondary moment. This is a text whose arrival is never definitive, and could not be definitive except within the terms of a closed economy of time that it disputes. Indeed, in our prologues, prefaces, and forewords, we are tasked with heralding the arrival of the text, replicating the introductory gestures, offering the schematic accounts that can only be displaced, corrected, or refined by a patient reading. Even as whatever is written about grammatology is inevitably belated, it is also part of an ongoing life, a survival that could be neither anticipated nor experienced by the author, a mode of living bound to the text. We know this perhaps most poignantly by seeing how Derrida's grammatology continues to have provocative and productive effects throughout the human sciences, popular culture, visual art, philosophy, theology, history, literature, and literary theory, to name a few. It would be inflated to claim that he gave us writing, since surely there was a great deal of writing going on before he arrived on the scene of writing. Few of us escaped that moment of education in which we learned that our ideas lived in us internally and awaited a proper expression. That simple sequence has been common sense in so many educational scenes. It shocks still to learn that language precedes us, structuring our thought, and that writing may well be the name for that articulation that makes speaking possible. We start to speak, and we are already in someone else's language, translating what enters the ear, or registers with us through another communicative means, into a grammatical scheme that is prior to signifying sound. The risk that is run by reading this text is not so much that we will discover that we are the passive dupes of an all-powerful writing, On the contrary, it is the resistance to reading that is the greatest risk, for it leaves us clutching forms of knowledge and language that are the sign of our unknowingness. Better to tarry attentively with the unknowable, that is the wager here. Acknowledgements. I thank Angelo Bertocci for having given me the idea for this translation. I thank Paul de Man for his patient and penetrating criticism of the translator's preface and the text, at a time when his own schedule was so thoroughly besieged. I thank J. Hillis Miller for his advice, his active encouragement, and his acute comments on the translator's preface. I owe him particular thanks for having introduced me to Derrida himself after I had been working on this book for a year. I am grateful to John Brankman, Leon Stein, and Paul M. Wright for their support during the early stages of the work. In the preparation of the translation, I have been particularly helped by four painstaking and indefatigable bilingual readers, Jesse L. Hornsby, Dory Katz, Richard Layden, Talbot Spivak, Pierre de Saint-Victor, the late Alexander Aspel, Jacques Bergeek and Donald Jackson untied occasional knots. To all of them, a considerable debt of gratitude is due. The whole book is a gift for Talbot Spivak. I thank also the Carver Foundation at the University of Iowa for making it possible for me to go to France in the summer of 1973 to discuss this book with Jacques Derrida. To Robert Scholes I am grateful for having made it possible for me to teach a seminar on Derrida at Brown University in the fall of 1974-75. At that seminar, especially through active exchange with Bellet Brodke and Tom Clare, I staked out the ground for my preface. I am grateful to Peter Bacon for typing the first half of the manuscript in the preface from sometimes indecipherable copy. Pauline Grimson not only typed the rest, but always delivered material at very short notice without complaint, and conscientiously copy-edited my pages. I believe she came to feel a personal responsibility for the making of this book, and for that I am most grateful. I thank Timothy Shipe for his able assistance. Without Dominic Franco, my research assistant, the manuscript would not have gone to press. Michael Ryan criticized each version of the translator's preface with a sharp and inspired eye and helped untiringly with library materials. I cannot thank him enough for his incredibly meticulous and informed reading of the final proofs. And Cathy, indifferent yet devoted companion through a season of solitary labor. I am grateful to Grammatology for having brought me the friendship of Marguerite and Jacques Derrida. I thank my comrade Judith Butler for writing an introduction for this volume in a busy season. 40 years have expanded my circle of debts. In 1986, I started learning how to devise a pedagogical method to make the intuitions of democracy habitual to the children of the landless illiterate on the western borders of West Bengal. I train teachers and supervisors to value intellectual labor as I teach the children to practice it. My first debt of gratitude is to the actors in this theater. They have not only taught me how to read the world differently, but have also given me a sense of the problems of critical reading. I have thanked the adults personally for this massive education in the play and the world. In my other place of work, my first debt is to my tireless and uncomplaining research assistants Johan Repair and Peter Van Hove. In my life, Maitreyi Chandra sustains me, in my study Benjamin Baer, and, more recently, Surya Parekh, in my office Kristen Reichart. I thank Gerald Prince for solving occasional problems of French and for his bright friendship. I am grateful to the members of my spring 2015 seminar on of Grammatology, laboring for my mind open again to the book. My thanks to my teaching assistant Eugene Petracha for assembling research material for teaching and for transcribing the classes on the book. My thanks also to my patient and enthusiastic new editor Matt McAdam. This edition of Grammatology is in memory of Rains Chakravorty, who loved the French language. Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak. Translator's Preface. If you have been reading Derrida, you will know that a plausible gesture would be to begin with a consideration of the question of the preface. But I write in the hope that for at least some of the readers of this volume Derrida is new, and therefore take it for granted that, for the moment, an introduction can be made. Jacques Derrida is Maître Assistant in Philosophy at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. He was born, at the time of the first writing of this preface, 45 years ago of Sephardic Jewish parents in Algiers. At 19, he came to France as a student. He was at Harvard on a scholarship in 1956-57. In the 60s he was among the young intellectuals writing for the avant-garde journal Tel Quel. He is now associated with GREPH, Groupe de Recherche de l'Enseignement Philosophique, a student movement that engages itself with the problems of the institutional teaching of philosophy. He was for a time a visiting professor on a regular basis at the Johns Hopkins University, and now occupies a similar position at Yale. He has an affection for some of the intellectual centers of the Eastern Seaboard, Cambridge, New York, Baltimore, in his vocabulary, America. And it seems that at first these places and now more and more of the intellectual centers all over the United States are returning his affection. Derrida's first book was a translation of Edmond Husserl's Origin of Geometry, with a long critical introduction. This was followed by La Voix et le Phénomène, a critique of Husserl's theory of meaning. In between appeared a collection of essays entitled L'écriture et la différence. De la Grammatologie came next, followed by two more collections, La Dissémination and Marges de la Philosophie. There was a little-noticed introduction to the essay sur l'origine des connaissances humaines by Condillac, entitled L'Archéologie du Frivole, and Positions, a collection of interviews. This year his monumental Glass has appeared. 3. Jacques Derrida is also this collection of texts. In an essay on the preface to Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit, Jean Hippolyte writes, when Hegel had finished the Phenomenology, he reflected retrospectively on his philosophic enterprise and wrote the preface. It is a strange demonstration, for he says above all, don't take me seriously in a preface. The real philosophical work is what I have just written, the Phenomenology of Spirit. And if I speak to you outside of what I have written, these marginal comments cannot have the value of the work itself. Don't take a preface seriously. The preface announces a project, and a project is nothing until it is realized. 4. It is clear that, as it is commonly understood, the preface harbors a lie. Prefatio is a saying beforehand, Oxford English Dictionary, OED. Yet it is accepted as natural by Hippolyte, as indeed by all of us, that Hegel reflected retrospectively on his philosophic enterprise and wrote his preface. We may see this as no more than the tacit acceptance of a fiction. We think of the preface, however, not as a literary, but as an expository exercise. It involves a norm of truth, although it might well be the insertion of an obvious fiction into an ostensibly true discourse. Of course, when the preface is being written by someone other than the author, the situation is yet further complicated. A pretense at writing before a text that one must have read before the preface can be written. Writing a postface would not really be different, but that argument can only be grasped at the end of this preface. Hegel's own objection to the preface seems grave. The contrast between abstract generality and the self-moving activity of cognition appears to be structured like the contrast between preface and text. The method of philosophy is the structure of knowing, an activity of consciousness that moves of itself. This activity, the method of philosophical discourse, structures the philosophical text. The reader of the philosophical text will recognize this self-movement in his consciousness as he surrenders himself to and masters the text. Any prefatory gesture, abstracting so-called themes, robs philosophy of its self-moving structure. In modern times, Hegel writes, however, the individual finds the abstract form ready-made. 5. Further, let modern man read reviews of philosophical works, perhaps even to read their prefaces and first paragraphs. For these give the general principles on which everything turns, and the reviews, as well as providing historical accounts, also provide the critical appraisal which, being a judgment, stands above the work judged. This common way can be taken in a dressing gown, but the high sense for the eternal, the holy, the infinite, strides along in the robes of a high priest. 6. Yet, as Hippolyte points out, Hegel damns the preface in general even as he writes his own preface. And Derrida suggests that a very significant part of Hegel's work was but a play of prefaces, Dis 9f. Whereas Hegel's impatience with prefaces is based on philosophical grounds, his excuse for continuing to write them seems commonsensical, since the presentation of a general idea in outline, before any attempt to follow it out makes the latter attempt easier to grasp. It may be useful at this point to give a rough idea of it, at the same time taking the opportunity to get rid of certain forms whose habitual presence impedes philosophical cognition. In der Absichtszugleich, bei dieser Gelegenheit einige Formen zu entfernen, deren Gewohnheit ein Hindernis für das philosophische Erkennen ist. 7. Hegel's objection to prefaces reflects the following structure: preface/text equals abstract generality / self-moving activity. His acceptance of prefaces reflects another structure: preface/text equals signifier / signified. And the name of the equals in this formula is the Hegelian Aufhebung. Aufhebung is a relationship between two terms where the second at once annuls the first and lifts it up into a higher sphere of existence. It is a hierarchical concept generally translated sublation and now sometimes translated sublimation. A successful preface is aufgehoben into the text it precedes, just as a word is aufgehoben into its meaning. It is as if, to use one of Derrida's structural metaphors, the son or seed, preface or word, caused or engendered by the father, text or meaning, is recovered by the father and thus justified. But, within this structural metaphor, Derrida's cry is dissemination, The seed that neither inseminates nor is recovered by the father, but is scattered abroad. 8 And he makes room for the prefatory gesture in quite another way. The preface is a necessary gesture of homage and parricide, for the book, the father, makes a claim of authority or origin which is both true and false. As regards parricide, I speak theoretically. The preface need make no overt claim, as this one does not, of destroying its pretext. As a preface, it is already surrendered to the gesture, humankind's common desires for a stable center, and for the assurance of mastery, through knowing or possessing. And a book, with its ponderable shape and its beginning, middle, and end, stands to satisfy that desire. But what sovereign subject is the origin of the book? I was not one man only, says Proust's narrator, but the steady advance hour after hour of an army in close formation, in which there appeared, according to the moment, impassioned men, indifferent men, jealous men. In a composite mass, these elements may, one by one, without our noticing it, be replaced by others, which others again eliminate or reinforce, until in the end a change has been brought about which it would be impossible to conceive if we were a single person. 9. What, then, is the book's identity? Ferdinand de Saussure had remarked that the same phoneme pronounced twice or by two different people is not identical with itself. Its only identity is in its difference from all other phonemes, 77-78, 52-54a. So do the two readings of the same book show an identity that can only be defined as a difference. The book is not repeatable in its identity. Each reading of the book produces a simulacrum of an original that is itself the mark of the shifting and unstable subject that Proust describes, using and being used by a language that is also shifting and unstable. Any preface commemorates that difference in identity by inserting itself between two readings, in our case, my reading, given of course that my language and I are shifting and unstable, my rereading, my rearranging of the text, and your reading. As Hegel, and other defenders of the authority of the text, wrote preface on preface to match re-editions and revised versions, they unwittingly became a party to this identity and difference. Once the circle turns, once the volume rolls itself up, once the book repeats itself, its self-identity gathers an imperceptible difference which permits us efficaciously, rigorously, that is discreetly, to exit from closure. Redoubling the closure of the book, one splits it. Then one escapes it furtively, between two passages through the same book, through the same line, following the same bend. This exit from the identical within the same remains very slight, it weighs nothing, it thinks and weighs the book as such. The return to the book is also the abandoning of the book. WD 373. The preface, by daring to repeat the book and reconstitute it in another register, merely enacts what is already the case. The book's repetitions are always other than the book. There is, in fact, no book other than these ever-different repetitions. The book, in other words, is always already a text, constituted by the play of identity and difference. A written preface provisionally localizes the place where, between reading and reading, book and book, the inter-inscribing of readers, writers, and language is forever at work. Hegel had closed the circle between father and son, text and preface. He had in fact suggested, as Derrida makes clear, that the fulfilled concept, the end of the self-acting method of the philosophical text, was the predicate, pre-saying, preface, to the preface. In Derrida's reworking, the structure preface-text becomes open at both ends. The text has no stable identity, no stable origin, no stable end. Each act of reading the text is a preface to the next. The reading of a self-professed preface is no exception to this rule. It is inaccurate yet necessary to say that something called de la Grammatology was, the provisional origin of my preface. And, even as I write, I project the moment, when you, reading, will find in my preface the provisional origin of your reading of Grammatology. There can be an indefinite number of variations on that theme. Why must we worry over so simple a thing as preface making? There is, of course, no real answer to questions of this sort. The most that can be said, and Derrida has reminded us to say it anew, is that a certain view of the world, of consciousness, and of language has been accepted as the correct one, and, if the minute particulars of that view are examined, a rather different picture, that is also a no picture, as we shall see, emerges. That examination involves an inquiry into the operation of our most familiar gestures. To quote Hegel again, quite generally, the familiar, just because it is familiar, is not cognitively understood. The commonest way in which we deceive either ourselves or others about understanding is by assuming something is familiar, and accepting it on that account, with all its pros and cons. Such knowing never gets anywhere, and it knows not why. To break, auseinanderlegen, an idea up into its original elements is to return to its moments. 10. When Derrida writes that, since Kant, philosophy has become aware of taking the responsibility for its discourse, it is this re-examination of the familiar that he is hinting at. And this is one of the reasons why he is so drawn to Mallarmé, that exemplary poet, who invested every gesture of reading and writing, even the slitting of an uncut double page with a knife, with textual import. 11. And if the assumption of responsibility for one's discourse leads to the conclusion that all conclusions are genuinely provisional and therefore inconclusive, that all origins are similarly unoriginal, that responsibility itself must cohabit with frivolity, this need not be cause for gloom. Derrida contrasts Rousseau's melancholy with Nietzsche's affirmative joy precisely from this angle, turned toward the presence, lost or impossible, of the absent origin. This structuralist thematic of broken immediateness is therefore the sad, negative, nostalgic, guilty, Rousseauist side of the thought of play, of which the Nietzschean affirmation, the joyous affirmation of the play of the world and of the innocence of becoming, the affirmation of a world of signs without fault, without truth, without origin, offered to an active interpretation, would be the other side. WD 292, translation modified. There is, then, always already a preface between two hands holding open a book. And the prefacer, of the same or another proper name as the author, need not apologize for repeating the text. It is inaccurate yet necessary to say, I have written above, that something called de la Grammatology was, the provisional origin of my preface. Inaccurate yet necessary. My predicament is an analogue for a certain philosophical exigency that drives Derrida to writing sous retour, which I translate as under erasure. This is to write a word, cross it out, and then print both word and deletion. Since the word is inaccurate, it is crossed out. Since it is necessary, it remains legible. To take an example from Derrida that I shall cite again, the sign that ill-named, that escapes the instituting question of philosophy. 31. 20. In examining familiar things we come to such unfamiliar conclusions that our very language is twisted and bent even as it guides us. Writing under erasure is the mark of this contortion. Derrida directs us to Martin Heidegger's Zur Sehensfrage as the authority for this strategically important practice, 12, which we cannot understand without a look at Heidegger's formulation of it. Zur Sehensfrage is ostensibly a letter to Ernst Jünger which seeks to establish a speculative definition of nihilism. Just as Hegel, writing a preface, philosophically confronted the problem of prefaces, so Heidegger, establishing a definition, philosophically confronts the problem of definitions. In order for the nature of anything in particular to be defined as an entity, the question of being in general must always already be broached and answered in the affirmative. That something is, presupposes that anything can be. What is this question of being that is necessarily pre-comprehended in order that thinking itself occur? Since it is always anterior to thinking, it can never be formulated as an answer to the question what is. The goodness of the rightfully demanded good definition finds its confirmation in our giving up the wish to define insofar as this must be established on assertions in which thinking dies out. No information can be given about nothingness and being and nihilism, about their essence and about the verbal essence, it is, of the nominal essence, it is, which can be brought ready to hand in the form of assertions, it is, QB 80-81, translation modified. This possibility of being must be granted, or rather is already of itself granted, for the human being to say I am, not to mention you are, she is. Even such negative concepts as nothingness or nihilism are held within this pre-comprehended question of being which is asked and answered non-verbally, non-nominally, and without agency. This question, therefore, cannot be constructed to match an assertive answer. And the human being is the place or zone where this particular problem has its play, not the human being as an individual, but the human being as Dasein, simply being there, as the principle that asks and posits. Man does not only stand in the critical zone. He himself, but not he for himself and particularly not through himself alone, is this zone. QB 82-83. But, Heidegger cautions us, this is not mysticism. It is the baffling result of an examination of the obvious, the lifting of the most natural forgetfulness. What if even the propositional language of metaphysics and metaphysics itself, whether it be that of the living or of the dead God, as metaphysics, formed that barrier which forbids a crossing over, Übergehen, the line, from the assertion, to the question, of being? Elsewhere Heidegger suggests, as does, of course, Nietzsche before him, that the propositional language of the sciences is just as forgetful of the question of being. If that were the case, would not then the crossing, out, diagonally, Übergehen, of the line necessarily become a transformation of the saying and desire, a transformed relationship to the essence of language? QB 70-71, translation modified. As a move toward this transformation, Heidegger crosses out the word being, and lets both deletion and word stand. It is inaccurate to use the word being here, for the differentiation of a concept of being has already slipped away from that pre-comprehended question of being. Yet it is necessary to use the word, since language cannot do more. A thoughtful glance ahead into this realm of being can only write it as the drawing of these crossed lines at first only wards off, abwehrt, especially the habit of conceiving being as something standing by itself. The sign of crossing through, Zeichen der Durchkreuzung, can, to be sure, not be a merely negative sign of crossing out, Zeichen der Durchstreichung. Man in his essence is the memory, or memorial, Gedächtnis, of being, but of this says, that the essence of man belongs to that which in the cross-striking through of puts thinking under the claim of an earlier behest, and Fänglichkeitsheis. QB 80-81, 82-83, translation modified. Language is indeed straining here. The sentence man in his essence is the memory, memorial, of being avoids ascribing an agent to the unaskable question of being. Heidegger is working with the resources of the old language, the language we already possess, and which possesses us. To make a new word is to run the risk of forgetting the problem or believing it solved, that the transformation of saying which contemplates the essence of being is subject to other claims than the exchanging of an old terminology for a new one, should be clear. This transformation should rather involve crossing out the relevant old terms and thus liberating them, exposing the presumptuous demand that, thinking, know the solution of the riddles and bring salvation. QB 72-73. Now there is a certain difference between what Heidegger puts under erasure and what Derrida does. Being is the master word that Heidegger crosses out. Derrida does not reject this. But his word is trace. The French word carries strong implications of track, footprint, imprint, a word that cannot be a master word, that presents itself as the mark of an anterior presence, origin, master. For trace one can substitute arch writing, archiécriture, or différence, or in fact quite a few other words that Derrida uses in the same way. But I shall begin with trace/track, for it is a simple word, and there also seems, I must admit, something ritually satisfying about beginning with the trace. To be sure, when Heidegger sets being before all concepts, he is attempting to free language from the fallacy of a fixed origin, which is also a fixed end. But, in a certain way, he also sets up being as what Derrida calls the transcendental signified. For whatever a concept might mean, anything that is conceived of in its being present must lead us to the already answered question of being. In that sense, the sense of the final reference, being is indeed the final signified to which all signifiers refer. But Heidegger makes it clear that being cannot be contained by, is always prior to, indeed transcends, signification. It is therefore a situation where the signified commands, and is yet free of, all signifiers, a recognizably theological situation. The end of philosophy, according to Heidegger, is to restore the memory of that free and commanding signified, to discover originary words, in the languages of the world by learning to waylay the limiting logic of signification, a project that Derrida describes as the other side of nostalgia, what I will call Heideggerian hope. I relate it to what seems to me to be retained of metaphysics in the Anaximander fragment, the quest for the proper word and the unique name, MP 27. Derrida seems to show no nostalgia for a lost presence. He sees in the traditional concept of the sign a heterogeneity, the order of the signified is never contemporary, it is at best the subtly discrepant inverse or the parallel, discrepant by the time of a breath, of the order of the signifier, 31:19. It is indeed an ineluctable nostalgia for presence that makes of this heterogeneity a unity by declaring that a sign brings forth the presence of the signified. Otherwise it would seem clear that the sign is the place where the completely other announces itself as such, without any simplicity, any identity, any resemblance or continuity, within what is not it. 69:51. Word and thing or thought never in fact become one. We are reminded of, referred to, what the convention of words sets up as thing or thought, by a particular arrangement of words. The structure of reference works and can go on working not because of the identity between these two so-called component parts of the sign, but because of their relationship of difference. The sign marks a place of difference. One way of satisfying the rage for unity is to say that, within the phonic sign, speech rather than writing, there is no structure of difference, and that this non-difference is felt as self-presence in the silent and solitary thought of the self. This is so familiar an argument that we would accept it readily if we did not stop to think about it. But if we did, we would notice that there is no necessary reason why a particular sound should be identical with a thought or thing, and that the argument applies even when one speaks silently to oneself. Saussure was accordingly obliged to point out that the phonic signifier is as conventional as the graphic, 74-54. Armed with this simple yet powerful insight, powerful enough to deconstruct the transcendental signified that the sign, phonic as well as graphic, is a structure of difference, Derrida suggests that what opens the possibility of thought is not merely the question of being, but also the never annulled difference from the completely other. Such is the strange being of the sign, half of it always not there and the other half always not that. The structure of the sign is determined by the trace or track of that other which is forever absent. This other is of course never to be found in its full being. As even such empirical events as answering a child's question or consulting the dictionary proclaim, one sign leads to another and so on indefinitely. Derrida quotes Lambert and Peirce, "Philosophy should reduce the theory of things to the theory of signs. The idea of manifestation is the idea of a sign," 72-53, and contrasts them to Husserl and Heidegger. On the way to the trace/track, the word sign has to be put under erasure, the sign that named the only one, that escapes the instituting question of philosophy, what is? Derrida, then, gives the name trace to the part played by the radically other within the structure of difference that is the sign. I stick to trace in my translation, because it looks the same as Derrida's word. The reader must remind himself of at least the track, even the spoor, contained within the French word, in spite of itself. Saussurian linguistics recognizes the structure of the sign to be a trace structure. And Freud's psychoanalysis, to some extent in spite of itself, recognizes the structure of experience itself to be a trace, not a presence structure. Following an argument analogical to the argument on the sign, Derrida puts the word experience under erasure. As for the concept of experience, it is most unwieldy here. Like all the notions I am using here, it belongs to the history of metaphysics and we can only use it under erasure. Sous retour. Experience has always designated the relationship with a presence, whether that relationship had the form of consciousness or not. At any rate, we must, according to this sort of contortion and contention which the discourse is obliged to undergo, exhaust the resources of the concept of experience before attaining and in order to attain, by deconstruction, its ultimate foundation. It is the only way to escape empiricism and the naive critiques of experience at the same time. 89-65 Now we begin to see how Derrida's notion of sous retour differs from that of Heidegger's. Heidegger's might point at an inarticulable presence. Derrida's is the mark of the absence of a presence, an always already absent present, of the lack at the origin that is the condition of thought and experience. For somewhat different yet similar contingencies, both Heidegger and Derrida teach us to use language in terms of a trace structure, effacing it even as it presents its legibility. We must remember this when we wish to attack Derrida or, for that matter, Heidegger, on certain sorts of straightforward logical grounds, for, one can always forget the invisible erasure, act as if it made no difference. MP3. 13. Derrida writes thus on the strategy of philosophizing about the trace. The value of the transcendental archie, must make its necessity felt before letting itself be erased. The concept of the arch trace must comply with both that necessity and that erasure. It is in fact contradictory and not acceptable within the logic of identity. The trace is not only the disappearance of origin, it means that the origin did not even disappear, that it was never constituted except reciprocally by a non-origin, the trace, which thus becomes the origin of the origin. From then on, to wrench the concept of the trace from the classical scheme, which would derive it from a presence or from an originary non-trace and which would make of it an empirical mark, one must indeed speak of an originary trace or arch-trace. 90-66. At once inside and outside a certain Hegelian and Heideggerian tradition, Derrida, then, is asking us to change certain habits of mind. The authority of the text is provisional, the origin is a trace, contradicting logic. We must learn to use and erase our language at the same time. In the last few pages, we have seen Heidegger and Derrida engaged in the process of this curious practice. Derrida in particular is acutely aware that it is a question of strategy. It is the strategy of using the only available language while not subscribing to its premises, or to operate according to the lexicon of that which one delimits. MP 17. For Hegel, as Hippolyte remarks, philosophical discourse contains its own criticism within itself. SC 158. And Derrida, describing the strategy of a discourse which borrows from a heritage the necessary resources for the deconstruction of that heritage itself, remarks similarly, language bears in itself the necessity of its own critique. WD 282, 284, translation modified. The remark becomes clearer in the light of writing sous retour. At each step I was obliged to proceed by ellipses, corrections and corrections of corrections, letting go of each concept at the very moment that I needed to use it, etc. 14. There is some similarity between this strategy and what Lévi-Strauss calls bricolage in The Savage Mind. 15 Derrida himself remarks, Lévi-Strauss will always remain faithful to this double intention, to preserve as an instrument something whose truth value he criticizes, conserving all these old concepts, while here and there denouncing their limits, treating them as tools which can still be used. No longer is any truth value, or rigorous meaning, attributed to them. There is a readiness to abandon them if necessary, if other instruments should appear more useful. In the meantime, their relative efficacy is exploited, and they are employed to destroy the old machinery to which they belong and of which they themselves are pieces. This is how the language of the human sciences criticizes itself. WD 284. One distinction between Lévi-Strauss and Derrida is clear enough. Lévi-Strauss's anthropologist seems free to pick his tool. Derrida's philosopher knows that there is no tool that does not belong to the metaphysical box, and proceeds from there. But there is yet another difference, a difference that we must mark as we outline Derridean strategy. Lévi-Strauss contrasts the bricoleur to the engineer. The bricoleur has no precise equivalent in English. He is a man who undertakes odd jobs and is a jack of all trades, or is a kind of professional do-it-yourself man, but he is of a different standing from, for instance, the English odd job man or handyman. 16. The discourse of anthropology and the other sciences of man must be bricolage. The discourses of formal logic, and the pure sciences, one presumes, can be those of engineering. The engineer's instrument is specially adapted to a specific technical need. The bricoleur makes do with things that were meant perhaps for other ends. 17. The anthropologist must tinker because, at least as Lévi-Strauss argues in The Raw and the Cooked, it is in fact impossible for him to master the whole field. Derrida, by an important contrast, suggests that the field is theoretically, not merely empirically, unknowable. WD 286f. Not even in an ideal universe of an empirically reduced number of possibilities would the projected end of knowledge ever coincide with its means. Such a coincidence, engineering is an impossible dream of plenitude. The reason for bricolage is that there can be nothing else. No engineer can make the means the sign, and the end meaning, become self-identical. Sign will always lead to sign, one substituting the other, playfully, since sign is under erasure, as signifier and signified in turn. Indeed, the notion of play is important here. Knowledge is not a systematic tracking down of a truth that is hidden but may be found. It is rather the field of play, that is to say, of infinite substitutions in the closure of a finite ensemble. WD 289. Translation. For Derrida, then, the concept of the engineer questioning the universe is, like Hegel's father text encompassing the Sun preface, or Heidegger's being as transcendental signified, a theological idea, an idea that we need to fulfill our desire for plenitude and authority. He remarks that Lévi-Strauss, like Heidegger, is afflicted with nostalgia. 1. Perceives in his work a sort of ethic of presence, of nostalgia for origins, of archaic and natural innocence, of a purity of presence and self-presence in speech, an ethic, nostalgia, and even remorse, which he often presents as the motivation of the ethnological project when he moves toward archaic societies, exemplary societies in his eyes. These texts are well known. WD 292, translation modified. Derrida does not offer the obverse of this nostalgia. He does not see in the method of the so-called exact sciences an epistemological model of exactitude. All knowledge, whether one knows it or not, is a species of bricolage, with its eye on the myth of engineering. But that myth is always totally other, leaving an originary trace within bricolage. Like all useful words, bricolage must also be placed under erasure. For it can only be defined by its difference from its opposite, engineering. Yet that opposite, a metaphysical norm, can in fact never be present, and thus, strictly speaking, there is no concept of bricolage, that which is not engineering. Yet the concept must be used, untenable but necessary. As soon as we cease to believe in such an engineer, as soon as we admit that every finite discourse is bound by a certain bricolage, the very idea of bricolage is menaced, and the difference in which it took on its sense decomposes. WD 285, translation modified. The possible and implicit hierarchical move, reminding us that bricolage as a model is pre-scientific, low on a chain of teleologic development, here disappears. Derrida does not allow the possibility of seeing bricolage as a cruder, pre-scientific method of investigation, low on the evolutionary scale. One can now begin to understand a rather cryptic sentence in the Grammatology. Without that track, of writing under erasure, the ultra-transcendental text, bricolage under erasure, will so closely resemble the pre-critical text, Bricolage plain and simple, as to be indistinguishable from it. 90, 66. This undoing yet preserving of the opposition between bricolage and engineering is an analogue for Derrida's attitude toward all oppositions, an attitude that erases, in this special sense, all oppositions. I shall come back to this gesture again and again in this preface. As he develops the notion of the joyful yet laborious strategy of rewriting the old language, a language, incidentally, we must know well, Derrida mentions the cloture of metaphysics. We must know that we are within the cloture of metaphysics, even as we attempt to undo it. It would be an historicist mistake to represent this closure of metaphysics as simply the temporal finishing point of metaphysics. It is also the metaphysical desire to make the end coincide with the means, create an enclosure, make the definition coincide with the defined, the Father with the Son, within the logic of identity to balance the equation, close the circle. Our language reflects this desire. And so it is from within this language that we must attempt an opening. 2. Derrida uses the word metaphysics very simply as shorthand for any science of presence. If he were to attempt a rigorous definition of metaphysics, the word would no doubt go under erasure, but it is this simple bricoleur take on the word that permits Derrida to allow the possibility of a Marxist or structuralist metaphysics. He puts it succinctly in that early essay from which I have already quoted. The history of metaphysics, like the history of the West, is the history of these metaphors and metonymies. 18 Its matricial form, if you will pardon me for demonstrating so little and for being so elliptical in order to come more quickly to my principal theme, is the determination of being as presence in all the senses of this word. It could be shown that all the names of foundations, of principles, or of the center have always designated the invariant of a presence, ethos, arch, telos, energia, visa, essence, existence, substance, subject, aletheia, transcendentality, consciousness, or conscience, God, man, and so forth. WD 279-80, translation modified. I have lingered on the question of the preface and the pervasive Derridian practice of the sous-retort to slip into the atmosphere of Derrida's thought. Now I speak of his acknowledged precursors Nietzsche, Freud, Heidegger, Husserl. 19 I shall attend in greatest detail to Nietzsche because our received version of him is so different from Derrida's, and because Derrida's relationship to him is so inescapable. I shall then comment on Derrida's attitudes toward structuralism, on his own vocabulary and practice, and on the structure of the grammatology. A few words next about translation, and we are into the text. Derrida has given us two lists of what we should look for in Nietzsche: the systematic mistrust with regard to all of metaphysics, the formal look at philosophical discourse, the concept of the philosopher-artist, the rhetorical and philological question put to the history of philosophy, the suspicion of the values of truth, a well-applied convention, of sense and of being, of the sense of being, the attention to the economic phenomena aforesaid of difference of forces, etc. MP 305, translation modified. And, here, radicalizing the concepts of interpretation, perspective, evaluation, difference. Nietzsche, far from remaining simply, with Hegel and as Heidegger wished, within metaphysics, contributed mightily to the liberation of the signifier from its dependence or derivation with respect to the logos and the connected concept of truth or the primary signified. 31-32, 20. It should by now be clear that Nietzsche's suspicion of the value of truth, of meaning and of being, of the concept of, the primary signified, is intimately shared by Derrida. The other items on the two lists can be brought under one head: philosophical discourse as formal, rhetorical, figurative discourse, as something to be deciphered. The end of this preface will make clear how deeply Derrida is committed to such a notion. Here I shall comment on the implications of the decipherment of figurative discourse in Nietzsche. As early as 1873, Nietzsche described metaphor as the originary process of what the intellect presents as truth. The intellect, as a means for the preservation of the individual, unfolds its chief power into simulation. 20 A nerve stimulus, first transcribed, übertragen, into an image built. First metaphor. The image again copied into a sound. Second metaphor. And each time a leap completely out of one sphere right into the midst of an entirely different one. NW 3. 2. 373, TF 178. In its simplest outline, Nietzsche's definition of metaphor seems to be the establishing of an identity between dissimilar things. Nietzsche's phrase is Gleichmachen, make equal, calling to mind the German word Gleichnis, image, simile, similitude, comparison, allegory, parable, an unmistakable pointer to figurative practice in general. Every concept emerges through equating the unequal. NW 3. 2. 374, TF 179, translation modified. What, therefore, is truth? A mobile army of metaphors, metonymies, anthropomorphisms, truths or illusions of which one has forgotten that they are illusions. Coins which have lost their image and now are no longer of account as coins but merely as metal. NW 3. 2. 374-75, TF 180, translation modified. I hold on here to the notions of a process of figuration and a process of forgetfulness. In this early text, Nietzsche describes the figurative drive as that drive towards the formation of metaphors, that fundamental drive of man, which we cannot reason away for one moment, for thereby we should reason away man himself. NW 3. 2. 381, TF 188, translation modified. Later he will give this drive the name will to power. Our so-called will to truth is a will to power because the so-called drive for knowledge can be traced back to a drive to appropriate and conquer. 21 Nietzsche's sense of the inevitable forcing of the issue, of exercising power, comes through in his italics. Thinking in primitive conditions, pre-organic, is the pushing through of forms as in crystals. In our thought, the essential is to classify new material into old schemas, making equal what is new. 22. The human being has nothing more to go on than a collection of nerve stimuli. And, because he or she must be secure in the knowledge of, and therefore power over, the world, inside or outside, the nerve stimuli are explained and described through the categories of figuration that masquerade as the categories of truth. These explanations and descriptions are interpretations and reflect a human inability to tolerate undescribed chaos, that the collective character, Gesamtcharakter, of the world, is in all eternity chaos, in the sense not of a lack of necessity but of a lack of order, arrangement, form, beauty, wisdom, and whatever other names there are for our aesthetic anthropomorphisms, human weaknesses, Menschlichkeiten. 23 As Nietzsche suggests, this need for power through anthropomorphic defining compels humanity to create an unending proliferation of interpretations whose only origin, that shudder in the nerve strings, being a direct sign of nothing, leads to no primary signified. As Derrida writes, Nietzsche provides an entire thematic of active interpretation, which substitutes incessant deciphering for the unveiling of truth as the presentation of the thing itself. MP 18. Interpretation is the introduction of meaning, or deception through meaning inlegen, a making sign that is a making figure, for there is, in this thought, no possibility of a literal, true, self-identical meaning. Identification, Gleichmachen, constitutes the act of figuration. Therefore, nothing is ever comprehended, but rather designated and distorted. This extends, of course, to the identity between an act, effect, and its purpose, cause. Every single time something is done with a purpose in view, something fundamentally different and other occurs. WM 2. 59, 130, WP 301, 351. The will to power is a process of incessant deciphering, figurating, interpreting, signifying through apparent identification. Thus, even supposing that an act could be isolated within its outlines, to gauge the relationship between it and its originating consciousness, the critical glance must reverse, necessarily non-identically, this decipherment, follow the Askew path, read the act in its textuality. In this important respect, without him, Nietzsche, the question of the text would never have erupted, at least in the precise sense that it has taken today. 24. In the Genealogy of Morals, Nietzsche reads the history of morality as a text. He interprets the successive meanings of systems of morality. Purposes and utilities are only indications that a will to power has become master of something less powerful and has in turn imprinted the meaning of a function upon it. Im von sich ausstehenden einer Funktion aufgeprägt hat. This image of Aufprägung, imprinting, figuration in yet another sense, is most important in Nietzsche and constantly recurs in this particular context, and the entire history of the thing, an organ. A custom can in this way be a continuous sign chain of ever new interpretations and makeshift excuses, Zurechtmischungen, whose causes do not even have to be related to one another in a purely chance fashion. 25 All concepts in which an entire process is semiotically telescoped, Zusammenfasst, a lewd definition, NW, Phi. 2. 333, GM 80. Derrida would, of course, suspend the entire notion of semiosis, put the sign under erasure. It is possible to read such a suspension into Nietzsche's continuous sign chains, without origin and end in truth. And thus it is possible to discover an affinity between Derrida's practice and of grammatology and Nietzsche's interpretation of value systems as infinite textuality, and to see in Derrida's decipherment of the negative valuation of writing within the speech-writing hierarchy the mark of a Nietzschean genealogy. But it is also possible to criticize Nietzsche's indefinite expansion of the notion of metaphoricity or figuration as a gesture that turns back upon itself. Nietzsche relaxes the limits of the metaphorical, Derrida writes, to such a point that he attributes metaphorical power to every phonic enunciation, which amounts, strangely enough, to making every signifier a metaphor of the signified, although the classical concept of metaphor designates only the substitution of one signified for another, the one signified thus becoming the signifier of the other. Does not Nietzsche's operation consist, here, in extending to every element of discourse, under the name of metaphor, what classical rhetoric considered, no less strangely, to be a quite particular figure of speech, metonymy of the sign, that the sign as a part stood for the whole meaning? MP 227. We should, of course, note that Derrida's criticism is framed in two questions, rather than in a series of declarations. Yet, even if we were to take only the declarative sentence in our passage, it would be clear that Derrida criticizes Nietzsche precisely because what Nietzsche deciphers he holds decipherable, and because metaphor, or figure, so vastly expanded could simply become the name of the process of signification rather than a critique of that process. It would be more acceptable if Nietzsche had put metaphor, or figure, or interpretation, or perspective, or, for that matter, truth, under erasure. I shall suggest that a move toward such an erasure may be traced through Nietzsche's critique of consciousness and the subject. When the outlines of the subject are loosened, the concepts of figuration or metaphoricity, related to meaningfulness, are subsumed under the broader categories of appropriation and the play of resistant forces. The word metaphor is seen to be used sur retour, as a methodological convenience, for it refers to a more encompassing structure not necessarily involved in meaning-making. Let us follow the unfolding of this pattern. The subject is a unified concept and therefore the result of interpretation. Nietzsche often stresses that it is a specifically linguistic figurative habit of immemorial standing, that when it is thought, wenn gedacht wird, there must be something that thinks is simply a formulation of our grammatical custom that adds a doer to every deed. WM 2. 13, WP 268. The insertion of a subject is fictitious. WM 2. 110, WP 337. The will to power is the subject's metaphorizing or figurating, or introduction of meaning, must therefore be questioned. And Nietzsche accordingly asks, pondering on the making equal of proximate sensations, apropos of how images, then words. Finally concepts arise in the spirit, thus confusion of two sensations that are close neighbors, in the statement of these sensations, but who states. WM 2. 23, WP 275, translation modified. Nietzsche accordingly entertains the notion of the will to power as an abstract and unlocalized figurative, interpretative, process. One may not ask, who then interprets? Rather, the interpreting itself is a form of the will to power, a being there, not as a being but as a process, a becoming, as an affect. WM 2. 61, WP 302, translation modified. Sometimes Nietzsche places this abstract will to power, an incessant figuration, not under the control of any knowing subject, but rather underground, in the unconscious. The Nietzschean unconscious is that vast arena of the mind of which the so-called subject knows nothing. As Derrida remarks, both Freud and Nietzsche, sometimes in very similar fashion, put consciousness into question in its assured certainty of itself. For Nietzsche the great principal activity is unconscious, MP 7. If, however, we want to hold on to the great principal activity, we have to go further than the unconscious, we have to reach the body, the organism. If the unconscious is unknown to us, how much more so the body? Already in the early essay on truth and falsity in their ultramoral sense, the connections are being established. What indeed does man know about himself? Does not nature keep secret from him most things, even about his body, for example, the convolutions of the intestines, the quick flow of the blood currents, the intricate vibration of the fibers, so as to banish and lock him up in proud, delusive knowledge? Nature threw away the keys and woe to the fateful curiosity which might be able for a moment to look out and down through a crevice in the chamber of consciousness, and discover that man, indifferent to his own ignorance, is resting on the pitiless, the greedy, the insatiable, the murderous, and, as it were, hanging in dreams on the back of a tiger. Whence, in the wide world, with this constellation, arises the drive of truth. NW 3. 2, 371, DF 175-76. Translation modified. Here is the early signal for a sweeping question like this one in the gay science, the unconscious disguise of physiological needs under the cloaks of the objective, ideal, purely spiritual goes to frightening lengths, and often I have asked myself whether, taking a large view, Philosophy has not so far been merely an interpretation of the body and a misunderstanding of the body. NWV 2. 16, Gs 34-35, translation modified. A yet more sweeping declarative fragment, our most sacred convictions, the unchanging elements in our supreme values, are judgments of our muscles, WMI 370, WP 173. It is as if that controlling figurative practice that constitutes all our cognition is being handed over to the body. And indeed Nietzsche's speculation goes further. Making equal is seen as a symptom of being animate, rather than the privilege of being human. The will to power appropriates in the organism, before the name of man may be broached, all thought, judgment, perception, as comparison, Gleichnis, has as its precondition a positing of equality, Gleichsetzen, and earlier still a making equal, Gleichmachen. The process of making equal is the same as the incorporation of appropriated material in the amoeba, and corresponds exactly to that external, mechanical process, which is its symbol, by which protoplasm continually makes what it appropriates equal to itself and arranges it into its own forms and ranks. Insane Reihen und Formen Einordnet, WM 2. 21, 25, WP 273-74, 276. Appropriation and its symbol, making equal, positing as equal. The process operates in the organic universe for its own preservation and constitution before the human consciousness appropriates it and declares it the process of the discovery of truth, the establishment of knowledge. The process differentiates itself into the mapping of the moral universe. Is it virtuous when a cell transforms itself into a function of a stronger cell? It has to do so, Z muss es. And is it evil when the stronger cell assimilates the weaker? Joy and desire appear together in the stronger that wants to transform something into its function. Joy and the wish to be desired appear together in the weaker that wants to become a function. NWV 2. 154, Gs 175-76. Here the relationship between figuration on the one hand, and appropriation, the play of forces, on the other, comes clear. Speaking of the human will to truth, linguistic figuration is the figure Nietzsche must employ. Moving back into the organism in general, differentiations among goodness, strength, truth begin to blur. Appropriation comes to be a more embracing term than interpretation. Admittedly, this neutralizing rigor is not often explicit in Nietzsche. But when it is operative, the irreducible description of the will to power as a search for what is resistant to itself emerges. The will to power can manifest itself only against resistances, therefore it seeks that which resists it. WM 2. 123, WP 346. Consider also that curious series of notes, made between November 1887 and March 1888, where Nietzsche tries to bypass language to express what we can crudely call the will to power as the play of will and no will. It is worth meditating upon the entire passage. Here I quote selectively to give a sense of the problem. There are no durable ultimate units, no atoms, no monads. Here, too, beings are only introduced by us. Value is essentially the standpoint for the increase or decrease of these dominating centers, multiplicities in any case, but units are nowhere present in the nature of becoming. The means of expression in language are useless for expressing becoming. It belongs to our inevitable need to preserve ourselves to posit a crude world of stability, of things, etc. We may venture to speak of atoms and monads in a relative sense, and it is certain that the smallest world is most durable. There is no will, there are punctuations of will, willens punctationen, that are constantly increasing or losing their power. WM 2. 171-72. WP 380-81, translation modified. Nietzsche uses the time-honored figure of the point, stigm 26 only as the relatively safe image of a unit, and even then not as a sign for durability or continuity, but rather as the participant in a disjunctive periodicity of, positive or negative, energizing. A punctuation perhaps also in the sense of the deployment of space as constituting what is usually taken to be a temporal or historical continuity. As we shall see later, the structural complicity here with Freud's psychic time machine is striking. For the moment our argument is that in this strained and hedged image of the willens punctationen, where it is not even clear if the topic is the restricted human will or the principle of the will to power, for who, after all, can express the will to power in language? Nietzsche's theory of metaphoricity or figuration explodes into surretour and neutralizes into a play of resisting forces. This is how I must interpret Derrida's comment, made outside of the context of Nietzsche's theory of metaphor. The active moving discord of the different forces, and of the differences of forces which Nietzsche opposes to the entire system of metaphysical grammar. MP 18, translation modified. Now if the subject is thus put in question, It is clear that the philosopher creating his system must distrust himself as none other. And indeed Nietzsche articulates this problem often. He couches his boldest insights in the form of questions that we cannot dismiss as a rhetorical ploy. Writing on the uses and abuses of history as early as 1874, he warns us, and this present treatise, as I will not attempt to deny, shows the modern note of a weak personality in the intemperateness of its criticism, the unripeness of its humanity, in the too frequent transitions from irony to cynicism, from arrogance to skepticism. 27 The spirit of self-diagnosis is strong in every Nietzschean text. Every society has the tendency to reduce its opponents to caricatures, at least in imagination. Vorstellung. Among immoralists it is the moralist, Plato, for example, becomes a caricature in my hands, WMI. 410-11, WP 202. Quite in passing, he places a warning frame around all his philosophizing. One seeks a picture of the world in that philosophy in which we feel freest, i.e., in which our most powerful drive feels free to function. This will also be the case with me. WMI. 410-11, WP 224-25. In a passage in The Gay Science, he spells out his version of the particular problem that leads Heidegger and Derrida to writing under erasure. How far the perspective character of existence extends, or indeed whether existence has any other character than this, whether existence without interpretation, without sense, does not become nonsense, whether, on the other hand, all existence is not essentially an interpreting existence, ein Auslegungsdasein that cannot be decided even by the most industrious and most scrupulously conscientious analysis and self-examination of the intellect, for in the course of this analysis the human intellect cannot avoid seeing itself in its own perspective forms, perspektivische form, and only in these. We cannot look around our own corner. NWV. 2. 308, Gs 336. Instances can be multiplied. But we must not only record Nietzsche's awareness of this problem, but of some of his ways of coping with it. One of them might be Nietzsche's pervasive strategy of intersubstituting opposites. If one is always bound by one's perspective, one can at least deliberately reverse perspectives as often as possible, in the process undoing opposed perspectives, showing that the two terms of an opposition are merely accomplices of each other. It would take a detailed analysis of Nietzschean practice to demonstrate what I am merely going to suggest here. The notion that the setting up of unitary opposites is an instrument and a consequence of making equal, and the dissolving of opposites is the philosopher's gesture against that will to power which would mystify her very self. Here let a representative remark suffice: there are no opposites, only from those of logic do we derive the concept of opposites, and falsely transfer it to things. WM 2. 56, WP 298. I have already dwelt on Nietzsche's problematizing of the opposition between metaphor and concept, body and mind. Any sampling of Nietzsche's writing would be crosshatched with such undoings. Here are a few provocative examples, which I append so that the reader may sense their implicit or explicit workings as she reads the Grammatology. Subject and object, both a matter of interpretation. No. Objective, facts are precisely what there is not, only interpretations. We cannot establish any fact in itself, everything is subjective, you say, but even this is interpretation. The subject is not something given, it is a superadded invention, stuck onto the tail, et was hinzuer dictatus, dahintergest x, WM 2. 11-12, WP 267. Truth and error, no truth at the origin, but truths and errors neither description more accurate than the other, cast up by the waves of control-preserving interpretations. What are man's truths after all? They are man's irrefutable errors, NWV. 2-196, Gs 219. Truth is the kind of error without which a certain species of living being could not live, WM 2. 19, WP 272. Good and evil, morality and immorality, an absurd presupposition, takes good and evil for realities that contradict one another, not as complementary, valid concepts. WMI. 397, WP 192. The moral itself is a special case of immorality, WMI. 431, WP 217, translation modified. Theory and practice, dangerous distinction between theoretical and practical, as if pure spirituality produced, voyage, the problems of knowledge and metaphysics, as if practice must be judged by its own measure, whatever the answer of theory might turn out to be, Osfall, WMI. 481, WP 251. Purpose and accident, death and life. Once you know that there are no purposes, you also know that there is no chance. For it is only beside a world of purposes that the word chance has meaning. Let us beware of saying that death is opposed to life. The living is merely a type of the dead, and a very rare type, NWV. 2. 146, Gs 168. Again, the complicity with Freud's speculations about the individual, organic life, and inertia is striking. 28. Nietzsche's undoing of opposites is a version of Derrida's practice of undoing them through the concept of difference, deferment difference, which I discuss later. Derrida himself notes the affinity. Thus one could reconsider all the pairs of opposites on which philosophy is constructed, and on which our discourse lives, not in order to see opposition erase itself but to see the announcement of a necessity such that one of the terms appears as the difference of the other, as the other different and differed in the economy of the same, the intelligible as differing deferring the sensible, as the sensible different and differed, the concept as nature different and differed, differing deferring intuition, culture as different and differed differing deferring. In Nietzsche, these are so many themes that can be related with the symptomatology that always diagnoses the detour or ruse of an agency disguised in its difference. MP 17-18, translation modified. One attempt at a holding action against the impossibility of breaking out of the enclosure of interpretation is a plural style. In an essay translated as The Ends of Man, Derrida writes, "What we need, as Nietzsche said, is perhaps, a change of style, and if there is style, Nietzsche reminded us, it must be plural." MP 135, and, much later, the question of style can and must try its strength against the grand question of the interpretation, of, simply, interpretation, to resolve or disqualify it in its statement. SP 72-3, translation modified. The confounding of opposites, with the attendant switching of perspective, might be an example of that plural style. And so might Nietzsche's use of many registers of discourse in such works as Thus Spoke Zarathustra, The Gay Science, and Ecce Homo, or Derrida's shifts between commentary, interpretation, fiction, in the works immediately following of Grammatology and his typographical play with modes of discourse in margins or glass. Perhaps Nietzsche's boldest insight in the face of the inescapable boundary is an exhortation to the will to ignorance. It is not enough that you understand in what ignorance man and beast live, you must also have and acquire the will to ignorance. WM 2. 98, WP 328. What is more conventionally called unwisdom that today we must be joyful about, NW 3. I. 252, UA 15, in an early text, is later named Joyful Wisdom the Gay Science, and seen as the greatest threat to the chain of self-preservative interpretations that accepts its own activity as true and good. The greatest danger that always hovered over humanity and still hovers over it is the eruption of madness, which means the eruption of arbitrariness in feeling, seeing, and hearing, the enjoyment of the mind's lack of discipline, the joy in human unreason. Not truth and certainty are the opposite of the world of the madman, but the universality and the universal binding force of a belief, in short, the non-arbitrary in judgments. NWV. 2. 107-08, Gs 130, translation modified. The will to ignorance, the joyful wisdom, must also be prepared to rejoice in uncertainty, to rejoice in it even, to will the reversal of all values that might have come to seem tenable, no longer pleasure in certainty but in uncertainty, no longer will to preservation but to power. WM 2. 395, WP 545. This continual risk-taking is the affirmative play in Nietzsche that Derrida will often comment on. I do not know any other way, Nietzsche writes, of associating with great tasks than play. 29 Wisdom, that seems to the rabble to be a kind of flight, an artifice and means for getting oneself out of a nasty game, but the genuine philosopher, as he seems to us, my friends, lives unphilosophically and unwisely, above all imprudently. He risks himself constantly, he plays the nasty game. 30 This imprudence, constantly attempting to bypass the prudence of stabilizing through interpretation, is amor fati, the love of what Derrida calls the game of chance with necessity, of contingency with law. Dis 277, translation modified. This is the dance of the overman, a dance Nietzsche describes in terms of himself with a certain poignancy. How wonderful and new and yet how gruesome and ironic I feel myself positioned with my knowledge of the whole of existence. I suddenly woke up in the midst of this dream, but only to the consciousness that I am dreaming and that I must go on dreaming lest I perish. Among all these dreamers, I, too, the knowing one am dancing my dance. NWV. 2. 90-91, Gs 116, translation modified. The knowledge of the philosopher places him among the dreamers, for knowledge is a dream. But the philosopher knowingly agrees to dream of knowledge, agrees to forget the lesson of philosophy, only so as to prove that lesson. It is a vertiginous movement that can go on indefinitely or, to use Nietzschean language, return eternally. This precarious forgetfulness or active forgetfulness is what Derrida emphasizes in Nietzsche's Overman. He writes, again in The Ends of Man. The Overman's, laughter will then burst out, towards a return which will no longer have the form of the metaphysical repetition of humanism, nor, doubtless, the form, beyond metaphysics, of the memorial or of the guarding of the sense of being, the form of the house and the truth of being. He will dance, outside the house, that active Vergeslichkeit, that active forgetting, oubliance, and that cruel, grausam, feast of which the genealogy of morals speaks. No doubt Nietzsche called upon an active forgetting of being, it would not have had the metaphysical form imputed to it by Heidegger. MP 136, translation modified. Like everything else in Nietzsche, this forgetfulness is at least double-edged. Even in his early writings forgetfulness makes its appearance in two opposed forms, as a limitation that protects the human being from the blinding light of an absolute historical memory, that will, among other things, reveal that truths spring from interpretations, as well as an attribute boldly chosen by the philosopher in order to avoid falling into the trap of historical knowledge. In the work of the 70s, there are, on the one hand, passages such as the following, in which we must grasp the full irony of the word truth. We do not yet know whence the drive to truth stems, for up to now we have heard only about the obligation which society imposes in order to exist, to be truthful, that is, to use the usual metaphors, therefore express morally, the obligation to lie according to a fixed convention, to lie with the herd in a style binding for all. Now man of course forgets that matters are going thus with him, he therefore lies in that fashion pointed out unconsciously and according to habits of centuries standing, and by this very unconsciousness, by this very forgetting, he arrives at a feeling for truth. NW 3. 2. 375, TF 180-81, translation modified. If we appreciate the full irony of this passage, it becomes impossible for us to take a passage such as the following, also written in the 70s, at face value, with the historical sense as the unquestioned villain, although, admittedly, we must make a distinction between an academic and preservative, on the one hand, and a philosophic and destructive, on the other, sense of history. The historical sense thus makes its servants passive and retrospective. Almost only through moments of forgetting, when that sense is intermittent, intermittent, compare the discontinuous energizing of Welland's punctation does the man who is sick of the historical fever ever act? NW 3. 301, UA 68, translation modified. And through this network of shifting values, we begin to glimpse the complexity of the act of choosing forgetfulness, already advanced as a partial solution to the problem of history in the same early essay. The antidotes against the historical are called the unhistorical and the superhistorical. By the word unhistorical I mean the power, the art of being able to forget, and of a limited horizon in closing oneself in. NW 3. 326, UA 95, translation modified. I am not going to comment extensively on Nietzsche's thought of forgetfulness, but simply remark that, even in the passage in the genealogy of morals to which Derrida expressly refers, this ambivalence is clearly marked. The joyous affirmative act of forgetfulness is also a deliberate repression. Forgetting is no mere vis inertia as the superficial believe, it is rather an active and in the strictest sense positive faculty of repression, Hemmungsvermögen, to which is to be ascribed the fact that what we experience and absorb enters our consciousness as little while we are digesting it. One might call the process encycation, as does the thousandfold process, involved in physical nourishment, so-called incorporation. To close the doors and windows of consciousness for a time, to remain undisturbed by the noise and struggle of our underworld of utility organs working with and against one another, a little quietness, a little tabula rasa of the consciousness, to make room for something new, above all for the nobler functions and functionaries, for regulation, foresight, predetermination, for our organism is oligarchically directed, oligarchisch eingerichtet, that is the purpose of active forgetfulness, which is like a female doorkeeper, a female preserver of psychic order, repose, and etiquette, so that it will be immediately obvious how there could be no happiness, no cheerfulness, no hope, no pride, no present, without forgetfulness. NW Vi. 2, 307-08, GM 57-58, translation modified. Knowing that there is nowhere an isolatable unit, not even an atomistic one, and that conceptions of a unified present are merely an interpretation, the philosopher, by an act of forgetting that knowledge, wins himself a present. Within that created frame he Who has doubted the possibility of any stable morality, any possibility of truth, nonetheless speaks in one of the strongest polemical voices in European thought, not only taking sides but demolishing his opponents. Nietzsche's work is the unreconciled playground of this knowledge and this forgetfulness, the establishment of the knowledge, that presence all-knowing as mere symptom, as convincing as the voice of forgetfulness, that gives us the most memorable prophecy. The most common predicament in the reading of Nietzsche is to defeat oneself in the effort to establish a coherence between the two. But the sustaining of the incoherence, to make the two poles in a curious way interdependent, that is Nietzsche's superb trick. What Nietzsche's style brings off here is, to borrow a Derridian pun, what the stylus performs when, in the gesture of sur-retour, it deletes and leaves legible at the same time. A hint is lodged in Nietzsche's own description of the psychological problem in the type of Zarathustra, how he that says no and does no to an unheard of degree, to everything to which one has so far said yes, can nevertheless be the opposite of a no-saying spirit. 31. Martin Heidegger, as we have seen, dreams of annulling a first forgetfulness of the question of being. For him, all fundamental ontological construction, fundamental ontologische Konstruktion, must in its plan, im Entwerfen, rest from forgetfulness that which is planned, in den Entwurf genommen. The founding fundamental ontological act of the metaphysics of Dasein as the founding of metaphysics is, therefore, a remembering back, Wiedererinnerung. 32. It is thus through the notion of an active forgetfulness that Nietzsche, Derrida believes, gives Heidegger the slip. To recall the passage from Derrida that I have already quoted, the laughter of the overman will not be a memorial or, guard of the, form of the house and the truth of being. He will dance, outside the house, that, active forgetting. Heidegger stands between Derrida and Nietzsche. Almost on every occasion that Derrida writes of Nietzsche, Heidegger's reading is invoked. It is as if Derrida discovers his Nietzsche through and against Heidegger. In the Grammatology, he writes, perhaps therefore we should not protect Nietzsche from the Heideggerian reading, but, on the contrary, offer him up to it completely, underwriting that interpretation without reserve, in a certain way and up to the point where, the content of the Nietzschean discourse being almost lost for the question of being, its form regains its absolute strangeness, where his text finally invokes a different type of reading, more faithful to his type of writing. 32, 20. Heidegger describes Nietzsche as the last metaphysician of the West. For Heidegger, a metaphysician is one who asks the question, what is the being of the entity? And, for Heidegger, Nietzsche's answer to this question is, the being of the entity is the will to power. And, as Heidegger has consistently pointed out, the place for the posing of the question of the being of the entity is man. Starting from this metaphysical premise, Heidegger develops a thoroughly coherent reading of Nietzsche and reminds us again and again that to consider Nietzsche incoherent is simply not to grasp that his master question is the same as that of all Western metaphysics, what is the being of the entity? It is as if Heidegger, philosopher of that special nostalgia for the original word, resolutely refuses to recognize that Nietzsche's consistency is established by virtue of an active forgetfulness, the conditions for which are also inscribed in the Nietzschean text. Heidegger often quotes a sentence from Nietzsche and declares this means. Out of this highly didactic approach comes powerful formulae such as the following. We shall be able to determine Nietzsche's fundamental metaphysical position and its principal traits, when we consider the answer that he gives to the question of the constitution of being and being's way to be. Nietzsche gives two answers, the being as a whole is will to power, and being as a whole is eternal recurrence of the same. In these two major propositions, is means different things. Being as a whole is will to power means, being as such has the constitution of that which Nietzsche determines as will to power. And being as a whole is the eternal recurrence of the same means being as a whole is as being in the manner of the eternal recurrence of the same. The determination will to power answers the question of being with reference to its constitution. The determination eternal recurrence of the same answers the question of the being with reference to its way to be. However, constitution and manner of being belong together as determinations of the beingness of being. 33. Everything is made to fall into place in terms of the question of being. That in Nietzsche concepts such as entity and totality are profoundly problematized, there is no totality, no evaluation of human existence, of human aims, can be made in regard to something that does not exist. WM 2. 169, WP 378, that Nietzsche almost never speaks of the eternal return of the same, but simply of the eternal return, such massive details are set aside. Nietzsche's mockery of making equal, making same, gleich, is ignored in the energy of the Heideggerian copula that equates the will to power and the eternal return of the same, gleich. Will to power is in essence and according to its inner possibility the eternal recurrence of the same. HNI. 203, translation modified. Because Heidegger does not acknowledge the plurality of Nietzsche's style, he does not allow Nietzsche the privilege of being a philosopher of the Souvertour. For him, Nietzsche remains a metaphysician who asks the question of being, but does not question the questioning itself. Neither Nietzsche nor any thinker before him, even and especially not that one, who before Nietzsche first thought the history of philosophy in a philosophical way, namely, Hegel, come to the commencing beginning. Rather they see the beginning already and only in the light of what is already a falling off from the beginning and a silencing of the beginning. In the light of Platonic philosophy, Nietzsche himself already early on designates his philosophy as reversed Platonism. The reversal does not eliminate the Platonic premise, but rather solidifies it exactly through the appearance of illumination. HNI 205, translation modified. Within the encompassing and constricting frame of Nietzsche's metaphysics is the metaphysics of subjectivity. HN 2. 147, Heidegger's reading of Nietzsche is superb. Unfortunately for my interests, and Derrida's, it matters more at this point that Heidegger feels compelled to bypass or explain away so much in Nietzsche. I reserve the occasion for a more thoroughgoing critique of the Heideggerian text on Nietzsche. Here let me indicate some sweeping instances. If Nietzsche speaks of the world and of our sensations as chaos, Heidegger explains chaos as the exclusive, eigentumlich, blueprint of the world as a whole and its working. Chaos cannot simply mean a formless wasteland, but the unsubdued of the unsubdued domain of becoming. HNI 80, translation modified. Art, whose status in Nietzsche is extremely elusive and problematic. 34 is then described as the supreme will to power, which, giving form to chaos, another side-chain telescoped there, Nietzsche might mutter, is the creative experience of what becomes. HNI 82. If Nietzsche invokes the body and the organism in general as limits to consciousness, Heidegger brilliantly introduces the concept of embodying reason and interprets Nietzsche's gesture as the extension of the concept of subjectivity to animality and the body, as the name for that form of the will to power in which the latter is immediately accessible to man as the outstanding subject. HN 2. 223, translation modified. When Nietzsche writes, to imprint upon becoming the character of being, that is the highest will to power, WM 2. 101, WP 330, translation modified, Heidegger must read it without benefit of the pervasive irony of Nietzsche's double stance. He must even overlook the implications of the metaphor of imprinting, aufzupragen, that is translated as to impose in the English version. He must often in practice overlook the fragmentary nature of the will to power, as he must overlook the interrogative form of many of Nietzsche's most aggressive insights. He must interpret the goallessness of the overman as the unconditioned mastery of man on earth. The man of this mastery is the overman. HN 2. 82, translation modified. Derrida thinks there might be profit in pushing through a rigorously Heideggerian reading of Nietzsche, a reading that would develop into its ultimate coherence the Nietzsche who actively forgets the terrible text of his own knowledge. At the limits such a reading would break open, its form recover its absolute strangeness, and his text finally invoke another type of reading. Derrida's own critique of Heidegger on Nietzsche, law question du style seems to move around an apparently unimportant moment in the Heideggerian text. The strategy of deconstruction, as we shall see later, often fastens upon such a small but telltale moment. In this particular essay, the moment is Heidegger's overlooking of the words "it becomes a woman" in the chapter entitled How the True World Ultimately Became a Fable, the History of an Error, in Nietzsche's The Twilight of the Idols. 35. Nietzsche's brief chapter gives the history of Western metaphysics in 6 formulaic paragraphs with accompanying stage directions, written in a peculiarly Nietzschean tone of jest in earnest. At the moment when metaphysics changes from Platonism to Christianity, the idea becomes a woman. Heidegger takes no notice of this in his extended commentary on the chapter. At that omission Derrida fixes his glance, and in a bold and most surprising gesture, illuminates the question of style in Nietzsche through a discussion of the question of woman. A general reading of Nietzsche's text would see him as a raging misogynist. But Derrida's careful reading disengages a more complex collection of attitudes toward woman. Derrida breaks them into 3 and suggests that each Nietzschean attitude is contiguous with a psychoanalytical position, a modality of the subject's relationship with the object. Summarized, the positions would be as follows. The woman, condemned as figure or power of lying. He feared such a castrated woman. The woman, condemned as figure or power of truth. He feared such a castrating woman. The woman, recognized, beyond this double negation, affirmed as the affirmative, dissimulating, artistic, Dionysiac. He loved such an affirmative woman. SP 96-7, 100-1, translation modified. By means of an elaborate argument on the question of style, Derrida cautions us that these three positions cannot be reconciled into a unity or even an exhaustive code, QS 266. But if, that warning heeded, we were to concentrate here on the tripartite schema, and glance again at the history of an error, we might distill a Derridean reading of Nietzsche. According to Nietzsche, with the coming of Christianity, the period of castration began, and the idea, become a castrating and castrated woman, was pursued by the male type of the philosopher for possession and appropriation. Nietzsche is caught up within this scheme, speaks for men, proposes an overman. But his text is capable of pointing out that the woman undermines the act of masculine possession by giving herself, in the sense of playing a part, playing herself, even in the act of giving herself up to sexual mastery. 36 About this truth as woman, one cannot then ask, what is she? The ontological question, and expect an answer, the hermeneutic assumption, each time that the question of the proper, of the self-same, of appropriation, of knowledge as possession, emerges. The onto-hermeneutic form of interrogation shows its limit, SP 112-3, translation modified. In the very act of surrender, woman dissimulates. Here we find a sexual description of that double register of knowledge forgetfulness that forever ruptures Nietzsche's style. To possess the woman, one must be the woman. The character of contemplatives, is male mothers, NWV. 2. 106, Gs 129, translation modified, and yet the being of the woman is unknown. The masculine style of possession through the stylus, the stiletto, the spurs, breaks down as protection against the enigmatic femininity of truth. Perhaps truth is a woman who has reasons for not letting us see her reasons? Perhaps her name is, to speak Greek, Bobo, female genitals? NWV. 2. 20, Gs 38. Even the compassionate curiosity of the wisest student of humanity is inadequate for guessing how this or that woman manages to accommodate herself to this solution of the sexual riddle, and how the ultimate philosophy and skepsis of woman casts anchor at this point. NWV. 2. 105, Gs 128. Once we are put on the trail, the surprising passages appear, the text begins to open. Man must constantly attempt to be the truth as woman, articulate forgetfulness, in order to know her, which is impossible. Man and woman change places, exchange their masks to infinity, SP 110-1, translation modified. Is Derrida suggesting that, in questioning a recoverable and possessible originary truth, Nietzsche is symbolically questioning, as Freud did, the reality of a primal scene, of things in general being taken to have begun with the castration of the phallus, with the distinct division into man and woman? Is Nietzsche's desire, as Derrida sees it, to place the castrating idea within history akin to Freud's rewriting of the primal scene into the child's primal fantasy? 37 is the Nietzschean text, in suggesting that in order to have, possess, the truth, woman, the philosopher must be the truth, woman, undoing Freud's incipient phallocentrism, which provides quite a different alternative. If the son, man, disavows sexual difference, he seeks to be the phallus for the mother, woman, and becomes the lost object. When the sexual difference is acknowledged, the son, man, has the phallus through identification with the father. Is Nietzsche seeking to undo that repudiation of femininity in the male, the other side of which is possession, that Freud posits as nothing else than a biological fact, GW 16. 99, SE 23. 252, and describe a femininity that is not defined by a male desire to supply lack? 38. Perhaps Derrida's Nietzsche goes beyond Derrida's Hegel. His consistent contraction for the Hegelian savoir absolu, absolute knowledge, in glass is ça. Not only is this a misspelling of ça, id, it, and the usual French contraction for signifiant, signifier, but also a possessive pronoun with a feminine object, which in this case is unnamed. Absolute knowledge as articulated by Hegel might be caught within the will to an unnamed, unnameable, chose féminine, female thing, in every sense. Derrida ends his essay with yet another long cautionary passage about the problem of reading Nietzsche, 39 of the fact that in his text in particular, as we have tried to explain, one consistent reading continually erases itself and invokes its opposite, and so on indefinitely. Do not conclude from this that one must give up immediately knowing what it means. To take into account, as rigorously as possible, that structural limit, one must push the deciphering as far as possible. If Nietzsche wanted to say, something, would it not be this limit of meaning, the will to say, as the effect of a will to power necessarily differential, therefore always divided, folded, multiplied? as much as to say that there would no longer be a totality of Nietzsche's text, even fragmentary or aphoristic, SP 132-5, translation modified. And, inaugurating for us an attitude that I shall develop later in this preface, Derrida writes, the text can always remain at the same time open, proffered and indecipherable, even without our knowing that it is indecipherable, SP 136-7, translation modified. I should note here that Derrida always makes a ritual, and undoubtedly correct, gesture of dismissal toward these fathers. Nietzsche, Freud, and Heidegger, for example, operated within the inherited concepts of metaphysics, WD 281. Heidegger came close to undoing them, destroying them, Heidegger's word, but gave into them as well. Freud nearly always believed that he worked within them. But Nietzsche cracked them apart and then advocated forgetting that fact. Perhaps this entire argument hangs on who knew how much of what he was doing. The will to knowledge is not easy to discard. When Derrida claims for himself that he is within yet without the cloture of metaphysics, is the difference not precisely that he knows it at least? It is difficult to imagine a solution to the problem that would go beyond Nietzsche's, to know and then actively to forget, convincingly to offer in his text his own misreading. In Cartesian Meditations, Edmund Husserl differentiates between a transcendental phenomenology of consciousness and a pure psychology of consciousness, the former a study where the psychic components of man, data belonging to the presupposed world, do not count as actuality, but only as an actuality phenomenon, declaring them, however, an exact parallel. Here is another distinction that a Nietzschean vision must undo. Fortieth for Derrida, it is Freud who points toward a working of the psyche that effaces the transcendental difference between the origin of the world and being, in the world. Effaces it while producing it, WD 212, translation modified. Derrida does not look at psychoanalysis as a particular or regional discipline, but a way of reading that unscrambles the founding concept words of ontology, of being by privilege, 35:22. For his purposes, in other words, it is not a science that necessarily provides a correct picture of the psychic norm and prescribes cures for the abnormal, but rather teaches, through its own use thereof, a certain method of deciphering any text. Whether he acknowledges it or not, Freud implies that the psyche is a sign structure sous retour, for, like the sign, it is inhabited by a radical alterity, what is totally other, this radical alterity, to which Freud gives the metaphysical name of the unconscious, MP 20. The unconscious is the true psychical reality. In its innermost nature it is as much unknown to us as the reality of the external world, and it is as incompletely presented by the data of consciousness as is the external world by the information from our sense organs. GW 2-3. 617-18, SEV. 613, translation modified. And, when he substitutes for the antithesis between the conscious and the unconscious that between the ego and the id, the other, the notion of alterity remains undisturbed. The id is the ego's, other external world, St. Andre Ossenwelt, GW 13. 285, SE 19. 17, 55. This alterity can never be made present as such to consciousness, which has dealings only with the preconscious, an area between itself and the unconscious. To consciousness the whole sum of psychic processes presents itself as the realm of the preconscious, GWX. 290, SE 14. 191. Yet unconscious wishes always remain active. Indeed it is a prominent feature of unconscious processes that they remain indestructible, GW 2-3. 583, SEV, 577, translation modified. Something that carries within itself the trace of a perennial alterity, the structure of the psyche, the structure of the sign. To this structure Derrida gives the name writing. The sign cannot be taken as a homogeneous unit bridging an origin, referent, and an end, meaning, as semiology, the study of signs, would have it. The sign must be studied under erasure, always already inhabited by the trace of another sign which never appears as such. Semiology must give place to grammatology. As I have suggested, this move relates closely to Nietzsche's genealogical study of morals as unending sign chains. Writing, then, is the name of the structure always already inhabited by the trace. This is a broader concept than the empirical concept of writing, which denotes an intelligible system of notations on a material substance. This broadening, Derrida feels, is accomplished by Freud's use of the metaphor of writing to describe both the content and the machinery of the psyche. In an essay translated as Freud in the Scene of Writing, itself an example of the rhetorical analysis of philosophical texts that Nietzsche spoke of, Derrida traces the emergence of the metaphor of writing through three texts placed along a 30-year span in Freud's career, Project for a Scientific Psychology, 1895, The Interpretation of Dreams, 1899, and A Note Upon the Mystic Writing Pad, 1925. Through these three texts Freud had grappled with the problem of finding a description for the content as well as the apparatus of the psyche. With the 1925 note, Freud arrives at last at a description of the psyche as a space of writing. This is indeed not our empirical concept of writing, for here script is never subject to, extrinsic, and posterior to, the spoken word, WD 199, translation modified, FF 75. Nor is it simply a metaphor for language. In the interpretation, the dream content, a paradigm of the entire memory work of the psyche, is given, in a picture not phonetic, script, GW2-3. 283, SE4. 277, translation modified. In the note, with its elaborate evocation of an actual writing toy, the question of the place of speech simply does not arise. I do not think it is too far-fetched to compare the celluloid and waxed paper cover with the system PCPT.C's perception consciousness, and its protective shield, the wax slab with the unconscious behind them, and the appearance, becoming visible, Sichtbarwerden, and disappearance of the writing with the flickering up and passing away of consciousness in the process of perception, GW 14. 7, SE 19. 230-31. In the last two chapters of the interpretation, meditating in great detail upon the dream work and the psychology of the dream process, Freud is compelled, at the risk of some self-bafflement, to explode the idea of any unified agency for the psyche. By the time Freud comes to write the note, he has clearly established that the workings of the psychic apparatus are themselves not accessible to the psyche. It is this apparatus that receives the stimuli from the outside world. The psyche is protected from these stimuli. What we think of as perception is always already an inscription. If the stimuli lead to permanent memory traces, marks which are not a part of conscious memory, and which will constitute the play of the psyche far removed from the time of the reception of the stimuli, there is no conscious perception. The inexplicable phenomenon of consciousness arises, periodically and irregularly, in the perceptual system instead of the permanent traces, GW 14. 4-5, SE 19. 228. There are periods, then, when the perceptual system is not activated, and that is precisely when the lasting constitution of the psyche is being determined. It is only the periods of its actual activation that gives us the sense of time. Our abstract idea of time seems to be wholly derived from the method of the working of the system PCPT.C's. And to correspond to a perception on its own part, self-perception, Selbstwahrnehmung, of that method of working, GW 13. 28, SE 1828. In the note, Freud undermines that primary bastion of selfhood, the continuity of time perception, both more boldly and more tentatively. Our sense of the continuity of time is a function of the discontinuous periodicity of the perceptual machine and, indeed, a perception of nothing more than the working of that machine. This discontinuous method of functioning of the system PCPT.C's lies at the bottom of the formation, Entstehen rather than origin, Ursprung, of the thinking, Vorstellung, of time, GW 14. 8, SE 19. 231, translation modified. Thus, within the Freudian thematics of the psyche, perception is an originary inscription. And time, according to Kant the privileged and necessary form of intuition, becomes a mark of the economy of a writing, WD 226, translation modified, on the mystic writing pad of the psyche. Nietzsche had undone the sovereign self by criticizing causality and substance. He had indicated our ignorance of the minute particulars involved in a single human action. Freud undoes the sovereign self by meditating upon those minute particulars. Freud's slow discovery of the metaphor of writing is so fascinating for Derrida because it does not have the usual strings attached. In the section The Signifier and Truth of the Grammatology, Derrida discusses one curious characteristic of the general usage of the metaphor of writing. Even as it is used, it is contrasted to writing in the literal sense. Writing in the colloquial sense is dead letter, it is the carrier of death, because it signifies the absence of the speaker. On the other hand, on the other face of the same assumption, writing in the metaphoric sense, natural, divine, and living writing, is venerated, it is equal in dignity to the origin of value, to the voice of conscience as divine law, to the heart, to effects, and so forth. 29, 18. Because human beings need to comfort themselves with notions of presence, writing in the literal sense, signifying the absence of the actual author, must be rejected, even when it is accepted as a metaphor. Freud's use of the metaphor of writing is uncontaminated by this double dealing. In fact, Freud speculates that the very mansion of presence, the perceiving self, is shaped by absence, and, writing. The clôture of metaphysics found the origin and end of its study in presence. The questioners of that enclosure, among them Nietzsche, Freud, Heidegger, moved toward an articulation of the need for the strategy of surreptitude. Nietzsche puts knowing under erasure, Freud the psyche, and Heidegger, explicitly, being. As I have argued, the name of this gesture effacing the presence of a thing and yet keeping it legible, in Derrida's lexicon, is writing, the gesture that both frees us from and guards us within, the metaphysical enclosure. Freud does not put the psyche under erasure merely by declaring it to be inhabited by a radical alterity, nor by declaring perception and temporality to be functions of a writing. He does it also by his many avowed questionings of that same topological fable of the mind that he constantly uses. It does not seem correct to unproblematize Freud's different models for the psychic system and call them varying points of view used by Freud to represent the psychic system. 41 The point is that Freud uses the dynamic, play of forces, or functional picture of the psyche almost to annul the topological one, yet gives the topological picture greatest usage, the typical sleight of hand of Surreptitude. Not only does he write that he will carefully avoid the temptation to determine psychical locality in any anatomical fashion, GW 2-3. 541, SEV. 536, but, he points out that, even within the virtual psychical topography, an unconscious thought seeking to convey, translate, itself, nach Übersetzung, into the preconscious so as to be able to force its way through into consciousness, is not the forming of a second thought situated in a new place, like a transcription that continues to exist alongside the original, and the notion of forcing a way through into consciousness must be kept carefully free from any idea of a change of locality. What we are doing here is once again to replace a topological way of representing things by a dynamic one. Nevertheless, I consider it expedient and justifiable to continue to make use of the vivid image of the two systems. GW 2-3. 614-15, SEV. 610-11, translation modified. Some 15 years later, writing on the unconscious, Freud assures us, study of the offshoots of the UX will completely disappoint our expectations of a schematically clear-cut distinction between the two psychical systems, GWX. 289, SE 14. 190, translation modified. And yet the topographical fable continues to be used, to my mind precisely because it is a graphically representable one, a structure in that orthodox sense. Freud has dismantled the sovereignty of the self. His topographical description allows him to suggest the production of that self in the structuring of the text of the psyche. Derrida will say, it is only necessary to reconsider the problem of the effect of subjectivity as it is produced by the structure of the text, Pos F 122, Pos E 45. I propose that when we have succeeded in describing a psychical process in its dynamic, topographical and economic aspects, Freud writes, we should speak of it as a metapsychological presentation, GWX. 281, SE 14. 181. The notion of an economic presentation of a mental process is pertinent to a reading of Derrida. Economy is a metaphor of energy, where two opposed forces playing against each other constitute the so-called identity of a phenomenon. In Freud's metapsychological presentations, the economic line of approach comes to modify the topographic and dynamic ones, although, as I suggest above, the other descriptions are never given up. The ultimate things which psychological research can learn about, are, the behavior of the two primal drives, their distribution, mingling and diffusion, things which are not to be thought of as localized in a single province of the mental apparatus, the id, the ego or the superego. Only by the concurrent or mutually opposing action, in other words, economy, of the two primal drives, eros and the death drive, never by one or the other alone, can we explain the rich multiplicity, many-coloredness, buntheit, of the phenomena, appearances, Erscheinungen, of life, GW 16. 88-89, SE 23. 242-43, translation modified. Economy is not a reconciliation of opposites, but rather a maintaining of disjunction. Identity constituted by difference is economy. In Freud's world, a train of thought is sustained by its opposite, a unit of meaning contains the possibility of its opposite, each train of thought is almost invariably accompanied by its contradictory counterpoint, linked with it by contrastive association, GW 2-3. 316, SE 4. 312, translation modified. Normality, an ideal fiction, GW 16. 80, SE 23. 235 and neurosis are accomplices. Psychoanalytic research finds no principled, but only quantitative, distinctions between normal and neurotic life. We must recognize that the psychical mechanism employed by neuroses is not created first by the impact of a pathological disturbance upon the mind, but lies in readiness in the normal structure of the mental apparatus. GW 2-3. 378, 613, SEV. 373, 607, translation modified. Following a similar strategy, Freud will argue, after carefully developing a contrast between the pleasure principle and the death drive, the pleasure principle seems actually to serve the death drives. GW 13. 69, SE 18. 63, translation modified. The exposition of the death instinct itself is made in terms of a bold economy of life and inertia, the manifestation of inertia in organic life. GW 13. 38, SE 18. 36, translation modified. We are not surprised when Freud proposes an economy of the body and the mind. The activity of thinking is also supplied from the sublimation of erotic drive power. GW 13. 274, SE 19. 45, translation modified. Not only are we within the ambience of that undoing preserving of opposites that Derrida finds congenial also in Nietzsche, this last passage in fact advances what Nietzsche calls the new psychology as he points at the need for combining philology, the genealogy of language, and physiology, the field of the erotic. I have cited above the Freudian argument that the establishment of permanent traces in the psychic apparatus precludes the possibility of immediate perception. Relating this delaying mechanism to the economy of opposites, Derrida writes, according to a schema that never ceased to guide Freud's thought, the movement of the trace is described as an effort of life to protect itself by deferring the dangerous investment, by constituting a reserve, Vorrat. And all the oppositions of concepts that furrow Freudian thought relate each concept one to another as moments of a detour, in the economy of difference. One is but the other different and deferred, one differing and deferring the other. MP 18, translation modified. This passage is taken from the essay Difference. It emphasizes the presence of Freud in the articulation of what comes close to becoming Derrida's master concept, difference spelled with an A. Let us fasten on three moments in the quotation: differing, deferring, and detour. I have spoken of the radically other, which is always different, non-identical. Add to this the structure of the perennial postponement of that which is constituted only through postponement. The two together, difference and deferment, both senses present in the French verb differer, and both properties of the sign under erasure, Derrida calls difference. This difference, being the structure, a structure never quite there, never by us perceived, itself differed and different, of our psyche, is also the structure of presence, a term itself under erasure. For difference, producing the differential structure of our hold on presence, never produces presence as such. The structure of presence is thus constituted by difference and deferment. But since the subject that perceives presence is also constituted similarly, difference is neither active nor passive. The ance ending is the mark of that suspended status. Since the difference between difference and difference is inaudible, this neographism reminds us of the importance of writing as a structure. The serves to remind us that, even within the graphic structure, the perfectly spelled word is always absent, constituted through an endless series of spelling mistakes. In Difference, Derrida relates the thought of difference to Nietzsche, Freud, and Heidegger. But he seems most moved by the Freudian breakthrough. The disjunction between perception and the permanent trace seems to make thought itself a difference of perception. The complicity between the organism and the inertia of the inorganic state makes life a difference of death. WD 331N. Through these Freudian insights, and Freud's notion that our perception of unconscious traces occur long after the event, Derrida consolidates what he had spotted in Husserl's structuring of the living present in his introduction to the origin of geometry, Pure Consciousness of Delay, p. 53. Derrida quotes from Beyond the Pleasure Principle, under the influence of the ego's self-preservation drive, the pleasure principle is detached from the reality principle which, without abandoning the intention of ultimately obtaining pleasure, nevertheless demands and carries into effect the postponement, Aufschub, of satisfaction, the abandonment of a number of possibilities of gaining satisfaction and the temporary toleration of unpleasure as a step on the long detour to pleasure. GW 13.5, SE 18.10, translation modified. Within Freud's discourse, Derrida relates this postponement, deferment, and the relation to the absolutely other, difference, that apparently breaks up any economy by arguing as follows. The economic character of difference in no way implies that the deferred presence can always be found again. that it is nothing but an investment that provisionally and without loss delays the presentation of presence. The unconscious is not a hidden, virtual, and potential self-presence. There is no chance that the proxy exists somewhere, either present or as itself, and still less chance that it will become conscious. This radical alterity as it concerns every possible mode of presence, is marked by abreactive effects. In order to describe them, in order to read the traces of unconscious traces, there are no conscious traces, since the traces are marked precisely when there is no conscious perception. The language of presence or absence, the metaphysical discourse of phenomenology, is inadequate. MP 20-21, translation modified. Here I must repeat, with modifications, a question that I broached at the end of our discussion of Nietzsche, and perhaps attempt a partial answer to it, the question of mastery through knowledge in Derrida. Nietzsche had discovered the need to sustain disjunction, to love fate, cultivate amor fati. But his entire idiom of thought and action was to place the responsibility upon a self whose existence he argued against. His text became the violent and deliberate playground of difference. Freud allowed Derrida to think that the philosophic move did not necessarily require a Nietzschean violence. Simply to recognize that one is shaped by difference, to recognize that the self is constituted by its never fully to be recognizedness, is enough. We do not have to cultivate forgetfulness or the love of chance, we are the play of chance and necessity. There is no harm in the will to knowledge, for the will to ignorance plays with it to constitute it. If we long to know, we obviously long also to be duped, since knowledge is duping. Nietzsche on the other hand saw the act of forgetting of the question of being as a gigantic ebullience. Perhaps it is after all a difference in metaphorical nuance. Derrida's understanding of such a forgetting, via Freud's research into memory, is that it is active in the shaping of ourselves in spite of ourselves. We are surrendered to its inscription. Perhaps, as I have argued, in the long run what sets Derrida apart is that he knows that he is always already surrendered to writing as he writes. His knowledge is, after all, his power. Nietzsche, paradoxically, knew even this, so that his affirmative and active, knowing, forgetting was a move against the inevitability of a knowledge symptomatically priding itself on remembering. It is curious that, speaking to Jean-Louis Houdebine about his strategy in an interview, Derrida remarks again and again, "But I knew what I was doing." 42 The will to power is not so easy to elude. It is also curious that, although Derrida speaks often of Nietzsche's explosive and affirmative and open play, he speaks rarely of Freud's own analysis of play as a restrictive gesture of power, most significantly in Freud's comments on the child's game of Fortieth, where the very economy of absence and presence is brought under control. GW 13. 11-15, SE 18. 14-17. Yet, if we respect Derrida's discourse, we cannot catch him out so easily. What does it show but that he is after all caught and held by the metaphysical enclosure even as he questions it, that his text, as all others, is open to an interpretation that he has done a great deal to describe. He does not succeed in applying his own theory perfectly, for the successful application is forever deferred. Difference/writing/trace as a structure is no less than a prudent articulation of the Nietzschean play of knowledge and forgetfulness. After this writing, I heard Derrida's then unpublished lectures on Francis Pong and Heidegger, delivered at Yale in the fall of 1975. He himself opens the question of difference and mastery there as the question of the desire of deconstruction. I present his argument briefly at the end of section 4. Derrida receives from Freud an actual method of deciphering in the narrow sense as well. One important distinction between the Heideggerian method of destruction, see page 69, and Derrida's deconstruction is the latter's attention to the minute detailing of a text, not only to the syntax but to the shapes of the words in it. Derrida is fascinated by Freud's notion that dreams may treat words as things. The analytical method used in Part 2 of the Grammatology remains conservative from this point of view, and generally honors the outline of the word as such. Starting with dissemination, however, Derrida begins to notice the play of revelation and concealment lodged within parts of individual words. The tendency becomes pervasive in glass, where the individual phonemes/graphemes constituting words are often evoked out into an independent dance. Derrida pushes through to an extreme Freud's own method of attending to the syntax of a dream text. I give below Freud's skeletal summary of the rich and complex method. In the interpretation of dreams, he lists the 4 techniques employed by the dream work of the psychic apparatus to distort or refract the dream thought, psychic content, to produce the pictographic script of the dream: condensation, displacement, considerations of representability, and secondary revision. Condensation and displacement may be rhetorically translated as metaphor and metonymy. 43 The third item on the list points at the technique which distorts an idea so that it can be presented as an image. Freud's description of the fourth item recalls Nietzsche's words on the will to power seeking to preserve unification, as well as Derrida's description of the text in general. A dream is a conglomerate which, for purposes of investigation, must be broken up once more into fragments. A psychical force is at work, is displayed, assert, in dreams which produces this apparent connectedness, which subjects the material produced by the dream work to a secondary revision. GW 2-3. 451-52, SEV. 449, Translation Modified. I reopen the question of Freud and textuality on page 99. This notion that the verbal text is constituted by concealment as much as revelation, that the concealment is itself a revelation and vice versa, brings Nietzsche and Freud together. Freud suggests further that where the subject is not in control of the text, where the text looks super smooth or super clumsy, is where the reader should fix his gaze, so that he does not merely read but deciphers the text, and sees its play within the open textuality of thought, language, and so forth within which it has only a provisionally closed outline. He catches this notion thus: there is often a passage in even the most thoroughly interpreted dream which has to be left obscure. At that point there is a tangle of dream thoughts which cannot be unraveled and which moreover adds nothing to our knowledge of the content of the dream. Derrida's advance on Freud here can be formulated thus: this tangle cannot be unraveled in terms of, and adds nothing to, the contents of the dream text within the limits set up by itself. If, however, we have nothing vested in the putative identity of the text or dream, that passage is where we can provisionally locate the text's moment of transgressing the laws it apparently sets up for itself, and thus unravel, deconstruct, the very text. This illuminates the lines in Freud that follow the passage above. This is the dream's navel, the spot where it is taken into the unknown. The dream thoughts cannot have any definite endings, they are bound to branch out in every direction into the intricate network of our world of thought. GW 2-3. 530, SEV. 525, Translation Modified. It is difficult to bring out the close yet necessarily oblique relationship between Freud's and Derrida's methods of textual interpretation without going into extreme detail. However, as Derrida himself remarks, of Grammatology and his earlier texts merely inaugurate the participation in a specifically Freudian intertextuality. The erotic investment of writing in children holds his interest in a long footnote on page 132, 393-34. The elaboration of the thematics of masturbation and writing, of the mark of supplementarity and the chain of mother substitutions, as Derrida locates them in Rousseau's text, are psychoanalytical only in a very general sense. It should of course be abundantly clear that, even on so general a plane, Derrida would not use a psychoanalytical method to conduct us to a psychobiographical signified whose link with the literary signifier then becomes perfectly extrinsic and contingent. 228-29, 173. In fact, already in this early work, Derrida urges the importance, for grammatology, of a psychoanalysis that has freed itself from an attitude that sees all textuality as a dispensable source of substantive evidence. The use of the sexual structures of psychoanalysis as a tool of interpretation becomes steadily more marked in Derrida's later work. The essay on Nietzsche, commenting on the question of style as the question of woman, is an example. And Derrida Freud comes most disturbingly into his own in Glass. I shall deal with Derrida's modification of the theme of castration in connection with his reading of Jacques Lacan. Derrida cautions us in a long headnote to Freud in the Scene of Writing that the institution of grammatology through the recognition of systematic repression of writing throughout the history of the West cannot be taken as a psychoanalytic endeavor on a macrocosmic scale. For Freud's need to describe the coexistence of the, at least, double text of the psyche in terms of latent and manifest contents, or, indeed, repression and sublimation, is itself caught within that suspect terminology of binary oppositions, and further, the very pattern of repression in an individual can only be possible because of his need to reject all that is recognized to be inhabited by the structure of writing, castration, the loss of mastery, penis envy, the fear of absence. I shall later present Derrida's counter-arguments, dissemination and the hymen. Yet Freud cannot be dismissed out of hand. Did he perhaps himself sense this need to reject writing? Derrida ends Freud and the Scene of Writing with this quotation from Freud's Inhibitions, Symptoms and Anxiety: as soon as writing, which entails making a liquid flow out of a tube onto a piece of white paper, assumes the symbolic significance of copulation, or as soon as walking becomes a symbolic substitute for treading upon the body of Mother Earth, both writing and walking are stopped because it is as if one were performing the forbidden sexual act. GW 14. 116, SE 20. 90, Translation Modified. Meanwhile, the word against Freud remains, Necessity of an immense labor of deconstruction of these concepts and the metaphysical phrases that condense and sediment there. WD 198, translation modified. This can indeed be the ever-sustained word against all gestures of surrender to precursors, as you follow, also deconstruct, for, as you deconstruct, you must. I maintain that Heidegger's text is of extreme importance, that it constitutes an unprecedented, irreversible advance and that we are still very far from having exploited all its critical resources. Yet there are propositions whose disorder has disconcerted me. To cite one example, Derridian grammatics are modeled, in their broad outlines, on Heideggerian metaphors, which they attempt to deconstruct by substituting for the presence of the logos the interiority of a trace. His grammatics become ontotheology relying upon the trace as their basis, foundation or origin. Pass F 73, 70, Pass A 40, 39-40. Taking issue against Elizabeth Rodanesco, whom he quotes above, Derrida states his relationship to Heidegger and warns against false descriptions of it. I have already considered his involvement in and rewriting of the Heideggerian Souverture, and his use of Heidegger as a perspective on Nietzsche. Now I glance briefly at another aspect of Derrida's rewriting of Heidegger, the method of deconstruction as practiced by Heideggerian metaphysics. What Derrida balks at in Rodanesco's description is that a grammatology science of the effacement of the trace should be described as modeled on a metaphysics science of presence, that it should be called an ontotheology science of being and of God as regulative presences, that the trace, mark of radical anteriority, should be misnamed an origin. We shall note and avoid these errors, and go on to say, as does Derrida of difference, through such a relating of a restricted, Heideggerian metaphysics, and a general economy, grammatology, Derrida displaces and recommences the very project of philosophy, MP 19. Heidegger already points toward the relationship between his own, and the grammatological methods, by ignoring, in his practice of reading, the absolute authority of the text. When Heidegger reads Hegel, or Kant, or Nietzsche, in the long run he examines, not what, the author, says but note the passive construction, the withdrawal of authority from the sovereign author, what occurs in the laying of the foundations, KPMG 193, KPME 221, translation modified. He thinks of his own task as a loosening up of the hardened tradition of ontology by a positive destruction, a destructive retrospect of the history of ontology which lays bare the innermost character of a text, KPMG 194, KPME 222, translation modified. It is interesting to note that, in the first published version of De la Grammatologie, Derrida uses the word destruction in place of deconstruction, describing Derrida's own procedure. Paul de Man gives us something very close to these Heideggerian passages. His text, as he puts it so well, is the unmaking of a construct. However negative it may sound, deconstruction implies the possibility of rebuilding. 44 Because the author fancies himself sovereign, there is a point, Heidegger suggests, where his own conception of the text blinds him. Descartes had to neglect the question of being altogether. The doctrine of the schematism had to remain closed off to Kant. 45 Like the analyst moving with his patient in the seesaw of a transference relationship, the deconstructing critic must free and safeguard the intrinsic powers of a problem. KPMG 185, KPME 211. In Derrida's words, reading must always aim at a certain relationship, unperceived by the writer, between what he commands and what he does not command of the patterns of the language that he uses. This relationship is not a certain quantitative distribution of shadow and light, of weakness or of force, but a signifying structure that critical reading should produce. Without all the instruments of traditional criticism, critical production would risk developing in any direction at all and would authorize itself to say almost anything. But this indispensable guardrail has always only protected, it has never opened, a reading. 227, 172. To take apart, to produce a reading, to open the textuality of a text. Derrida shares these procedural guidelines with Heidegger. Freud has helped to push the procedure further, given him some means of locating the text's navel, as it were, the moment that is undecidable in terms of the text's apparent system of meaning, the moment in the text that seems to transgress its own system of values. The desire for unity and order compels the author and the reader to balance the equation that is the text system. The deconstructive reader exposes the grammatological structure of the text, that its origin and its end are given over to language in general, what Freud would call the unknown world of thought, by locating the moment in the text which harbors the unbalancing of the equation, the sleight of hand at the limit of a text which cannot be dismissed simply as a contradiction. In the Grammatology's reading of Rousseau, this moment is the double-edged word supplement. In Plato's Pharmacy, It is the double-edged word pharmakon as well as the absence of the word pharmakos. In Derrida's brief reading of Aristotle's Physics 4, it is the unemphatic word ama, carrying the burden of difference, dis 63-172, mp 31-67. One important difference between Heidegger and Derrida lies in their concepts of time. Through a delicate analysis that I shall not attempt to reproduce here, Derrida demonstrates that, although Heidegger would purge Kant and Hegel, indeed what Heidegger sees as the entire Aristotelian tradition, of the vulgar concept of time, there can be no concept of time that is not caught within the metaphysical cloture. Attempting to produce that other concept, one quickly sees that one constructs it with other metaphysical or ontotheological predicates, mp 63. Heidegger catches a glimpse of this through his crossing out of being. At the stage of Sein und Zeit, however, Heidegger still thinks of time as that which needs to be explicated originarily, eine Ursprung like an explication, as the horizon for the understanding of being. 46. Time is still the model of pure auto-affection, where something ideal, being as such, is produced without having to relate to an object. Derrida puts auto-affection in question and suggests that it already carries an irreducible element of hetero-affection, desiring and relating to an alterity, which in this case is the question of being, or being under erasure. For the earlier Heidegger, then, the question of being, as Derrida points out in Wiese and Graham, seem interchangeable. By the time of Anaximander's saying, 47, Heidegger himself sees being as pre-comprehended and non-signifiable, and the presence seemingly signified in a text is seen as the only means for language to point at the effaced trace, mp 76. Heidegger has by then arrived at the crossing out of being, and does not find the meaning of being in temporality. But time itself seems more effectively crossed out for Derrida through the Freudian suggestion that time is the discontinuous perception of the psychic machinery. Nietzsche, Freud, Heidegger. All three concerned with a problem that Heidegger would articulate thus: more originary, ursprünglich, than man is the finitude of the Dasein in him, KPMG 207, KPME 237. All three proto-grammatologues. Nietzsche, a philosopher who cut away the grounds of knowing. Freud, a psychologist who put the psyche in question. Heidegger, an ontologist who put being under erasure. It was for Derrida to produce their intrinsic power and discover grammatology, the science of the suivitur. That sleight of hand is contained in the name itself, the logos of the gram. The gram is the written mark, the name of the sign suivitur. Logos is at one extreme law and at the other phone, the voice. As we have seen, the gram would question the authority of the law, deconstruct the privilege of the spoken word. The word grammatology thus appropriately keeps alive an unresolved contradiction. Derrida sets forth the meaning of this contradiction in the section of our book entitled Of Grammatology as a Positive Science. And the texts of Nietzsche, Freud, and Heidegger are this contradiction's pretext. The importance of the text of Edmund Husserl for Derrida lies precisely in its self-conflict. Husserl seems to Derrida to be a more than usually resolute suppressor of the more than usually astute grammatological suggestions implied by the Husserlian text. It is of course futile to trace the origin of a particular thought. We know that the metaphor is still forbidden that would describe the genealogy of a text faultlessly, 149, 109. Yet one might wonder if the thought of writing in Derrida is not a sort of answer to the question of geometry in Husserl. As I have mentioned, Derrida's first book is a translation of an introduction to Husserl's Origin of Geometry. The question asked by Husserl is precisely a question of the relationship between subjective and objective structures. How can the forms of an absolutely ideal objectivity, the essence of geometry, not actual systems of geometry, arise within the structures of the subject? At the end of his long introduction, Derrida suggests that Husserl's answer, if produced fully, would be that the possibility of objectivity is lodged within the subject's self-presence. The transcendental subject's ideal object is itself. In its contemplation of itself, the self cannot remain within the simple maintenance, nowness, of a living present. It must give itself a history, differentiate itself from itself through a backward glance which also makes possible a forward glance. An originary consciousness of delay can only have the pure form of anticipation. Without this, consciousness, discourse and history, and geometry as the possibility of history, would not be possible. Through these notions of self-differentiation and self-postponement, Husserl seems to be launching the idea of difference. The originary difference of the absolute origin, is perhaps what has always been said through the concept of the transcendental. This strange procession of a Rückfrage, checking back, is the movement sketched in Origin of Geometry, 153, translation modified. The idea is perhaps there in Husserl, and if so, it is only sketched. For, as we shall see later in my discussion of phonocentrism, Husserl surrounds this idea of difference with a constituting subject, a subject that generates and is therefore the absolute origin of the structure of difference. To win Husserl's thought, which unwillingly outlines the structures of grammatology, into grammatological discourse, a massive rewriting will have to be undertaken. The determination of absolute subjectivity would have to be crossed out as soon as we think the present on the basis of difference, and not the reverse. The concept of subjectivity belongs a priori and in general to the order of the constituted, rather than the constituting. There is no constituting subjectivity. The very concept of constitution itself must be deconstructed. VP 94N, SP 84-85N, translation modified. Not only in the field of subjectivity, but also in the field of objective knowledge, Husserl seems to open as well as deliberately close the possibility of grammatology. If there is an indeterminately general presumptive horizon of the knowable, Husserl places it within the control of an infinitely synthesizing directedness, intentionally, of the ego, an ego that can be uncovered for the philosopher only by bracketing, putting out of play of all positions taken toward the already given objective world. 48 If, almost in spite of himself, Husserl seems to suggest that expression can never be adequate to the sense which it expresses, he covers himself by giving to the is or to the predicative statement a privilege. Once again, Derrida must undertake a reversal. One might think then, following Husserl, that the sense of being has been limited by the imposition of the form which would, with the authority of the is, have assigned to the sense of being the closure of presence, the form of presence, presence in form, form presence. Or, that, the thought of form, pensée de la forme, has the power to extend itself beyond the thought of being, pensée de l'être. Rather, to meditate upon the circularity which makes them pass into one another indefinitely. MP 172-3, translation modified. Freud had found in the mystic writing pad a model that would contain the problematics of the psyche, a virgin surface that still retained permanent traces. Husserl confronted a similar problem when he posited a sense that is anterior to the act of expression or meaning. How think, Derrida asks, the perpetual restoration of meaning, wishing to say, in its virginity even if one considers only egological history. MP 165, translation modified. Husserl does not stop to consider the question. He simply displays a certain discomfort, and attributes the indecision of his description to the accidental metaphoricity of language. MP 166, translation modified. Again it is Derrida who, through a careful consideration of precisely the metaphorics of Husserl's argument, must deliver the conclusion. It must be concluded that sense in general, the noematic, knowable, sense of everything lived, is something which, by its nature, already must be capable of imprinting itself in a meaning, leaving or receiving its formal mark in a Bedeutung. Thus, sense already would be a kind of blank and mute writing redoubling itself in meaning. Wohlwort-Dire MP 164-5, translation modified. One of Husserl's most original insights is that speech can be genuine without knowledge, that the relation with the object that animates the body of the signifier need not be known by the speaker or hearer through direct intuition. Derrida, following the logic and necessity of these, Husserl's, distinctions, VP 102, SP 92, disengages a more radical suggestion. Not only does meaning, Wohlwort-Dire, not essentially imply the intuition of the object but, it essentially excludes it. My non-perception, my non-intuition, my hic et nunc absence are said by that very thing that I say, by that which I say and because I say it. The absence of intuition, and therefore of the subject of the intuition, is not only tolerated by discourse, it is required by the structure of signification in general, if at all considered in itself. It is radically requisite. The total absence of the subject and object of a statement, the death of the writer and or the disappearance of the object he was able to describe, does not prevent a text from meaning, Wohlwort-Dire. On the contrary, this possibility gives birth to meaning, Wohlwort-Dire, as such, gives it out to be heard and read. VP 102, 104, SP 92-93, translation modified. The structure of alterity, otherness and absence of meaning or self, must be operative within the sign for it to operate as such. But Husserl cannot fully articulate this trace structure of expression, which his text suggests, the theme of full presence, the intuitionist imperative. Expression must be fulfilled through intuition, and the project of knowledge continue to command, at a distance, we said, the whole of the description. Husserl describes, and in one and the same movement effaces, the emancipation of speech as non-knowing, VP 109, SP 97, translation modified. The intuitionist imperative works curiously in the case of the word I. Husserl will not grant it the possibility of being uttered without being known intuitively. Husserl's premises should authorize us to say exactly the contrary. Just as I need not perceive in order to understand a statement about perception, so there is no need to intuit the object I in order to understand the word I. Whether or not perception accompanies the statement of perception, whether or not life as self-presence accompanies the uttering of the I, is quite indifferent to the functioning of meaning. THIRD-WORLDISM. My death is structurally necessary to the pronouncing of the I. The anonymity of the written I, the impropriety, lack of property, of I in writing, is, contrary to what Husserl says, the normal situation. VP 107-08, SP 96-97, translation modified. Thus Derrida produces an ostensibly most anti-Husserlian reading of Husserl. For Husserl, as we have seen, the voice, not empirical speech but the phenomenological structure of the voice, is the most immediate evidence of self-presence. In that silent interior monologue, where no alien material signifier need be introduced, pure self-communication, auto-affection, is possible. Derrida shows that, if Husserlian theory is followed rigorously, a procedure Husserl himself seems unwilling to undertake, the structure of speech or voice is seen to be constituted by the necessary absence of both the object and the subject. It is constituted, in other words, by the structure of writing, the autonomy of meaning, THIRD-WORLDISM, with regard to intuitive cognition, that, Husserl demonstrates, has its norm in writing. VP 108, SP 96-97, translation modified. Derrida will argue, on p. 60 passim, 43-44, of the Grammatology, that Saussure too is unable to accept non-intuition as a norm, but must see it as crisis. Such is Derrida's intimate play with Husserl's text, always to produce the counter-reading out of the latter's protective hedging. Perhaps all texts are at least double, containing within themselves the seeds of their own destruction. In Husserl's case, the doubleness shows itself in an extraordinary transparency. An underlying motif, tormented and contested the security of the traditional distinctions, made in Husserl's text, from within. VP 92, SP 82, translation modified, italics mine. Although he had not made a theme of the work of difference in the constitution of sense and signs, he at bottom recognized its necessity. VP 114, SP 101, italics mine. No doubt the effort at helping Husserl's discourse has sharpened Derrida's thoughts of grammatology. But the relationship between the two is interminably interpretive and has no place in a preface. Speech and Phenomena, Derrida's study of Husserl, is thus a philosophical companion text to the study of Rousseau in Part 2 of the Grammatology. Hegel's shadow upon Derrida is diffuse and gigantic. We shall lose sight of the provisional outlines of the book Grammatology if we pursue indefinitely the remoter ancestors of the common noun grammatology. Derrida's discussion of Hegel, the first philosopher of writing, in the Grammatology and the Pit and the Pyramid, Introduction to Hegel's Semiology, MP 69-108, is explicit and clear. It prepares us for the joyous and magnificent unstitching of some Hegelian texts in glass. It is an intimate intertextuality to which I direct your attention, and there make an end. I shall speak of Hegel a little toward the end of this preface. Let it finally be said that, within this framework, counting the proper names of predecessors must be recognized as a convenient fiction. Each proper name establishes a sovereign self against the anonymity of textuality. Each proper name pretends that it is the origin and end of a certain collocation of thoughts that may be unified. The names of authors or of doctrines have here no substantial value. They indicate neither identities nor causes. It would be frivolous to think that Descartes, Leibniz, Rousseau etc. are names of authors, of the authors of movements or displacements that we thus designate. The indicative value that we attribute to them is first the name of a problem, 147-48, 107. Proper names are no more than serviceable metonymy contractions. 3. Structuralism is the name of the problematics that we recognize most readily on the European scene of the 60s. What is Derrida's relationship to structuralism? Definitions of movements of thought are always contingent and provisional. Here for the sake of exposition I shall use a shorthand definition. Structuralism is an attempt to isolate the general structures of human activity. Thus the structuralism I speak of is largely the study of literature, linguistics, anthropology, history, socio-economics, psychology. A structure is a unit composed of a few elements that are invariably found in the same relationship within the activity being described. The unit cannot be broken down into its single elements, for the unity of the structure is defined not so much by the substantive nature of the elements as by their relationship. When Aristotle described tragedy as the imitation of an action that is serious and also, having magnitude, complete in itself, with incidents arousing pity and fear, wherewith to accomplish its catharsis of such emotions, he was describing the active structure of tragedy. We know Freud's psychic description in terms of the narcissistic and Oedipal structures. In Roland Barthes's words, to find in it, the object, certain mobile fragments whose differential situation engenders a certain sense, the fragment has no sense in itself, but it is nonetheless such that the slightest variation wrought in its configuration produces a change in the whole. 49 Derrida, like Nietzsche, would find it merely symptomatic of the human desire for control to isolate such units in an object in any but the most provisional way. A structural study of the historical ensemble, notions, institutions. How are these elements organized in the historical ensemble? What is a notion? Do philosophical notions have a privilege? How are they related to scientific concepts? WD 44. The study of human activity in terms of the structure of the sign we might call semiotic or semiological structuralism. Can Derrida, substituting the structure of writing, the sign sur retour, for the structure of the sign, simply be dubbed a grammatological structuralist historian of philosophy, and there an end? No doubt. But to grasp the implications of that formulaic description, we might launch, not only a shorthand definition, but a thumbnail historical outline, that would be useful for the exigencies of the present discussion. It must of course be remembered that any such outline would have to be rigorously undone if the direct object of study were the movement itself. In the broad sense, structuralist descriptions have always been with us. It is customary to cite Aristotle and Plato. In the narrow sense, however, it is customary to locate the beginnings of modern structuralism in the following proper names: the Russian formalists in literary criticism, Marcel Mauss in anthropology, Ferdinand de Saussure and N.S. Trubetskoy in linguistics. The formalists, reacting against what seemed like the fluid, rhapsodic style of symbolist criticism, deconstructed, symbolist criticism establishes its own variety of rigor, engaged in the isolation of objective categories descriptive of the literariness of the literary text. 50 Out of this enthusiasm came such significant texts as Vladimir Prop's codification of motif/structures in folk tales, 51 motif/structures that can be seen to inhabit the most sophisticated narratives. East European structuralism has been developing the formalists' investigative methods over the last few decades, but Derrida is most concerned with structuralism as it came to live in France. For the study of the laws of the variations in the configuration of structures, the working analogies came from the study of linguistic structures. Trubetskoy, studying the configuration of phonemes in the production of meaning, gave one analogy. Ferdinand de Saussure, describing the structure of the sign itself, I mean by sign the whole that results from the associating of the signifier with the signified 52, give another. Structuralist activity found its analogies in linguistics and semiotics. Claude Lévi-Strauss provides some acknowledgments abundantly to Marcel Mauss in his Introduction to Sociologie et Anthropologie. Accepting the inspiration of Mauss's precept that all social phenomena can be assimilated to language, I see in them the conscious expression of a semantic function. 53 Here to Trubetskoy. For Derrida's own discussion of this passage we should turn to pages 151f, 109f, of Grammatology. Phrenology will certainly play the same renovating role with respect to the social sciences that nuclear physics, for example, has played for all the hard sciences. In what does this revolution consist? N. Trubetskoy, that illustrious master of phrenology, reduced the phonological method to 4 basic operations. First, phonology shifts from the study of conscious linguistic phenomena to study of their unconscious infrastructure. It refuses to treat terms as independent entities, taking instead as its basis of analysis the relations between terms. It introduces the notion of system, it shows concrete phonological systems and displays their structure. Finally, it aims at discovering general laws. In the study of kinship problems, and, no doubt, the study of other problems as well, the sociologist finds himself in a situation which formally resembles that of the phonological linguist. Like phonemes, kinship terms are elements of signification. Like phonemes, they acquire meaning only if they are integrated into systems. Kinship systems, like phonological systems, are elaborated by the mind on the level of unconscious thought. Finally, the recurrence of kinship patterns, in scattered regions of the globe and in fundamentally different societies, leads us to believe that, in the case of kinship as well as linguistics, the observable phenomena result from the play of general but hidden laws. 54. Roman Jacobson, a member of the Prague School of Formalism, encountered Claude Lévi-Strauss in the United States in the 1950s. One account of the rise of structuralism is that what is recognized today as the mainstream structuralist method of the interpretation of texts arose out of this temporary conjunction. 55. I indulge in this sort of sweeping historical fiction because, as I have suggested, Derrida's criticism of structuralism, even as he inhabits it, would be a sweeping one. It would relate to the possibility of a general law. The law of difference is that any law is constituted by postponement and self-difference. The possibility of a general law is threatened on so general a level. Derrida would also problematize the possibility of objective description. A structuralist statement of structuralist objectives bases itself on the distinction between subject and object. Structuralist conclusions are the object illuminated by the subject. The goal of all structuralist activity, whether reflexive or poetic, is to reconstruct, reconstitute, an object in such a way as to manifest thereby the rules of its functioning, the functions, of this object. Structure is therefore actually a simulacrum of the object, but a directed interested simulacrum, since the imitated object makes something appear which remained invisible or unintelligible in the natural object. 56. For Derrida, however, a text, as we recall, whether literary, psychic, anthropological, or otherwise, is a play of presence and absence, a place of the effaced trace. If it is to be thought radically, play must be thought before the alternative of presence and absence. WD 292, translation modified, and textuality is not only true of the object of study but also true of the subject that studies. It effaces the neat distinction between subject and object. The grammatological structure as a tool of description is that structure which forever eludes answering the question what is? The basis of objective description. Even as it remains legible as a structure, it erases the aim of structuralism, to provide objective descriptions. Speaking generally again, it may be said that the method of structuralism takes into account that its objects of study cannot have had simple origins in the sovereign subject of an author, but the power of the investigating subject, which brings intelligibility to the natural object by imitating it as a structure, in spite of the many delicate argumentations around it, cannot ultimately be denied within the framework of structural study. A structure, it must be repeated, is the natural object plus the subjective intelligence of the structuralist. The simulacrum is intellect added to object. And this addition has an anthropological value, in that it is man himself, his history, his situation, his freedom, and the very resistance which nature opposes to his mind. 57. The notion of communication, a function of human structures, important to structuralism as a tool of investigation, also carries with it the notion of unified subjects, of meaning as portable property, communication, which, in fact, implies the transmission charged with making pass, from one subject to another, the identity of a signified object of a meaning or a concept rightfully separable from the process of passage and from the signifying operation. Passaf 34 Passi 23, translation modified. Derrida finds the concept of the binary sign itself, in its role as the guide of the subjective enterprise, committed to a science of presence. Barthes writes eloquently, the sign is not only the object of a particular knowledge, but also the object of a vision, analogous to the vision of the celestial spheres in Cicero's Somnium Sapientis or related to the molecular representations used by chemists. The semiologist sees the sign moving in the field of signification, he enumerates its valences, traces their configuration. The sign is, for him, a sensuous idea. 58. And Derrida, diagnosing the symptoms of this longing for presence, writes, a semiology, whose concepts and fundamental presuppositions are quite precisely discernible from Plato to Husserl, passing through Aristotle, Rousseau, Hegel, etc. Passaf 33 Passi 22. Yet since, as I have argued, the structure of the gram is the sign under erasure, both conserving and effacing the sign, Derrida must make use of the concept of the sign. His relationship to structuralism is therefore intimate. In an interview with Julia Kristeva, Derrida points out that Saussure's binary concept of the sign, questioning the separable primacy of meaning, the transcendental signified, pointed a way out of the metaphysics of presence. Semiology of the Saussurean type has marked, against the tradition, that the signified is inseparable from the signifier, that they are the two sides of one and the same production. By showing that it is impossible for sound alone, a material element, to belong to the language and that, in its essence the linguistic signifier, is in no way phonic, p. 164, p. 118, by desubstantializing at once the signified content and the substance of expression which therefore is no longer in a privileged or exclusive way phonic. Saussure powerfully contributed to turning against the metaphysical tradition the concept of the sign that he borrowed from it. Pos F 28 Pos E 18. Derrida analyzes Saussure's course in general linguistics and the linguistics of the first half of the present century in the chapter of this book entitled Linguistics and Grammatology, and the argument about Saussure is best presented there. We might simply say that Saussure was not a grammatologist because, having launched the binary sign, he did not proceed to put it under erasure. The binary opposition within the Saussurean sign is in a sense paradigmatic of the structure of structuralist methodology. We must doubtless resort to pairings like those of signifier/signified and synchronic/diachronic in order to approach what distinguishes structuralism from other modes of thought. 59. In the passage where Lévi-Strauss acknowledges his debt to Trubetskoy, for example, we notice the reference to a study of the unconscious infrastructure. In Derrida, via Freud, there would be a difficulty in setting up the opposition between the conscious and the unconscious within the subject as the founding principle of a systematic study. The unconscious is undecidable, either the always already other, out of reach of psychic descriptions, or else it is thoroughly and constitutively implicated in so-called conscious activity. Further, as I have pointed out, the opposition of the subject and the object, upon which the possibility of objective descriptions rests, is also questioned by the grammatological approach. The description of the object is as contaminated by the patterns of the subject's desire as is the subject constituted by that never fulfilled desire. We can go yet further and repeat that the structure of binary oppositions in general is questioned by grammatology. Difference invites us to undo the need for balanced equations, to see if each term in an opposition is not after all an accomplice of the other, at the point at which the concept of difference intervenes. All the conceptual oppositions of metaphysics, to the extent that they have for ultimate reference the presence of a present. Signifier/signified, sensible/intelligible, writing/speech, speech, plural/language, long, diachrony/synchrony, space/time, passivity/activity etc., become non-pertinent. Pos F 41 Pos E 29, translation modified. It is therefore not too extravagant to say that writing or difference is the structure that would deconstruct structuralism, as indeed it would deconstruct all texts, being, as we shall see, the always already differentiated structure of deconstruction. It should by now be clear where the structuralists have stopped short, or what they did not begin with. They have not thought the Surretour. 60. It is as if they have grasped only Nietzsche's knowledge, showing us the interpretive power working through human society, so that all its studies become genealogical, an unending decipherment of sign chains. How close to that aspect of Nietzsche this passage from Roland Barthes sounds: structural man, too listens for the natural in culture, and constantly perceives in it not so much stable, finite, true meanings as the shudder of an enormous machine which is humanity tirelessly undertaking to create meaning, without which it would no longer be human. 61. But it is also as if the gravest lesson of that knowledge, its need for abdication, has not been imagined by the structuralists. Non-grammatological structuralism cannot afford to cultivate the will to ignorance, homo significans, such would be the new man of structural research. 62. The solution is not merely to say I shall not objectify. It is rather to recognize at once that there is no other language but that of objectification and that any distinction between subjectification and objectification is as provisional as the use of any set of hierarchized oppositions. Derrida sets this forth most energetically in two early essays where he deals with two structuralist critics who take elaborate precautions against objectification. I have already referred to one, Structure, Sign, and Play in the Sciences of Man, where Derrida interprets Lévi-Strauss's attempt at a mythomorphic criticism of myth. The other is Cogito and the History of Madness, a critique of Michel Foucault's Histoire de la folie à l'âge classique. 63. Foucault writes Derrida, as if he knew what madness meant. WD 41. Foucault speaks thus for reason: madness is other, if his own binary opposition is to be trusted. Yet he wishes to speak for madness itself. WD 33, write the archaeology of its silence. 64. But how can this be more than merely rhetorical? For an archaeology is perpetrated through discourse, imposing reason's syntax upon folly's silence. Indeed, Foucault recognizes the problem and on occasion articulates it. But, to say the difficulty of saying, is not yet to surmount it. WD 37, translation modified. Foucault sidesteps precisely this issue, says Derrida, by misreading Descartes. Foucault sees in Descartes one of the exemplary separators of reason and madness. Derrida's reading of Descartes on folly is an elegant bit of deconstruction. He spots the moment of the forgetting of the trace in Descartes' text. Descartes, he argues, gives the name folly to the pre-reflexive cogito, before the I think can be reflected upon and pronounced. In the pre-reflexive cogito, folly and I think are interchangeable, intersubstitutable. There the distinction between reason and folly does not appear. There the cogito cannot be communicated, made to appear to another self like my own. But when Descartes begins to speak and reflect upon the cogito, he gives it a temporal dimension, and distinguishes it from madness. The relationship between the pre-reflexive cogito, which is also madness, and the temporal cogito, which is distinct from madness, is thus analogous to that between the pre-comprehended question of being and the propositional concept of being. The possibility of discourse is lodged in the interminably repeated movement from the one to the other, from excess to a closed totality, WD 60. Foucault, not recognizing this, still remains confined within the structuralist science of investigation through oppositions. This is a dated Foucault, the Foucault of the 60s. Even then he was violently unwilling to be called a structuralist, and he gets into this section of my preface because he diagnoses an age in terms of its episteme, the self-defined structure of its knowing. This particular characteristic of Foucault's work has not disappeared. To diagnose the epistemic structure, he has had, with repeated protestations to the contrary, to step out of epistemic structures in general, assuming that were possible. To write his archaeologies, he has had to analyze metaphors privileged by a particular age in what Derrida would call metametaphorics. By describing grammatology as a history of the possibility of history which would no longer be an archaeology, 43-30, Derrida seems to declare an advance over Foucault. And by denying the status of a positive science to grammatology, he erases the advance. Perhaps there is an attempt to rewrite the Foucauldian method in the White Mythology, Derrida's extended essay on metaphor. Can some metaphilosophy, a more general discourse which would still be of a philosophical type, on metaphors of the first degree, the non-true metaphors that open philosophy and jar, be dreamed of? The work that would come forth under the heading of such a metametaphorics would not be without interest. First we will be interested in a certain usure, both attrition through wear and tear and supplementation through usury, of metaphorical force in philosophical exchange. Usure does not happen upon a tropic energy otherwise destined to remain intact, on the contrary, it constitutes the very history and structure of the philosophical metaphor. MP 259, 209, translation modified, italics mine. It should be mentioned here that, at the end of the second edition of Madness and Civilization, which appeared 11 years after the first, Foucault includes a 20-page rebuttal of Derrida's critique, entitled Mon corps, c'est papier, c'est fou. 65 Foucault's analysis of Derrida's misreading, as he thinks, of Descartes is thorough and often convincing, and should be examined carefully. For our purposes here, it suffices to note that Foucault does not address himself to the pre-comprehended cogito. His point is rather to prove that Descartes does indeed exclude madness as he does not exclude the dream. He takes Derrida's reading to be a generalization of doubt, p. 411, a taking away of the Cartesian certitude from Descartes. This reading is, of course, not altogether false, but it leaves untouched the configuration of Derrida's more interesting suggestion that the Cartesian certitude is grounded on a category that may just as easily be described as either certitude or doubt, neither certitude nor doubt. In fact, when, speaking against Derrida, Foucault shows us that Descartes disqualifies, rather than excludes, madness from giving evidence, as an excessive and impossible test, p. 409, we may suggest that Foucault's reading in this case is not very different from Derrida's. But the most interesting thing about Foucault's rebuttal is the virulence at the end. I shall make no attempt to defend Derrida here, but will extract a passage from Foucault to give you a taste of the hostility toward the threat of the sur retour concept that Foucault, in these lines, does not seem to have carefully attended, that is not necessarily confined to Michel Foucault. A system of which Derrida is the most decisive representative today, in its final glory, the reduction of discursive practices to textual traces, the elision of the events produced there to retain nothing but marks for a reading, the invention of voices behind texts to avoid having to analyze the modes of implication of the subject in discourses, the assigning of the originary as said and unsaid in the text to avoid placing discursive practices in the field of transformations where they are carried out. It is a historically well-determined little pedagogy which manifests itself most visibly. A pedagogy that tells the pupil there is nothing outside of the text, but that in it, in its gaps, in its blanks and its silences, the reserve of the origin reigns. It is not at all necessary to search elsewhere, but that here, not in the words, certainly, but in the words under erasure, in their grid, the sense of being speaks itself. A pedagogy that gives conversely to the master's voice the limitless sovereignty that allows it to restate the text indefinitely, p. 416. Derrida defends psychoanalysis against Foucault, who calls it a monologue of reason about madness. 66 It is not by chance that such a project, as Foucault's, could take shape today. We must assume that a certain liberation of madness has gotten underway, that psychiatry, in however small a way, is open, that the concept of madness as unreason, if it ever had a unity, has been dislocated. WD 38, translation modified. Jacques Lacan, the great contemporary interpreter of Freud, is an instigator of such a dislocation. Not only has he underwritten Freud's own denial of a difference in kind between the normal and the abnormal psyche, but he has also rejected the dogma, launched according to him by American ego psychologists, 67 that the ego is the primary determinant of the psyche. He works, rather, with a subject which can never be a total personality, the exercise of whose function is to be forever divided from the object of its desire. Lacan computes the structural relationships among need, demand for love, and desire, and to constitute itself in the distortive play of metaphor and metonymy, displacement and condensation, that forever distances the other, the object of its desire, from itself, EC 580-81. Freud had not allowed verbality to lodge deeper than the preconscious, thus protecting the metaphysical alterity of the unconscious. Lacan extends Freud in a direction that Derrida would endorse. He defines the unconscious in terms of the structure of a language. It is not only man who speaks, but, in man and through man it speaks. His nature becomes woven by effects in which the structure of the language of which he becomes the material can be refound, EC 578. Derrida is aware of the affinity between Lacan's thought and his own. In France, the literary criticism marked by psychoanalysis had not asked the question of the text. Although Lacan has never directly and systematically been interested in the so-called literary text, the general question of the text is at work unceasingly, in his writing, FV 420. Yet in spite of, perhaps because of, this proximity, the relationship between these two men is charged with unease. Dissociating himself from the perversion spawned by his own work between 1953 and 1967, Lacan finds it necessary to interject, "My discourse makes a beacon otherwise in this mounting flood of signifier, of signified, of it speaks, sapparal, of trace, of gram, of lure, of myth, indeed of lack, the circulation of which I have now relinquished. Aphrodite of this foam, difference, with an A has arisen from it lately." 68 Derrida, in an uncharacteristically positivistic gesture, has settled the question of Lacan's influence upon himself in a long footnote to an interview, Pos F 112f, Pos C 107f. But let us admit that, on occasion, Derrida will not allow Lacan the same playfulness with terms that he allows himself. 69. The relationship between Jacques Lacan and Jacques Derrida has no apparent bearing upon the subject matter of the Grammatology. But the controlled and limited polemic between them does illuminate two issues important for an understanding of the Grammatology within the general framework of Derrida's thought, the place of truth in discourse and the place of the signifier in general. First, then, a consideration of the place of truth in Lacanian discourse as Derrida interprets it. The goal of Lacanian analysis is to draw out and establish the truth of the subject. It is not a simple question of objectification of a subjective situation. For no language can speak the truth about truth, for the grounds of truth are that which it speaks, and it cannot found itself in any other way. EC 737, translation modified. Language installs the dimension of truth, inconceivable outside of discourse or what is structured as discourse, even as it excludes all guarantee of this truth. Yet, just as, even while establishing the notion of sur retour, Heidegger could not relinquish a nostalgia for undoing forgetfulness, so Lacan's thought must work in terms of a reference point that is the primary truth. The passage above continues, in relation to this absence of guarantee, a primary affirmation is engendered that is also the primary truth, SCI. 98. As in Heidegger the answer to the pre-comprehended question of being might be read as a self-sufficient signified of all signifiers, so Lacan's ineffable primary truth becomes its own guarantee. Derrida makes the Heideggerian connections explicit. Truth, separated from knowledge, is constantly determined as revelation, non-veiling, that is, necessarily, as presence, presentation of the present, being of being, Anwesenheit, or, in an even more literally Heideggerian fashion, as the unity of veiling and unveiling. The reference to the results of Heideggerian procedures is often explicit in this form, the radical ambiguity Heidegger points to, insofar as truth signifies revelation, e.c., p. 136, the passion to unveil that has an object, truth. E.c., p. 157, etc., Pos F 117. Posse 111, translation modified. Freud had given a metaphysical name to the radical alterity inhabiting the psyche, the unconscious. It appears to Derrida that, in spite of giving to the unconscious the structure of a language, Lacan has contrived to entrench Freud's metaphysical suggestions by making the unconscious the seat of verification and truth. Lacan speaks often and at length about the true subject of the unconscious, EC 347, and of the truth of the unconscious as the cause of the signifying symptomatology of the subject. The analyst interprets the distorted enunciation, speech event, of the subject's symptom into the true nonce, narrated event, of the unconscious, to the extent that it, the subject, speaks. It is in the place of the other that it begins to constitute that truthful lie, mensonge véridique, by way of which what partakes of desire on the level of the unconscious gets itself going. 70. Le mensonge véridique. This, Derrida feels, is too clearly Lacan's attitude toward fiction. Whereas Derrida sees truth, if one can risk that word, as being constituted by fiction, if one can risk that word, Lacan seems to use fiction as a clue to truth. There is a fairly detailed discussion of this in Derrida's Le Facteur de la Vérité. Once one has distinguished, as does the entire philosophical tradition, between truth and reality, it goes without saying that truth declares itself in a structure of fiction. Lacan insists a great deal upon the opposition truth/reality, which he advances as a paradox. This opposition, as orthodox as possible, facilitates the passage of truth through fiction. Common sense will always have made the division between reality and fiction. FV 468. Here again, Lacan seems to Derrida to have carried forward Freud's less adventurous side, the side that solves puzzles, at the expense of the Freud who opens up the grammatology of the psyche. Lacan's misreading of the quotation from Crebillon at the end of Poe's The Purloined Letter, he substitutes destin, destiny, for the more problematic dessein, design, is perhaps paradigmatic of this attitude. Derrida's second point of disagreement with Lacan relates to the transcendental signifier. In a note on page 32, page 380, of the Grammatology, Derrida cautions us that, when we teach ourselves to reject the notion of the primacy of the signified, of meaning over word, we should not satisfy our longing for transcendence by giving primacy to the signifier, word over meaning. And, Derrida feels that Lacan might have perpetrated precisely this. The signifiers in Lacan are the symbols that relate the subject through the structure of desire to the unconscious. Such is the signifier's answer, to the subject. Beyond all significations, you believe you are taking action when I am the one making you stir at the bidding of the bonds with which I knot your desires. Thus do they grow in strength and multiply in objects, bringing you back to the fragmentation of your riven childhood. EC 29, translation modified. You will grasp why the relationship of the subject to the signifier is the reference point that we wish to place in the forefront of a general rectification of analytic theory, for it is as primary and constitutive in the establishment of analytical experience, as it is primary and constitutive in the radical function of the unconscious. 71. It has priority in relation to the signified, EC 20, translation modified. And the signifier alone guarantees the theoretical coherence of the entirety, ensemble, of the subject, as an entirety, EC 345, translation modified. Each signifier in the subject is singular and indivisible. In this it shares, Derrida suggests, the uniqueness and unassailable presence traditionally accorded to the idea. For the hallmark of a philosophically intelligible idea is that it can be infinitely repeated as the same idea. It is singular and indivisible. FV 455, 464-65. To repeat our catechism, for Derrida, by contrast to all this, the signifier and signified are interchangeable. One is the difference of the other. The concept of the sign itself is no more than a legible yet effaced, unavoidable tool. Repetition leads to a simulacrum, not to the same. Lacan's radical description of the function of the signifier combines presence and absence. For the signifier is a unique unit of being, by its very nature symbol of only an absence, EC 17, translation modified. It signifies a desire for something that the subject has not, the other of the subject. And the master signifier of these signifiers of desire is the phallus, reflecting the powerful human passions, the fear of castration, of the mother, in the male and the envy of the penis in the female. This is not the phallus as an actual organ, penis or clitoris. It is the phallus as a signifier, that can come to take the place of all signifiers signifying all desires for all absences. Its most profound relation, that by which the ancients incarnated therein the new in the logos, EC 548, translation modified. The phallus is a signifier whose function, may lift the veil from the function it served in the mysteries. For it is the signifier destined to designate in their entirety the effects of the signified, to the extent that the signifier conditions them by its presence as signifier, EC 579, translation modified. The position of the phallus in the chain of signifiers to which it belongs even as it makes it possible, FV 477, translation modified, is, strictly speaking, transcendental. Heidegger's being, even under erasure, could be a transcendental signified. Lacan's phallus, signifying an absence, is a transcendental signifier. Within this sexual fable of the production of meaning, Derrida's term is dissemination. Exploiting a false etymological kinship between semantics and semen, Derrida offers this version of textuality, a sowing that does not produce plants, but is simply infinitely repeated. A semination that is not insemination but disseminaton, seed spilled in vain, an emission that cannot return to its origin in the father. Not an exact and controlled polysemy, but a proliferation of always different, always postponed meanings. Speaking of the purloined letter as signifier, Lacan writes, "A letter always arrives at the destination, EC 30, translation modified. It can always not, FV 444, is the mode of Derrida's answer. Castration, the lack of superintendence by phallic authority, is what transforms the author or the book into a text. Presence can be articulated only if it is fragmented into discourse, castration and dismemberment being both a menace to and the condition of the possibility of discourse. Somewhat extravagantly, the phallus may itself be seen as the knife that severs itself to perpetuate its dissemination. One begins to suspect that a phallocentric fable of meaning simply will not suffice. In what it seems satisfying to me to construe as a gesture, Derrida offers us a hymeneal fable. The hymen is the always folded, therefore never single or simple, space in which the pen writes its dissemination. Metaphorically it means the consummation of marriage. Literally its presence signifies the absence of consummation. This and/or structure bodies forth the play of presence and absence. The hymen undoes oppositions because it acts as it suffers. This fabulous hymen, anagram of im, always intact as it is always ravished, a screen, a tissue, undoes the assurance of mastery, Dis 230. I refer the reader to Derrida's double session, where the hymen is lavishly unfolded. If we imagine one hand writing upon the surface of the mystic writing pad while another periodically raises its covering sheet from the wax slab, we shall have a concrete representation of the way in which I tried to think of the functioning of the perceptual apparatus of our mind. GW 1411, SE 19232. Derrida's legend of meaning undoes Freud's phallocentrism through a double-jointed notion like the Freudian mystic writing pad sketched above. No longer castration, the realization of sexual difference is the model for the difference between signifier and signified, as the origin of signification. Rather involve that sexual difference in the concrete representation. In the long run these words must be criticized, of course, of the making of meaning, dissemination into the hymen. Into the, and ever virgin, and ever violated hymen of interpretation, always supplementing through its fold which is also an opening, is spilled a seed of meaning, a seed that scatters itself abroad rather than inseminates. Or, turning the terms around, the playfully disseminating rather than proprietorially hermeneutic gesture of interpretation, and never penetrates the hymen of the text. It is a sexual union forever deferred. In A Triumph of Colloquialism, Derrida writes what might be roughly translated as it, dissemination, comes too soon. But in the French the play is more pronounced, la sense, les devants tombe, dis f 300, she spills it, the meaning, in advance, dis e 268. Derrida takes advantage of the simple grammatical fact that dissemination, the male act, being a noun ending in -ion, is feminine in French. The pronoun elle confuses sexual agency. And the, between subject and object predicate commemorates the deferment inhabiting the hymeneal dissemination of meaning. Derrida would see in Lacan's idiom of good and bad faith, of authenticity, of truth, the remnants of a post-war existentialist ethic. He would see in Lacan many unacknowledged debts to the Hegelian and Husserlian phenomenology that the psychoanalyst ridicules, Pas F 11719n. Pas C 10713n. Lacan does abundantly present himself as the prophet who is energetically unveiling the true Freud. Such a vocation offends Derrida the deconstructor, for whom the critic's selfhood is as vulnerable with textuality as the text itself. The previous section concerned itself with three magistral grammatologues, Friedrich Nietzsche, Sigmund Freud, Martin Heidegger. We come back to them in another way at the end of this section. For Derrida the provisionally locatable priming point of structuralism, the awareness of the structurality of things, does not lie only in the discovery of the objective structures of language, providing scientific models for the study of man. It lies also in the rigorous reopening of the question of the relationship between subjective and objective structures, a structure of desire that puts the status of the human being and of that very distinction in question. Where and how does this decentering, this thinking the structurality of structure, produce itself? It would be somewhat naive to refer to an event, a doctrine, or the name of an author in order to designate this production. It is no doubt part of the totality of an era. Nevertheless, if we wish to choose several names, as indications only and to evoke those authors in whose discourse this production has kept most closely to its most radical formulation, we doubtless would have to cite the Nietzschean critique of metaphysics, the critique of the concepts of being and truth, for which were substituted the concepts of play, interpretation, and sign without present truth, the Freudian critique of self-presence, that is, the critique of consciousness, of the subject, of self-identity and of self-proximity or self-possession, and, more radically, the Heideggerian destruction of metaphysics, of ontotheology, of the determination of being as presence. WD 280, translation modified. 4. The launching of the structural method meant an inflation of the sign language, and thus, as we have seen, an inflation of the sign itself. 15. 6. And this, in fact, meant an inflation, not of the graphic, but of the phonic sign, of the role of the element of sound in the production of meaning, language as speech. Part 1 Chapter 2 of the Grammatology describes how Saussure prescribed linguistics to be a study of speech alone, rather than speech and writing. The emphasis is shared by Jacobson, by Lévi-Strauss, indeed by all semiological structuralism. Lacan, dealing ostensibly with the signifier alone, sees it as half of a phonematic opposition, EC 345, italics mine, and calls the subject's language, when it indicates the charge of the truth of the unconscious, a full speech, parole plein. In the Grammatology Derrida suggests that this rejection of writing is an appendage, a mere technique, and yet a menace built into speech, in effect, a scapegoat, is a symptom of a much broader tendency. He relates this phonocentrism to logocentrism, the belief that the first and last things are the logos, the word, the divine mind, the infinite understanding of God, an infinitely creative subjectivity, and, closer to our time, the self-presence of full self-consciousness. In the Grammatology and elsewhere, Derrida argues that the evidence for this originary and teleologic presence has customarily been found in the voice, the phone. This is most clearly presented in terms of Husserlian thought in Chapter 6, the voice that keeps silence, of speech and phenomena. We have seen how, according to Derrida, Husserl's text is tortured by a suppressed insight that the living present is always already inhabited by difference. What allows Husserl to operate this suppression is the evidence for self-presence that he finds in the voice, not the real voice, but the principle of the voice in our interior soliloquy. Why is the phoneme the most ideal of signs? When I speak, it belongs to the phenomenological essence of this operation that I hear myself, Jame intend, hear and understand, at the same time that I speak. As pure auto-affection, the operation of hearing oneself speak seems to reduce even the inward surface of the body proper. This auto-affection is no doubt the possibility for what is called subjectivity, VP 86-87, 88, 89, SP 77, 79, translation modified. The suggestion is, then, that this phonocentrism-logocentrism relates to centrism itself, the human desire to posit a central presence at beginning and end. The notion of the sign remains therefore within the heritage of that logocentrism which is also a phonocentrism, absolute proximity of voice and being, of voice in the meaning of being, of voice in the ideality of meaning. One already has a premonition that phonocentrism gets mixed up with the historical determination of the meaning of being in general as presence, with all the subdeterminations which depend on this general form. Presence of the thing to the side is eidos, presence as substance/essence/existence, visa, temporal presence as point, stigm, of the now or of the instant, none, self-presence of the cogito, consciousness, subjectivity, co-presence of the other and of the self, intersubjectivity as the intentional phenomenon of the ego, etc. Logocentrism would thus be solidary with determination of the being of the entity as presence. 23, 12-13. Lacan's phallocentrism, extending, as Derrida sees it, Freud's metaphysical bondage, fits into this pattern. Freud, like those who follow him here, is only describing the necessity of phallogocentrism. It is neither an accident nor a speculative mistake. It is an enormous and old root, FV 481, translation. It is this longing for a center, an authorizing pressure, that spawns hierarchized oppositions. The superior term belongs to presence and the logos, the inferior serves to define its status and mark a fall. The oppositions between intelligible and sensible, soul and body seem to have lasted out the history of Western philosophy, bequeathing their burden to modern linguistics. Opposition between meaning and word. The opposition between writing and speech takes its place within this pattern. In the spirit of interpretation rather than of commentary, I have described the structure of writing as the sign under erasure. It would now be appropriate to recall the opening pages of this preface, and call the structure of writing metaphysics under erasure. Trace structure, everything always already inhabited by the track of something that is not itself, questions presence structure. If the present of self-presence would be as indivisible as the blink of an eye, VP 66, SP 59, we must recognize that there is a duration to the blink, and it closes the eye, VP 73, SP 65. This presence of the trace and trace of the presence Derrida names archi-écriture. You will participate in the slow unfolding of these arguments in the first part of Grammatology. I shall not repeat them at length here. But I shall point out again what I have pointed at before. The name writing is given here to an entire structure of investigation, not merely to writing in the narrow sense, graphic notation on tangible material. Thus Grammatology is not a simple valorization of writing over speech, a simple reversal of the hierarchy, a sort of anti-MC Luhan. The repression of writing in the narrow sense is a pervasive symptom of centrism, and that is why much of our book concerns itself precisely with that. The usual notion of writing in the narrow sense does contain the elements of the structure of writing in general, the absence of the author and of the subject matter, interpretability, the deployment of a space and a time that is not its own. We recognize all this in writing in the narrow sense and repress it. This allows us to ignore that everything else is also inhabited by the structure of writing in general, that the thing itself always slips away. VP 117, SP 104, translation modified. Derrida's choice of the words writing or arch-writing is thus not fortuitous. Indeed, as Derrida repeatedly points out in the section on Lévi-Strauss, no rigorous distinction between writing in the narrow and the general senses can be made. One slips into the other, putting the distinction under erasure. Writing has had the negative privilege of being the scapegoat whose exclusion represents the definition of the metaphysical enclosure. Yet the choice of writing is also polemical, against the manifest phonocentrism of structuralism. And this is precisely what has sometimes led to the general misunderstanding, to the hasty view that Derrida seems to be restoring priority to writing over speech in the study of language. But this is, of course, a very hasty view. A careful reading of Grammatology shows quickly that Derrida points out, rather, that speech too, grafted within an empirical context, within the structure of speaker-listener, within the general context of the language, and the possibility of the absence of the speaker-listener, see page 73-4, is structured as writing, that in this general sense, there is writing in speech. WD 197, translation modified. The first part of the book is entitled Writing Before the Letter, Writing Before the Fact of Writing in the Narrow Sense. The second part, Nature, Culture, Writing, shows how, in the texts of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Claude Lévi-Strauss, the declared opposition between nature and culture is undone by both the empirical fact and the structure of writing. But if there is no structural distinction between writing and speech, the choice of writing as an operative term is itself suspect, and a candidate for legible erasure. Derrida puts it this way: this common root, which is not a root but the concealment of the origin, and which is not common because it does not amount to the same thing except with the unmonotonous insistence of difference, this unnameable movement of difference itself, that we have strategically nicknamed trace, reserve, or difference, could be called writing only within the historical enclosure, that is to say within the limits of science and philosophy. 142, 101. If, in other words, the history of metaphysics could have been different, this problematic common root could have been named speech. But, according to the only metaphysics and the only language we know or can know, the text of philosophy, of the so-called sciences of man, of literature, is always written. We read it in books, on tape, through the psychic machine, yet the text is always designated by philosophy, and so forth, to be speech, Plato says, or at most, it is as if Plato said. Writing is immediately repressed. What is written is read as speech or the surrogate of speech. Writing is the name of what is never named. Given difference, however, it is a violence even to name it thus, or name it with a proper name. One can tolerate nothing more than the nicknaming of bricolage. Derrida would not privilege a signifier into transcendence. The movement of difference itself, precariously saved by its resident contradiction, has many nicknames: trace, difference, reserve, supplement, dissemination, hymen, graph, pharmacon, per ergon, and so on. They form a chain where each may be substituted for the other, but not exactly. Of course, even two uses of the same word would not be exactly the same. No concept overlaps any other. Pos F 109, Pos E 107. Each substitution is also a displacement, and carries a different metaphoric charge, as Derrida reminds us often. He is particularly careful in the case of difference. It is not easy to coin a word without seeming to privilege it as a term of final reference. The essay Difference therefore spends a lot of energy on reminding us that difference is neither a word nor a concept, that it is not theological, not even in the order of the most negative of negative theology. The latter, always hastening to recall that if God is refused the predicate of existence, it is in order to acknowledge his superior, inconceivable, and ineffable mode of being. MP3, 6, translation modified. Yet giving a definite name is a gesture of control as authorized by metaphysical practice. At the end of the essay he must therefore caution, for us, difference remains a metaphysical name. Older than being itself, such a difference has no name in our language. Not even that of difference which, continually breaks up in a chain of different, differentes, substitutions. MP 26, translation modified. Of hymen, he writes, this word, is not indispensable. If one replaced hymen with marriage or crime, identity or difference etc., the effect would be the same, except for a condensation or economic accumulation. Dis 220, translation modified. He practices this caution in an unemphatic way. He does not hold on to a single conceptual master word for very long. Arch writing, trace, supplementarity, such important words in the Grammatology, do not remain consistently important conceptual master words in subsequent texts. Derrida's vocabulary is forever on the move. He does not relinquish a term altogether. He simply reduces it to the lower case of a common noun, where each context establishes its provisional definition yet once again. In the face of a textual energy that sets itself against congealment, I have already offered approximative descriptions of trace, difference, dissemination, hymen. Derrida's own remark to Jean-Louis Houdebine is not coy. In the last analysis, dissemination has no meaning and cannot be reassembled into a definition. I will not attempt to do so here, and I prefer to refer to the work of the texts, Pos F 61, Pos E 44-45. Keeping that admonition in mind, let us say briefly that spacing is the index of an irreducible outside, and at the same time of a movement, a displacement that indicates an irreducible alterity, Pos F 107-08, Pos E 81. As such, it reflects the structure of difference, as does a holding and reserve, and the entame, both beginning something and breaking into something, both origin and trace. The supplement is an addition, that comes to make up for, suppleare, a deficiency, an originary non-self presence, VP 97, SP 87, translation modified. The structure of supplementarity is set forth in the second half of Grammatology. The pharmakon is a Greek word that includes among its meanings poison, medicine, magic potion. It is a word used to describe writing in Plato's Phaedrus. Plato describes Socrates as the pharmakius, poisoner, medicine man, sorcerer. Yet neither of writing nor of Socrates does Plato use the related word pharmakos, scapegoat. Around this lacuna, Derrida recounts the fable of writing, and Socrates, as scapegoat, and welcomes pharmakon into this chain of substitutions for écriture. Graph is grafting work, both horticultural and otherwise. Dis 202-3. Per ergon, a latecomer among these nicknames, is both a frame and a supplementary addition. Perhaps the definition of these nicknames should escape the form of mastery represented by the copula is. In that spirit Derrida writes. The pharmakon is neither remedy nor poison, neither good nor evil, neither the inside nor the outside, neither speech nor writing. The supplement is neither a plus nor a minus, neither an outside nor the complement of an inside, neither accident nor essence, etc. The hymen is neither confusion nor distinction, neither identity nor difference, neither consummation nor virginity, neither the veil nor unveiling, neither the inside nor the outside, etc. The gram is neither a signifier nor a signified, neither a sign nor a thing, neither a presence nor an absence, neither a position nor a negation, etc. Spacing is neither space nor time. The incision is neither the incised integrity of a beginning, or of a simple cutting into, nor simple secondarity. Neither slash nor is at once either or. Pos F 58-9, Pos E 43. This might seem an attractively truant world of relativism. But the fearful pleasure of a truant world is the sense of an authority being defied. That absolute ground of authority Derrida would deny. It would be a spurious pleasure for the literary critic to feel that this is a more literary idiom than the austere propositional language we habitually associate with philosophy proper. Textuality inhabits both, and the distinction between them remains to be deconstructed. Once this is grasped, it may be noted that the awareness of the need for deconstruction seems more congenial to the irresponsible discourse of what is conventionally called literature. The natural tendency of theory, of what unites philosophy and science in the episteme, the accepted description of how one knows, will push rather toward stopping up the brakes than toward forcing the closure. It was normal that the breakthrough was more secure and more penetrating on the side of literature and poetic writing. 139, 99-100. The method of deconstruction has obvious interest for literary criticism. Problematizing the distinction between philosophy and literature, it would read even philosophy as literature. It is not enough, however, simply to exclaim over the presence of two seemingly contradictory arguments within a text and declare a text satisfactorily disunified, and one's critical approach satisfactorily grammatological. If conventional criticism took pleasure in establishing the unified meaning of a text, this brand of criticism would derive a matching sense of mastery in disclosing a lack of unity. Such a critical method, relying heavily on polysemy, would not face the radical playfulness of dissemination. And the critical conclusions themselves, disclosing opposites, would imply their reconciliation in the text. Speaking of Derrida and Heidegger, I attempted a brief description of deconstructive procedure, to spot the point where a text covers up its grammatological structure. Here let us expand that description a little. The desire for unity and order, I wrote, compels the author and the reader to balance the equation that is the text system. Derrida in fact relates this balancing of equations to the great circular project of all philosophy in the most general sense. 72 Hegel's concept of the interiorization, Erinnerung, of philosophy is, in this reading, one version of a colossal exigency. The related and powerful dogma and criticism, most recently underwritten by the critics of the Geneva School, 73 is the circle of hermeneutics, interpretation rather than exposition. Criticism is a movement of identification between the subjectivity of the author as implied in the text, and the subjectivity of the critic. In fact, I attempt to bring the critical operation to bear against the unceasing reappropriation of this work of the simulacrum, as opposed to the identical repetition, in a dialectic of the Hegelian type, Hegelian idealism consisting precisely in sublating the binary oppositions of classical idealism, of resolving their contradiction in a third term which turns up to Aufheben, to deny while uplifting, while idealizing, while sublimating in an anamnestic interiority, Erinnerung, the German word also for memory, while learning difference in a self-presence. Pos F 59, Pos E 43, translation modified. Hegel articulated the circle as his central theme, 39-41, 25-27, sublating the balanced binary oppositions of classical philosophy. But even in a classical philosophical text there seems to be a moment when the possibility of the indefinite laws of meaning, dissemination, is pulled back into the circuit of meaningfulness, the orderly oppositions functioning under the benign supervision of order as presence, presence as order. Such moments, too, operate in the interests of the circular project of philosophy. Derrida disengages them in such divergent texts as those of Aristotle and Descartes. When Aristotle declares Zeno's aporia, time both is and is not, and steps over it without deconstructing it, MP 50, or when Descartes proves God's existence by means of the natural light, of reason, which, as natural, has its source in God, in the God whose existence has been put in doubt and then demonstrated, thanks to it, MP 267, italics Derrida as, then Derrida points at that equation balancing at work. Speaking of the metaphor of the house chosen again and again by philosophical practice, Derrida suggests the pervasiveness of the circular project, and its articulation in Hegel. The borrowed dwelling, demur, expropriation, being away from home, but still in a dwelling, away from home but in a home, a place where one comes back to oneself, recognizes oneself, reassembles oneself or resembles oneself, outside of the self in itself, or de soi en soi. This is philosophical metaphor as a detour in, or in view of, reappropriation, parousia, transcendental being, the self-presence of the idea in its light. A metaphorical route from the Platonic eidos to the Hegelian idea, MP 253, translation modified. Outside of the self, in itself. Derrida is doing more here than simply commenting on philosophy's circular project. He is describing one of the mainstays of this project, the opposition between metaphor and truth. Metaphor as a detour to truth, truth as outside itself in the borrowed dwelling of a metaphor, but also itself, since the metaphor points at its own truth. Traditional textual interpretation founds itself on this particular understanding of metaphor, a detour to truth. Not only individual metaphors or systems of metaphors, but fiction in general is seen as a detour to a truth that the critic can deliver through her interpretation. We do not usually examine the premises of this familiar situation. If we did, we would find, of course, that not only is there no pure language that is free from metaphor, the metaphor is therefore caught in the field that a general metaphorology of philosophy would dominate, MP 219, translation modified. We would find also that the idea that fiction begins in the truth of the author and ends in the uncovering of that truth by the critic is given a lie by our critical and pedagogical practice. Although we customarily say that the text is autonomous and self-sufficient, there would be no justification for our activity if we did not feel that the text needed interpretation. The so-called secondary material is not a simple adjunct to the so-called primary text. The latter inserts itself within the interstices of the former, filling holes that are always already there. Even as it adds itself to the text, criticism supplies a lack in the text and the gaps in the chain of criticism interior to it. The text is not unique, the acknowledged presence of polysemy already challenges that uniqueness, the critic creates a substitute. The text belongs to language, not to the sovereign and generating author. New criticism, although it vigorously argued the self-enclosure and organic unity of the text, and indulged in practice in the adulation of the author, had a sense of this last insight in its critique of the intentional fallacy. Derrida, questioning the unity of language itself, and putting metaphor under erasure, radically opens up textuality. Curiously enough, deconstructive criticism must take the metaphoric structure of a text very seriously. Since metaphors are not reducible to truth, their own structures as such are part of the textuality, or message, of the text. And, as I have hinted before, deconstruction must also take into account the lack of sovereignty of the critic himself. Perhaps this will to ignorance is simply a matter of attitude, a realization that one's choice of evidence is provisional, a self-distrust, a distrust of one's own power, the control of one's vocabulary, a shift from the phallocentric to the hymeneal. Even so, it is an important enough lesson for the critic, that self-professed custodian of the public meaning of literature. The tone of the section entitled The Exorbitant Question of Method, where Derrida justifies his choice of subject, gives us a glimpse of that lesson learned. I quote a few sentences from it. We must begin wherever we are in the thought of the trace, has already taught us that it was impossible to justify a point of departure absolutely. Wherever we are, in a text where we already believe ourselves to be, 233, 177. But in the long run a critic cannot himself present his own vulnerability. We come back simply to that question of attitude. And to the awareness that both literature and its criticism must open itself to a deconstructive reading. That criticism does not reveal the truth of literature, just as literature reveals no truth. A reading that produces rather than protects. That description of deconstruction we have already entertained. Here is another. The issue is, to deconstruct the metaphysical and rhetorical schema which are at work in a text, not in order to reject and discard them, but to reinscribe them otherwise. MP 215, translation modified. How to dismantle these structures. By using a signifier not as a transcendental key that will unlock the way to truth but as a bricoleur's or tinker's tool, a positive lever, POS F 109, POS E 82. If in the process of deciphering a text in the traditional way we come across a word that seems to harbor an unresolvable contradiction, and by virtue of being one word is made sometimes to work in one way and sometimes in another and thus is made to point away from the absence of a unified meaning, we shall catch at that word. If a metaphor seems to suppress its implications, we shall catch at that metaphor. We shall follow its adventures through the text and see the text coming undone as a structure of concealment, revealing its self-transgression, its undecidability. It must be emphasized that I am not speaking simply of locating a moment of ambiguity or irony ultimately incorporated into the text's system of unified meaning but rather a moment that genuinely threatens to collapse that system. It should also be repeated that, although in the Grammatology Derrida fastens upon the word, signifier, metaphor, supplement and related words in Rousseau's text as his lever, once the critic's glance is allowed to play upon parts of words and the spacing of a page, the prizing lever of undecidability may become much more elusive. At any rate, the relationship between the reinscribed text and the so-called original text is not that of patency and latency, but rather the relationship between two palimpsests. The original text itself is that palimpsest on so-called pretexts that the critic might or might not be able to disclose, and any original inscription would still only be a trace. Reading then resembles those X-rays that uncover, under the epidermis of the last painting, another hidden picture, by the same painter or another painter, no matter, who would himself, for want of materials, or in search of a new effect, use the substance of an old canvas or preserve the fragment of a first sketch. Dis 357. Translation modified. I have suggested that Derrida implicates himself in the Freudian procedure of attending to the detail of a text. Here let me place, beside the metaphors of palimpsest and X-ray picture, Freud's own analogy, though I know that in these matters analogies never carry us very far for the distortion of the psychic text. There are different methods for making an undesirable book harmless. Derrida would transfer the analogy to the undesirable grammatological thread inhabiting every text. Either the offending passages are thickly crossed through so that they were illegible. They then could not be transcribed, and the next copyist of the book would produce a blameless text but in some places full of gaps, and perhaps they're unintelligible. Another way would be to proceed to distort the text. Single words would be left out or replaced by others, and new sentences interpolated. Best of all, the whole passage would be erased and a new one which said exactly the opposite put in its place. GW 16. 81-82, SE 23. 236, translation modified, italics R. It is characteristic, of course, that Freud, who put the psyche under erasure, should, at the same time, use a thoroughly centric sentiment to close the passage. It no longer contained what the author wanted to say. The sense of the horizon of indefinite meaning, with the provisional anchor of the text never given up, has led to a handful of spectacular readings. The two most adventurous are the double session, a reading of Mallarmé's Monique, Dis 172-285, and Dissemination, a reading of Philippe Soller's Nombres, Dis 286-366. Those acts of controlled acrobatics are difficult to match. Yet the reading of Phaedrus in Plato's Pharmacy, Dis 61-172, and of the Essay on the Origin of Languages, 235-445, 179-344, although less playful, seem equally impressive. Speaking of the hymen, Derrida emphasizes the role of the blank spaces of the page in the play of meaning. Analogically, Derrida himself often devotes his attention to the text in its margins, so to speak. He examines the minute particulars of an undecidable moment, nearly imperceptible displacements, that might otherwise escape the reader's eye. Reading Foucault, he concentrates on 3 pages out of 673. Reading Rousseau, he chooses a text that is far from central. Reading Heidegger, he proceeds to write a note on a note to Sein und Zeit. His method, as he says to Jean-Louis Houdebine, perhaps a little too formulaically, is reversal and displacement. It is not enough simply to neutralize the binary oppositions of metaphysics. We must recognize that, within the familiar philosophical oppositions, there is always a violent hierarchy. One of the two terms controls the other, axiologically, logically, etc., holds the superior position. To deconstruct the opposition is first to overturn, renverser, the hierarchy, Pass F57, Pass E40, translation modified. To fight violence with violence. In the Grammatology this structural phase would be represented by all those pages where, all apologies to the contrary, the polemical energy seems clearly engaged in putting writing above speech. But in the next phase of deconstruction, this reversal must be displaced, the winning term put under erasure. The critic must make room for the eruptive emergence of a new concept, a concept of that which no longer allows itself, never allowed itself to be understood in the previous regime, system of oppositions. In terms of our book, this would be the aspect that allows the detonation of a writing inside of speech, thus disorganizing all the received order and invading the entire field, Pass F57-8, Pass E42, translation modified. To locate the promising marginal text, to disclose the undecidable moment, to pry it loose with the positive lever of the signifier, to reverse the resident hierarchy, only to displace it, to dismantle in order to reconstitute what is always already inscribed. Deconstruction in a nutshell. But, take away the assurance of the text's authority, the critic's control, and the primacy of meaning, and the possession of this formula does not guarantee much. Why should we undo and redo a text at all? Why not assume that words and the author mean what they say? It is a complex question. Here let us examine Derrida's most recent meditation upon the desire for deconstruction. Derrida acknowledges that the desire for deconstruction may itself become a desire to reappropriate the text actively through mastery, to show the text what it does not know. And as she deconstructs, all protestations to the contrary, the critic necessarily assumes that she at least, and for the time being, means what she says. Even the declaration of her vulnerability must come, after all, in the controlling language of demonstration and reference. In other words, the critic provisionally forgets that her own text is necessarily self-deconstructed, always already a palimpsest. The desire for deconstruction has also the opposite allure. Deconstruction seems to offer a way out of the closure of knowledge. By inaugurating the open-ended indefiniteness of textuality, by thus placing in the abyss, mettre en abîme, as the French expression would literally have it, it shows us the lure of the abyss's freedom. The fall into the abyss of deconstruction inspires us with as much pleasure as fear. We are intoxicated with the prospect of never hitting bottom. Thus a further deconstruction deconstructs deconstruction, both as the search for a foundation, the critic behaving as if she means what she says in her text, and as the pleasure of the bottomless. The tool for this, as indeed for any deconstruction, is our desire, itself a deconstructive and grammatological structure that forever differs from, we only desire what is not ourselves, and differs, desire is never fulfilled, the text of ourselves. Deconstruction can therefore never be a positive science. For we are in a bind, in a double, read abyssal, bind, Derrida's newest nickname for the schizophrenia of the serviteur. 74 We must do a thing and its opposite, and indeed we desire to do both, and so on indefinitely. Deconstruction is a perpetually self-deconstructing movement that is inhabited by difference. No text is ever fully deconstructing or deconstructed. Yet the critic provisionally musters the metaphysical resources of criticism and performs what declares itself to be one, unitary, act of deconstruction. As I point out on pages 94-95, the kinship with Freud's interminable and terminable analysis, involving both subject and analyst, is here not to be ignored. Derrida is now ready to suggest that, in a certain sense, it is impossible not to deconstruct/be deconstructed. All texts, whether written in the narrow sense or not, are rehearsing their grammatological structure, self-deconstructing as they constitute themselves. The single act of critical deconstruction is as necessary yet pointless, arrogant yet humble, as all human gestures. In the deconstruction of the arch, one does not hold an election. 91-67. These, then, are the lineaments of the Derridean double bind, deconstruction under erasure, the abyss placed in the abyss, active forgetfulness. Here it may be pointed out that one of the traditional charges against writing is that it breeds passive forgetfulness, 55, 40 and passim. In this respect also, deconstruction reinscribes the value of writing. On page 65 I bring a charge of prudence against Derrida. The new Derrida shows us that this prudence is also the greatest danger, the will to knowledge is will to ignorance and vice versa. The knowledge of the philosopher places him among the dreamers, for knowledge is a dream. But the philosopher knowingly agrees to dream of knowledge, agrees to forget the lesson of philosophy, only so as to prove that lesson. It is a vertiginous movement, see page L. As Glass will suggest, this philosophical agreement is the reader/writer's contract, with the text. Let me add yet once again that this terrifying and exhilarating vertigo is not mystical or theological. The abyss appears when Nietzsche, Freud, Heidegger, Derrida lift the lid of the most familiar and comforting notions about the possibility of knowledge. V. Of Grammatology is the provisional origin of this preface. But we have not kept track of the book's outline. We have considered instead the importance of erasure in Derrida, provided some ingredients for the computation of the intertextuality between Derrida and Nietzsche, Heidegger, Freud, Husserl, given some indications of Derrida's view of structuralism, especially of the metapsychological practice of Jacques Lacan, commented on the place of writing in Derrida's thought, hinted at the chain of its substitutions, given the recipe for deconstruction. Now that we begin the concluding movements of this repetitive preface, let us make of Grammatology our provisional end. Derrida situates of Grammatology among his own texts thus. One can take of Grammatology as a long essay articulated in two parts, between which one can stitch in writing and difference. Grammatology often calls upon it. In that case, the interpretation of Rousseau, Part 2 of Grammatology, would be the 12th item of the collection. Conversely, one can insert of Grammatology in the middle of writing and difference. Since 6 texts of the latter are anterior, in fact and in principle, to the publication, in critique, of the articles announcing of Grammatology, the 5 last, beginning with Freud and the scene of writing are engaged in the grammatological opening. Pos F 12-13, Pos E 4, translation modified. Although Derrida continues, things cannot be reconstituted so simply, this fable of fragmentation is not without interest. There is a certain stitched-togetherness in of Grammatology, and a decided disjunction between the sweeping, summarizing, theoretical breadth of the first part, and the interpretative, slow, reader's pace of the second. Part 1 is an expanded version of a two-part review of Madeleine V. David's Le débat sur les écritures et le hiéroglyphe 17 degrés et 18 degrés siècle, André Leroy Gower Hans Gesture and Speech, and the papers of a colloquium entitled L'écriture et la psychologie des peuples. 75. Although the review articles contained most of the material of the entire Part 1 in their present order, it is in Chapter 3, of Grammatology as a Positive Science, that their mark is most clearly felt. Each of the three books reviewed receives a section of the chapter. The first gives a summary of the moment when grammatology could historically have opened but did not, the moment of the decipherment of non-European scripts. The second investigates the possible physiological basis for the differentiation between writing and speech and genetic writing as the determinant of life. The third deals with the implications of varieties of non-phonetic writing. One cannot help wondering if all this overt interest in an account of writing in the narrow sense, rather than in the interpretation of texts, is not simply due to the regulating presence of books to be reviewed. Indeed, in Part 1 and in the postscript to Freud and the Scene of Writing, Derrida speaks most often of rewriting the history of writing in something suspiciously like the narrow sense, an immense field in which only preparatory work has been done up to now. WD 230. Writing so envisaged is on the brink of becoming a unique signifier, and Jacques Derrida's chief care. In his later work, the theoretical significance of the structure of writing and the grammatological opening remain intact. But he quietly drops the idea of being the authorized grammatological historian of writing in the narrow sense. Writing then takes its place on the chain of substitutions. In the Grammatology, then, we are at a specific and precarious moment in Derrida's career. It is fascinating to study the changes and interpolations made in the text of the review articles as they were transformed into the book. The text is genuinely enriched as the appropriate differences are changed to differences. Most of the changes make the philosophical ground of the argument stronger. The superb discussion of the proper name, 136-37, 97-98, is a case in point. So is the long footnote on the psychoanalysis of writing, 132-34, 393-94, and the insertion of the remarks on the radical alterity necessarily inhabiting the sign, 69, 50. So is the cautionary addition on page 125, 91. The original version ran, "It, genetic script, is a liberation which makes for the appearing of the gram as such and no doubt makes possible the emergence of writing in the narrow sense." Crit 2. 46. In the Grammatology, Derrida annuls the possibility of the gram ever appearing as such. He adds the following parenthesis after "as such," that is to say according to a new structure of non-presence, and goes on to add the following sentences, "but one cannot think them, the structurations of this gram, without the most general concept of the gram. That is irreducible and impregnable." From our point of view, what is most interesting is that the theme of sous-rhetor is given its development almost entirely in the book rather than in the articles. As I have mentioned above, Derrida never discusses sous-rhetor at great length. But in the articles all we have is a mention of the practice, Crit I. 1029, as it is to be found on page 38, 24, of Grammatology. The use of the cross lines on page 31, 20, the discussion of Heidegger's notion of being between pages 31 and 38, 20-25, the putting of experience under erasure on page 89, 65-66, of the past on page 97, 71-72, and the originarity of the trace on page 110, 83, are all passages only found in the book. On the other hand, and curiously enough, the argument for historical necessity seems also to have been emphasized as the review articles were turned into the first part of the book. The first tiny change, from the phoneticization of writing, dissimulated its own history while producing it, Crit I. 1017, to the phoneticization of writing must dissimulate its own history while producing it, 11. 3 sets the tone for all the small but weighty changes that will be made. They are not many, but they are unequivocal. Most of them, naturally enough, are confined to Chapter 1, the end of the book and the beginning of writing. The paragraph beginning these disguises are not historical contingencies. 17. 8. The article had only the first 2 sentences, is a representative example. The repression of writing, and its recognition today, are seen as historically necessary events. In a text where he elaborately launches a theory against teleological patternings of history and thought, where he delivers the notion of the play of necessity and contingency, why does Derrida fabricate so strong an argument for historical necessity? Why is the opening chapter, the end of the book and the beginning of writing full of a slightly embarrassing messianic promise? If we really do not believe in epistemological cut-off points, or in the possibility of stepping out of the metaphysical enclosure by simply deciding to, or in the linearity of time, then with what seriousness can we declare a different world to come, a world where the values of sign, speech, and writing, will be made to tremble? 14. 5. How reconcile ourselves with this break between the world of the past and the world of the future? It seems an empiricist betrayal of the structure of difference and postponement, and any deconstructive reading of Derrida will have to take this into account. We have seen that Derrida will not call grammatology a psychoanalysis of logocentrism. On page 20, 9-10, of the Grammatology, there is the merest hint of a psychoanalytical patterning of the history of writing that Derrida does not pursue. This situation, the role of writing in the naming of the human element, has already been announced. Why is it today in the process of making itself recognized as such and after the fact, après coup? Making itself recognized as such. Derrida makes an attempt on that page at answering that part of the question in terms of the development in ways and means of information retrieval, phonography, and cybernetics, all joining forces with anthropology and the history of writing, the sciences of man. But elsewhere in the book, as we have seen, he emphasizes that the situation can never be recognized as such, that we must surrender ourselves to being inscribed within the chain of future deconstructions and decipherings. It is therefore the après coup that seems more interesting here. That is the French word for Freud's Nachtraglichkeit translated into English as deferred action. As we recall, at the time that a stimulus is received, it goes either into the perceptual system or into the unconscious and produces a permanent trace. That particular trace might be energized into consciousness, as Freud reminds us over and over again. This topographical language must be used with caution, long afterward, Nachtraglich, après coup. But it never comes up as such. In fact, as Derrida argues, following Freud, the trace, die Bahnung, itself is primary. There is no thing there in the unconscious but simply the possibility for this particular path to be energized. When the track is opened up, and we have the après coup perception of the originary trace, the drive in the unconscious is not exhausted. Unconscious drives are indestructible. Now before the remarks about theoretical mathematics, information retrieval et alia on page 20, 9-10, Derrida slips in, immediately after the sentences we are examining, the following words: this question would call forth an interminable analysis. Interminable analysis. The words themselves recall Freud's late essay Analysis Terminable and Interminable. 76. The impulses in the unconscious are indestructible, après coup they come up into consciousness interminably, and thus constitute the subject. A neurosis can never be analyzed to the full, the analysis would in fact, be interminable, if the practical analyst did not terminate it. Is the trace of the repression of writing in some indeterminate historical unconscious coming up to our consciousness at the present historical moment, après coup? Derrida himself is clearly not willing to assume the responsibility for what might seem a psychoanalytic schema. This again is an undertaking for a future deconstructor. Yet there is, no doubt, a strong sympathy between Freud's notion of the theoretical impossibility of a full analysis and Derrida's polemic of the need for the perpetual renewal of the grammatological or deconstructive undertaking. In fact, that is what all of Derrida's work on writing has presented. Although it seems to be receiving articulation today, variations of previous articulations have existed throughout history and the complex will have to be confronted perpetually as the language of confrontation, obeying our will to power, adapts to and is retrieved by logocentrism, or, as Freud would say, with a little help from Heidegger, as the ego treats itself as a new, GW 16. 84, SE 23. 238, Erasure's Mine. It seems quite plausible, then, to ask, if Freudian discourse, its syntax or, its labor were delivered from these necessarily metaphysical and traditional concepts, WD 197-8, would one be able to decipher a psychoanalytic schema in the obstinate historical pattern of grammatology? There is also the shadow of a geographical pattern that falls upon the first part of the book. The relationship between logocentrism and ethnocentrism is indirectly invoked in the very first sentence of the exergue. Yet, paradoxically, and almost by a reverse ethnocentrism, Derrida insists that logocentrism is a property of the West. He does this so frequently that a quotation would be superfluous. Although something of the Chinese prejudice of the West is discussed in Part 1, the East is never seriously studied or deconstructed in the Derridian text. Why then must it remain, recalling Hegel and Nietzsche in their most cartological humors, as the name of the limits of the text's knowledge? The discussion of Lévi-Strauss in Part 2, the only genuinely polemical and perhaps the least formally awkward section of the book, first appeared in 1966, as part of an issue on Lévi-Strauss of the Cahiers pour l'analyse, 4, September to October, 1966. Derrida chooses Lévi-Strauss as his subject because, at once conserving and annulling inherited conceptual oppositions. This thought, like Saussure's, holds itself at the limit, sometimes within an uncriticized conceptuality, sometimes putting a strain on the closures, and working toward deconstruction. 154, 113. And he takes Levi-Strauss to task for slackness of method, for sentimental ethnocentrism, for an oversimplified reading of Rousseau. He criticizes Levi-Strauss for conceiving of writing only in the narrow sense, for seeing it as a scapegoat for all the exploitative evils of civilization, and for conceiving of the violent Nambiquara as an innocent community without writing. If the end of Part 1 seems too concerned with writing in the narrow sense, these chapters redeem themselves in that respect. For in them Derrida repeatedly moves us from writing in the narrow sense to writing in general, through such systematic statements as, the genealogical relation and social classification are the stitched seam of arch writing, condition of the, so-called oral, language, and of writing in the colloquial sense, 182, 135, to such poetic ones as, the Silva, forest, is savage, the Via Rupta, path cut through, is written. It is difficult to imagine that access to the possibility of roadmaps is not at the same time access to writing. 158, 116. Perhaps the most interesting reason given for the impossibility of a community without writing is that the bestowing of the proper name, something no society can avoid, is itself inhabited by the structure of writing. For the phrase proper name signifies a classification, an institution carrying the trace of history, into which a certain sort of sign is made to fit. Thus the proper name, as soon as it is understood as such, is no longer fully unique and proper to the holder. The proper name is always already common by virtue of belonging to the category proper. It is always already under erasure. When in consciousness, the name is called proper, it is already classified and is obliterated in being named. It is already no more than a so-called proper name. 161, 118. Levi-Strauss knows this, as his discussion of proper names in The Savage Mind, p. 172f. demonstrates. But, having nothing but a restricted concept of writing, he cannot relate the proper name to writing. The essence or the energy of the grapheme, is, the originary effacement of the proper name. 159, 117. This argument does not only serve to undo the anthropologist's reverse ethnocentrism toward an innocent community without writing. It points to the presence of writing in general in all the ramifications of the proper the own, the distinguishing characteristic, the literal, the exclusively clean. It is so pervasive a Derridian theme that I can do no more than mention it here. In a way, Derrida's chief concern might be summarized thus: to problematize the proper name and proper, literal, meaning, the proper in general. The argument points also to the theme of the play of desire around the proper name, the narcissistic desire to make one's own proper name common, to make it enter and be at one with the body of the mother tongue, and, at the same time, the Oedipal desire to preserve one's proper name, to see it as the analogon of the name of the father. Much of Derrida's recent work meditates on this play. I quote the beginning of Glass, where Hegel, the proper name, is invoked as the eagle, the common name, that the French pronunciation of his name, aigle, turns him into he. His name is so strange. From the eagle he draws his imperial or historical power. Those who still pronounce it as French, and there are those, are silly only to a certain point, the restitution, of the magisterial cold, of the eagle caught in ice and frost, gel. Let the emblemished philosopher be thus congealed. p. 7 pages 145 to 151, 105 to 10, are a theoretical justification of what Derrida will come to call intertextuality, the interweaving of different texts, literally web s, in an act of criticism that refuses to think of influence or interrelationship as simple historical phenomena. Intertextuality becomes the most striking conceptual and typographical signature in Glass. Pages 226 to 234, 171 to 78, the exorbitant question of method are, as I have suggested, a simple and moving exposition of the method of deconstruction as understood by the early Derrida. Rousseau's place in Derrida's text is most importantly marked by the former's use of the word supplement. Writing will appear to us more and more, Derrida writes, as another name for this structure of supplementarity. It does not suffice to say that Rousseau thinks the supplement without thinking it, that he does not match his saying to his meaning, his descriptions to his declarations. Using the word and describing the thing, Rousseau in a certain way displaces and deforms the sign supplement, the unity of the signifier and the signified. But these displacements and deformations are regulated by the contradictory unity, or itself supplementary, of the desire. 348, 267. Of the issue of supplementarity itself, abundantly developed by Derrida in this book, there is no need to speak. Of more interest to me is the question, how does the word supplement signify Rousseau's desire? Before I attempt to gauge Derrida's enigmatic answer to this question, I shall digress and point at the rather endearing conservatism of Chapter 3, Section I, the place of the essay. There is a certain mark of superior academic scholarship in that section that seems out of joint with the theoretical spirit of the book. Here the philosopher who has written the outside the inside in Part 1, speaks with perfect seriousness about internal and external evidence, and the thinker of intertextuality concerns himself with the relative dating of the essay on the origin of languages and the discourse on inequality. This reader is happy that those marks of traditional scholarship were not unstitched. It is engrossing to watch the bold argument operating in the service of a conventional debate. For the burden of the proof lies on the economy of pity. The supplementarity of pity in both Rousseau texts and intertextual practice does emerge as the two texts are woven together, from one text to the other, an accent is displaced, a continuous sliding is in operation. The discourse wants to mark the beginning. The essay would make us sense the beginnings. It seizes man, in that subtle transition from origin to genesis. The description of pure nature in the discourse made room within itself for such a crossing. As always, it is the ungraspable limit of the almost, 358, 276. I do not believe that Derrida ever again devotes himself to this sort of textual scholarship. Here, too, the reading of Grammatology gives us the taste of a rather special early Derrida, the young scholar transforming the ground rules of scholarship. The book ends with Rousseau's dream, the supplementary desire that I refer to above. Such an ending is a characteristic Derrida touch, criticism giving up the idiom of expository mastery in the end and taking on the idiom of the fabulist. Plato's pharmacy ends with the scene of Plato in his pharmacy, white mythology with the heliotrope stone. Examples can be multiplied. Rousseau, that famous masturbator, has a philosophical wet dream. Rousseau's dream consisted of making the supplement enter metaphysics by force, 444, 343. But is not that force precisely the energy of Derrida's own project? Is this not precisely the trick of writing, that dream come truth, that breaches the metaphysical closure with an intrinsic yet supplementary violence? At the end of Derrida's book on Rousseau, Rousseau is set dreaming of Derrida. Perhaps the book does end with its author's signature. It is customary at this point to say a few words about the problem of translation. Derrida's text certainly offers its share of untranslatable words. I have had my battles with exurgent propria. 77. My special worry is entamer. As we have seen, it is an important word in Derrida's vocabulary. It means both to break into and to begin. I have made do with broach or breach, with the somewhat fanciful confidence that the shadow word breach or broach will declare itself through it. With entamer as well as with other words and expressions, I have included the original in parenthesis whenever the wording and syntax of the French seem to carry a special charge. To an extent, this particular problem informs the entire text. Denying the uniqueness of words, their substantiality, their transferability, their repeatability, Grammatology denies the possibility of translation. Not so paradoxically perhaps, each twist of phrase becomes at the same time significant and playful when language is manipulated for the purpose of putting signification into question, for deconstructing the binary opposition signifier-signified. That playfulness I fear I have not been able remotely to capture. Even so simple a word as to carries a touch of play, hinting at both of and from. I have once resorted to from/of, where the playfulness seemed to ask for special recognition, page 293. But that sort of heavy-handedness cannot punctuate an entire text where pensée, to think, carries within itself and points at penser, to dress a wound, for does not thinking seek forever to clamp a dressing over the gaping and violent wound of the impossibility of thought? The translation of the title, suggesting a piece of as well as about, I have retained against expert counsel. I began this preface by informing my readers that Derrida's theory admitted, as it denied, a preface by questioning the absolute repeatability of the text. It is now time to acknowledge that his theory would likewise admit, as it denies, translation, by questioning the absolute privilege of the original. Any act of reading is besieged and delivered by the precariousness of intertextuality. And translation is, after all, one version of intertextuality. 78 If there are no unique words, if, as soon as a privileged concept word emerges, it must be given over to the chain of substitutions and to the common language, why should that act of substitution that is translation be suspect? If the proper name or sovereign status of the author is as much a barrier as a right-of-way, why should the translator's position be secondary? It must now be evident that, desiring to conserve the original, de la Grammatology, and seduced by the freedom of the absence of a sovereign text. Not only is there no of Grammatology before mine, but there have been as many translations of the text as readings. The text is infinitely translatable. Translation itself is in a double bind, see pages 99, c. And, from quite another point of view, most practically and rigorously speaking, both Derrida and I being very roughly bilingual, his English a cut above my French, where does French end and English begin? I shall not launch my philosophy of translation here. Instead I give you a glimpse of Derrida's. Within the limits to which it is possible, or at least appears possible, translation practices the difference between signified and signifier. But, if this difference is never pure, translation is even less so, and for the notion of translation must be substituted a notion of transformation, a regulated transformation of one language by another, of one text by another. We will never have, and in fact have never had to do with some transport of pure signifieds that the signifying instrument, or vehicle would leave virgin and intact, from one language to another, or within one and the same language. Pos F31, Pos E20, translation modified. From one language to another, or within one and the same language. Translation is a version of the intertextuality that comes to bear also within the same language. Ergo, Heidegger's deconstructive, or destructive, method is often based on consideration of how the so-called content of philosophy is affected by the exigencies of translation. Derrida writes of this in Difference and Wiese and Graham, MP 1-27, 29-67. In the latter example there is a double play. Heidegger laments the loss for philosophy when the lone Latin presence was pressed into service to translate the many nuanced Greek words signifying philosophical shadings of the idea of presence. Derrida engages in the parallel lament, how translate the many nuanced Heideggerian German words signifying philosophical shadings of the idea of presence through the lone Romance Présence. Derrida goes on to use the business of mistranslations as an effective deconstructive lever of his own. The most sustained example is Plato's Pharmacy, where he appropriately asks, why have translators obliterated the word pharmakon by providing a collection of different words as its translated substitute? And all said and done, that is the sort of reader I would hope for. A reader who would fasten upon my mistranslations, and with that leverage deconstruct Derrida's text beyond what Derrida as controlling subject has directed in it. Phi. The first part of this book, Writing Before the Letter, sketches in broad outlines. Now I insert my text within his and move you on, situating here a theoretical matrix. It indicates certain significant historical moments, and proposes my name, certain critical concepts. Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak. These critical concepts are put to the test. The places of this work: Iowa City, New Delhi, Dhaka, Calcutta, Boston, Nice, Providence, Iowa City. In the second part, Nature, Culture, Writing its time, July, 1970, October, 1975. This part may be called illustrative. A. Hereafter all page numbers in boldface type refer to pages in this volume. Forward. The first part of this essay, Writing Before the Letter, 1 sketches in broad outlines a theoretical matrix. It indicates certain historical points of reference, and proposes certain critical concepts. These reference points and critical concepts are put to the test in the second part, Nature, Culture, Writing. Moment, as it were, of the example, although, strictly speaking, that notion is not acceptable within my argument. It was necessary to move slowly and with great patience to justify the choice and demonstrate the necessity of what for the sake of convenience we have still called example. It is about a reading of what may perhaps be called the Age of Rousseau. A reading merely outlined, in fact considering the need for such an analysis, the difficulty of the problems, and the nature of these outlines, we considered it valid to privilege a short and little-known text, the essay on the origin of languages. We must explain the place assigned to that work. If our reading remains incomplete, it is for yet another reason why, although we have no ambition to illustrate a new method, we have attempted to produce the problems of critical reading, often embarrassing ourselves in the process. These are at all times linked to the guiding intention of this essay. Our interpretation of Rousseau's text narrowly depends upon the propositions risked in Part 1. They demand that reading should escape, at least in its axis, from the classical categories of history, of the history of ideas, to be sure, and the history of literature, but, perhaps above all, of the history of philosophy. Around that axis, as it goes without saying, we have had to respect classical norms, or at least attempted to do so. Although the word age or epoch is not fully covered by these determinations, we have dealt with a structural figure as much as a historical totality. We have tried hard to relate these two seemingly necessary approaches, thus repeating the question of the text, its historical status, its proper time and space. That past age or epoch is in fact constituted in every respect as a text, in a sense of these words that we will have to determine. That it should conserve, as a text, the values of legibility and the efficacy of a model, and disturb thus the time of the line or the line of time, is what we have wished to suggest by questioning and passing the declared Rousseauism of a modern anthropologist. Derrida uses the 1817 Boulogne edition of the essay. My references, placed within brackets, as are all my interpolations, are to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Essay on the Origin of Languages and Writings Related to Music, Dr. John P. Scott, in the Collected Writings of Rousseau, Hanover, New Hampshire, 1998, Volume 7, translation modified. Notes at the foot of the pages in this volume are translator's notes. Author's notes appear at the back of the book. Part 1. Writing before the letter. Exerg. 1. The one who will shine in the science of writing will shine like the sun. A Scribe, E.P., p. 87. O Psalmus, sun god, by your light you scan the totality of lands as if they were cuneiform signs, Ibid. 2. These three ways of writing respond exactly enough to the three different stages according to which one can consider men gathered into a nation. The painting of objects is appropriate to savage peoples, signs of words and of propositions to barbaric peoples, and the alphabet to peoples under the rule of law. J. Rousseau, Essai sur l'origine des langues. 3. Alphabetic script is in itself and for itself the most intelligent. Hegel, Encyclopédie. This triple exerg is intended not only to focus attention on the ethnocentrism which, everywhere and always, had to control the concept of writing, nor merely to focus attention on what we will call logocentrism, the metaphysics of phonetic writing, for example, of the alphabet, which in its grounding has been nothing but, for enigmatic yet essential reasons that are inaccessible to a simple historical relativism, the most original and powerful ethnocentrism, in the process today of imposing itself upon the planet, controlling in one and the same order. 1. The concept of writing in a world where the phoneticization of writing must assimilate its own history as it produces itself. 2. The history of the metaphysics which, in spite of all differences, not only from Plato to Hegel, even including Leibniz, but also, beyond their apparent limits, from the pre-Socratics to Heidegger, has always assigned the origin of truth in general to the logos, the history of truth, has always been, except for a metaphorical diversion that we shall have to consider, the debasement of writing, and its repression outside full speech. 3. The concept of science or the scientificity of science, what has always been determined as logic, a concept that has always been a philosophical concept, even if the practice of science has constantly challenged the imperialism of the logos, by invoking, for example, always and ever increasingly, non-phonetic writing. No doubt this subversion has always been contained within an allocutionary system which gave birth to the project of science and to the conventions of all non-phonetic characteristics. 1. It could not have been otherwise. Nonetheless, it is a peculiarity of our epoch that, at the moment when the phoneticization of writing, the historical origin and structural possibility of philosophy as of science, the condition of the episteme, begins to lay hold on world culture, science can no longer be satisfied with it in any of its advances. This inadequation had already begun to be in motion. But today something lets it appear as such, allows it a kind of takeover, without the possibility of translating this novelty into clear-cut notions of mutation, explicitation, accumulation, of revolution or tradition. These values belong no doubt to the system whose dislocation is today presented as such. They describe the styles of historical movement which were meaningful, like the concept of history itself, only within a logocentric epoch. By alluding to a science of writing reigned in by metaphor, metaphysics, and theology. 3. The exerg must not only announce that the science of writing, Grammatology 4, shows signs of liberation all over the world, thanks to decisive efforts. These efforts are necessarily discrete and dispersed, almost imperceptible, that is a quality of their meaning and of the milieu within which they produce their operation. We would like to suggest above all that, however fecund and necessary the undertaking might be, and even if, in the most favorable hypothesis, it overcame all technical and epistemological obstacles, all the theological and metaphysical impediments that have limited it hitherto, such a science of writing runs the risk of never being established as such and with that name. Of never being able to define the unity of its project or its object. Of not being able either to write the discourse on its method or to describe the limits of its field. For essential reasons, the unity of all that allows itself to be endorsed today through the most diverse concepts of science and of writing, is, in principle, more or less covertly but always, determined by an historico-metaphysical epoch of which we merely glimpse the closure. We do not say the end. The idea of science and the idea of writing, therefore also of the science of writing, makes sense for us only in terms of an origin and within a world to which a certain concept of the sign, later we shall call it the concept of the sign, and a certain concept of the relationships between speech and writing, have already been assigned. A most determined relationship, in spite of its privilege, in spite of its necessity, and the opening of the field that it has controlled for a few millennia, especially in the West, to the point of being now able to produce its dislocation and itself proclaim its limits. Perhaps patient meditation and rigorous investigation around what is still provisionally called writing, far from remaining short of a science of writing or of hastily dismissing it by some obscurantist reaction, letting it rather develop its positivity as far as possible, are the wanderings of a thought that is faithful and attentive to the world irreducibly to come which announces itself at present, beyond the closure of knowledge. The future can be anticipated only in the form of an absolute danger. It is that which breaks absolutely with constituted normality and can therefore only announce itself, present itself, in the species of monstrosity. For that world to come and for that within it which will make the values of sign, word, and writing tremble, for that which here guides our future anterior, there is as yet no exerg. Chapter 1. The end of the book and the beginning of writing. Socrates, he who does not write a. Nietzsche. Whatever one might think under that heading, the problem of language, langage, has undoubtedly never been one problem among others. But never as much as at present has it invaded, as such, the global horizon of the most diverse researches and the most heterogeneous discourses, in their intention, their method, their ideology. The devaluation even of the word language, and everything, by way of the credit given to it, announces the looseness of its vocabulary, the temptation to seduce on the cheap, the fashionable passive abandon, the consciousness of the avant-garde, in other words its ignorance. All of this gives evidence. This inflation of the sign language is the inflation of the sign itself, absolute inflation, inflation itself. Yet, by one of its aspects or shadows, it is itself still a sign. This crisis is also a symptom. It indicates, as if in spite of itself, that a historico-metaphysical epoch must finally determine as language the totality of its problematic horizon. It must do so not only because all that desire had wished to wrest from the play of language finds itself recaptured within it but also because by the same token, language itself is there menaced in its very life, helpless, unmoored because no longer having limits, brought back to its own finitude at the very moment when its limits seem to efface themselves, at the very moment when it ceases to be firm in itself, contained and hemmed in by the infinite signified which seemed to exceed it. The program. By a slow movement whose necessity is hardly perceptible, everything that for at least some 20 centuries tended toward and finally succeeded in being gathered under the name of language is beginning to let itself be transferred to, or at least summarized under, the name of writing. By necessity that hardly lets itself be perceptible, everything happens as if, without designating a particular, derivative, auxiliary form of language in general, whether understood as communication, relation, expression, signification, constitution of sense or thought, etc., ceasing to designate the exterior skin, the inconsistent double of a major signifier, the signifier of the signifier, the concept of writing has begun to overflow the extension of language. In all senses of the word, writing would comprehend language. Not that the word writing has ceased to designate the signifier of the signifier, but it appears, in a strange illumination, that signifier of the signifier has ceased to define accidental doubling and fallen secondarity. Signifier of the signifier describes on the contrary the movement of language, in its origin, to be sure, but one already has the presentiment that an origin whose structure can be expressed thus, signifier of the signifier, flares up and erases itself in its own production. There the signified always already functions as a signifier. The secondarity that it seemed possible to reserve for writing affects all signifieds in general, affects always already, the moment they enter the game. There is no signified that escapes, eventually to fall back, the play of signifying references that constitute language. The advent of writing is the advent of play. Today play yields to itself, effacing the limit starting from which one had believed it possible to regulate the circulation of signs, drawing along with it all the reassuring signifieds, reducing all the strongholds, all the out-of-bounds shelters that watched over the field of language. This, strictly speaking, amounts to destroying the concept of sign and its entire logic. Undoubtedly it is not by chance that this overflowing supervenes at the moment when the extension of the concept of language effaces all its limits. We shall see, this overflowing and this effacement have the same sense, are one and the same phenomenon. Everything happens as if the Western concept of language, in terms of what, beyond its plurivocity and beyond the tight and problematic opposition of speech, parole, and language, long, attaches it in general to phonematic or glossomatic production, to language, to voice, vowel, to hearing, to sound and breath, to speech, revealed itself today as the guise or disguise of a primary writing: one more fundamental than that which, before this conversion, passed for the simple supplement to the spoken word, Rousseau. Either writing was never a simple supplement, or it is urgently necessary to construct a new logic of the supplement. It is this urgency that will guide us further in reading Rousseau. These disguises are not historical contingencies that one might admire or regret. Their movement was absolutely necessary, with a necessity that cannot compare, in order to be judged, to any other instance. The privilege of the phone does not depend upon a choice that could have been avoided. It responds to a moment of economy, let us say of the life of history or of being as self-relationship. The system of hearing, understanding, oneself speak, s'entendre parler, through the phonic substance, which presents itself as the non-exterior, non-worldly, therefore non-empirical or non-contingent signifier, had to dominate the history of the world during an entire epoch, has even produced the idea of the world, the idea of the origin of the world, in terms of the difference between the worldly and the non-worldly, the outside and the inside, ideality and non-ideality, universal and non-universal, transcendental and empirical, etc. 2. With an uneven and essentially precarious success, this movement would apparently have tended, as toward its telos, toward confining writing to a secondary and instrumental function, translator of a full and fully present speech, present to itself, to its signified, to the other, the very condition of the theme of presence in general, technique in the service of language, spokesman, interpreter of an originary speech itself withdrawn from interpretation. Technique in the service of language. We are not calling on a general essence of technique which would be already familiar to us and would help us in understanding, as an example, the narrow and historically determined concept of writing. We believe on the contrary that a certain sort of question about the sense and origin of writing precedes, or at least is mixed up with, a certain type of question about the meaning and origin of technique. That is why the notion of technique can never simply clarify the notion of writing. It is therefore as if what one calls language could have been in its origin and in its end only a moment, an essential but determined mode, a phenomenon, an aspect, a species of writing. And as if it had succeeded in making it be forgotten, and in willfully misleading us, only in the course of an adventure, as that adventure itself. All in all a short enough adventure. It would be mixed up with the history that associates technique and logocentric metaphysics for nearly 3 millennia. And now it would be approaching what is really its own exhaustion. Under the circumstances, and this is no more than one example among others, of this death of the civilization of the book, of which so much is said and which manifests itself particularly through a convulsive proliferation of libraries. All appearances to the contrary, this death of the book undoubtedly announces, and in a certain sense always has announced, nothing but a death of speech, of a so-called full speech, and a new mutation in the history of writing, in history as writing. Announces it at a distance of a few centuries, and it is on that scale that we must reckon it here, being careful not to neglect the quality of a very heterogeneous historical duration. The acceleration is such, and such its qualitative sense, that one would be equally wrong in making a careful evaluation according to past rhythms. Death of speech is of course a metaphor here. Before speaking of disappearance, a new situation for speech must be thought, of its subordination within a structure of which it will no longer be the archon. To affirm in this way that the concept of writing exceeds and comprehends that of language, presupposes of course a certain definition of language and of writing. If we do not attempt to justify it, we shall be giving into the movement of inflation that we have just signaled, which has also taken over the word writing, and that not fortuitously. For some time now, as a matter of fact, here and there, by a gesture and for motives that are profoundly necessary, whose degradation is easier to denounce than it is to disclose their origin, one would say language for action, movement, thought, reflection, consciousness, the unconscious, experience, affectivity, etc. One now tends to say writing for all this and more, to designate not only the physical gestures of literal, pictographic, or ideographic inscription, but also the totality of what makes it possible, and further, beyond the signifying face, the signified face itself, and so for all that can make room for an inscription in general, whether it is literal or not, and even if what it distributes in space is alien to the order of the voice, cinematography, choreography, of course, but also pictorial, musical, sculptural writing. One might also speak of athletic writing, and with even greater certainty, if one pays attention to the techniques that govern those domains today, of military or political writing. All this to describe not only the system of notation secondarily connected with these activities but the essence and the content of these activities themselves. It is also in this sense that today the biologist speaks of writing and a program for the most elementary processes of information within the living cell. And, finally, whether it has essential limits or not, the entire field covered by the cybernetic program will be the field of writing. To suppose that the theory of cybernetics can dislodge by itself all the metaphysical concepts, all the way to the concepts of soul, of life, of value, of choice, of memory, which until recently served to separate the machine from man, 3. It must conserve, until its own historico-metaphysical belonging is also denounced, the notion of writing, trace, gram, written mark, or grapheme. Even before being determined as human, with all the distinctive characteristics that one has always attributed to man in the entire system of significations that they imply, or as inhuman, the gram, or the grapheme, would thus name the element. An element without simplicity. An element, whether it is understood as the medium or as the irreducible atom, of the arch-synthesis in general, of what one must forbid oneself to define within the system of oppositions of metaphysics, of what consequently one should not even call experience in general, that is to say the origin of sense in general. This situation has always already been announced. Why is it today on the way to making itself known as such and after the fact? This question would call forth an interminable analysis. Let us simply take some points of reference in order to introduce the limited purposes to which I shall confine myself. We have already alluded to theoretical mathematics, its writing, whether understood as a sensible graphy, manner of writing, and that already presupposes an identity, therefore an ideality of its form, which in principle renders absurd the quickly admitted notion of the sensible signifier, or understood as the ideal synthesis of signifieds or a trace operative on another level, or yet, more profoundly, as a passage from one to the other, has never been absolutely linked with a phonetic production. Within cultures practicing so-called phonetic writing, mathematics is not just an enclave. This last is signaled by all historians of writing. They recall at the same time the imperfections of the alphabetic writing which passed for so long as the most convenient and the most intelligent for writing. This enclave is also the place where the practice of scientific language challenges intrinsically and with increasing profundity the ideal of phonetic writing and all its implicit metaphysics itself, particularly, that is, the philosophical idea of the episteme, also of historia, a concept profoundly solidary with it in spite of the dissociation or opposition which has related one to the other during one phase of their common progress. History and knowledge, historia and episteme have always been determined, and not only etymologically or philosophically, as detours looking toward the reappropriation of presents. But beyond theoretical mathematics, the development of the practices of information retrieval extends the possibilities of the message broadly, to the point where the latter is no longer the written translation of a language, the transporting of a signified which could have remained spoken in its integrity. It also goes hand in hand with an extension of phonography and of all the means of conserving the spoken language, of making it function without the presence of the speaking subject. This development, coupled with that of anthropology and of the history of writing, teaches us that phonetic writing, the medium of the great metaphysical, scientific, technical, and economic adventure of the West, is limited in time and in space and limits itself even as it is in the process of imposing its law upon the only cultural areas that had so far escaped it. But this non-fortuitous conjunction of cybernetics and the human sciences of writing leads to a more profound reversal. The signifier and truth. The rationality but perhaps that word should be abandoned for reasons that will appear at the end of this sentence, which governs a writing thus enlarged and radicalized, no longer issues from a logos and it inaugurates the destruction, not the demolition but the desedimentation, the deconstruction, of all the significations that have their source in that of the logos. Particularly the signification of truth. All the metaphysical determinations of truth, and even the one beyond metaphysical onto theology that Heidegger reminds us of, are more or less immediately inseparable from the instance of the logos, or of a reason thought within the lineage of the logos, in whatever sense it is understood, in the pre-Socratic or the philosophical sense, in the sense of God's infinite understanding or in the anthropological sense, in the pre-Hegelian or the post-Hegelian sense. Within this logos, the original and essential link to the phone has never been broken. It would be easy to demonstrate this and we will attempt such a demonstration later. As has been more or less implicitly determined, the essence of the phone would be immediately proximate to that which within thought as logos relates to sense, produces it, receives it, speaks it, puts it together. If, for Aristotle, for example, spoken words, tai ente phone, are the symbols of mental experience, pathematites psyches, and written words are the symbols of spoken words. De interpretation 1:16a3, it is that the voice, vowel, productive of the first symbols, has a relationship of essential and immediate proximity with the soul. Producer of the first signifier, it is not one simple signifier among others. It signifies the state of mind which itself reflects or reflects upon things by natural resemblance. Between being and soul/mind, things and feelings, there would be a relationship of translation or natural signification. Between soul/mind and logos, a relationship of conventional symbolization. And the first convention, that which would relate immediately to the order of natural and universal signification, would be produced as spoken language. Written language would establish the conventions linking other conventions among themselves. Just as all men have not the same writing, so all men have not the same speech sounds, but mental experiences, of which these are the primary symbols, semia-protos, are the same for all, as also are those things of which our experiences are the images. De interpretation 1:16a. Italics added by Derrida. The effects of the soul/mind expressing things naturally, constitute a sort of universal language which can then efface itself. It is the stage of transparence. Aristotle can sometimes omit it without risk. 5 In every case, the voice is closest to the signified, whether it is determined rigorously as sense, thought or lived, or more loosely as thing. With regard to what would wed the voice indissolubly to the soul/mind or to the thought of the signified sense, even to the thing itself, whether it is done in the Aristotelian manner that we have just signaled or in the manner of medieval theology, determining the res as a thing created from its eidos, from its sense thought in the logos or in the infinite understanding of God, all signifiers, and first the written signifier, would be derivative. The written signifier would always be technical and representative. It would have no constitutive meaning. This derivation is the very origin of the notion of signifier. The notion of the sign always implies within itself a distinction between signifier and signified, even if at the limit, according to Saussure, simply as the two faces of one and the same leaf. It remains therefore within the heritage of that logocentrism which is also a phonocentrism, absolute proximity of voice and being, of voice in the meaning of being, of voice in the ideality of meaning. Hegel demonstrates very well the strange privilege of sound in idealization, the production of the concept and the self-presence of the subject. This ideal motion, in which through the sound what is as it were the simple subjectivity, Subjektivität, the soul of the material thing expresses itself, the ear receives also in a theoretical, theoretisch, way, just as the eye shape and color, thus allowing the interiority of the object to become interiority itself, lest durch das Innere der Gegenstände vor das Innere selbst werden, Ästhetik, 3. Itr. Father p. 16. b. The ear, on the contrary, perceives, vernimmt, the result of that interior vibration of material substance without placing itself in a practical relation toward the objects, a result by means of which it is no longer the material form, Gestalt, in its repose, but the first, more ideal activity of the soul itself which is manifested, zum Vorschein kommt. p. 296c. What is said of sound in general is a fortiori valid for the phone by which, by virtue of hearing understanding, oneself speak, indissociable system, the subject affects itself and relates to itself in the element of ideality. One already has a premonition that phonocentrism gets mixed up with the historical determination of the meaning of being in general as presence, with all the subdeterminations which depend on this general form and which organize within it their system and their historical concatenation. Presence of the thing to the side is eidos, presence is substance/essence/existence, visa, temporal presence is point, stigm, of the now or of the instant, none, self-presence of the cogito, consciousness, subjectivity, co-presence of the other and of the self, intersubjectivity as intentional phenomenon of the ego, etc. Logocentrism would thus be solidary with the determination of being, eton, as presence. To the extent that such a logocentrism is not totally absent from Heidegger's thought, perhaps it still holds that thought back within that epoch of ontotheology, within that philosophy of presence, that is to say within philosophy as such, law philosophie. This would perhaps signify that one does not exit the epoch whose closure one can outline. The movements of belonging or not belonging to the epoch are too subtle, the illusions in that regard are too easy, for us to come to a conclusion here. The epoch of the logos thus debases writing considered as mediation of mediation and as fall into the exteriority of meaning. To this epoch would belong the difference between signified and signifier, or at least the strange separation of their parallelism, and the exteriority, however extenuated, of the one to the other. This appurtenance is organized and hierarchized in a history. The difference between signified and signifier belongs in a profound and implicit manner to the totality of the great epic covered by the history of metaphysics, and in a more explicit and more systematically articulated manner to the narrower epic of creationism and of Christian infinitism when they appropriate the resources of Greek conceptuality. This appurtenance is essential and irreducible. One cannot retain the convenience or the scientific truth of the Stoic and later the medieval opposition between signans and signatum without also bringing with it all its metaphysico-theological roots. To these roots adheres not only, and that is already a lot, the distinction between the sensible and the intelligible, with all that it commands, namely, metaphysics in its totality. And this distinction is generally accepted as self-evident by the most vigilant linguists and semiologists, even by those who believe that the scientificity of their work begins where metaphysics ends. Thus, for example, as modern structural thought has clearly realized, language is a system of signs and linguistics is part and parcel of the science of signs, or semiotics, Saussure's semiology. The medieval definition of sign, aliquid stat pro aliquo, it stands for something has been resurrected and put forward as still valid and productive. Thus the constitutive mark of any sign in general and of any linguistic sign in particular is its twofold character. Every linguistic unit is bipartite and involves both aspects, one sensible and the other intelligible, or in other words, both the signon signifier, Saussure's signifiant, and the signatum signified, signify. These two constituents of a linguistic sign, and of sign in general, necessarily suppose and require each other. 6. But to these metaphysico-theological roots many other hidden sediments cling. The semiological or, more narrowly, linguistic science cannot therefore hold on to the difference between signifier and signified, the very idea of the sign, without the difference between sensible and intelligible, certainly, but also not without retaining, by the same token, more profoundly and more implicitly, the reference to a signified able to take place, in its intelligibility, before its fall, before any expulsion into the exteriority of the sensible here below. To the extent that as the face of pure intelligibility, it refers to an absolute logos to which it is immediately united. This absolute logos was an infinite creative subjectivity in medieval theology. The intelligible face of the sign remains turned toward the Word and the face of God. Of course, it is not a question of rejecting these notions, they are necessary and, today at least, for us, not a thing is thinkable without them. It is a question at first of making evident the systematic and historical solidarity of concepts and gestures of thought that one often believes to be able to separate innocently. The sign and divinity have the same place and time of birth. The epoch of the sign is essentially theological. Perhaps it will never end. Its historical closure is, however, designated. We should all the less renounce these concepts as they are indispensable for unsettling today the heritage of which they are a part. Within the closure, by an oblique and always perilous movement, constantly risking falling back within what is being deconstructed, it is necessary to surround the critical concepts of a prudent and detailed discourse, to mark the conditions, the area and the limits of their effectiveness, designate rigorously their appurtenance to the machine whose deconstruction they permit, and, with the same stroke the fault through which lets itself be glimpsed, yet unnameable, the glow of the outside of the enclosure. The concept of the sign is here exemplary. We have just marked its metaphysical appurtenance. We know, however, that the thematics of the sign have been for about a century the agonized labor of a tradition that professed to withdraw meaning, truth, presence, being, etc., from the movement of signification. Putting under suspicion, as we just have, the difference between signified and signifier, or the idea of the sign in general, we must make it clear just as quickly that it is not a question of doing so in terms of an instance of the truth as present, anterior, exterior, or superior to the sign, in terms of the place of difference effaced. Quite the contrary. We are disturbed by that which, in the concept of the sign, which has never existed or functioned outside the history of the philosophy of presence, remains systematically and genealogically determined by that history. It is there that the concept and above all the work of deconstruction, its style, remain by nature exposed to misunderstanding and misrecognition. The exteriority of the signifier is the exteriority of writing in general, and we will attempt to show later that there is no linguistic sign before writing. Without that exteriority, the very idea of the sign falls into ruins. Since our entire world and all language would collapse with it, since its evidence and its value keep, to a certain point of derivation, an indestructible solidity, it would be somewhat foolish to conclude from its belonging to an epoch that it is necessary to move on to something else, and to get rid of the sign, of this term and this notion. To perceive the gesture we are sketching here appropriately, the expressions epoch, closure of an epoch, Historical genealogy must be understood in a new way, and they must first be withdrawn from all relativism. Thus, within this epoch, reading and writing, the production or interpretation of signs, the text in general as fabric of signs, allow themselves to be confined within secondariness. A truth, or a meaning already constituted by and in the element of the logos precede them. Even when the thing, the referent, is not immediately related to the logos of a creator God where it began by being the spoken thought sense, the signified has at any rate an immediate relationship with the logos in general, finite or infinite, mediated with the signifier, that is to say with the exteriority of writing. When it seems to go otherwise, it is that a metaphoric mediation has insinuated itself into the relationship and has simulated immediacy, the writing of truth in the soul, opposed by Phaedrus, 278a, to bad writing, writing in the literal, propra, and ordinary sense, to sensible writing, in space, the book of nature and God's writing, especially in the Middle Ages. All that functions as metaphor in these discourses confirms the privilege of the logos and founds the literal meaning then given to writing, sign signifying a signifier itself signifying an eternal verity, eternally thought and spoken in the proximity of a present logos. The paradox to which we must become attentive is the following: natural and universal writing, intelligible and non-temporal writing, is thus named by metaphor. A writing that is sensible, finite, and so on, is designated as writing in the proper sense. It is then thought on the side of culture, of technique, and of artifice, a human procedure, the ruse of a being accidentally incarnated or of a finite creature. To be sure, this metaphor remains enigmatic and refers to a proper meaning of writing as the first metaphor. This proper meaning is yet unthought by the holders of this discourse. It is not, therefore, a matter of inverting the proper meaning and the figurative meaning but of determining the proper meaning of writing as metaphoricity itself. In the symbolism of the book, that excellent chapter of European literature in the Latin Middle Ages, E. R. Curtius describes with great wealth of examples the evolution that led from the Phaedrus to Calderon, until it seemed to be precisely the reverse, Dr. Father p. 372d by the newly attained position of the book, p. 374. It seems, however, that this modification, however important in fact it might be, conceals a fundamental continuity. As was the case with the writing of the truth in the soul, as in Plato, in the Middle Ages too it is a writing understood in the metaphoric sense, that is to say a natural, eternal, and universal writing, the system of signified truth, which is recognized in its dignity. As in the Phaedrus, a certain fallen writing continues to be opposed to it. A history of this metaphor remains to be written, forever opposing divine or natural writing to human and laborious, finite, and artificial inscription. The stages of that history, marked by the references that we accumulate here, must be articulated rigorously, following the theme of God's book, nature or law, indeed natural law, across all its modifications. Rabbi Eliezer has said, if all the seas were of ink, and all ponds planted with reeds, if the sky and the earth were parchments and if all human beings practiced the art of writing, they would not exhaust the Torah I have learned, just as the Torah itself would not be diminished any more than is the sea by the water removed by a paintbrush dipped in it. 7. Galileo, the book of nature, is written in a mathematical language. E. Descartes, to read in the great book of nature, F. Demi, in the name of natural religion, in the dialogues of Hume, and this volume of nature contains a great and inexplicable riddle, more than any intelligible discourse or reasoning. G. Bonnet, it would seem more philosophical to me to presume that our earth is a book that God has given to intelligences far superior to ours to read, and where they study in depth the infinitely multiplied and varied characters of His adorable wisdom. H. G. H. von Schubert, this language made of images and hieroglyphs, which supreme wisdom uses in all its revelations to humanity, which is found in the inferior, Nida, language of poetry, and which, in the most inferior and imperfect way, auf der Erlernidrigsten und Unvollkommensten, is more like the metaphorical expression of the dream than the prose of wakefulness. We may wonder if this language is not the true and wakeful language of the superior regions. If, when we consider ourselves awaken, we are not plunged in a millennial slumber, or at least in the echo of its dreams, where we only perceive a few isolated and obscure words of God's language, as a sleeper perceives the conversation of the people around him. I. Jaspers, the symbolist ciphers the handwriting of another, which, illegible universally, is existentially deciphered. J. Above all, we must avoid neglecting the profound differences which mark all these treatments of the same metaphor. In the history of this treatment, the most decisive cut appears at the moment when, At the same time as the science of nature, the determination of absolute presence is constituted as self-presence, as subjectivity. It is the moment of the great rationalisms of the 17th century. From then on, the condemnation of fallen and finite writing will take another form, within which we still live. It is non-self-presence that will be denounced. Thus the exemplarity of the Rousseauist moment, which we will approach later, begins to be explained. Rousseau repeats the Platonic gesture by now referring to another model of presence, self-presence in the effects, in the sensible cogito, which simultaneously carries in itself the inscription of divine law. On the one hand, representative, fallen, secondary, and instituted, writing in the proper and narrow sense, is condemned in the essay on the origin of languages. It enervates speech. To judge genius from books is like wanting to paint a man from his corpse, etc. Writing in the colloquial sense is dead letter. It is the carrier of death. It takes the breath out of life. On the other hand, on the other face of the same assumption, writing in the metaphoric sense, natural, divine, and living writing, is venerated. It is equal in dignity to the origin of value, to the voice of conscience as divine law, to the heart, to effects, and so forth. The Bible is the most sublime of all books. But it is after all a book. It is not at all in a few sparse pages that one should look for God's law, but in the human heart where his hand deigned to write. Lettre Auvergne. K. If the natural law had been written only in the human reason, it would be little capable of directing most of our actions. But it is also engraved in the heart of man in ineffaceable characters. There it cries to him. L'état de guerre. Natural writing is immediately united to the voice, vowel, and to breath. Its nature is not grammatological but pneumatological. It is hieratic, very close to the interior holy voice of the profession of faith, to the voice one hears upon retreating into oneself, full and truthful presence of the divine voice to our inner sense. The more I retreat into myself, the more I consult myself, and, the more plainly I read these words written in my soul, be just and you will be happy. I do not derive these rules from the principles of the higher philosophy at all. I find them in the depths of my heart written by nature in ineffaceable characters. There would be much to say about the fact that the native unity of voice and writing should be prescriptive. Arch speech is writing because it is a law. A natural law. The beginning word is understood, in the intimacy of self-presence, as the voice of the other and as commandment. There is therefore a good and a bad writing, the good and natural, divine inscription in the heart and the soul, the perverse and deceitful, technique exiled in the exteriority of the body. A modification altogether internal to the Platonic diagram, writing of the soul and writing of the body, writing of the inside and writing of the outside, writing of conscience and writing of the passions, as there is a voice of the soul and a voice, vowel, of the body. Conscience is the voice of the soul, the passions are the voice, vowel, of the body, p. 249. The voice of nature, the holy voice of nature, that joins divine inscription and prescription, one must constantly return to it, talk to it, interact within its signs, speak and respond to oneself between its pages. It was as if nature had spread out all her magnificence in front of our eyes to offer its text for our consideration. I have therefore closed all the books. Only one is open to all eyes. It is the book of nature. In this great and sublime book I learned to serve and adore its author. The good writing has therefore always been comprehended. Comprehended as that which had to be comprehended, within a nature or a natural law, created or not, but first thought within an eternal presence. Comprehended, therefore, within a totality, and enveloped in a volume or a book. The idea of the book is the idea of a totality, finite or infinite, of the signifier. This totality of the signifier cannot be a totality, unless a totality constituted by the signified pre-exists it, supervises its inscriptions and its signs, and is independent of it in its ideality. The idea of the book, which always refers to a natural totality, is profoundly alien to the sense of writing. It is the encyclopedic protection of theology and of logocentrism against the disruption of writing, against its aphoristic energy, and, as I shall specify later, against difference in general. If we distinguish the text from the book, we will say that the destruction of the book, as it announces itself today in all domains, denudes the surface of the text. That necessary violence responds to a violence that was no less necessary. The written being / the being written. The reassuring evidence within which Western tradition had to organize itself and must still live would therefore be as follows: the order of the signified is never contemporary, is at best the inverse or the subtly discrepant parallel, discrepant by the time of a breath, of the order of the signifier. And the sign must be the unity of a heterogeneity, since the signified, sense or thing, name or reality, is not in itself a signifier, a trace, in any case is not constituted in its sense by its relationship to the possible trace. The formal essence of the signified is presence, and the privilege of its proximity to the logos as phone is the privilege of presence. Inevitable response as soon as one asks, what is the sign? That is to say, when one submits the sign to the question of essence, to the TSD. The formal essence of the sign can only be determined in terms of presence. One cannot get around that response, except by challenging the very form of the question and beginning to think that the sign that ill name the only one that escapes the instituting question of philosophy, what is? 8. Here, radicalizing the concepts of interpretation, perspective, evaluation, difference, and all the empiricist or non-philosophical motifs that have unceasingly tormented philosophy throughout the history of the West, and besides, have had nothing but the inevitable weakness of being produced in the field of philosophy, Nietzsche, far from remaining simply, with Hegel and as Heidegger wished, within metaphysics, contributed mightily to the liberation of the signifier from its dependence or derivation with respect to the logos and the connected concept of truth or the primary signified, in whatever sense one understands it. Reading, and therefore writing, the text, were for Nietzsche originary 9 operations. We put that word within quotation marks for reasons that will appear later, with a view to a sense that they do not first have to transcribe or discover, which would not therefore be a truth signified in the original element and presence of the logos, as topos neitos, divine understanding, or the structure of a priori necessity. To save Nietzsche from a reading of the Heideggerian type, it seems that we must above all not attempt to restore or make explicit a less naive ontology, profound ontological intuitions acceding to some originary truth, an entire fundamentality hidden under the appearance of an empiricist or metaphysical text. The virulence of Nietzschean thought could not be more completely misunderstood. On the contrary, one must accentuate the naivete of a breakthrough which cannot attempt a step outside of metaphysics, which cannot critique metaphysics radically without still utilizing in a certain way, in a certain type or a certain style of text, propositions that, read within the philosophic corpus, that is to say according to Nietzsche ill-read or unread, have always been and will always be naivets, incoherent signs of an absolute appurtenance. Perhaps therefore one should not protect Nietzsche from the Heideggerian reading, but, on the contrary, offer him up to it completely, underwriting that interpretation without reserve, in a certain way and up to the point where, the content of the Nietzschean discourse being almost lost for the question of being, its form regains its absolute strangeness, where his text finally invokes a different type of reading, more faithful to his type of writing. Nietzsche has written what he has written. He has written that writing, and first of all his own, is not originarily subjected to the logos and to truth, and that this subjection has come into being during an epoch whose sense we must deconstruct. Now in this direction, but only in this direction, for read otherwise, the Nietzschean demolition remains dogmatic and, like all reversals, a captive of that metaphysical edifice which it professes to overthrow. On that point and in that order of reading, the demonstrations of Heidegger and Fink are irrefutable. Heideggerian thought would not weaken, would rather reinstate the instance of the logos and of the truth of being as primum signatum, in a certain sense, the transcendental signified, as one would say in the Middle Ages the transcendental, ins, unum, virum, bonum, was primum cognitum, implied by all the categories or all the determined significations, by all glossaries and all syntax, and therefore by all linguistic signifiers, not to be simply identified with any one of them, allowing itself to be pre-comprehended through each of them, remaining irreducible to all the epochal determinations that it nonetheless makes possible, thus opening the history of the logos, yet itself being only through the logos, that is, being nothing before the logos and outside of it. The logos of being, thought obeying the voice, vowel, of being, 10 is the first and the last resource of the sign, of the difference between signans and signatum. There has to be a transcendental signified for the difference between signifier and signified to be somewhere absolute and irreducible. It is not by chance that the thought of being, as the thought of this transcendental signified, manifests itself par excellence in the voice, vowel, that is to say in a language of words, articulated by way of vowels. The voice is heard, understood, sent, and that undoubtedly is what is called conscience, closest to the self as the absolute effacement of the signifier, pure auto-affection that necessarily has the form of time and which does not borrow from outside of itself, in the world or in reality, any accessory signifier, any substance of expression foreign to its own spontaneity. It is the unique experience of the signified producing itself spontaneously, from within the self, and nevertheless, as signified concept, in the element of ideality or universality. The unworldly character of the substance of expression is constitutive of this ideality. This experience of the effacement of the signifier in the voice is not merely one illusion among others, since it is the condition of the very idea of truth, but we will show elsewhere in what it is self-deceived. This deception is the history of truth and one cannot dissipate it so fast. Within the closure of this experience, the word is lived as the elementary and undecomposable unity of the signified and the voice, vowel, of the concept and of a transparent substance of expression. This experience would be considered in its greatest purity, and at the same time in its condition of possibility, as the experience of being. The word being, or at any rate the words designating the sense of being in different languages, would be, with some others, an originary word, or word. 11 The transcendental word assuring the possibility of being word to all other words. As such, it would be pre-comprehended in all language and, it is the opening of being in time. Only this pre-comprehension would permit the opening of the question of the sense of being in general, beyond all regional ontologies and all metaphysics, the question that broaches philosophy, for example, in the sophist, and lets itself be covered over by it, a question that Heidegger repeats by submitting the history of metaphysics to it. No doubt the sense of being is neither the word being nor the concept of being, Heidegger recalls this constantly. But as this sense is nothing outside of language and of the language of words, it is tied, if not to such and such a word, such and such a system of languages, concesso non dato, at least to the possibility of the word in general, and of its irreducible simplicity. One could thus think that it remains only to decide between two possibilities. 1. Does a modern linguistics, that is to say a science of signification breaking the unity of the word and breaking with its alleged irreducibility, still have something to do with language? Heidegger would probably doubt it. 2. Conversely, is not all that is profoundly meditated in the name of a thought or the question of being enclosed within an old linguistics of the word which one practices here unknowingly? Unknowingly because such a linguistics, whether spontaneous or systematic, has always had to share the presuppositions of metaphysics. The two move on the same. It goes without saying that the alternatives would not be so simple. On the one hand, if in fact modern linguistics remains completely enclosed within a classical conceptuality, if especially it naively uses the word being and all that it presupposes, that which, within this linguistics, deconstructs the unity of the word in general can no longer be circumscribed, on the model of the Heideggerian question, as it functions powerfully from the opening of being in time, as ontic science or regional ontology. Insofar as the question of being unites indissolubly, without being reduced to it, with the pre-comprehension of the word being the linguistics that works for the deconstruction of the constituted unity of that word no longer has to wait, in fact or in principle, for more than the question of being posed in order to define its field and the order of its dependence. Not only is its field no longer simply ontic, but the limits of ontology that would correspond to it no longer have anything regional about them. And what we say here of linguistics, or at least of a certain work that may be undertaken within it and thanks to it, can we not say it of all research inasmuch as and to the strict extent that it would finally come to deconstitute the founding concept words of ontology, of being by privilege? Outside of linguistics, it is in psychoanalytic research that this breakthrough seems to have today the greatest likelihood of being expanded. Within the strictly limited space of this breakthrough, these sciences are no longer dominated by the questions of a transcendental phenomenology or a fundamental ontology. One will then perhaps say, following the order of questions inaugurated by being and time and radicalizing the questions of Husserlian phenomenology, that this breakthrough does not belong to science itself, that what thus seems to be produced within an ontic field or in a regional ontology, does not belong to them by rights and already rejoins the question of being itself. For on the other hand, it is the question of being that Heidegger poses to metaphysics. And with it the question of truth, of sense, of the logos. Incessant meditation upon that question does not restore guarantees. On the contrary, it dislodges them to their proper depth, which is more difficult, being a matter of the meaning of being, than is often believed. Interrogating the pre-emergence of all determination of being, weakening the securities of ontotheology, such a meditation contributes, quite as much as the most contemporary linguistics, to the dislocation of the unity of the sense of being, that is to say, in the last instance, the unity of the word. It is thus that, after evoking the voice of being, Heidegger recalls that it is silent, mute, and sonorous, wordless, originarily aphonic, die Gewalt der lautlosen Stimme verborgen Quellen. The voice of the sources is not heard. Rupture between the originary sense of being and the word, between the sense and the voice, between the voice of being and the phone, between the call of being and articulated sound. Such a rupture, which at once confirms a fundamental metaphor, and renders it suspect by accentuating its metaphoric gap, translates well the ambiguity of the Heideggerian situation with respect to the metaphysics of presence and logocentrism. It is at once contained within it and transgresses it. But it is impossible to separate the two. The very movement of transgression sometimes holds it back short of the limit. In opposition to what we suggested above, it must be remembered that, for Heidegger, the sense of being is never simply and rigorously signified. It is not by chance that that word is not used, it means that being escapes the movement of the sign, a proposition that can equally well be understood as a repetition of the classical tradition or as a caution with respect to a technical or metaphysical theory of signification. On the other hand, the sense of being is not literally either primary, or fundamental, or yet transcendental, whether understood in the scholastic, Kantian, or Husserlian sense. The restoration of being is transcending the categories of the being, eton, the opening of the fundamental ontology, are nothing but necessary yet provisional moments. From Introduction to Metaphysics onward, Heidegger renounces the project of and the word ontology. 12 The necessary, originary, and irreducible dissimulation of the sense of being, its occultation within the very blossoming forth of presence, that retreat without which there would be no history of being, which was in all of its parts history and history of being. Heidegger's insistence on noting that being is produced as history only through the logos, and is nothing outside of it, the difference between being and the being, eton. All this clearly indicates that fundamentally, nothing escapes the movement of the signifier, and that, in the last instance, the difference between signified and signifier is nothing. This proposition of transgression, not being taken into a preventive discourse, runs the risk of formulating regression itself. One must therefore go by way of the question of being as it is directed by Heidegger and by him alone, at and beyond onto theology, in order to reach the rigorous thought of this strange non-difference and determine it correctly. That being, as it is fixed in its general syntactic and lexicological forms within the area of linguistics and of Western philosophy, is not a primary and absolutely irreducible signified, that it is still rooted in a system of languages and an historically determined signifiability, signifiance, although strangely privileged as the virtue of unveiling and dissimulation. Heidegger recalls on occasion, particularly when he invites us to meditate on the privilege of the third-person singular of the present indicative and the infinitive. Western metaphysics, as the limitation of the sense of being within the field of presence, is produced as the domination of a linguistic form. 13 To question the origin of the domination does not amount to hypostatizing a transcendental signified, but to a questioning of what constitutes our history and what produced transcendentality itself. Heidegger recalls it also when in Zur Seinsfrage, for the same reason, he does not allow the word being to be read except under a cross, Kreuzweis Durchstreichung. This cross is not, however, a merely negative symbol, p. 31, p. 83. That erasure is the final writing of an epoch. Under its strokes the presence of a transcendental signified is effaced while still remaining legible. Is effaced while still remaining legible, destroying itself while making visible the very idea of the sign. Inasmuch as it delimits onto theology, the metaphysics of presence and logocentrism, this last writing is also the first writing. To come to recognize, not within but on the horizon of the Heideggerian paths, and yet in them, that the sense of being is not a transcendental or transepochal signified, even if it was always dissimulated within the epoch, but already, in a properly unheard of sense, a determined signifying trace, is to affirm that within the decisive concept of ontic-ontological difference, all is not to be thought at one go, the being and being, eton et cetera, ontic and ontological, ontic-ontological, are, in an original style, derived with regard to difference, and with respect to what we shall later call difference, an economic concept designating the production of differing/differing, differer, double sense to same o. The ontic-ontological difference and its ground, Grund, in the Transcendence of Dasein, vom Wesen des Grunds, Frankfurt am Main, 1955, p. 16, p. 29, are not absolutely originary. Difference by itself would be more originary, but one would no longer be able to call it origin or ground, those notions belonging essentially to the history of ontotheology, that is to say to the system functioning as the effacing of difference. It cannot, however, be thought of in the closest proximity to itself except on one condition, that one begin by determining it as ontic-ontological difference before crossing out that determination. The necessity of passage through a crossed-out determination, the necessity of that turn/trick, tour, of writing is irreducible. Unemphatic and difficult thought that, by way of so many unperceived mediations, must carry the entire burden of our question, a question that I shall provisionally call historial, histriale. It is with its help that we shall later be able to attempt to make difference and writing communicate. The hesitation of these thoughts, here Nietzsche's and Heidegger's, is not an incoherence, a trembling proper to all post-Hegelian attempts and to this passage, between two epochs. The movements of deconstruction are not interested in solicitor structures from the outside. They are not possible and effective, they cannot take accurate aim, except by inhabiting those structures. Inhabiting them in a certain way, because one always inhabits, and all the more when one does not suspect it. Operating necessarily from within, borrowing from the old structure all the strategic and economic resources of subversion, borrowing them structurally, that is to say without being able to isolate their elements and atoms, the enterprise of deconstruction is always in a certain way defeated by its own work. This is what the person who has begun the same work in another area of the same habitation does not fail to point out with zeal. No exercise is more widespread today and one should be able to formalize its rules. Hegel, already, was caught up in this game. On the one hand, he undoubtedly summed up the entire philosophy of the logos. He determined ontology as absolute logic, he assembled all the delimitations of being as presence, he assigned to presence the eschatology of parrhesia, of the self-proximity of infinite subjectivity. And for the same reasons he had to debase or subordinate writing. When he criticizes the Leibnizian characteristic, the formalism of understanding, and mathematical symbolism, he makes the same gesture, denouncing the being outside of itself of the logos in the sensible or the intellectual abstraction. Writing is that forgetting of the self, that exteriorization, the contrary of the interiorizing memory, of the Erinnerung that opens the history of the spirit. It is this that the Phaedrus said, writing is at once mnemotechnique and the power of forgetting. Naturally, the Hegelian critique of writing stops at the alphabet. As phonetic writing, the alphabet is at the same time more servile, more contemptible, more secondary. Designates, through alphabetic sounds which are already signs. Alphabetic writing thus consists of signs, Auszeichen der Zeichen, Encyclopédie, section 459n. But it is also the best writing, the mind's writing, its effacement before the voice, that in it which respects the ideal interiority of phonic signifiers, all that by which it sublimates space and sight, all that makes of it the writing of history, the writing, that is, of the infinite spirit relating to itself in its discourse and its culture. It follows from what has been said that learning to read and write an alphabetic script is to be regarded as a not sufficiently appreciated infinite educational instrument, un-English as Bildungsmittel, in that it diverts the mind from the sensorily concrete attention to the more formal, the sounding word, and its abstract elements, and makes an essential contribution to the grounding base and purifying of the subject's inwardness. In that sense it is the Aufhebung of other writings, particularly of hieroglyphic script and of the Leibnizian characteristic that had been criticized previously by one and the same gesture. Aufhebung is, more or less implicitly, the dominant concept of nearly all histories of writing, even today. It is the concept of history and of teleology. In fact, Hegel continues, more precisely, hieroglyphic script designates ideas with spatial figures, whereas later too, acquired habit effaces the peculiarity of alphabetic writing, so that it appears to take, in the interest of vision, a roundabout route to the idea by way of audibility and makes it into a hieroglyphic script for us, so that in using it we need not have the mediation of the sounds before our consciousness. It is on this condition that Hegel then picks up, in his own way, the Leibnizian praise of non-phonetic writing. It can be practiced by the deaf and the mute, said Leibniz. Hegel. Beside the fact that with the facility that transforms alphabetic script into hieroglyphics, the ability to abstraction gained by the initial practice remains, italics added, the hieroglyphic reading is for itself a deaf reading and a dumb writing, ein taubes Lesen und ein stummes Schreiben. It is true that the audible or temporal, and the visible or spatial, has each its own foundation, initially of equal validity with the other, but in the case of alphabetic script there is only one foundation, and in fact it stands in the correct relationship. The visible language is related to the audible only as a sign, the intelligence externalizes itself immediately and unconditionally by speaking. Ibid, translation modified, italics added by Derrida. What writing itself betrays, in its non-phonetic moment, is life. It menaces at once the breath, the spirit, and history as the spirit's relationship with itself. It is their end, their finitude, their paralysis. Cutting breath short, sterilizing or immobilizing spiritual creation in the repetition of the letter, in commentary or exegesis, confined in a narrow habitat, reserved for a minority, it is the principle of death and of difference in the becoming of being. It is to speech what China is to Europe. It is only to the exegeticism 14 of Chinese spiritual culture that their hieroglyphic writing is suited. In any case it is only that lesser portion of a people of which remains an exclusive possession of spiritual culture that can share in this type of written language. A hieroglyphic written language would require a philosophy as exegetical as the civilization of the Chinese overall. Ibid, translation modified. If the non-phonetic moment menaces history and the life of the spirit as self-presence in the breath, it is that it menaces substantiality, that other metaphysical name of presence, of visa. First in the form of the substantive. Non-phonetic writing breaks the name. It describes relations and not appellations. The name and the word, those unities of breath and concept, are effaced within pure writing. In that regard, Leibniz is as disturbing as the Chinese in Europe. This circumstance, the analytical designation of ideas in hieroglyphic script, which seduce Leibniz into regarding it as preferable to alphabetic writing, is rather what contradicts the fundamental need of language in general, the name, noun. Every divergence in analysis would give rise to a different formation of the written name, substantive. The horizon of absolute knowledge, it is the effacement of writing in the logos, the resumption of the trace and parsia, the reappropriation of difference, the accomplishment of what we have elsewhere called 15 the metaphysics of the proper, la propria, self-possession, propriety, property, cleanliness. Yet, all that Hegel thought within this horizon, all, that is, except eschatology, may be reread as a meditation on writing. Hegel is also the thinker of irreducible difference. He rehabilitated thought as the memory productive of signs. And he reintroduced, as we will try to show elsewhere, the essential necessity of the written trace in a philosophical, that is to say Socratic, discourse that it always believed it possible to do without it, the last philosopher of the book and the first thinker of writing. Chapter 2. Linguistics and Grammatology. Writing is only the representation of speech. It is bizarre that more care is given to determining the image than the object. J. Rousseau, Fragment inédit d'un essai sur les langues. The concept of writing should define the field of a science. But can it be determined by scholars outside of all the historico-metaphysical predeterminations that we have just situated so clinically? What can a science of writing begin to signify, if it is granted? 1. That the very idea of science was born in a certain epoch of writing. 2. That it was thought and formulated, as task, idea, project, in a language, langage, implying a certain kind of determined relationship, structurally and axiologically, between speech and writing. 3. That, to that extent, it was first linked to the concept and to the adventure of phonetic writing, valorized as the tellus of all writing, even while what was always the exemplary model of scientificity, mathematics, never ceased to distance itself from it. 4. That the narrower idea of a general science of writing was born, for reasons that are not fortuitous, during a certain epoch of the history of the world, which shows itself around the 18th century, and within a certain determined system of relationships between living speech and inscription. 5. That writing is not only an auxiliary means in the service of science, and eventually its object, but first, as Husserl in particular recalled, in the origin of geometry, the condition of possibility of ideal objects and therefore of scientific objectivity. Before being its object, writing is the condition of the episteme. 6. That historicity itself is linked to the possibility of writing, to the possibility of writing in general, beyond those particular forms of writing in the name of which one has long spoken of peoples without writing and without history. Before being the object of a history, of an historical science, writing opens the field of history, of historical becoming. And the former, Histoire, one would say in German, presupposes the latter, Geschichte. The science of writing should therefore go look for its object at the roots of scientificity. The history of writing should turn back toward the origin of historicity. Science of the possibility of science? Science of science which would no longer have the form of logic but that of grammatics? History of the possibility of history which would no longer be an archaeology, a philosophy of history or a history of philosophy? The positive and classical sciences of writing cannot not repress this sort of question. Up to a certain point, this repression is even necessary to the progress of positive inquiry. Beside the fact that it would still be held within a philosophizing logic, the ontophenomenological question on essence, that is to say on the origin of writing, could not, by itself, do anything other than paralyze or sterilize the historical or typological research of facts. Thus our intention is not to balance that prejudicial question, that dry, necessary, and facile question of right, facile with a certain facility, against the power and efficacy of the positive researches which fall to us to attend today. The genesis and system of scripts would never have given rise to such profound, extended, and assured explorations. It is as little a matter of balancing the question against the weight of discoveries as the questions are imponderable. If that is not quite it, it is perhaps because its repression has effective consequences in the very content of the research as that, in the present case and by privilege, always organize themselves around problems of definition and beginning. Even less than others can the grammatologist avoid questioning himself about the essence of his object in the form of a question of origin. What is writing? Means where and when does writing begin? The responses generally come very quickly. They circulate within concepts that are almost never criticized and move within evidence which seems forever self-evident. Around these responses a typology and a putting in perspective of the growth of scripts organize themselves each time. All works dealing with the history of writing are composed according to the same form. A classification of the philosophical and teleological type exhausts the critical problems in a few pages and one then passes on to an exposition of facts. Contrast between the theoretical fragility of the reconstructions and the historical, archaeological, ethnological, philological wealth of information. Origin of writing, and origin of language, langage, the two questions are difficult to separate. Now grammatologists, who are generally, by educational formation, historians, epigraphists, and archaeologists, rarely relate their researches to the modern science of language. One is all the more surprised by this that linguistics is, among the sciences of man, the one science whose scientificity is given as an example with a zealous and insistent unanimity. Can grammatology expect, then, by rights, from linguistics, an essential help that it has almost never looked for in fact? Does one not detect, on the contrary, efficaciously at work in the very movement by which linguistics is instituted as a science, a metaphysical presupposition when it comes to the relationship between speech and writing? Would that presupposition not be an obstacle to the constitution of a general science of writing? Is not the lifting of that presupposition an overthrowing of the landscape upon which the science of language is peacefully installed? For better and for worse? For blindness as well as for productivity? That is the second type of question that we would now outline. To be more precise, we would prefer to approach, as a privileged example, the project and texts of Ferdinand de Saussure. That the particularity of the example does not interfere with the generality of our subject, is a point which we shall occasionally try not merely to take for granted. Linguistics wishes then to be the science of language. Let us set aside here all the implicit decisions that have established such a project and all the questions about its own origin that the fecundity of this science allows to remain dormant. Let us first simply consider, from the point of view that interests us, that the scientificity of that science is often acknowledged because of its phonological foundations. Phonology, one says so often today, communicates its scientificity to linguistics, which itself serves as the epistemological model for all the human sciences. The deliberate and systematic phonological orientation of linguistics, Trubetskoy, Jacobson, Martinet, accomplishes an intention which was at first Saussure's. We will, at least provisionally but as essential, insist upon this last. Will what we say about this hold a fortiori for the most accentuated forms of phonologism? The problem will at least be stated. The science of linguistics determines language, its field of objectivity, in the last instance and in the irreducible simplicity of its essence, as the unity of the phone, the glossa, and the logos. This determination is by rights anterior to all the eventual differentiations that could arise within the systems of terminology of the different schools, language/speech, long/parole, code/message, scheme/usage, linguistics/logic, phonology/phonемatics/phonetics/glossomatics. And even if one wished to keep sonority on the side of the sensible and contingent signifier, which would be strictly speaking impossible, since formal identities cut out within a sensible mass are already idealities that are not purely sensible, it would have to be admitted that the immediate and privileged unity which found significance in the acts of language is the articulated unity of sound and sense within the phony. With regard to this unity, writing would always be derived, unexpected, particular, exterior, doubling the signifier, phonetic. Sign of a sign, said Aristotle, Rousseau, and Hegel. Yet, the intention that institutes general linguistics as a science remains in this respect within a contradiction. A declared purpose indeed confirms, saying what goes without saying, the subordination of grammatology, the historico-metaphysical reduction of writing to the rank of an instrument enslaved to a full and originarily spoken language, langage. But another gesture, not another statement of purpose, for here, what does not go without saying is done without being said, written without being offered, liberates the future of a general grammatology of which linguistics phonology would be only a dependent and circumscribed region. Let us follow this tension between gesture and statement in Saussure. The outside and the inside idea. On the one hand, according to the Western tradition that regulates not only in theory but in practice, in the principle of its practice, the relationships between speech and writing, Saussure does not recognize in the latter more than a narrow and derivative function. Narrow because it is nothing but one modality among others of the events that can befall a language, langage, whose essence, as the facts seem to teach, can always remain pure of all relationship to writing. Language, langue, does have an oral tradition that is independent of writing, cours de linguistique générale, p. 46, and p. 24. Derivative because representative, signifier of the first signifier, representation of the voice present to itself, of the immediate, natural, and direct signification of the sense, of the signified, of the concept, of the ideal object or what have you. Saussure takes up the traditional definition of writing which, already in Plato and Aristotle, confined itself to the model of phonetic script and the language, langage, of words. Let us recall the Aristotelian definition: the sounds emitted by the voice are the symbols of states of mind and written words are the symbols of words emitted by the voice. Saussure, language, langage, and writing are two distinct systems of signs, the second exists for the sole purpose of representing the first, p. 45, italics added by Derrida, p. 23b. This representative determination, beside communicating without a doubt essentially with the idea of the sign, does not translate a choice or an evaluation, does not betray a psychological or metaphysical presupposition peculiar to Saussure, it describes or rather reflects the structure of a certain type of writing, phonetic writing, which we use and within whose element the episteme in general, science and philosophy, and linguistics in particular, could install themselves. One should, moreover, say model rather than structure. It is not the case of a constructed system functioning perfectly, but of an ideal explicitly directing a functioning which in fact is never phonetic right through. In fact, but also for reasons of essence to which we shall frequently return. This factum of phonetic writing is massive, in truth, it commands our entire culture and our entire science, and it is certainly not just one fact among others. Nevertheless it does not respond to any necessity of an absolute and universal essence. Now it is in terms of this that Saussure defines the project and object of general linguistics. The linguistic object is not defined by the combination of the written word and the spoken word, the spoken form alone constitutes the object. p. 45, italics added by Derrida, pages 23 to 24. The form of the question to which he responded thus predestined the response. It was a matter of knowing what sort of word makes up the object of linguistics and what the relationships are between the atomic units that are the written and the spoken word. Now the word, vox, is already a unity of sense and sound, of concept and voice, or, to speak a more rigorously Saussurean language, of the signified and the signifier. This last terminology was moreover first proposed only in the domain of spoken language, langue, of linguistics in the narrow sense and not in the domain of semiology. I propose to retain the word sign, signa, to designate the whole and to replace concept and sound image respectively by signified, signify, and signifier, signifiant. p. 99, p. 67. The word is thus already a constituted unity, an effect of the somewhat mysterious fact, that thought-sound implies divisions, p. 156, p. 112. Even if the word is in its turn articulated, even if it implies other divisions, as long as one poses the question of the relationships between speech and writing in the light of the indivisible units of the thought-sound, the response will always be ready and waiting. Writing will be phonetic, it will be the outside, the exterior representation of language, langage, and of this thought-sound. It must necessarily operate in terms of already constituted units of signification, in the formation of which it has had no part. Perhaps the objection will be made that, far from contradicting it, writing has never done anything but confirm the linguistics of the word. Hitherto I seem to have maintained that only the fascination of the unit that one calls word has prevented giving to writing the attention that it merited. By that we seem to have supposed that, by ceasing to accord an absolute privilege to the word, modern linguistics would become that much more attentive to writing and would finally cease to regard it with suspicion. André Martinet comes to the opposite conclusion. In his study The Word, he describes the necessity that contemporary linguistics obeys when it is led, if not to dispense everywhere with the concept of the word, at least to make its usage more flexible, to associate it with the concepts of smaller or greater units, monemes or syntagma. In accrediting and consolidating, in certain areas of linguistics, the division of language into words, writing would thus have encouraged classical linguistics in its prejudices. Writing would have constructed or at least condensed the screen of the word. What a contemporary linguist can say of the word well illustrates the general revision of traditional concepts that the functionalist and structuralist research of the last 35 years had to undertake in order to give a scientific basis to the observation and description of languages. Long. Certain applications of linguistics, like the researches relating to mechanical translation, by the emphasis they place on the written form of language, langage, could make us believe in the fundamental importance of the divisions of the written text and make us forget that one must always start with the oral utterance in order to understand the real nature of human language. Also, it is more than ever indispensable to insist on the necessity of pushing the examination beyond the immediate appearances and the structures most familiar to the researcher. It is behind the screen of the word that the truly fundamental characteristics of human language often appear. One cannot but subscribe to this warning. Yet it must always be recognized that it throws suspicion only on a certain type of writing, phonetic writing conforming to the empirically determined and practiced divisions of ordinary oral language, long. The processes of mechanical translation to which it alludes regulates itself similarly by that spontaneous practice. Beyond that model and that concept of writing, this entire demonstration must, it seems, be reconsidered. For it remains trapped in the Saussurean limitation that we are attempting to recognize. In effect, Saussure limits the number of systems of writing to two, both defined as systems of representation of the oral language, langage, whether they represent words, in a synthetic and global manner, or whether they represent, phonetically, the elements of sounds constituting words. There are only two systems of writing. 1. In an ideographic system, each word is represented by a single sign that is unrelated to the component sounds of the word itself. Each written sign stands for a whole word and, indirectly, for the idea expressed by the word. The classic example of an ideographic system of writing is Chinese. 2. The system commonly known as phonetic tries to reproduce the succession of sounds that make up a word. Phonetic systems are sometimes syllabic, sometimes alphabetic, i.e., based on the irreducible elements of speech. Moreover, ideographic systems freely become mixtures when certain ideograms lose their original value and become symbols of isolated sounds. p. 47. Pages 25 to 26. This limitation is at bottom justified, in Saussure's eyes, by the notion of the arbitrariness of the sign. Writing being defined as a system of signs, there is no symbolic writing, in the Saussurean sense, no figurative writing, there is no writing as long as graphism retains a relationship of natural figuration and of some resemblance to what is then not signified but represented, drawn, etc. The concept of pictographic or natural writing would therefore be contradictory for Saussure. If one considers the now recognized fragility of the notions of pictogram, ideogram etc., and the uncertainty of the frontiers between so-called pictographic, ideographic, and phonetic scripts, one measures not only the unwiseness of the Saussurean limitation but the need for general linguistics to abandon an entire family of concepts inherited from metaphysics, often through the intermediary of a psychology, and clustering around the concept of the arbitrary. All this refers, beyond the nature/culture opposition, to an opposition supervening between physis and nomos, physis and techne, whose ultimate function is perhaps to derive historicity, and, paradoxically, not to recognize the rights of history, production, the institution, etc., except in the form of the arbitrary and upon the basis of a naturalism. But let us keep that question provisionally open. Perhaps this gesture, which in truth presides over the institution of metaphysics, is also inscribed in the concept of history and even in the concept of time. In addition, Saussure introduces another massive limitation. I shall limit discussion to the phonetic system and especially to the one used today, the system that stems from the Greek alphabet, p. 48, p. 26. These two limitations are all the more reassuring because they come to this specific point to respond to the most legitimate of exigencies. In fact, the scientificity of linguistics has as a condition that the linguistic fields have rigorous frontiers, that it be a system regulated by an internal necessity, and that in a certain way its structure be closed. The representativist concept of writing facilitates things. If writing is nothing but the figuration, p. 44, p. 23, of the language, long, one has the right to exclude it from the interiority of the system, for it must be believed that there is here and inside of the language, long, as it should be possible to exclude the image without damage to the system of reality. Proposing as its theme the representation of language, long, by writing Saussure thus begins by positing that writing is unrelated to the inner system of language, long, p. 44, p. 23. External/internal, image/reality, representation/presence, such is the old grid to which is assigned the care of outlining the field of a science. And of what a science! Of a science that can no longer answer to the classical concept of the episteme, because its field has for originality, an originality that it inaugurates, that the opening of the image within it appears as the condition of reality, a relationship that no longer allows itself to be thought within the simple difference and the uncompromising exteriority of image and of reality, of outside and inside, of appearance and essence, with the entire system of oppositions which necessarily interlinks there. Plato, who said basically the same thing about the relationship between writing, speech, and being, or idea, had at least a more subtle, more critical, and more troubled theory of image, painting, and imitation than the one that presides over the birth of Saussurian linguistics. It is not by chance that the exclusive consideration of phonetic writing permits a response to the exigencies of the internal system. Phonetic writing has a precisely functional principle of respecting and protecting the integrity of the internal system of the language, long, even if in fact it does not succeed in doing so. The Saussurian limitation does not respond, by a happy convenience, to the scientific exigency of the internal system. That exigency is itself constituted, as epistemological exigency in general, by the very possibility of phonetic writing and by the exteriority of the notation to internal logic. But let us not simplify. On that point Saussure too is somewhat troubled. Why else would he give so much attention to that external phenomenon, that exiled figuration, that outside, that double? Why does he judge it impossible to simply disregard, literally make abstraction of, what is nevertheless designated as the abstract itself with respect to the inside of language, long? Writing, though unrelated to its inner system, is used continually to represent language, long. We cannot simply disregard it. We must be acquainted with its usefulness, shortcomings, and dangers. p. 44, p. 23. Writing would thus have the exteriority that one attributes to utensils. In addition, it is an imperfect tool and a dangerous, one would say almost maleficent, technique. One understands better why, instead of treating this exterior figuration in an appendix or marginally, Saussure devotes so laborious a chapter to it almost at the opening of the course. It is because it is a question, rather than of outlining, more of protecting, and even of restoring the internal system of the language, long, in the purity of its concept against the gravest, most perfidious, most permanent contamination which has not ceased to menace, even to alter that system, in the course of what Saussure wishes, with all his force, in spite of all opposition, to consider as an external history, as a series of accidents affecting the language, long, and befalling it from the outside, at the moment of notation. p. 45, p. 24, as if writing began and ended with notation. The evil of writing comes from the outside, exothen, the Phaedrus says already, 275a. Contamination by writing, the fact or the threat of it, is denounced in the accents of the moralist or preacher by the linguist from Geneva. The tone counts. It is as if, at the moment when the modern science of the logos would come into its autonomy and its scientificity, it was necessary again to put a heresy on trial. This tone began to make itself heard when, at the moment of already tying the episteme and the logos within the same possibility, the Phaedrus denounced writing as the intrusion of an artful technique, a forced entry of a totally original sort, archetypal violence, eruption of the outside and the inside, breaching into the interiority of the soul, the living self-presence of the soul in the true logos, the help that speech guarantees by itself. Thus incensed, Saussure's vehement argumentation aims at more than a theoretical error, more than a moral fault, a sort of defilement and, first and foremost, a sin. Sin has been defined often, among others by Malebranche and by Kant, as the inversion of the natural relationship between the soul and the body and passion. Saussure here accuses the inversion of the natural relationship between speech and writing. It is not a simple analogy. Writing, the letter, the sense-perceptible inscription, has always been considered by Western tradition as the body and matter external to the spirit, to breath, to speech, and to the logos. And the problem of soul and body is no doubt derived from the problem of writing, from which it seems, conversely, to borrow its metaphors. Writing, sense-perceptible matter and artificial exteriority, a clothing. It has sometimes been contested that speech was a clothing for thought. Husserl, Saussure, Lavelle have not been lacking in this. But has it ever been doubted that writing was the clothing of speech? Even for Saussure it is a garment of perversion and misuse, a dress of corruption and disguise, a festival mask that must be exorcised, that is to say warded off by the good word. Writing veils the appearance of language, long, it is not a guise but a disguise. p. 51, p. 30. Strange image. One already suspects that if writing is exterior image and figuration, this representation is not innocent. The outside bears with the inside a relationship that is, as always, anything but simple exteriority. The meaning of the outside was always there in the inside, prisoner outside the outside, reciprocally. Thus a science of language, langage, must recover the natural, that is, the simple and original, relationships between speech and writing, that is, between an inside and an outside. It must restore its absolute youth, and the purity of its origin, anterior to a history and a fall which came to pervert the relationships between outside and inside. Therefore there would be a nature of relationships between linguistic and graphic signs, and it is the theoretician of the arbitrariness of the sign who reminds us of it. According to the historico-metaphysical presuppositions evoked above, there would be first a natural bond of sense to the senses, and it is this that passes from sense to sound, the natural bond. Saussure says, the only true bond, the bond of sound, p. 46, p. 25. This natural bond of the signified, concept or sense, to the phonic signifier would condition the natural relationship subordinating writing, visible image, one says, to speech. It is this natural relationship that would have been inverted by the original sin of writing. The graphic form, image, manages to force itself upon them at the expense of sound, and the natural sequence is reversed. P. 47, p. 25. Malebranche explained original sin as inattention, the temptation of ease and idleness, by that nothing that was Adam's distraction, alone culpable before the innocence of the divine word, the latter exerted no force, no efficacy, since nothing had taken place. Here too, one gave into ease, which is curiously, but as usual, on the side of technical artifice and not within the inclination of the natural movement thus thwarted or deviated. First, the graphic form, image, of words strikes us as being something permanent and stable, better suited than sound to constitute the unity of language, long, throughout time. Though it creates a purely fictitious unity, the superficial bond of writing is much easier to grasp than the natural bond, the only true bond, the bond of sound. P. 46, italics added by Derrida, p. 25. That the graphic form of words strikes us as being something permanent and stable, better suited than sound to constitute the unity of language throughout time, is that however not a natural phenomenon too? In truth it is a bad nature, superficial and fictitious and easy, that effaces a good nature by imposture, that which ties sense to sound, the thought sound. Fidelity to the tradition that has always associated writing with the fatal violence of the political institution. It is clearly a matter, as with Rousseau for example, of a break with nature, of a usurpation coupled with the theoretical blindness to the natural essence of language, langage, at any rate to the natural bond between the instituted signs of the voice, vowel, and the first language, langage, of man, the cry of nature, second discourse. See Saussure. But the spoken word is so intimately bound to its written image that the latter manages to usurp the main role. P. 45, italics added by Derrida, p. 24. Rousseau, writing is only the representation of speech. It is bizarre that more care is given to determining the image than the object. Saussure, whoever says that a certain letter must be pronounced a certain way is mistaking the written image of a sound for the sound itself. 1. Attribute s, the oddity, bizarrerie, to an exceptional pronunciation. P. 52, p. 30. 2. What is intolerable and fascinating is indeed the intimacy intertwining image and thing, graph, i.e., and phone, to the point where by a mirroring, inverting, and perverting effect, speech seems in its turn the speculum of writing, which manages to usurp the main role. Representation is intimate with what it represents, to the point where one speaks as one writes, one thinks as if the represented were nothing more than the shadow or reflection of the representer. Dangerous promiscuity and nefarious complicity between the reflection and the reflected which lets itself seduce narcissistically. In this play of representation, the point of origin becomes ungraspable. There are things, reflecting pools and images, an infinite reflection from one to the other, but no longer a source, a spring. There is no longer a simple origin. For what is reflected is duplicated in itself and not only as an addition to itself of its image. The reflection, the image, the double, duplicates what it doubles. The origin of the speculation becomes a difference. What can look at itself is not one, and the law of the addition of the origin to its representation, of the thing to its image, is that 1 + 1 makes at least 3. The historical usurpation and theoretical oddity that install the image within the rights of reality are determined as the forgetting of a simple origin. By Rousseau but also for Saussure. The displacement is hardly anagrammatic, the result is that people forget that they learn to speak before they learn to write and the natural sequence is reversed. P. 47, p. 25. The violence of forgetting. Writing, Mnemotechnic means, supplanting good memory, spontaneous memory, signifies forgetfulness. It is exactly what Plato said in the Phaedrus, comparing writing to speech as hypomnesis to mneme, auxiliary aid memoir to the memory alive. Forgetfulness because mediation and the departure of the logos from itself. Without writing, the latter would remain in itself. Writing is the dissimulation of the natural, primary, and immediate presence of sense to soul within the logos. Its violence befalls the soul as unconsciousness. Deconstructing this tradition will therefore not consist of reversing it, of making writing innocent. Rather of showing why the violence of writing does not befall an innocent language, langage. There is an originary violence of writing because language, langage, is first, in a sense that will gradually reveal itself, writing. Usurpation has already begun. The reasonable, du bon droit, sense appears in a mythological effect of return. The sciences and the arts have chosen their domicile within this violence, their progress has consecrated forgetfulness and corrupted manners. Saussure again anagrammatizes Rousseau, the literary language, langue, adds to the undeserved importance of writing, thus writing assumes undeserved importance, une importance à laquelle elle n'a pas droit, p. 47, p. 25. When linguists become embroiled in a theoretical mistake upon this subject, when they are taken in, they are culpable, their fault is above all moral, they have yielded to imagination, to sensibility, to passion, they have fallen into the trap, p. 46, p. 25, of writing, have let themselves be fascinated by the influence, prestige, of the written form, ibid, of that custom, that second nature. The language, langue, does have a definite and stable oral tradition that is independent of writing, but the influence, prestige, of the written form prevents our seeing this. We are thus not blind to the visible, but blinded by the visible, dazzled by writing. The first linguists confused language and writing, just as the humanists had done before them. Even Bob. His immediate successors fell into the same trap. Rousseau had already addressed the same reproach to the grammarians. For the grammarians, the art of speech seems to be very little more than the art of writing. 3. As usual, the trap is artifice dissimulated in nature. This explains why the course in general linguistics treats first this strange external system that is writing. As necessary preamble to restoring the natural to itself, one must first disassemble the trap. We read a little further on. To substitute immediately what is natural for what is artificial would be necessary, but this is impossible without first studying the sounds of what is language, detached from their graphic signs. Sounds represent only vague notions, and the prop provided by writing, though deceptive, is still preferable. The first linguists, who knew nothing about the physiology of articulated sounds, were constantly falling into a trap. To let go of the letter was for them to lose their foothold. To me, it means a first step in the direction of truth. p. 55. Opening of the chapter on phonology, p. 32, translation modified. For Saussure, to give in to the prestige of the written form is, as we have just said, to give in to passion. It is passion, and we weigh this word, that Saussure analyzes and criticizes here, as moralist and psychologist of a very old tradition. As one knows, passion is tyrannical and enslaving. Philological criticism is still deficient on one point: it follows the written language, langue, slavishly and neglects the living language. p. 14, pages 1-2. The tyranny of writing, de la lettera, of the letter, Saussure says elsewhere, p. 53, p. 31. That tyranny is at bottom the mastery of the body over the soul. Passion is a passivity and sickness of the soul. Moral perversion is pathological. The backlash of writing on speech is wrong. Visus, Saussure says, such mistakes are really pathological. p. 53, p. 31. The inversion of the natural relationships would thus have engendered the perverse cult of the letter image, sin of idolatry, superstition of the letter. Saussure says in the Anagrams 4 where he has difficulty in proving the existence of a phoneme anterior to all writing. The perversion of artifice engenders monsters. Writing, like all artificial languages, langue, one would wish to fix and remove from the living history of the natural language, participates in the monstrosity. It is a deviation from nature. The characteristic of the Leibnizian type in Esperanto would be here in the same position. Saussure's irritation with such possibilities drives him to pedestrian comparisons. A man proposing a fixed language, langue, that posterity would have to accept for what it is would be like a hen hatching a duck's egg. p. 111, p. 76. And Saussure wishes to save not only the natural life of language, langue, but the natural habits of writing. Spontaneous life must be protected. Thus, From within ordinary phonetic writing one must guard oneself from the introduction of scientific exigencies and the taste for exactitude. Here rationality would be the carrier of death, desolation, and monstrousness. That is why common orthography must be kept away from the notations of the linguist and the multiplying of diacritical signs must be avoided. Are there grounds for substituting a phonologic alphabet for a system, l'orthographe, already in use? Here I can only broach this interesting subject. I think that phonological writing should be for the use of linguists only. First, how would it be possible to make the English, Germans, French, etc. adopt a uniform system? Next, an alphabet applicable to all languages, long, would probably be weighed down by diacritical marks, and, to say nothing of the distressing appearance of a page of phonological writing, attempts to gain precision would obviously confuse the reader by obscuring what the writing was designed to express. The advantages would not be sufficient to compensate for the inconveniences. Phonological exactitude is not very desirable outside science. p. 57, p. 34. No mistakes about our intention. We think Saussure's reasons are good, and it is not at all a matter of putting into question, on the level on which he says it, the truth of what Saussure says in such a tone. And as long as an explicit problematics, a critique of the relationships between speech and writing, is not elaborated, what he denounces as the blind prejudice of classical linguists or of common experience indeed remains a blind prejudice, on the basis of a general presupposition which is no doubt common to the accused and the prosecutor. We would rather renounce the limits and the presuppositions of what seems here to go without saying and what seems to us to keep the character and validity of evidence. The limits have already begun to appear. Why does a project of general linguistics, concerning the internal system in general of language, long, in general, outline the limits of its field by excluding, as exteriority in general, a particular system of writing, however important it might be, and even were it to be in fact universal (5) a particular system which has precisely for its principle or at least for its declared project to be exterior to the spoken language, long. Declaration of principle, pious wish and historical violence of a speech dreaming its full self-presence, living itself as its own resumption, so-called language, langage, auto-production of a speech said to be alive, capable, Socrates said, of helping itself, a logos which believes itself to be its own father, thus lifting itself above written discourse, infans, speechless, and infirm at not being able to respond when one questions it, and which, since its parents' help, is, always, needed, to patros ia dietai boidou, Phaedrus 275d, must therefore be born out of a cut and a primary expatriation, destining it to errancy, to blindness, and to mourning. So-called language, langage, but speech, deluded into believing itself completely alive, and violent for not being capable of protecting, or defending, itself, dunidos menem on iudo, except by chasing out the other, and especially its own other, throwing it outside and below, under the name of writing. But however important it might be, and were it in fact universal or called to become so, that particular model which is phonetic writing does not exist, no practice is ever totally faithful to its principle. Even before speaking, as we shall do further on, of a radical and a priori necessary infidelity, one can already remark massive phenomena in mathematical script or in punctuation, in spacing in general, which it is difficult to consider as simple accessories of writing. That a speech supposedly alive can lend itself to spacing in the writing proper to it is what sets it originarily in relationship with the death proper to it. Finally, the usurpation of which Saussure speaks, the violence by which writing would substitute itself for the origin proper to it, for that which ought not only to have engendered it but to have been engendered from itself, such a reversal of power cannot be an accidental aberration. Usurpation necessarily refers us to a profound possibility of essence. This is without a doubt inscribed within speech itself, and he should have questioned it, perhaps even started from it. Saussure puts the system of the spoken language, long, face to face with the system of phonetic, and even alphabetic, writing as though at the telos of writing. This teleology leads to the interpretation of all eruptions of the non-phonetic within writing as transitory crisis and accident of passage, and one would be right to consider this teleology to be a Western ethnocentrism, a pre-mathematical primitivism, and a pre-formalist intuitionism. Even if this teleology responds to some absolute necessity, it should be problematized as such. The scandal of usurpation invites this expressly and intrinsically. How was the trap, how was usurpation possible? Saussure never replies to this question beyond a psychology of the passions or of the imagination, and a psychology reduced to its most conventional patterns. Here rather than elsewhere is the best explanation of why all linguistics, A determined sector inside semiology is placed under the authority and superiority of psychology. To determine the exact place of semiology is the task of the psychologist. p. 33, p. 16. Affirmation of the essential and natural bond between the phone and the sense, the privilege accorded to an order of signifier, which then becomes the major signified of all other signifiers, depend expressly, and in contradiction to the other levels of the Saussurian discourse, upon a psychology of consciousness and of intuitive consciousness. What Saussure does not question here is the essential possibility of non-intuition. Like Husserl, Saussure determines this non-intuition teleologically as crisis. The empty symbolism of the written notation, in mathematical technique for example, is also for Husserlian intuitionism that which exiles us far from the clear evidence of the sense, that is to say from the full presence of the signified in its truth, and thus opens the possibility of crisis. This is indeed a crisis of the logos. Nevertheless, for Husserl, this possibility remains linked with the very movement of truth and the production of ideal objectivity. It has in fact an essential need for writing. 6 By one entire aspect of his text, Husserl makes us think that the negativity of the crisis is not a mere accident. But it is then the concept of crisis that should be suspect, by virtue of what ties it to a dialectical and teleological determination of negativity. On the other hand, to account for usurpation and the origin of passion, the classical and altogether superficial argument of the solid permanence of the written thing, not to be simply false, calls forth descriptions which are precisely no longer within the competence of psychology. Psychology will never be able to accommodate within its space that which constitutes the absence of the signatory, to say nothing of the absence of the referent. And writing is the name of these two absences. To explain usurpation by writing's power of duration, by the virtue of the toughness, pononderite, of the substance of writing, is this not, in addition, contradictory to what is elsewhere affirmed about language, long, having a definite and, far more, stable oral tradition that is independent of writing, p. 46, p. 24? If these two stabilities were of the same nature, and if the stability of the spoken language were superior and independent, the origin of writing, its prestige and its supposed harmfulness, would remain an inexplicable mystery. It seems then as if Saussure wishes at the same time to demonstrate the corruption of speech by writing, to denounce the harm that the latter does to the former, and to underline the inalterable and natural independence of language. Languages, in the singular in French, are independent of writing, p. 45, p. 24, such is the truth of nature. And yet nature is affected, from without, by an overturning which modifies it in its interior, which denatures it and obliges it to deviate from itself. Nature denaturing itself, deviating from itself, naturally gathering its outside into its inside, is catastrophe, a natural event that overthrows nature, or monstrosity, a natural deviation within nature. The function assumed in Rousseauist discourse by the catastrophe, as we shall see, is here delegated to monstrosity. Let us cite the entire conclusion of Chapter 6 of the course, Graphic Representation of Language, which must be compared to Rousseau's text on pronunciation. But the tyranny of the letter goes even further. By imposing itself upon the masses, it influences and modifies language, long. This happens only in highly literary idioms where written documents play an important role. Then visual images arrive to create perverse, vicious, pronunciations. That is a truly pathological fact. That is often seen in French. For instance, there were two ways of writing, graphes, for the surname Lefebvre, from Latin Faber, one popular and simple, the other learned and etymological, Lefebvre and Lefebvre. Because V and U were not kept apart in the old system of writing, Lefebvre was read as Lefebvre, with a B that has never really existed in the word and a U that was the result of ambiguity. Now, the latter form is actually pronounced. Pages 53 to 54, p. 31, translation modified. Where is the evil? One will perhaps ask. And what has been invested in the living word, that makes such aggressions of writing intolerable? That begins by even determining the constant action of writing as deformation and aggression? What interdiction has thus been transgressed? Where is the sacrilege? Why should the mother tongue be shielded from the operation of writing? Why determine that operation as a violence, and why should the transformation be only a deformation? Why should the mother tongue not have a history, or, what comes to the same thing, produce its own history in a perfectly natural, autistic, and domestic way, without ever being affected by any outside? Why wish to punish writing for a monstrous crime, to the point of taking good care to reserve for it, even within a scientific treatment, a special compartment that holds it at a distance? for it is indeed within a sort of intralinguistic leper colony that Saussure wants to contain and concentrate this problem of deformations through writing. And, in order to be convinced that he would take in very bad part the innocent questions that we have just asked, for after all Lefebvre is not a bad name and we can love this play, let us read the following. It explains to us that the play is not natural, and its accents are pessimistic, mispronunciations due to spelling will probably appear more frequently, and as time goes on, the number of useless letters pronounced by speakers will probably increase. As in Rousseau and in the same context, the capital is accused. Some Parisians already pronounce the T in sept femmes 7 women. Strange example. The historical deviation, for it is indeed history that one must stop in order to protect the language, langue, from writing, will only widen. Darmstaedter foresees the day when even the last 2 letters of Van 20 will be pronounced, truly an orthographic monstrosity. Such phonic deformations certainly belong to the language, langue, but do not stem from its natural functioning. They are due to an external influence. Linguistics should put them into a special compartment for observation. They are teratological cases. p. 54, italics added by Derrida, pages 31 to 32, translation modified. It is clear that the concepts of stability, permanence, and duration, which here serve to think the relationships between speech and writing, are too lax and open to every uncritical investment. The French translation of the Freudian Besitzung, cathexis equals to occupy with desire. They would require more attentive and minute analyses. The same is applicable to an explanation according to which most people pay more attention to visual impressions simply because these are sharper and more lasting than oral impressions. p. 46, p. 25. This explanation of usurpation is not only empirical in its form, it is problematic in its content. It refers to a metaphysics and to an old physiology of sensory faculties constantly given the lie by science, as by the experience of language, langage, and by the body proper as language. It imprudently makes of visibility the sensory, simple, and essential element of writing. Above all, in considering the audible as the natural milieu within which the language, langue, must naturally carve up and articulate its instituted signs, thus exercising its arbitrariness, this explanation removes all possibility of some natural relationship between speech and writing at the very moment that it affirms it. It thus confuses the notions of nature and institution that it constantly uses, instead of deliberately dismissing them, which no doubt should have been done first. It finally and above all contradicts the major affirmation according to which the thing that constitutes language, l'essentiel de la langue, is unrelated to the phonic character of the linguistic sign. p. 21, p. 7. We will stop at this affirmation soon. Within it would transpire the opposite of the Saussurian proposition denouncing the illusions of script. What do these limits and presuppositions signify? First, that a linguistics is not general as long as it defines its outside and inside in terms of determined linguistic models, as long as it does not rigorously distinguish essence from fact in their respective degrees of generality. The system of writing in general is not exterior to the system of language, langue, in general, unless one admits that the division between exterior and interior passes through the interior of the interior or the exterior of the exterior, to the point where the immanence of language, langue, is essentially exposed to the intervention of forces that are apparently alien to its system. For the same reason, writing in general is not image or figuration of language, langue, in general, unless the nature, the logic, and the functioning of the image within the system from which one wishes to exclude it be reconsidered. Writing is not a sign of a sign, except if one says it of all signs, which would be more profoundly true. If every sign refers to a sign, and if sign of a sign signifies writing, certain conclusions, which we will consider at the appropriate moment, will become inevitable. What Saussure saw without seeing, knew without being able to take into account, following in that the entire metaphysical tradition, is that a certain model of writing was necessarily but provisionally imposed, but for infidelity of principle, insufficiency of fact, and invocation of permanent usurpation, as instrument and technique of representation of a system of language, langue. And that this movement, unique in style, has been so very profound that it permitted the thinking, within the language, langue, of concepts like those of the sign, of technique, of representation, of language. The system of language associated with phonetic alphabetic writing is that within which logocentric metaphysics, determining the sense of being as presence, has been produced. This logocentrism, this epoch of the full speech, has always placed in parenthesis, suspended, and suppressed for essential reasons, all free reflection on the origin and status of writing, all science of writing which was not technology and the history of a technique, itself leaning upon a mythology and a metaphor of a natural writing. It is this logocentrism which, limiting the internal system of language, long, in general by a bad abstraction, prevents Saussure and the majority of his successors 7 from determining fully and explicitly that which is named the integral and concrete object of linguistics, p. 23, p. 7. But conversely, as we announced above, it is at the moment when he is not expressly dealing with writing, at the moment when he feels he has closed the parentheses on that subject, that Saussure opens the field of a general grammatology, which would not only no longer be excluded from general linguistics, but would dominate it and contain it within itself. Then one realizes that what was chased off limits, the errant outcast of linguistics, has never ceased to haunt language, langage, as its primary and most intimate possibility. Then something writes itself within Saussure's discourse, which was never spoken and which is nothing other than writing itself as the origin of language, langage. Then from the usurpation and from the traps condemned in Chapter 6 a profound but indirect explanation is initiated, that will overthrow down to the form of the question to which it was a too quick reply. The outside, the inside. The thesis of the arbitrariness of the sign, so misnamed, and not only for the reason Saussure himself recognizes it should interdict a radical distinction between the linguistic and the graphic sign. No doubt this thesis concerns only, within an allegedly natural relationship between the voice and sense in general, between the order of phonic signifiers and the content of the signifieds, the only natural bond, the only true bond, the bond of sound, the necessity of relationships between signifiers and determined signifieds. Only these last set of relationships would be regulated by arbitrariness. Within the natural relationship between phonic signifiers and their signifieds in general, the relationship between each determined signifier and determined signified would be arbitrary. Now from the moment that one considers the totality of determined signs, spoken, and a fortiori written, as unmotivated institutions, one must exclude all relationships of natural subordination, all natural hierarchy among signifiers or orders of signifiers. If writing signifies inscription and especially the durable institution of a sign, and that is the only irreducible kernel of the concept of writing, writing in general covers the entire field of linguistic signs. In that field a certain sort of instituted signifiers may then appear, graphic in the narrow and derived sense of that word, regulated by a certain relationship with other instituted, hence written, even if they are phonic signifiers. The very idea of institution, hence of the arbitrariness of the sign, is unthinkable before the possibility of writing and outside of its horizon. Quite simply, that is, outside of the horizon itself, outside the world as space of inscription, as the opening to the emission and to the spatial distribution of signs, to the regulated play of their differences, even if they are phonic. Let us now persist for a while in using this opposition of nature and institution, of physis and nomos, which also wishes to say, of course, a distribution and division regulated precisely by law, which a meditation on writing should disturb although it functions everywhere is self-evident, particularly in the discourse of linguistics. We must then conclude that only the signs called natural, those that Hegel and Saussure call symbols, escape semiology as grammatology. But they fall a fortiori outside the field of linguistics as a region of general semiology. The thesis of the arbitrariness of the sign thus indirectly but irrevocably contests Saussure's declared proposition when he chases writing to the outer darkness of language, langage. This thesis successfully accounts for a conventional relationship between the phoneme and the grapheme, in phonetic writing, between the phoneme, signifier signified, and the grapheme, pure signifier, but by the same token it forbids that the latter be an image of the former. Now it was indispensable to the exclusion of writing, as external system, that it come to shoot forth an image, a representation, or a figuration, an exterior reflection of the reality of the language, langue. It matters little, here at least, that there is in fact an ideographic filiation of the alphabet. This important question is much debated by historians of writing. What matters here is, that in the synchronic structure and systematic principle of alphabetic writing, and phonetic writing in general, no relationship of natural representation be implicated, none of resemblance or participation, no symbolic relationship in the Hegelian Saussurean sense, no iconographic relationship in the Peircian sense. One must therefore challenge, in the very name of the arbitrariness of the sign, the Saussurean definition of writing as image hence as natural symbol, of language, langue. Not to mention the fact that the phoneme is the unimaginable itself, and no visibility can resemble it. It suffices to take into account what Saussure says about the difference between the symbol and the sign, p. 101, pages 68 to 69. in order to be completely baffled as to how he can at the same time say of writing that it is an image or figuration of language and elsewhere define language and writing as two distinct systems of signs, p. 45, p. 23. For the property, la propria, of the sign is not to be an image. By movement which gave Freud pause in a way we know from the interpretation of dreams, Saussure thus accumulates contradictory arguments to bring about a satisfactory decision, the exclusion of writing. In truth, even within so-called phonetic writing, the graphic signifier refers to the phoneme through a web of many dimensions which links it, like all signifiers, to other written and oral signifiers, within a total system open, let us say, to all possible investments, cathexes, of sense. We must begin with the possibility of the total system. Saussure was thus never able to think that writing was truly an image, a figuration, a representation of the spoken language, a symbol. If one considers that he nonetheless needed these inadequate notions to decide upon the exteriority of writing, one must conclude that an entire stratum of his discourse, the intention of Chapter 6, graphic representation of language, was not at all scientific. When we say this, we are not, first and foremost, directed toward Ferdinand de Saussure's intention or motivation, but rather the entire uncritical tradition to which he is here the heir. To what zone of discourse does this strange functioning of argumentation belong, this coherence of desire producing itself in a neo-Nairic way, but it clarifies the dream rather than allow itself to be clarified by it, through a contradictory logic? How does this functioning articulate itself with the entirety of theoretical discourse, throughout the history of science? Better yet, how does it work from within the concept of science itself? It is only when this question is elaborated, if it is someday, when one will have determined outside of all psychology, as of all sciences of man, outside metaphysics, which can now be Marxist or structuralist, the concepts required by this functioning are defined, when one is up to the measure of respecting all its levels of generality and articulation, it is only then that one will be able to state rigorously the problem of the articulated appurtenance of a text, theoretical or otherwise, to an entire set. Here, for example, the situation of the Saussurean text, which we are treating at the moment, it is clearly evident, only as a conspicuous index within a given situation, without professing to answer yet for the concepts required by the functioning of which I have just spoken. My justification would be as follows: this and some other indices, in a general way the treatment of the concept of writing, already give us the assured means of broaching the deconstruction of the greatest totality, the concept of the episteme and logocentric metaphysics, within which are produced, without ever posing the radical question of writing, all the Western methods of analysis, explication, reading, or interpretation. Now we must think that writing is at the same time more exterior to speech, not being its image or its symbol, and more interior to speech, which is already in itself a writing. Even before it is linked to incision, engraving, drawing, or the letter, to a signifier referring in general to a signifier signified by it, the concept of the graphy, unit of a possible graphic system, implies, as the possibility common to all systems of signification, the instance of the instituted trace. Our efforts from now on will be directed toward slowly detaching these two concepts from the classical discourse from which we necessarily borrow them. This effort will be laborious, and we know a priori that its effectiveness will never be pure and absolute. The instituted trace is unmotivated, but it is not capricious. Like the word arbitrary according to Saussure, it should not imply that the choice of the signifier is left entirely to the speaker, p. 101, pages 68 to 69. It simply has no natural attachment to the signified within reality. The rupture of that natural attachment puts in question for us the idea of naturalness rather than that of attachment. That is why the word institution should not be too quickly interpreted within the classical system of oppositions. One cannot think the instituted trace without thinking the retention of difference within a structure of reference where difference appears as such and thus permits a certain liberty of variation among full terms. The absence of another here now, of another transcendental present, of another origin of the world appearing as such, presenting itself as irreducible absence within the presence of the trace, that is not a metaphysical formula substituted for a scientific concept of writing. This formula, beside the fact that it is the questioning of the metaphysics itself, describes the structure implied by the arbitrariness of the sign, from the moment that one thinks of its possibility short of the derived opposition between nature and convention, symbol and sign, etc. These oppositions have meaning only after the possibility of the trace. The unmotivatedness of the sign requires a synthesis in which the completely other announces itself as such, without any simplicity, any identity, any resemblance or continuity, within what is not it. Announces itself as such. There we have all history, from what metaphysics has defined as non-living up to consciousness, passing through all levels of animal organization. The trace, where the relationship with the other is marked, articulates its possibility in the entire field of being, eton, which metaphysics has defined as the being present, eton présent, starting from the occulted movement of the trace. The trace must be thought before being, eton. But the movement of the trace is necessarily occulted, it produces itself as self-occultation. When the other announces itself as such, it presents itself in the dissimulation of itself. This formulation is not theological, as one might believe somewhat hastily. The theological is a determined moment in the total movement of the trace. The field of being, eton, before being determined as the field of presence, structures itself according to the diverse possibilities, genetic and structural, of the trace. The presentation of the other as such, that is to say the dissimulation of its as such, has already begun and no structure of being, eton, escapes it. This is why the movement of unmotivatedness passes from one structure to the other when the sign crosses the stage of the symbol. It is in a certain sense and according to a certain determined structure of the as such that one is authorized to say that there is as yet no immotivation in what Saussure calls symbol and which, according to him, does not, at least provisionally, interest semiology. The general structure of the unmotivated trace makes the structure of the relationship with the other, the movement of temporalization, and language, langage, as writing communicate with each other within the same possibility, and without the possibility of separating them except by abstraction. Without referring back to a nature, the immotivation of the trace has always become. To tell the truth, there is no unmotivated trace, the trace is indefinitely its own becoming unmotivated. In Saussurean language, what Saussure does not say would have to be said, there is neither symbol nor sign but a becoming sign of the symbol. Additionally, as it goes without saying, the trace whereof we speak is not more natural, it is not the mark, the natural sign, or the index in the Husserlian sense, than cultural, not more physical than psychic, biological than spiritual. It is that starting from which a becoming unmotivated of the sign is possible, and with it all the ulterior oppositions between physis and its other. In his project of semiotics, Peirce seems to have been more attentive than Saussure to the irreducibility of this becoming unmotivated. In his terminology, one must speak of a becoming unmotivated of the symbol, the notion of the symbol playing here a role analogous to that of the sign which Saussure opposes precisely to the symbol. Symbols grow. They come into being by development out of other signs, particularly from icons, or from mixed signs partaking of the nature of icons and symbols. We think only in signs. These mental signs are of mixed nature. The symbol parts of them are called concepts. If a man makes a new symbol, it is by thoughts involving concepts. So it is only out of symbols that a new symbol can grow. Omne symbolum de symbolo. 9. Peirce complies with two apparently incompatible exigencies. The mistake here would be to sacrifice one for the other. We must recognize the rooting of the symbolic, in Peirce's sense, of the arbitrariness of the sign, in the non-symbolic, in an anterior and linked order of signification. Symbols grow. They come into being by development out of other signs, particularly from icons, or from mixed signs. But this rooting must not compromise the structural originality of the symbolic field, the autonomy of a domain, a production, and a play, so it is only out of symbols that a new symbol can grow. Omne symbolum de symbolo. But in both cases, the genetic rooting refers from sign to sign. No ground of non-signification, whether understood as insignificance or an intuition of a present truth, extends, to found it, under the play and the coming into being of signs. Semiotics no longer depends on logic. Logic, according to Peirce, is only a semiotic. Logic, in its general sense, is, as I believe I have shown, only another name for semiotics, semiotique, the quasi-necessary, or formal, doctrine of signs. And logic in the classical sense, logic properly speaking, non-formal logic commanded by the value of truth, occupies in that semiotics only a determined and not fundamental level. As in Husserl, but the analogy, although it is most thought-provoking, would stop there and one must handle it carefully. The lowest level, the foundation of the possibility of logic, or semiotics, corresponds to the project of the Grammatica Speculativa of Thomas Derrida, falsely attributed to Duns Scotus. Like Husserl, Peirce expressly refers to it. It is a matter of elaborating, in both cases, a formal doctrine of conditions which a discourse must satisfy in order to have a sense, in order to mean, even if it is false or contradictory. The general morphology of that meaning 10, Bedeutung, Wohlwordire, is independent of all logic of truth. The science of semiotic has three branches. The first is called by Duns Scotus Grammatica Speculativa. We may term it pure grammar. It has for its task to ascertain what must be true of the representamen used by every scientific intelligence in order that they may embody any meaning. The second is logic proper. It is the science of what is quasi-necessarily true of the representamina of any scientific intelligence in order that they may hold good of any object, that is, may be true. Or say, logic proper is the formal science of the conditions of the truth of representations. The third, in imitation of Kant's fashion of preserving old associations of words and finding nomenclature for new conceptions, I call pure rhetoric. Its task is to ascertain the laws by which in every scientific intelligence one sign gives birth to another, and especially one thought brings forth another. 11. Peirce goes very far in the direction that we have called the deconstruction of the transcendental signified, which, at one time or another, would place a reassuring end to the redirection from sign to sign. We have identified logocentrism and the metaphysics of presence as the exigent, powerful, systematic and irrepressible desire for such a signified. Now Peirce considers the indefiniteness of redirection as the criterion that allows us to recognize that we are indeed dealing with a system of signs. What broaches the movement of signification is what makes its interruption impossible. The thing itself is a sign. An unacceptable proposition for Husserl, whose phenomenology remains therefore, in its principle of principles, the most radical and most critical restoration of the metaphysics of presence. The difference between Husserl's and Peirce's phenomenologies is fundamental, since it concerns the concept of the sign and of the manifestation of presence, the relationships between the representation and the originary presentation of the thing itself, truth. On this point Peirce is undoubtedly closer to the inventor of the word phenomenology. Lambert proposed in fact to reduce the theory of things to the theory of signs. According to the phaneroscopy or phenomenology of Peirce, manifestation itself does not reveal a presence, it makes a sign. One may read in the principle of phenomenology that the idea of manifestation is the idea of a sign. 12. There is thus no phenomenality reducing the sign or the representer so that the thing signified may be allowed to shine finally in the splendor of its presence. The so-called thing itself is always already a representamen escaping the simplicity of intuitive evidence. The representamen functions only by generating an interpretant that itself becomes a sign, and so on to infinity. The self-identity of the signified conceals and displaces itself unceasingly. The property, la propria, of the representamen is to be itself and another, to be produced as a structure of redirection, to be sidetracked from itself. The property of the representamen is not to be proper, propria, that is to say absolutely proximate to itself, prope, proprius. The represented is always already a representamen. Definition of the anything which determines something else, its interpretant, to refer to an object to which itself refers, its object, in the same way, this interpretant becoming in turn a sign, and so on ad infinitum. If the series of successive interpretants comes to an end, the sign is thereby rendered imperfect, at least. 13. From the moment there is sense there is nothing but signs. We think only in signs. Which amounts to ruining the notion of the sign at the very moment when, as in Nietzsche, its exigency is recognized in the absoluteness of its right. One could call play the absence of the transcendental signified making play boundless, that is to say as the shaking up of ontotheology and the metaphysics of presence. It is not surprising that the shock of that shake, working metaphysics since its origin, lets itself be named as such in the epoch when, refusing to bind linguistics to semantics, which all European linguists, from Saussure to Hemslev, still do, expelling the problem of meaning outside of their researches, certain American linguists constantly refer to the model of play, or game. Here one must think of writing as play within language, langage. The Phaedrus, 277e, condemned writing precisely as play, paideia, and opposed such childishness to the adult gravity, spout, of speech. This play, thought as absence of the transcendental signified, is not a play in the world, as it has always been defined, for the purposes of containing it, by the philosophical tradition as well as the theoreticians of play, or those who, following and going beyond Bloomfield, refer semantics to psychology or some other regional discipline. To think play radically the ontological and transcendental problematics must first be seriously exhausted. The question of the sense of being, of the being of being, eton, and of the transcendental origin of the world, of the worldness of the world, must be patiently and rigorously worked through. The critical movement of the Husserlian and Heideggerian questions must be effectively followed to the very end, to conserve their effectiveness and legibility. Even if all this were done under erasure, sous retour, for otherwise the concepts of play and writing to which one will have recourse will remain caught within regional limits and an empiricist, positivist, or metaphysical discourse. The parry that the holders of such a discourse would oppose to the thrust of the pre-critical tradition and to metaphysical speculation would be nothing but the worldly representation of their proper operation. It is therefore the game of the world that must be thought first, before attempting to understand all the forms of play in the world. 14. We are from the outset within the becoming unmotivated of the symbol. With regard to this becoming, the opposition of diachronic and synchronic is also derived. It would not be able to command a grammatology pertinently. The immotivation of the trace ought now to be understood as an operation and not as a state, as an active movement, a demotivation, and not as a given structure. Science of the arbitrariness of the sign, science of the immotivation of the trace, science of writing before speech and in speech, grammatology would thus cover a vast field within which linguistics would by abstraction delineate its proper space, with the limits that Saussure prescribes to its internal system and which must be carefully re-examined in each speech/writing system in the world and history. By a substitution which would be anything but verbal, one should replace semiology by grammatology in the program of the course in general linguistics. I shall call it grammatology. Since the science does not yet exist, no one can say what it would be, but it has a right to existence, a place staked out in advance. Linguistics is only a part of that general science. The laws discovered by grammatology will be applicable to linguistics. p. 33, p. 16. The advantage of this substitution will not only be to give to the theory of writing the scope needed to counter logocentric repression and the subordination to linguistics. It will liberate the semiological project itself from what, in spite of its greater theoretical extension, remained under the command of linguistics, ordered as if linguistics were at once its center and its telos. Even though semiology was in fact more general and more comprehensive than linguistics, it continued to be regulated by the privilege of one of its regions. The linguistic sign remained exemplary for semiology, it dominated it as the master sign and as the generative model, the pattern, patron. One could therefore say that signs that are wholly arbitrary realize better than the others the ideal of the semiological process, that is, while language, long, the most complex and universal of all systems of expression, is also the most characteristic. In this sense linguistics can become the master pattern for all branches of semiology, although language, long, is only one particular semiological system. p. 101, italics added by Derrida, p. 68. Consequently, reconsidering the order of dependence prescribed by Saussure, apparently inverting the relationship of the part to the whole, Barthes as in fact carries out the profoundest intention of the course. From now on we must admit the possibility of reversing Saussure's proposition some day. Linguistics is not a part, even if privileged, of the general science of signs, it is semiology that is a part of linguistics. 15. This coherent reversal, submitting semiology to a translinguistics, leads to its full explication of linguistics historically dominated by logocentric metaphysics, for which in fact there is not and there should not be any meaning except as named, but dominated by the so-called civilization of writing that we inhabit, civilization of so-called phonetic writing, that is to say of the logos where the sense of being is, in its telos, determined as parousia. To describe the fact and the vocation of signification within the closure of this epoch and this civilization in the process of disappearing in its very globalization, the Barthesian reversal is fecund and indispensable. Let us now try to go beyond these formal and architectonic considerations. Let us ask in a more intrinsic and concrete way, how language, long, is not merely a sort of writing, comparable to a system of writing. p. 33, p. 16 Saussure writes curiously, but a species of writing. Or rather, since the relationships here are no longer of extension or frontier, a possibility founded in the general possibility of writing. Showing this, one would at the same time account for that alleged usurpation which could not have been an unhappy accident. It supposes on the contrary a common root and by that excludes the resemblance of the image, derivation, or representative reflection. And thus one would bring back to its true meaning, to its primary possibility, the apparently innocent and didactic analogy which makes Saussure say, language, long, is comparable to a system of signs that express ideas, and is therefore comparable to writing, the alphabet of deaf mutes, symbolic rites, polite formulas, military signals, etc. But it is the most important of all these systems. p. 33, italics added by Derrida, translation modified, p. 16. Further, it is not by chance if, 130 pages later, at the moment of explaining phonic difference as the condition of linguistic value, from a material viewpoint, 16 he must again borrow all his pedagogic resources from the example of writing. Since an identical state of affairs is observable in writing, another system of signs, we shall use writing to draw some comparisons that will clarify the whole issue. p. 165, p. 119. 4 headings follow, borrowing all their schematics and all their content from writing. 17. Once more, then, it is to himself that Saussure must decidedly be opposed. Before being or not being noted, represented, figured, in a graphy, the linguistic sign implies an originary writing. Henceforth, it is not to the thesis of the arbitrariness of the sign that we will appeal directly, but to what Saussure associates with it as an indispensable correlative and which would seem to us rather to found it, the thesis of difference as the source of linguistic value. 18. What are, from the grammatological point of view, the consequences of this theme now so well known, and upon which Plato already, in the Sophist, dedicated certain reflections? Difference being never in itself, and by definition, a sensible plenitude, its necessity contradicts the allegation of a naturally phonic essence of language, long. It contests by the same token the professed natural dependence of the graphic signifier. That is a consequence Saussure himself draws against the premises, defining the internal system of language. He must now exclude the very thing which had permitted him to exclude writing, sound and its natural bond, lien naturel, with meaning. For example, the essential element of language is, as I shall show later, alien to the phonic character of the linguistic sign, p. 21, p. 7, translation modified. And in a paragraph on difference. It is impossible for sound, a material element, itself to belong to language. It is only a secondary thing for it, material that it puts to use. All conventional values have the characteristic of not being confused with the tangible element which supports them. The linguistic signifier is not, in essence, at all phonic but incorporeal, constituted not by its material substance but uniquely by the differences that separate its sound image from all others. p. 164, pages 118-19, translation modified. The idea or phonic substance that a sign contains is of less importance than the other signs that surround it. p. 166, p. 120. Without this reduction of the phonic material, the distinction, decisive for Saussure, between language and speech, would have no rigor. It would be the same for the oppositions that happen to descend from it, between code and message, schema and usage, etc. Conclusion: phonology, this bears repeating, is only an auxiliary discipline, of the science of language, and pertains only to speech. p. 56, p. 33, translation modified. Speech thus draws from this stock of writing, note it or not, that language is, and it is here that one must meditate upon the connivance between the two stabilities. The reduction of the phone reveals this connivance. What Saussure says, for example, about the sign in general and what he confirms by way of writing, is good for language as well. Continuity of the signs in time, linked to alteration in time is a principle of general semiology. This is confirmed by systems of writing, the speech of deaf mutes, etc. p. 111, p. 16, translation modified. The reduction of phonic substance thus does not only permit the distinction between phonetics on the one hand, and a fortiori acoustics or the physiology of the phonating organs, and phonology on the other. It also makes of phonology itself an auxiliary discipline. Here the direction indicated by Saussure takes us beyond the phonologism of those who profess to follow him on this point. In fact, Jacobson judges indifference to the phonic substance of expression to be impossible and illegitimate. He thus criticizes the glossomatics of Hjelmslev, which requires and practices the neutralizing of sonorous substance. And in the text cited above, Jacobson and Halley maintain that the theoretical requirement of a research of invariables placing sonorous substance in parenthesis, as an empirical and contingent content, is 1. Impracticable since, as Eli Fisher-Jorgensen exposes, the sonorous substance is taken into account at every step of the analysis. But is that a troubling discrepancy, as Jacobson and Halley would have it? Can one not account for it as a fact serving as an example, as do the phenomenologists who always need, keeping it always within sight, an exemplary empirical content in the reading of an essence which is independent of it by right? 2. Inadmissible by right, since one cannot consider that in language, langage, form as opposed to substance is a constant to a variable. It is in the course of this second demonstration that the literally Saussurean formulas reappear within the question of the relationships between speech and writing. The order of writing is the order of exteriority, of the occasional, of the accessory, of the auxiliary, of the parasitic, pages 116-17, italics added by Derrida, Pages 16 to 17. The argument of Jacobson and Halley appeals to factual genesis and invokes the secondariness of writing in the colloquial sense. Only after having mastered speech does one graduate to reading and writing. Even if this commonsensical proposition were rigorously proved, something that we do not believe, each of its concepts harboring an immense problem, one would still have to be assured of its pertinence to the argument. Even if after were here a facile representation, if one knew well what one thought and said while assuring that one learns to write after having learned to speak, would that suffice to conclude that what thus comes after is parasitic? And what is a parasite? And what if writing were precisely that which makes us reconsider our logic of the parasite? In another moment of the critique, Jacobson and Halley recall the imperfection of graphic representation. That imperfection is due to the cardinally dissimilar patterning of letters and phonemes. Letters never, or only partially, reproduce the different distinctive features on which the phonemic pattern is based and unfailingly disregard the structural relationship of these features. p. 116, p. 17. We have suggested it above. Does not the radical dissimilarity of the two elements, graphic and phonic, exclude derivation? Does not the inadequacy of graphic representation concern only common alphabetic writing, to which glossomatic formalism does not essentially refer? Finally, if one accepts all the phonologist arguments thus presented, it must still be recognized that it opposes a scientific concept of the spoken word to a vulgar concept of writing. What we would wish to show is that one cannot exclude writing from the general experience of the structural relationship of these features. Which amounts, of course, to reforming the concept of writing. In short, if the Jacobsonian analysis is faithful to Saussure on this point, is it not especially so to the Saussure of Chapter 6? Up to what point would Saussure have maintained the inseparability of matter and form, which remains the most important argument of Jacobson and Halley, p. 117, p. 17? The question may be repeated in terms of the position of André Martinet who, in this debate, follows Chapter 6 of the course to the letter. 19 and only Chapter 6, from which Martinet expressly dissociates the doctrine of what, in the course, effaces the privilege of the phonic substance. After having explained why a dead language, long, with a perfect ideography, that is to say a communication going through the system of a generalized script, could not have any real autonomy, and why nevertheless, such a system would be something so particular that one can well understand why linguists want to exclude it from the domain of their science. La linguistique synchronique, p. 18, italics added by Derrida. Martinet criticizes those who, following a certain trend in Saussure, question the essentially phonic character of the linguistic sign. Much will be attempted to prove that Saussure is right when he announces that the thing that constitutes language, l'essentiel de la langue, is unrelated to the phonic character of the linguistic sign and, going beyond the teaching of the master, to declare that the linguistic sign does not necessarily have that phonic character. p. 19. On that precise point, it is not a question of surpassing the master's teaching but of following and prolonging it. Not to do it, is it not to confine oneself to what in Chapter 6 massively limits formal and structural research and contradicts the least contestable findings of Saussurean doctrine? To avoid surpassing, does one not risk returning to a point that falls short? We believe that generalized writing is not just the idea of a system to be invented, an hypothetical characteristic or a future possibility. We think on the contrary that oral language, long, already belongs to this writing. But that presupposes a modification of the concept of writing that we for the moment merely anticipate. Even supposing that one is not given that modified concept, supposing that one is considering a pure system of writing as an hypothesis for the future or working hypothesis, should a linguist refuse himself, faced with that hypothesis, the means of thinking it and of integrating its formulation within his theoretical discourse? Does the fact that most linguists do so refuse create a theoretical right? Martinet seems to think so. After having elaborated a purely dactylological hypothesis of language, langage, he writes, in effect, it must be recognized that the parallelism between this dactylology and phonology is complete as much in synchronic as in diachronic material, and that the terminology associated with the latter may be used for the former, except of course when the terms refer to the phonic substance. Clearly, if we do not desire to exclude from the domain of linguistics the systems of the type we have just imagined, it is most important to modify traditional terminology relative to the articulation of signifiers so as to eliminate all reference to phonic substance, as does Louis Helmsled when he uses synemy and cinematics instead of phoneme and phonematics. Yet it is understandable that the majority of linguists hesitate to modify completely the traditional terminological edifice for the only theoretical advantages of being able to include in the field of their science some purely hypothetical systems. To make them agree to envisage such a revolution, they must be persuaded that, in attested linguistic systems, they have no advantage in considering the phonic substantive units of expression as to be of direct interest. Pages 20 to 21, italics added by Derrida. Once again, we do not doubt the value of these phonological arguments, the presuppositions behind which we have attempted to expose above. Once one assumes these presuppositions, it would be absurd to reintroduce in confusion a derivative writing in the field of oral language, langage, and within the system of this derivation. Without avoiding ethnocentrism, one would then mix up all the frontiers within the sphere of its legitimacy. It is not a question here of rehabilitating writing in the narrow sense, nor of reversing the order of dependence when it is evident. Phonologism does not brook any objections as long as one conserves the colloquial concepts of speech and writing which form the solid fabric of its argumentation. Colloquial and everyday concepts, inhabited besides, uncontradictorily enough, by an old history, limited by frontiers that are hardly visible yet all the more rigorous by that very fact. We would wish rather to suggest that the alleged derivativeness of writing, however real and massive, was possible only on one condition, that the original, natural, etc. language, langage, had never existed, that it had never been intact, untouched by writing, that it had itself always been a writing. Arch writing whose necessity we wish to indicate and whose new concept we wish to outline here, and which we continue to call writing only because it essentially communicates with the vulgar concept of writing. The latter could not have imposed itself historically except by the dissimulation of arch writing, by the desire for a speech displacing its other and its double and working to reduce its difference. If we persist in calling that difference writing, it is because, within the work of historical repression, writing was, by its situation, destined to signify the most formidable difference. It was that which threatened the desire from the closest proximity, for the living speech, what breached living speech from within and from the very beginning. And difference we ascertain progressively cannot be thought without the trace. This arch writing, although its concept is called up by the themes of the arbitrariness of the sign and of difference, cannot be, and can never be, recognized as the object of a science. It is that very thing which cannot let itself be reduced to the form of presence. The latter orders all objectivity of the object and all relation of knowledge. That is why what we would be tempted to consider in the wake of the course's progress, shaking up in turn the uncritical positions of Chapter 6, never gives rise to a new scientific concept of writing. Can one say as much of the algebraism of Hjelmslev, which no doubt drew the most rigorous consequences from that progress? The Principes de Grammaire Générale, 1928, separated out within the doctrine of the course the phonological principle and the principle of difference. It isolated a concept of form which permitted a distinction between formal difference and phonic difference, and this even within spoken language, lang, itself, p. 117. Grammar is independent of semantics and phonology, p. 118. That independence is the very principle of glossomatics as the formal science of language, langage. Its formality supposes that there is no necessary connection between sounds in language, langage. 20. That formality is itself the condition of a purely functional analysis. The idea of a linguistic function and of a purely linguistic unit, the glossium, excludes then not only the consideration of the substance of expression, material substance, but also that of the substance of the content, immaterial substance. Since language, langue, is a form and not a substance, Saussure, the glossemes are by definition independent of substance, immaterial, semantic, psychological and logical, and material, phonic, graphic, etc. 21. The study of the functioning of language, of its play, presupposes that the substance of meaning and, among other possible substances, that of sound, be placed in parenthesis. The unity of sound and of sense is indeed here, as we proposed above, the reassuring closing of play. Hjelmslev situates his concept of the scheme or play of language within Saussure's heritage, of his formalism and his theory of value. Although he prefers to compare linguistic value to the value of exchange in the economic sciences rather than to the purely logico-mathematical value, he assigns a limit to this analogy. An economic value is by definition a value with a double face. Not only does it play the role of a constant vis-à-vis the concrete units of money, but it also itself plays the role of a variable vis-à-vis a fixed quantity of merchandise which serves it as a standard. In linguistics on the other hand there is nothing that corresponds to a standard. That is why the game of chess and not economic fact remains for Saussure the most faithful image of a grammar. The scheme of language, langue, is in the last analysis a game and nothing more. 22. In the Prolegomena to a Theory of Language, 1943, setting forth the opposition expression/content, which he substitutes for the difference signifier/signified, and in which each term may be considered from the point of view of form or substance. Jelmslev criticizes the idea of a language, langage, naturally bound to the substance of phonic expression. It is by mistake that it has hitherto been supposed that the substance expression of a spoken language, langage, should consist of sounds. Thus, as has been pointed out by the Zwirners in particular, the fact has been overlooked that speech is accompanied by, and that certain components of speech can be replaced by, gesture, and that in reality, as the Zwirners say, not only the so-called organs of speech, throat, mouth, and nose, but very nearly all the striate musculature cooperate in the exercise of natural language, langage. Further, it is possible to replace the usual sound and gesture substance with any other that offers itself as appropriate under changed external circumstances. Thus the same linguistic form may also be manifested in writing, as happens with a phonetic or phonemic notation and with the so-called phonetic orthographies, as for example the Finnish. Here is a graphic substance which is addressed exclusively to the eye and which need not be transposed into a phonetic substance in order to be grasped or understood. And this graphic substance can, precisely from the point of view of the substance, be of quite various sorts. 23. Refusing to presuppose a derivation of substances following from the substance of phonic expression, Jelmslev redirects this problem outside the field of structural and proper linguistic analysis. Moreover, it is not always certain what is derived and what not. We must not forget that the discovery of alphabetic writing is hidden in prehistory. Bertrand Russell quite rightly calls attention to the fact that we have no means of deciding whether writing or speech is the older form of human expression. An Outline of Philosophy, London, 1927, p. 47, so that the assertion that it rests on a phonetic analysis is only one of the possible diachronic hypotheses. It may also be rested on a formal analysis of linguistic structure. But in any case, as is recognized by modern linguistics, diachronic considerations are irrelevant for synchronic descriptions. Pages 104-5. That this glossomatic criticism can be operated at the same time thanks to Saussure and against him, that, as we suggested above, the proper space of a grammatology is at the same time opened and closed by the course in general linguistics, H. J. Uldall formulates remarkably. To show that Saussure did not develop all the theoretical consequences of his discovery, he writes, "It is even more curious when we consider that the practical consequences have been widely drawn, indeed had been drawn thousands of years before Saussure, for it is only through the concept of a difference between form and substance that we can explain the possibility of speech and writing existing at the same time as expressions of one and the same language, langage. If either of these two substances, the stream of air or the stream of ink, were an integral part of the language itself, it would not be possible to go from one to the other without changing the language. 24. Undoubtedly the Copenhagen school thus frees a field of research. It becomes possible to direct attention not only to the purity of a form delinked from all natural bonds to a substance but also to everything that, in the stratification of language, langage, depends on the substance of graphic expression. An original and rigorously delimited description of this may thus be promised. Jelmslev recognizes that an analysis of writing without regard to sound has not yet been undertaken, p. 105. While regretting also that the substance of ink has not received the same attention on the part of linguists that they have so lavishly bestowed on the substance of air, H. J. Uldall delimits these problematics and emphasizes the mutual independence of the substances of expression. He illustrates it particularly by the fact that, in orthography, no grapheme corresponds to accents of pronunciation. For Rousseau this was the misery and the menace of writing, and that, reciprocally, in pronunciation, no phoneme corresponds to the spacing between written words. Pages 13-14. Recognizing the specificity of writing, glossomatics did not merely give itself the means of describing the graphic element. It outlined access to the literary element, to what in literature passes through an irreducibly graphic text, linking the play of form to a determined substance of expression. If there is in literature something that does not allow itself to be reduced to the voice, to epos or to poetry, one cannot recapture it except by rigorously isolating the bond that links the play of form to the substance of graphic expression. One will recognize by the same token that pure literature, thus respected in what in it is irreducible, also risks limiting the play, binding it. The desire to bind play is, moreover, irresistible. This interest in literature is effectively manifested in the Copenhagen school. 25. It thus lifts the Rousseauist and Saussurian caution with regard to the literary arts. It radicalizes the efforts of the Russian formalists, specifically of the O.P.O. Yaz, Society for the Study of Poetic Language H., who in their attention to the being literary of literature, perhaps privileged the phonological instance and the literary models that it dominates. Notably poetry. That which, in the history of literature and in the structure of a literary text in general, escapes that instance, merits a type of description whose norms and conditions of possibility glossomatics has perhaps better brought forward. It has perhaps thus better prepared itself to study the purely graphic stratum within the structure of the literary text within the history of the becoming literary of literality, notably in its modernity. Undoubtedly a new domain is thus open to new and fecund researches. And yet it is not this parallelism or the recaptured parity of substances of expression that primarily interest us here. One has clearly seen that if the phonic substance lost its privilege, it was not to the advantage of the graphic substance, which lends itself to the same substitutions. To the extent that it liberates and is irrefutable, glossomatics still operates here with a popular concept of writing. However original and irreducible it might be, the form of expression linked by correlation to the graphic substance of expression remains very determined. It is very dependent and very derivative with regard to the arch writing of which we speak here. The latter would be at work not only in the form and substance of graphic expression but also in those of non-graphic expression. It would constitute not only the schema uniting form to all substance, graphic or otherwise, but the movement of the sign function linking a content to an expression, whether it be graphic or not. This theme could not have a place at all in Hjelmslev's systematics. It is that arch writing, movement of difference, irreducible arch synthesis, opening at once in one and the same possibility, temporalization, relationship with the other and langage, cannot, as the condition of all linguistic systems, form a part of the linguistic system itself, be situated as an object in its field. Which does not mean it has a real place elsewhere, another assignable site. Its concept could in no way enrich the scientific, positive, and immanent, in the sense that Hjelmslev gives to that word, description of the system itself. Further, the founder of glossomatics would no doubt have questioned its necessity, as he rejects, en bloc and legitimately, all the extra-linguistic theories which do not arise from the irreducible immanence of the linguistic system. 26 He would have seen in that notion one of those appeals to experience which a theory should dispense with. 27 He would not have understood why the name writing remained for that X which becomes so different from what has always been called writing. We have already begun to justify this word, and first the necessity of the communication between the concept of arch writing and the vulgar concept of writing submitted by it to deconstruction. We will continue to do so below. As for the concept of experience, it is most unwieldy here. Like all the notions we are using here, it belongs to the history of metaphysics and we can only use it under erasure, sous retour. Experience has always designated the relationship with a presence, whether that relationship had the form of consciousness or not. At any rate, we must, according to this sort of contortion and contention to which the discourse is here obliged, exhaust the resources of the concept of experience before attaining and in order to attain, by deconstruction, its ultimate foundation. It is the only escape condition for empiricism and the naive critiques of experiencing at once. Thus, for example, the experience whose theory, Hjelmslev says, must be independent is not the whole of experience. It always corresponds to a certain type of factual or regional experience, historical, psychological, physiological, sociological, etc., giving rise to a science that is itself regional and, as such, rigorously outside linguistics. Nothing of the sort in the case of experience as arch writing. The parenthesizing of regions of experience or of the totality of natural experience must discover a field of transcendental experience. That is only accessible to the extent that, after having, like Hjelmslev, isolated the specificity of the linguistic system and put all the extrinsic sciences and metaphysical speculations out of play, one asks the question of the transcendental origin of the system itself, as a system of the objects of a science, and, correlatively, of the theoretical system which studies it, here of the objective and deductive system which glossomatics wishes to be. Without that, the decisive progress accomplished by a formalism respectful of the originality of its object, of the immanent system of its objects, is plagued by a scientificist objectivism, that is to say by another unperceived or unconfessed metaphysics. This is often noticeable in the work of the Copenhagen school. It is to escape falling back into this naive objectivism that we refer ourselves here to a transcendentality that we elsewhere put into question. It is because there are, we believe, a short of and a beyond of transcendental critique. To see to it that the beyond does not return to the short of is to recognize in the contortion the necessity of a trail, parcours. That trail must leave a wake in the text. Without that wake, abandoned to the simple content of its conclusions, the ultra-transcendental text will look suspiciously like the pre-critical text. We must form and meditate today upon the law of this resemblance. What we here call the erasure of concepts should mark the places of that meditation to come. For example, the value of the transcendental arch, archy, must make its necessity felt before letting itself be erased. The concept of arch trace must accede to both that necessity and that erasure. It is in fact contradictory and unacceptable within the logic of identity. The trace is not only the disappearance of origin, it would say here, in the discourse that we use and according to the trail that we follow, that the origin did not even disappear, that it was never constituted except as a back formation by a non-origin, the trace, which thus becomes the origin of the origin. From then on, to wrench the concept of the trace from the classical schema, which would derive it from a presence or from an originary non-trace and which would make of it an empirical mark, one must indeed speak of an originary trace or arch trace. And yet we know that that concept destroys its name and that, if all begins with the trace, there is above all no originary trace. 28 We must then situate, as a simple moment of the discourse, the phenomenological reduction and the Husserl in reference to a transcendental experience. To the extent that the concept of experience in general, and of transcendental experience, in Husserl in particular, remains governed by the theme of presence, it participates in the movement of the reduction of the trace. The living present, lebendige Gegenwart, is the universal and absolute form of transcendental experience to which Husserl refers us. In the descriptions of the movements of temporalization, all that does not torment the simplicity and the domination of that form seems to indicate to us that transcendental phenomenology belongs to metaphysics. But that must come to terms with the forces of rupture. In the originary temporalization and the movement of relationship with others, as Husserl effectively describes them, non-presentation or depresentation is as originary as presentation. That is why a thought of the trace can no more break with a transcendental phenomenology than be reduced to it. Here as elsewhere, to pose the problem in terms of choice, to oblige or to believe oneself obliged to answer it by a yes or no, to conceive of appurtenance as an allegiance or non-appurtenance as plain speaking, is to confuse very different levels, paths, and styles. In the deconstruction of the arch, one does not hold an election. We admit, then, the necessity of going through the concept of the arch trace. How does that necessity direct us from the interior of the linguistic system? How does the path that leads from Saussure to Helmsleb forbid us to bypass the originary trace? In that its passage through form is a passage through the imprint. And the meaning of difference in general would be more accessible to us if the unity of that double passage appeared more clearly. In both cases, one must begin from the possibility of neutralizing the phonic substance. On the one hand, the phonic element, the term, the plenitude that is called sensible, would not appear as such without the difference or opposition which gives them form. Such is the most evident impact of the appeal to difference as the reduction of phonic substance. Here the appearing and functioning of difference presupposes an originary synthesis not preceded by any absolute simplicity. Such would be the originary trace. Without a retention in the minimal unit of temporal experience, without a trace retaining the other as other in the same, no difference would do its work and no meaning would appear. It is not the question of a constituted difference here, but rather, before all determination of the content, of the pure movement which produces difference. The pure trace is difference. It does not depend on any sensible plenitude, audible or visible, phonic or graphic. It is, on the contrary, its condition. Although it does not exist, although it is never a being present outside of all plenitude, its possibility is by rights anterior to all that one calls sign, signified/signifier, content/expression, etc., concept or operation, motor or sensory. This difference is therefore not more sensible than intelligible, and it permits the articulation of signs among themselves within the same abstract order, of a phonic or graphic text for example, or between two orders of expression. It permits the articulation of speech and writing, in the colloquial sense, as it founds the metaphysical opposition between the sensible and the intelligible, then between signifier and signified, expression and content, etc. If language, langue, were not already, in that sense, a writing, no derived notation would be possible, and the classical problem of relationships between speech and writing could not arise. To be sure, the positive sciences of signification can only describe the work and the fact of difference, the determined differences and the determined presences that they make possible. There cannot be a science of difference itself in its operation, no more than a science of the origin of presence itself, that is to say of a certain non-origin. Difference is therefore the formation of form. But it is on the other hand the being imprinted of the imprint. One knows that Saussure distinguishes between the sound image and the objective sound, p. 98, p. 66. He thus gives himself the right to reduce, in the phenomenological sense of the word, the sciences of acoustics and physiology at the moment that he institutes the science of language, langage. The sound image is the structure of the appearing of the sound, l'apparaître du son, which is anything but the sound appearing, le son apparissant. It is the sound image that he calls signifier, reserving the name signified not for the thing. To be sure, it is reduced by the act and the very ideality of language, langage, but for the concept, undoubtedly an unhappy notion here, let us say for the ideality of the sense. I propose to retain the word sign, signa, to designate the whole and to replace concept and sound image respectively by signified, signify, and signifier, signified. The sound image is understood heard, entendu, not the sound heard but the being heard, l'être entendu, of the sound. Being heard, l'être entendu, is structurally phenomenal and belongs to an order radically heterogeneous to that of the real sound in the world. One can only divide this subtle but absolutely decisive heterogeneity by a phenomenological reduction. The latter is therefore indispensable to all analyses of being heard, whether they be inspired by a linguistic, psychoanalytic, or other preoccupations. Now the sound image, the structured appearing, l'apparaître, of the sound, the sensory matter lived and informed by difference, what Husserl would name the Heil/morph structure, distinct from all mundane reality, is called the psychic image by Saussure. The latter, the sound image, is not the material sound, a purely physical thing, but the psychic imprint of the sound, the impression that it makes on our senses, la représentation que nous en donne le témoignage de nos sens. The sound image is sensory, and if I happen to call it material it is only in that sense, and by way of opposing it, to the other term of the association, the concept, which is generally more abstract, p. 98, p. 66. Although the word psychic is not perhaps convenient, except for exercising in this matter a phenomenological caution, the originality of a certain place is well marked. Before specifying it, let us note that this is not necessarily what Jacobson and other linguists could criticize as the mentalist point of view. In the oldest of these approaches, going back to Baudu and de Courtenay and still surviving, the phoneme is a sound imagined or intended, opposed to the emitted sound as a psychophonetic phenomenon to the physiophonetic fact. It is the psychic equivalent of an exteriorized sound. 29. Although the notion of the psychic image thus defined, that is to say according to a prephenomenological psychology of the imagination, is indeed of this mentalist inspiration, it could be defended against Jacobson's criticism on the condition of specifying, 1. That it could be conserved without necessarily affirming that our internal speech is confined to the distinctive features to the exclusion of the configurative, or redundant features, 2. That the qualification psychic is not retained if it designates exclusively another natural reality, internal and not external. Here the Husserlian correction is indispensable and transforms even the premises of the debate. Real and not real, component of lived experience, the Heil/morph structure is not a reality, realität. As to the intentional object, for example the content of the image, it does not really, real, belong either to the world or to lived experience, the non-real component of lived experience. The psychic image of which Saussure speaks must not be an internal reality copying an external one. Husserl, who criticizes this concept of portrait any day and two shows also in The Crisis, pages 63f. J. How phenomenology should overcome the naturalist opposition, whereby psychology and the other sciences of man survive, between internal and external experience. It is therefore indispensable to preserve the distinction between the appearing sound, le son apparissant, and the appearing of the sound, l'apparaître du son, in order to escape the worst yet the most prevalent of confusions, and it is in principle possible to do it without attempting to overcome the antinomy between invariance and variability by assigning the former to the internal and the latter to the external experience. Jacobson, Op. Cit. p. 112, p. 12. The difference between invariance and variability does not separate the two domains from each other, it divides each of them within itself. That gives enough indication that the essence of the phone cannot be read directly and first in the text of a mundane science, of a psychophysiophonetics. These precautions taken, one should recognize that it is in the specific zone of this imprint in this trace, in the temporalization of a lived experience which is neither in the world nor in another world, which is not more sonorous than luminous, not more in time than in space, that differences appear among the elements or rather produce them, make them emerge as such and constitute the texts, the chains, and the systems of traces. These chains and systems cannot be designed except in the fabric of this trace or imprint. The unheard difference between appearing and to appear, l'apparissant et l'apparaître, between the world and lived experience, is the condition of all other differences, of all other traces, and it is already a trace. This last concept is moreover absolutely and by rights anterior to all physiological problematics concerning the nature of the engram, the unit of engraving, or metaphysical problematics on the meaning of absolute presence whose trace gives itself thus to be deciphered. The trace is in fact the absolute origin of sense in general. Which amounts to saying once again that there is no absolute origin of sense in general. The trace is the difference which opens appearance, elaborator, and signification. Articulating the living upon the non-living in general, origin of all repetition, origin of ideality, the trace is not more ideal than real, not more intelligible than sensible, not more a transparent signification than an opaque energy, and no concept of metaphysics can describe it. And as it is a fortiori anterior to the distinction between regions of sensibility, anterior to sound as much as to light, is there a sense in establishing a natural hierarchy between the acoustic imprint, for example, and the visual, graphic, imprint? The graphic image is not seen, and the acoustic image is not heard. The difference between the full unities of the voice remains unheard. Invisible also the difference in the body of the inscription. The hinge, la brochure. You have, I suppose, dreamt of finding a single word for designating difference and articulation. I have perhaps located it by chance in Robert's dictionary, if I play on the word, or rather indicate its double meaning. This word is brochure, joint, break, broken, cracked part. Cf. breach, crack, fracture, fault, split, fragment, brescia, cassure, fracture, phi, fente, fragment. Hinged articulation of two parts of wood or metal work. The hinge, the brochure, folding joint, of a shutter. Cf. joint. Roger Laporte, letter origin of the experience of space and time. This writing of difference, this fabric of the trace, permits the difference between space and time to be articulated, to appear as such, in the unity of an experience, of a same lived out of a same proper body, cor propria. This articulation therefore permits a graphic, visual or tactile, spatial, chain to be adapted, possibly in a linear fashion, to a spoken, phonic, temporal, chain. It is from the primary possibility of this articulation that one must proceed. Difference is articulation. This is, indeed, what Saussure says, contradicting chapter 6. The question of the vocal apparatus obviously takes a secondary place in the problem of language. One definition of what is called articulated language might confirm that conclusion. In Latin, articulus means a member, part, or subdivision of a sequence. With regard to language, langage, articulation can designate either the subdivision of a spoken chain into syllables or the subdivision of the chain of significations into significative units. Using the second definition, we can say that what is natural to mankind is not spoken language but the faculty of constituting a language, langue, i.e., a system of distinct signs corresponding to distinct ideas. p. 26, italics added by Derrida, p. 10, translation modified. The idea of the psychic imprint therefore communicates essentially to the idea of articulation. Without the difference between the sensory appearing, apparisant, and its lived appearing, apparator, mental imprint, the temporalizing synthesis, permitting differences to appear in a chain of significations, would not have been able to do its work. That the imprint is irreducible also says that speech is originarily passive, but in a sense of passivity that all intramundane metaphors would only betray. This passivity is also the relationship to a past, to an always already there that no reactivation of the origin could fully master and awaken to presence. This impossibility of reanimating absolutely the manifest evidence of an originary presence takes us back therefore to an absolute past. That is what authorized us to call trace that which does not let itself be summed up in the simplicity of a present. It could in fact have been objected that, in the indecomposable synthesis of temporalization, pretension is as indispensable as retention. And their two dimensions are not added up but the one implies the other in a strange fashion. What is anticipated in pretension does not disjoint the present any less from its self-identity than does that which is retained in the trace. Certainly. But anticipation privileging, one would risk effacing the irreducibility of the always already there and the fundamental passivity of what one calls time. On the other hand, if the trace sends back to an absolute past, it is because it obliges us to think a past that can no longer be understood in the form of a modified presence, as a present past. Since past has always signified present past, the absolute past that is retained in the trace no longer rigorously merits the name past. Another name to erase, all the more because the strange movement of the trace announces as much as it recalls, difference differs, differe. With the same precaution and under the same erasure, it may be said that its passivity is also its relationship with the future. The concepts of present, past, and future, Everything in the concepts of time and history which implies classical evidence for them, the metaphysical concept of time in general, cannot adequately describe the structure of the trace. And deconstructing the simplicity of presence does not amount only to accounting for the horizons of potential presence, indeed of a dialectic of pretension and retention that one would install in the heart of the present instead of surrounding it with it. It is not a matter of complicating the structure of time while still conserving its homogeneity and its fundamental successivity, by showing for example that the past present and the future present constitute originarily, by dividing it, the form of the living present. Such a complication, which is in sum the very one that Husserl described, holds on, in spite of an audacious phenomenological reduction, to evidence to the presence of a linear, objective, and mundane model. Now B would be as such constituted by the retention of now A and the pretension of now C, in spite of all the play that would follow from it, from the fact that each one of the three now S reproduces that structure in itself. This model of successivity would prohibit a now X from taking the place of now A, for example, and that, by a delaying effect that is inadmissible to consciousness, an experience should be determined, in its very present, by a present which would not have preceded it immediately but would be quite considerably anterior to it. It is the problem of the deferred effect, Nachtraglichkeit, of which Freud speaks. The temporality to which he refers cannot be that which would lend itself to a phenomenology of consciousness or of presence, and one may no doubt contest the right to name as time, now, anterior present, delay, etc., all that is in question here. In its greatest formality, this immense problem would be stated thus: is the temporality described by a transcendental phenomenology, as dialectical as possible, a basis which the structures, let us say the unconscious structures, of temporality would simply come to modify? Or is the phenomenological model itself constituted, as a warp of language, langage, logic, evidence, fundamental security, upon a woof that is not its own? And which, such is the most acute problem, is no longer at all mundane. For it is not by chance that the transcendental phenomenology of the internal time consciousness, though very careful to place cosmic time within brackets, must, as consciousness and even as internal consciousness, live a time complicit with the time of the world. Between consciousness, perception, internal or external, and the world, rupture is perhaps not possible, even in the subtle form of the reduction. It is in a certain unheard sense, then, that speech is in the world, rooted in that passivity which metaphysics calls sensibility in general. Since there is no non-metaphoric language, langage, to oppose to metaphors here, one must, as Bergson wished, multiply antagonistic metaphors. Wish, vouloir, sensibilized, is how main de Biron, for example, with a slightly different intention, named the vocalic word. That the logos is first imprinted and that imprint is the writing resource of language, langage, signifies, to be sure, that the logos is not a creative activity, the continuous and full element of the divine word, etc. But one would not have taken a single step outside of metaphysics if all one retained from it were a new motif of return to finitude, of God's death, etc. It is that conceptuality and those problematics that must be deconstructed. They belong to the ontotheology they contest. Difference is also something other than finitude. According to Saussure, the passivity of speech is first its relationship with language, langue. The relationship between passivity and difference cannot be distinguished from the relationship between the fundamental unconsciousness of language, langage, as rootedness within a language, langue, and the spacing, pause, blank, punctuation, interval in general, etc., which constitutes the origin of signification. It is because language, langue, is a form and not a substance, p. 169, p. 122, that, paradoxically, the activity of speech can and must always draw from it. But if it is a form, it is because in language, langue, there are only differences, p. 166, p. 120. Spacing, notice that this word speaks the articulation of space and time. The becoming space of time and the becoming time of space, is always the non-perceived, the non-present, and the non-conscious. As such, if one can still use that expression in a non-phenomenological way, for here we pass the very limits of phenomenology. Arch writing as spacing cannot occur as such, within the phenomenological experience of a presence. It marks the dead time within the presence of the living present, within the general form of all presence. Dead time is at work. That is why, once again, in spite of all the discursive resources that the former may borrow from the latter, the thought of the trace will never be confused with a phenomenology of writing. As a phenomenology of the sign in general, a phenomenology of writing is impossible. No intuition can be realized in the place where the whites indeed take on an importance. Preface to Cope de K. Perhaps it is now easier to understand why Freud says of the dream work that it is comparable rather to a writing than to a language, langage, and to a hieroglyphic rather than to a phonetic writing. 30 And to understand why Saussure says of language, langue, that it is not a function of the speaking subject, p. 30, p. 14, translation modified. All these propositions must be understood, with or without the complicity of their authors, as beyond simple reversals of a metaphysics of presence or of conscious subjectivity. Constituting and dislocating it at the same time, writing is other than the subject, in whatever sense it is understood. Writing can never be thought under the category of the subject, in whatever manner it is modified, affecting it with consciousness or unconsciousness. It will send us back, by the entire thread of its history, to the substantiality of a presence unperturbed by accidents, or to the identity of the proper in the presence of self-relationship. And we know that the thread of that history does not run within the borders of metaphysics. To determine an X as a subject is never an operation of a pure convention, it is never an indifferent gesture in relation to writing. Spacing as writing is the becoming absent and the becoming unconscious of the subject. By the movement of its drift/derivation, derive, the emancipation of the sign constitutes in return the desire of presence. That becoming, or that drift/derivation, does not befall the subject which would choose it or would passively let itself be drawn along by it. As the subject's relationship with its own death, this becoming is the constitution of subjectivity. On all levels of life's organization, that is to say, of the economy of death. All graphemes are of a testamentary essence. 31 And the original absence of the subject of writing is also the absence of the thing or the referent. Within the horizontality of spacing, which is in fact the precise dimension I have been speaking of so far, and which is not opposed to it as surface opposes depth, it is not even necessary to say that spacing cuts, drops, and causes to drop within the unconscious. The unconscious is nothing without this cadence and before this caesura. This signification is formed only within the hollow of difference, of discontinuity and of discreteness, of the diversion and the reserve of what does not appear. This hinge, brochure, of language, langage, as writing, this discontinuity, could have, at a given moment within linguistics, run up against a rather precious continuous prejudice. Renouncing it, phrenology must indeed renounce all distinctions between writing and the spoken word, and thus renounce not itself, phonology, but rather phrenologism. What Jacobson recognizes in this respect is most important for us. The stream of oral speech, physically continuous, originally confronted the mathematical theory of communication with a situation considerably more involved. C.E. Shannon and W. Weaver, The Mathematical Theory of Communication, Urbana, 1949, pages 74f, 112f, than in the case of a finite set of discrete constituents, as presented by written speech. Linguistic analysis, however, came to resolve oral speech into a finite series of elementary informational units. These ultimate discrete units, the so-called distinctive features, are aligned into simultaneous bundles termed phonemes, which in turn are concatenated into sequences. Thus form in language, langage, has a manifestly granular structure and is subject to a quantal description. 32. The hinge, brochure, marks the impossibility that a sign, the unity of a signifier and a signified, be produced within the plenitude of a present and an absolute presence. That is why there is no full speech, however much one might wish to restore it by means or without benefit of psychoanalysis. Before thinking to reduce it or to restore the meaning of the full speech which claims to be truth, one must ask the question of meaning and of its origin in difference. Such is the place of a problematic of the trace. Why of the trace? What led us to the choice of this word? We have begun to answer this question. But this question is such, and such the nature of my answer, that the place of the one and of the other must constantly be in movement. If words and concepts receive meaning only in sequences of differences, one can justify one's language, and one's choice of terms, only within a topic, an orientation in space, and an historical strategy. The justification can therefore never be absolute and definitive. It corresponds to a condition of forces and translates an historical calculation. Thus, over and above those that we have already defined, a certain number of givens belonging to the discourse of our time have progressively imposed this choice upon me. The word trace must refer itself to a certain number of contemporary discourses whose force we intend to take into account. Not that we accept them totally. But the word trace establishes the clearest connections with them and thus permits me to dispense with certain developments which have already demonstrated their effectiveness in those fields. Thus, we relate this concept of trace to what is at the center of the latest work of Emmanuel Levinas and his critique of ontology: 33 relationship to the Iliad as to the alterity of a past that never was and can never be lived in the originary or modified form of presence. Reconciled here to a Heideggerian intention, as it is not in Levinas's thought, this notion signifies, sometimes beyond Heideggerian discourse, the undermining of an ontology which, in its innermost course, has determined the meaning of being as presence and the meaning of language, langage, as the full continuity of speech. To make enigmatic what one thinks one understands by the words proximity, immediacy, presence, the proximate, proche, the own, propra, and the pre of presence, is our final intention in this essay. This deconstruction of presence accomplishes itself through the deconstruction of consciousness, and therefore through the irreducible notion of the trace, spur, as it appears in both Nietzschean and Freudian discourse. And finally, in all scientific fields, notably in biology, this notion seems currently to be dominant and irreducible. If the trace, arch-phenomenon of memory, which must be thought before the opposition of nature and culture, animality and humanity, etc., belongs to the very movement of signification, then signification is a priori written, whether inscribed or not, in one form or another, in a sensible and spatial element that is called exterior. Art writing, at first the possibility of the spoken word, then of the graphie in the narrow sense, the birthplace of usurpation, denounced from Plato to Saussure, this traces the opening of the first exteriority in general, the enigmatic relationship of the living to its other and of an inside to an outside, spacing. The outside, spatial and objective exteriority which we believe we know as the most familiar thing in the world, as familiarity itself, would not appear without the gram, without difference as temporalization, without the non-presence of the other inscribed within the sense of the present, without the relationship with death as the concrete structure of the living present. Metaphor would be forbidden. The presence absence of the trace, which one should not even call its ambiguity but rather its play, for the word ambiguity requires the logic of presence, even when it begins to disobey that logic, carries in itself the problems of the letter and the spirit, of body and soul, and of all the problems whose primary affinity we have recalled. All dualisms, all theories of the immortality of the soul or of the spirit, as well as all monisms, spiritualist or materialist, dialectical or vulgar, are the unique theme of a metaphysics whose entire history was compelled to strive toward the reduction of the trace. The subordination of the trace to the full presence summed up in the logos, the humbling of writing beneath a speech dreaming its plenitude, such are the gestures required by an ontotheology determining the archaeological and eschatological meaning of being as presence, as parrhesia, as life without difference, another name for death, historical metonymy where God's name holds death in check. That is why, if this movement begins its era in the form of Platonism, it ends in infinitist metaphysics. Only infinite being can reduce the difference in presence. In that sense, the name of God, at least as it is pronounced within classical rationalism, is the name of indifference itself. Only a positive infinity can lift the trace, sublimate it. It has recently been proposed that the Hegelian Aufhebung be translated as sublimation. This translation may be of dubious worth as translation, but the juxtaposition is of interest here. We must not therefore speak of a theological prejudice, functioning sporadically when it is a question of the plenitude of the logos as the sublimation of the trace is theological. Infinitist theologies are always logocentrisms, whether they are creationisms or not. Spinoza himself said of the understanding, or logos, that it was the immediate infinite mode of the divine substance, even calling it its eternal son, and the short treatise It is also to this epoch, reaching completion with Hegel, with a theology of the absolute concept as logos, that all the non-critical concepts accredited by linguistics belong, at least to the extent that linguistics must confirm, and how can a science avoid it? The Saussurian decree marking out the internal system of language, lang. It is precisely these concepts that permitted the exclusion of writing, image or representation, sensible and intelligible, nature and culture, nature and techniques, etc. They are solidary with all metaphysical conceptuality and particularly with a naturalist, objectivist, and derivative determination of the difference between outside and inside. And above all with a vulgar concept of time. We borrow this expression from Heidegger. It designates, at the end of being and time, a concept of time thought in terms of spatial movement or of the now, and dominating all philosophy from Aristotle's physics to Hegel's logic. 34 This concept, which determines all of classical ontology, was not born out of a philosopher's carelessness or from a theoretical lapse. It is intrinsic to the totality of the history of the Occident, of what unites its metaphysics and its techniques. And we shall see it later associated with the linearization of writing, and with the linearist concept of speech. This linearism is undoubtedly inseparable from phonologism. It can raise its voice to the same extent that a linear writing can seem to submit to it. Saussure's entire theory of the linearity of the signifier could be interpreted from this point of view. Auditory signifiers have at their command only the dimension of time. Their elements are presented in succession, they form a chain. This feature becomes readily apparent when they are represented in writing. The signifier, being auditory, is unfolded solely in time, from which it gets the following characteristics: a. It represents a span, and b. The span is measurable in a single dimension. It is a line. 35. It is a point on which Jacobson disagrees with Saussure decisively by substituting for the homogeneousness of the line the structure of the musical staff, the chord in music. 36. What is here in question is not Saussure's affirmation of the temporal essence of discourse, but the concept of time that guides this affirmation and analysis, time conceived as linear successivity, as consecutivity. This model works by itself and all through the course, but Saussure is seemingly less sure of it in the anagrams. At any rate, its value seems problematic to him, and an interesting paragraph elaborates a question left suspended. That the elements forming a word follow one another is a truth that it would be better for linguistics not to consider uninteresting because evident, but rather as the truth which gives in advance the central principle of all useful reflections on words. In a domain as infinitely special as the one I am about to enter, it is always by virtue of the fundamental law of the human word in general that a question like that of consecutiveness or non-consecutiveness may be posed. 37. This linearist concept of time is therefore one of the deepest adherences of the modern concept of the sign to its own history. For at the limit, it is indeed the concept of the sign itself, and the distinction, however tenuous, between the signifying and signified faces, that remain committed to the history of classical ontology. The parallelism and correspondence of the faces or the planes change nothing. That this distinction, first appearing in Stoic logic, was necessary for the coherence of a scholastic thematics dominated by infinitist theology, forbids us to treat today's debt to it as a contingency or a convenience. We suggested this at the outset, and perhaps the reasons are clearer now. The signatum always referred, as to its referent, to a res, to a being, eton, created or at any rate first thought and spoken, thinkable and speakable, in the eternal present of the divine logos and specifically in its breath. If it came to relate to the speech of a finite being, created or not, in any case of an intracosmic being, eton, through the intermediary of a signans, the signatum had an immediate relationship with the divine logos which thought it within presence and for which it was not a trace. And for modern linguistics, if the signifier is a trace, the signified is a meaning thinkable and principal within the full presence of an intuitive consciousness. The signified face, to the extent that it is still originarily distinguished from the signifying face, is not considered a trace. By rights, it has no need of the signifier to be what it is. It is at the depth of this affirmation that the problem of relationships between linguistics and semantics must be posed. This reference to the meaning of a signified thinkable and possible outside of all signifiers remains dependent upon the ontotheoteleology that we have just evoked. It is thus the idea of the sign that must be deconstructed through a meditation upon writing which would merge, as it must, with the undoing, solicitation of ontotheology, faithfully repeating it in its totality and making it insecure in its most assured evidences. 38. One is necessarily led to this from the moment that the trace affects the totality of the sign in both its faces. That the signified is originarily and essentially, and not only for a finite and created spirit, trace, that it is always already in the position of the signifier, is the apparently innocent proposition within which the metaphysics of the logos, of presence and consciousness, must reflect upon writing as its death and its resource. Chapter 3. Of Grammatology as a Positive Science. On what conditions is a grammatology possible? Its fundamental condition is certainly the shaking up, solicitation, of logocentrism. But this condition of possibility turns into a condition of impossibility. In fact, it risks destabilizing the concept of science as well. Graphematics or grammatography ought no longer to be presented as sciences, their goal should be exorbitant when compared to grammatological knowledge. Without venturing up to that perilous necessity, and within the traditional norms of scientificity upon which we fall back provisionally, let us repeat the question: on what conditions is grammatology possible? On the condition of knowing what writing is and how the plurivocity of this concept is regulated. Where does writing begin? When does writing begin? Where and when does the trace, writing in general, common root of speech and writing, narrow itself down into writing in the colloquial sense? Where and when does one pass from one writing to another, from writing in general to writing in the narrow sense, from the trace to the grapheme, then from one graphic system to another, and, in the field of a graphic code, from one graphic discourse to another, etc. Where and how does it begin? Question of origin. But that there is no origin, that is to say simple origin, that the questions of origin carry with them a metaphysics of presence, it is indeed this that a meditation upon the trace should undoubtedly teach us. Without venturing here up to that perilous necessity, continuing to ask questions of origin, we must recognize its two levels. Where and when may open empirical questions, what are the places and the determined moments of the first phenomena of writing, within history and within the world? To these questions the responses come through the investigation and research of facts, history in the colloquial sense, what has hitherto been practiced by nearly all archaeologists, epigraphists, and prehistorians who have interrogated the world's scripts. But the question of origin is at first confused with the question of essence. It may just as well be said that it presupposes an ontophenomenological question in the strict sense of that term. One must know what writing is to be able to wonder, knowing what one is talking about and what the question is, where and when writing begins. What is writing? By what can it be recognized? What certitude of essence should guide the empirical investigation? Guided in principle, for it is a necessary fact that empirical investigation quickly activates reflection upon essence. One, it must operate through examples, and it can be shown how this impossibility of beginning at a beginning in a continuous line, as it is assigned by the logic of transcendental reflection, refers to the originarity, under erasure, of the trace, that is to say to the root of writing. What the thought of the trace has already taught us is that it could not be simply submitted to the ontophenomenological question of essence. The trace is nothing, it is not a being, eton. It exceeds the question what is and contingently makes it possible. Here one may no longer trust even the opposition of fact and principle, which has never functioned except in the system of the question what is, in all its metaphysical, ontological, and transcendental forms. Without venturing up to the perilous necessity of the question on the arch question what is, let us take shelter again in the field of grammatological knowledge. Writing being historical through and through, it is at once natural and surprising that the scientific interest in writing has always taken the form of a history of writing. But science also required that a theory of writing should guide the pure description of facts, assuming that this last expression makes sense. Algebra, arcanum and transparence. The extent to which the 18th century, here marking a cutoff point, attempted to comply with these two exigencies, is too often ignored or underestimated. If for profound and systematic reasons, the 19th century has left us a heavy heritage of illusions or misunderstandings, all that concerns the theory of the written sign at the end of the 17th and during the 18th centuries has, first and foremost, suffered the consequences. 2. We must then learn to reread what has been thus blurred for us. Madeleine v. David, one of those scholars who, in France, have untiringly kept alive the historical investigations of writing by watching over the philosophical question. 3 has just collected in a valuable work the pieces essential for a dossier, of a debate exciting the passions of all European minds at the end of the 17th and all through the 18th centuries. A blinding and misunderstood symptom of the crisis of European consciousness. The first plans for a general history of writing, Warburton's expression, dating from 1742 were born in a milieu of thought where proper scientific work had constantly to overcome the very thing that moved it, speculative prejudice and ideological presumption. Critical work progresses by stages and its entire strategy can be reconstructed after the fact. It first sweeps away the theological prejudice. It is thus that Fourier qualifies the myth of a primitive and natural writing given by God, as Hebrew script was for Blaise de Vigenère, in his Traité des chiffres ou secrets manières d'escrire, 1586, he says of these characters that they are the most ancient of all, formed indeed by the Lord God's own finger. In all its forms, overt or covert. This theologism, which is actually something other and more than prejudice, constituted the major obstacle to all grammatology. No history of writing could come to terms with it. And especially no history of the very script of those whom this theologism blinded, the alphabet, whether Greek or Hebrew. The element of the science of writing had to remain invisible within its history, and most especially to those who could perceive the history of other scripts. There is moreover nothing surprising in the fact that the necessary decentering followed the becoming legible of non-Western scripts. The history of the alphabet is accepted only after recognizing the multiplicity of the systems of script and after assigning a history to them, whether or not one is in the position to determine it scientifically. This first decentering limits itself. It recenters itself upon an ahistorical terrain which, in an analogous way, reconcile the logico-philosophical view, blindness to the condition of the logico-philosophical, phonetic writing, and the theological point of view. 5 It is the Chinese prejudice, All the philosophical projects of a universal script and of a universal language, pazalali, polygraphy, pasigraphy, invoked by Descartes, outlined by Father Kircher, Wilkins, Six Leibniz, etc., encourage seeing in the recently discovered Chinese script a model of the philosophical language, long, thus removed from history. Such at any rate is the function of the Chinese model in Leibniz's projects. For him what liberates Chinese script from the voice is also that which, arbitrarily and by the artifice of invention, wrenches it from history and gives it to philosophy. The philosophical exigency that guided Leibniz had been formulated quite a few times before him. Among all who inspired him, Descartes himself comes first. Replying to Mersenne, who had sent him, from a publication unknown to us, an advertisement boasting a system of 6 propositions for a universal language, long, Descartes begins by declaring all his distrust. 7 He considers with disdain certain propositions which were, according to him, no more than sales talk and sales pitch. And he has a bad opinion of the word arcanum. As soon as I see the word arcanum, mystery, in any proposition I begin to have a bad opinion of it. To this project he opposes arguments that are, one will recall, 8 those of Saussure. The discordant combinations of letters which would often make the sounds unpleasant and intolerable to the ear. It is to remedy this defect that all the differences in inflections of words have been introduced by usage, and it is impossible for your author to have avoided the difficulty while making his grammar universal among different nations, for what is easy and pleasant in our language is coarse and intolerable to Germans, and so on. This language, long, would, in addition, require that the primitive words of all languages be learned. This is too burdensome, except for communicating them through writing. And it is an advantage that Descartes does not fail to recognize. It is true that if each man uses as primitive words the words of his own language, he will not have much difficulty, but in that case he will be understood only by the people of his own country unless he writes down what he wants to say and the person who wants to understand him takes the trouble to look up all the words in the dictionary, and this is too burdensome to become a regular practice. So the only possible benefit that I see from his invention would be in the case of the written word. Suppose he had a big dictionary printed of all the languages in which he wanted to make himself understood and put for each primitive word a common character corresponding to the meaning and not to the syllables, the same character, for instance, for amor, amare, and filane, then those who had the dictionary and knew his grammar could translate what was written into their own language by looking up each character in turn. But this would be no good except for reading mysteries and revelations. In other cases no one who had anything better to do would take the trouble to look up all these words in a dictionary. So I do not see that all this has much use. Perhaps I am wrong. And with a profound irony, more profound perhaps than ironical, Descartes assigns to a possible error a possible cause other than non-evidence, failure of attention, or an over-hasty will, a fault of reading. The value of a system of language or writing is not measured by the yardstick of intuition, of the clarity or the distinction of the idea, or of the presence of the object as evidence. The system must itself be deciphered. Perhaps I am wrong. I just wanted to write to you all I could conjecture on the basis of the 6 propositions which you sent me. When you have seen the system, you will be able to say if I worked it out correctly. Free. The profundity draws the irony further than it would go, following its author. Further perhaps than the foundation of Cartesian certitude. After which, in the form of addition and postscript, Descartes defines the Leibnizian project very simply. It is true that he sees the fictive narrative of philosophy there, only philosophy may write it. For philosophy depends on it totally, but by the same token, it can never hope to see such a language in use. The invention of such a language depends upon the true philosophy. For without that philosophy it is impossible to number and order all the thoughts of men or even to separate them out into clear and simple thoughts, which in my opinion is the great secret for acquiring true scientific knowledge. I think that such a language is possible and one can acquire the knowledge on which it depends. It would make, even, peasants better judges of the truth of things than philosophers are now. But do not hope ever to see such a language in use. For that, the order of things would have to change so that the world turned into a terrestrial paradise, and that is too much to suggest outside of the land of novels. 9. Leibniz expressly refers to this letter and to the analytical principle it formulates. The entire project implies decomposition into simple ideas. It is the only way to substitute calculation for reasoning. In that sense, the universal characteristic depends on philosophy for its principle, but it may be undertaken without waiting for the completion of philosophy. However, although this language depends on the true philosophy, it does not depend on its perfection. In other words, this language can be established even if philosophy is not perfect, and as man's knowledge grows, this language will grow as well. Meanwhile, it will be a great help, for using what we know, for finding out what we lack, and for inventing ways of redeeming the lack, but especially for settling controversies in matters that depend on reasoning. For then reasoning and calculating will be the same thing. 10. We know that these are not the only corrections of the Cartesian tradition. Descartes' analyticism is intuitionist, that of Leibniz points beyond manifest evidence, toward order, relation, point of view. 11. The characteristic economizes on the spirit and the imagination, whose expense must always be husbanded. It is the principal goal of this great science that I am used to calling characteristic, of which what we call algebra, or analysis, is only a small branch, for it is this science that gives speech to languages, letters to speech, numbers to arithmetic, notes to music. It teaches us the secret of stabilizing reasoning, and of obliging it to leave visible marks on the paper in a little volume, to be examined at leisure. Finally, it makes us reason at little cost, putting characters in the place of things in order to ease the imagination. 12. In spite of all the differences that separate the projects of universal language, langue, or writing at this time, notably with respect to history and language, langage, 13. The concept of the simple absolute is always necessarily and indispensably involved. It would be easy to show that it always leads back to an infinitist theology and to the logos or the infinite understanding of God. 14. That is why appearances to the contrary, and in spite of all the seduction that it can legitimately exercise on our epoch, the Leibnizian project of a universal characteristic that is not essentially phonetic does not interrupt logocentrism in any way. On the contrary, universal logic confirms logocentrism, is produced within it and with its help, exactly like the Hegelian critique to which it will be subjected. It is the complicity of these two contradictory movements that we target here. There is a profound unity, within a certain historical epoch, among infinitist theology, logocentrism, and a certain technicism. The originary and prior metaphonetic writing that we are attempting to think here leads to nothing less than an overtaking of speech by the logocentrism is an ethnocentric metaphysics, in an original and non-relativist sense. It is linked to the history of the West. The Chinese model only apparently interrupts it when Leibniz refers to it to teach the characteristic. Not only does this model remain a domestic representation, 15, but also, it is praised only for the purpose of designating a lack and to define the necessary corrections. What Leibniz is eager to borrow from Chinese writing is its arbitrariness and therefore its independence with regard to history. This arbitrariness has an essential link with the non-phonetic essence which Leibniz believes he can attribute to Chinese writing. The latter seems to have been invented by a deaf man. New essays. Loqui est voce articulata signum der cogitationis sui. Scribere est id facere permanentibus, in carta ductibus. Quos ad vocem referi non est necess, ad apparet ex synensium characteribus. Opuscules, p. 497b. Elsewhere. There are perhaps some artificial languages which are wholly of choice and entirely arbitrary, as that of China is believed to have been, or as those of George Dalgarno and the late Mr. Wilkins, Bishop of Chester. 16. In a letter to Father Bouvet, 1703, Leibniz is bent on distinguishing the Egyptian, popular, sensory, allegorical writing from the philosophical and intellectual Chinese writing. Chinese characters are perhaps more philosophical and seem to be built upon more intellectual considerations, such as are given by numbers, orders, and relations, thus there are only detached strokes that do not culminate in some resemblances to a sort of body. This does not prevent Leibniz from promising a script for which the Chinese would be only a blueprint. This sort of plan would at the same time yield a sort of universal script, which would have the advantages of the Chinese script, for each person would understand it in his own language, but which would infinitely surpass the Chinese, in that it would be teachable in a few weeks, having characters perfectly linked according to the order and connection of things, whereas, since Chinese script has an infinite number of characters according to the variety of things, it takes the Chinese a lifetime to learn their script adequately. 17. The concept of Chinese writing thus functioned as a sort of European hallucination. This implied nothing fortuitous, this functioning obeyed a rigorous necessity. And the hallucination translated less an ignorance than a misunderstanding. It was not disturbed by the knowledge of Chinese script, limited but real, which was then available. At the same time as the Chinese prejudice, a hieroglyphist prejudice had produced the same effect of interested blindness. The occultation, far from proceeding, as it would seem, from ethnocentric scorn, takes the form of an hyperbolical admiration. We have not finished verifying the necessity of this pattern. Our century is not free from it. Each time that ethnocentrism is precipitately and vociferously reversed, some effort silently hides behind all the spectacular effects to consolidate an insight and to draw from it some domestic benefit. The astonishing Father Kircher thus devoted his entire genius to opening the West to Egyptology. 18 But the very excellence that he recognized in the sublime script forbade any scientific deciphering of it. Evoking the Prodromus Coptus Sive Egypticus, 1636, M.V., David writes. This work is, in some of its parts, the first manifesto of Egyptological research, since in it the author determines the nature of the ancient Egyptian language, the instrument of discovery having been furnished him from elsewhere. See the same book however pushes aside all projects of deciphering the hieroglyphs. 19. Here the process of misrecognition through assimilation is not, as in Leibniz, of a rationalistic and calculating type. It is mystical. According to the Prodromus, hieroglyphs are indeed a script, but not a script composed of letters, words, and determined parts of speech that we generally use. They are a far finer and more sublime script, closer to abstractions, which, by an ingenious linking of symbols, or its equivalent, proposes at once, uno intuitu, to the intelligence of the scholar a complex reasoning, elevated notions, or some mysterious insignia hidden in the breast of nature or the divinity. 20. Between rationalism and mysticism there is, then, a certain complicity. The writing of the other is each time invested with a domestic outline. What one might, following Bachelard, call an epistemological cut, is brought about above all by the grace of Frere and Warburton. One can follow the laborious process of clearing up by which both prepared their decision, the former using the Chinese and the latter the Egyptian example. With much respect for Leibniz and the project for a universal script, Frere cuts to pieces the representation of the Chinese script that is implied therein. Chinese script is indeed not a philosophical language which leaves nothing to be desired. The Chinese have never had anything like it. 21. But, for all that, Frere is not delivered from the hieroglyphist prejudice, which Warburton destroys by violently criticizing Father Kircher. 23 The apologetic tone that animates this critique does not make it ineffectual. It is in the theoretical field thus liberated that the scientific techniques of deciphering were perfected by the Abbé Barthélemy and then by Champollion. Then a systematic reflection upon the correspondence between writing and speech could be born. The greatest difficulty was already to conceive, in a manner at once historical and systematic, the organized cohabitation, within the same graphic code, of figurative, symbolic, abstract, and phonetic elements. 24. Science in the name of man. Had grammatology entered upon the assured path of a science? To be sure, techniques of deciphering went on progressing at an accelerated pace. 25 But the general histories of writing, wherein devotion to systematic classification always oriented simple description, were to be governed for a long time by theoretical concepts that are clearly not commensurate with the great discoveries that should have shaken the most assured foundations of our philosophical conceptuality, entirely organized by a situation determined by the relationships between logos and writing. All the great histories of writing open with an exposition of a classificatory and systematic project. But today one could transpose to the domain of writing what Jacobson says of languages since Schlegel's typological attempts. Questions of typology retained a speculative, pre-scientific character for a long time. While genetic grouping of languages made amazing progress, the time was not yet ripe for their typological classification. Op. Cit. p. 69d. A systematic critique of the concepts used by historians of writing cannot take seriously the rigidity or the insufficient differentiation of a theoretical apparatus unless it has first located the false evidence that guides the work. Evidence all the more effective because it belongs to the deepest, the oldest, and apparently the most natural, the least historical layer of our conceptuality, that which best eludes criticism, and first and foremost because it supports that criticism, nourishes it, and informs it, our historical ground itself. In all histories or general typologies of writing one encounters, for example, here and there, a concession analogous to the one that made Father Berger, author, in France, of the first big Histoire de l'écriture dans l'Antiquité, 1892, say, most often the facts do not conform to the distinctions which, are only exact in theory, p. 20. Yet, the issue was nothing less than the distinctions between phonetic and ideographic, syllabic and alphabetic, scripts, between image and symbol, etc. The same may be said of the instrumentalist and technicist concepts of writing, inspired by the phonetic model which it does not conform to except through a teleological illusion, and which the first contact with non-Occidental scripts ought to have demolished. This instrumentalism is implicit everywhere. Nowhere is it as systematically formulated, with all the attendant consequences, as by Marcel Cohen. Language, langage, being an instrument, writing is the extension to an instrument. 26. The exteriority of writing to speech, of speech to thought, of the signifier to the signified in general, could not be described better. There is much food for thought in the matter of the price thus paid by a linguistics, or by a grammatology, which, in this case, professes to be Marxist, to the metaphysical tradition. But the same tribute may be identified everywhere: logocentric teleology, a pleonastic expression, opposition between nature and institution, play of differences between symbol, sign, image, etc., a naive concept of representation, an uncritical opposition between sensible and intelligible, between soul and body, an objectivist concept of the body proper, cor propria, and of the diversity of sensory functions, the five senses considered as so many apparatuses at the disposition of the speaker or writer, opposition between analysis and synthesis, abstract and concrete, which plays a decisive role in the classifications proposed by Fevrier and Cohen and in the debate that opposes them, a concept of the concept upon which the most classical philosophic reflection has left little mark, a reference to consciousness and to the unconscious which would necessarily call for a more vigilant use of these notions and some consideration for the research that makes these notions their theme. 27. A notion of the sign that philosophy, linguistics, and semiology illuminate rarely and feebly. The competition between the history of writing and the science of language, langage, is sometimes lived out in terms of hostility rather than collaboration. Supposing, of course, that the competition is admitted. Thus, apropos of the great distinction operated by Fevrier between synthetic writing and analytic writing, as also apropos of the notion of the word which plays for him a central role, the author notes, "The problem is of the order of linguistics, we shall not deal with it here, op. Cit. p. 49. Elsewhere, the non-communication with linguistics is justified by Fevrier in these terms. Mathematics is a special language, langue, which no longer has any relationship with language, langage. It is a sort of universal language, langue, that is to say we ascertain through mathematics that language, langage I am getting even with the linguists, is absolutely incapable of accounting for certain forms of modern thought. And at present it is writing, which has been so badly misunderstood, that takes the place of language, langage, after having been its servant." EP. p. 349. It can be shown that all these presuppositions and all the oppositions thus accredited form a system, we circulate from one to the other within the same structure. Not only does the theory of writing need an intrascientific and epistemological liberation, analogous to the one brought about by Furey and Warburton, without touching the bases of which we speak there. Now a reflection must clearly be undertaken, within which the positive discovery and the deconstruction of the history of metaphysics, in all its concepts, are controlled reciprocally, minutely, laboriously. Without this, any epistemological liberation would risk being illusory or limited, proposing merely practical conveniences or notional simplifications on foundations that are untouched by critique. Such is undoubtedly the limitation of the remarkable enterprise of I. J. Gelb, op. Cit. In spite of immense progress, in spite of the project of erecting a grammatological scientificity and creating a unified system of simple, supple, and manageable notions, in spite of the exclusion of inadequate concepts, such as of the ideogram, most of the conceptual oppositions that we have just evoked continue to function there in all security. Through all the recent work in the area, one glimpses nonetheless what should one day be the extension of a grammatology called upon to stop receiving its guiding concepts from other human sciences or, what nearly always amounts to the same thing, from traditional metaphysics. One makes it out through the wealth and novelty of information, as well as through its treatment of this information, even if, in these path-breaking works, the conceptualization often falls short of a bold and confident thrust. What seems to announce itself now is, on the one hand, that grammatology must not be one of the sciences of man and, on the other hand, that it must not be just one regional science among others. It ought not to be one of the sciences of man, because it asks first, as the question proper to it, the question of the name of man. To deliver the unity of the concept of man is undoubtedly to renounce the old idea of people said to be without writing and without history. André Leroy Hahn shows it well. To refuse the name of man and the ability to write beyond one's own proper community, is one and the same gesture. In truth, the peoples said to be without writing never lack more than a certain type of writing. To refuse the name of writing to this or the technique of consignment is the ethnocentrism that best defines the pre-scientific vision of man and at the same time results in the fact that in many human groups, the only word by which the members designate their ethnic group is the word man, GP 11, pages 32 and passim. But it is not enough to denounce ethnocentrism and to define anthropological unity by the disposition of writing. Leroy Gower Hahn no longer describes the unity of man and the human adventure in this way, by the simple possibility of the graphe in general, rather as a stage or an articulation in the history of life, of what we here call difference, as the history of the gram. Instead of having recourse to the concepts that habitually serve to distinguish man from other living beings, instinct and intelligence, absence or presence of speech, of society, of economy, etc., the notion of program is invoked. It must of course be understood in the cybernetic sense, but cybernetics is itself intelligible only in terms of a history of the possibilities of the trace as the unity of a double movement of pretension and retention. This movement goes far beyond the possibilities of the intentional consciousness. It is an emergence that makes the gram appear as such, that is to say according to a new structure of non-presence, and undoubtedly makes possible the rise of the systems of writing in the narrow sense. Since genetic inscription and the short programmatic chains regulating the behavior of the amoeba or the annelid up to the passage beyond alphabetic writing to the orders of the logos and of a certain Homo sapiens, the possibility of the gram structures the movement of its history according to rigorously original levels, types, and rhythms. 28 But one cannot think them without the most general concept of the gram. That is irreducible and impregnable. If the expression ventured by Leroy Gower Hahn is accepted, one could speak of a liberation of memory, of an exteriorization already begun but always larger than the trace which, from the elementary programs of so-called instinctive behavior up to the constitution of electronic files and reading machines, enlarges difference and the possibility of putting in reserve. It at once and in the same movement constitutes and effaces so-called conscious subjectivity, its logos, and its theological attributes. The history of writing is erected on the foundation of the history of the gram as an adventure of relationships between the face and the hand. Here, by a precaution whose schema we must constantly repeat, let us specify that the history of writing is not explained by what we believe we know of the face and the hand, of the look, of the spoken word, and of the gesture. It is a matter, on the contrary, of disturbing this familiar knowledge, and awakening a sense of hand and face in terms of that history. Leroy Gower Hahn describes the slow transformation of manual metricity which frees the audiophonic system for speech, and the look in the hand for writing. 29 In all these descriptions, it is difficult to avoid the mechanist, technicist, and teleological language at the very moment when it is precisely a question of retrieving the origin and the possibility of movement, of the machine, of the techne, of orientation in general. In fact, it is not difficult, it is essentially impossible. And this for all discourse. From one discourse to another, the difference lies only in the mode of inhabiting the interior of a conceptuality promised, or already submitted, to decay. With it or already without it, we must attempt to recapture the unity of gesture and speech, of body and language, langage, of tool and thought, before the originality of the one and the other is articulated and without letting this profound unity give rise to confusionism. These original significations must not be confused in the orbit of the system where they are opposed. But we must, in order to think the history of the system, its sense and value, exceed it somewhere, in an exorbitant way. This representation of the anthropos is then granted, a precarious equilibrium linked to manual visual script. 30 This equilibrium is slowly threatened. It is at least known that no major change giving birth to a man of the future who would no longer be a man, can be easily produced without the loss of the hand, the teeth, and therefore of the upright position. A toothless humanity that would exist in a prone position using what limbs it had left to push buttons with, is not completely inconceivable. 31. What always threatens this equilibrium is confused with the very thing that breaks through to the linearity of the symbol. We have seen that the traditional concept of time, an entire organization of the world and of language, langage, was bound up with it. Writing in the narrow sense, and phonetic writing above all, is rooted in a past of nonlinear writing. It had to be defeated, and here one can speak, if one wishes, of technical success. It assured a greater security and greater possibilities of capitalization in a dangerous and anguishing world. But that was not done one single time. A war was installed, and a suppression of all that resisted linearization. And first of what Leroy Gower Hahn calls the mythogram, a writing that spells its symbols pluridimensionally, there the sense is not subjected to successivity, to the order of a logical time, or to the irreversible temporality of sound. This pluridimensionality does not paralyze history within simultaneity, it corresponds to another level of historical experience, and one may just as well consider, conversely, linear thought as a reduction of history. It is true that another word ought perhaps to be used. The word history has no doubt always been associated with a linear scheme of the unfolding of presence, where the line relates the final presence to the originary presence according to the straight line or according to the circle. For the same reason, The pluridimensional symbolic structure is not given within the category of the simultaneous. Simultaneity coordinates two absolute presents, 2 points or instants of presence, and it remains a linearist concept. The concept of linearization is much more effective, faithful, and intrinsic than those that are habitually used for classifying scripts and describing their history, pictogram, ideogram, letter, etc. Exposing more than one prejudice, particularly about the relationship between ideogram and pictogram, about professed graphic realism, Leroy Gower Hahn recalls the unity, within the mythogram, of all things of which linear writing marks the disruption, techniques, particularly graphic, art, religion, economy. To recover the access to this unity, to this other structure of unity, we must dissediment 4,000 years of linear writing. 32. The linear norm was never able to impose itself absolutely for the very reasons that intrinsically circumscribe graphic phoneticism. We know them now. These limits arose at the same time as the possibility of what they limited, they opened what they finished, and we have already named them: discreteness, difference, spacing. The production of the linear norm thus stuck to these limits and marked the concepts of symbol and language, langage. The process of linearization, as Leroy Gower Hahn describes it on a very vast historical scale, and the Jacobsonian critique of Saussure's linearist concept, must be thought together. The line represents only a particular model, whatever might be its privilege. This model has become a model and, as a model, it remains inaccessible. If one takes it for granted that the linearity of language would not work without this vulgar and mundane concept of temporality, homogeneous, dominated by the form of the now and the ideal of continuous movement, straight or circular, which Heidegger shows to be intrinsically determining all ontology from Aristotle to Hegel, the meditation of writing and the deconstruction of the history of philosophy become inseparable. The enigmatic model of a line is thus the very thing that philosophy could not see when it had its eyes open on the interior of its own history. This night lightens a little at the moment when linearity, which is not loss or absence but the repression of pluridimensional 33 symbolic thought, relaxes its oppression because it begins to sterilize the technical and scientific economy that it has long favored. In fact, for a long time its possibility has been structurally solidary with that of economy, of techniques, and of ideology. This solidarity appears in the process of thesaurization, capitalization, sedentarization, hierarchization, of the formation of ideology by the class that writes or rather commands the scribes. 34 Not that the massive reappearance of nonlinear writing interrupts this structural solidarity, quite the contrary. But it transforms its nature profoundly. The end of linear writing is indeed the end of the book. 35 Even if, even today, for better or for worse, it is within the form of a book that new writings, whether literary or theoretical, allow themselves to be encased. It is less a question of confiding new writings to the envelope of a book than of finally reading what wrote itself between the lines in the volumes. That is why, beginning to write without the line, one begins also to reread past writing according to a different organization of space. If today the problem of reading occupies the forefront of science, it is because of this suspense between two ages of writing. Because we are beginning to write differently, we must reread differently. For over a century, one can perceive this unease in philosophy, in science, in literature. All the revolutions in these fields can be interpreted as shocks that are gradually destroying the linear model. Let us understand the epic model. What is thought today cannot be written according to the line in the book, except by imitating the operation implicit in teaching modern mathematics with an abacus. This inadequation is not modern, but it comes clean today better than ever before. The access to pluridimensionality and to a delinearized temporality is not a simple regression toward the mythogram. On the contrary, it makes all the rationality subjected to the linear model appear as another form in another epoch of mythography. The meta-rationality or the meta-scientificity which are thus announced within the meditation of writing can therefore be no more shut up within the science of man than conform to the traditional idea of science. In one and the same gesture, they leave man, science, and the line behind. Even less can this meditation be contained within the limits of a regional science. The rebus and the complicity of origins. Were there a graphology? And even a graphology renewed and fertilized by sociology, history, ethnography, and psychoanalysis. Since individual markings reveal the particularities of the mind of those who write, the national markings should permit to a certain extent researches into the particularities of the collective mind of peoples. 36. Such a cultural graphology, however legitimate its project might be, can come into being and proceed with some certitude only when the more general and fundamental problems have been elucidated, as to the articulation of an individual and a collective grapheme, of the graphic discourse so to speak, and the graphic code, considered not from the point of view of the intention of signification or of denotation, but of style and connotation, as to problems of the articulation of graphic forms and of diverse substances, of the diverse forms of graphic substances, materials, wood, wax, skin, stone, ink, metal, vegetable, or instruments, point, brush, etc., etc., as to the articulation of the technical, economic, or historical levels, for example, at the moment when a graphic system is constituted and at the moment, which is not necessarily the same, when a graphic style is fixed, as to the limit and the sense of variations in style within the system, as to all the investments, cathexes, to which a graphy, in form and substance, is submitted. From this latter point of view, a certain privilege should be recognized for research of the psychoanalytic type. Inasmuch as it touches the originary constitution of objectivity and of the value of the object, the constitution of good and bad objects as categories that do not allow themselves to be derived from a theoretical formal ontology and from a science of the objectivity of the object in general, psychoanalysis is not a simple regional science, although, as its name indicates, it is presented under the heading of psychology. That it holds on to this title is certainly not a matter of indifference and signals a certain state of critique and of epistemology. Nevertheless, even if psychoanalysis did not achieve the transcendentality, under erasure, of the arch trace, even if it remained a mundane science, its generality would have an archontic sense with regard to all regional science. Here I am quite obviously thinking of researches which would engage in the direction of the type undertaken by Melanie Klein. An example of it may be found in the essay on the role of the school in the libidinal development of the child 37, which evokes, from the clinical point of view, all the investments with which the operations of reading and writing, the production and management of numeric figures, etc., are charged. To the extent that the constitution of ideal objectivity must essentially pass through the written signifier, 38, no theory of this constitution has the right to neglect the investments, cathexes, of writing. These investments, cathexes, not only retain an opacity in the ideality of the object, but permit the liberation of that ideality. It gives the force without which an objectivity in general would not be possible. We do not dissimulate the gravity of such an affirmation and the immense difficulty of the task thus assigned to both the theory of objectivity and to psychoanalysis. But the necessity is commensurate with the difficulty. It is in his very work that the historian of writing encounters this necessity. His slasher problems cannot be grasped except at the root of all sciences. Reflection on the essence of mathematics, politics, economics, religion, technology, law, etc., communicates most intimately with the reflection upon and the information surrounding the history of writing. The continuous vein that circulates through all these fields of reflection and constitutes their fundamental unity is the problem of the phoneticization of writing. This phoneticization has a history, no script is absolutely exempt from it, and the enigma of this evolution does not allow itself to be dominated by the concept of history. We know that the latter appears at a determined moment in the phoneticization of script, and it presupposes phoneticization in an essential way. On this subject, what does the most massive, most recent, and least contestable information teach us? First, that for structural or essential reasons, a purely phonetic writing is impossible and has never finished reducing the non-phonetic. The distinction between phonetic and non-phonetic writing, although completely indispensable and legitimate, remains very derivative with regard to what may be called a synergy and a fundamental synesthesia. It follows that not only has phoneticism never been omnipotent but also that it has already begun to undermine the mute signifier. Phonetic and non-phonetic are therefore never pure qualities of certain systems of writing, they are the abstract characteristics of typical elements, more or less numerous and dominant within all systems of signification in general. Their importance owes less to their quantitative distribution than to their structural organization. The cuneiform, for example, is at the same time ideogrammatic and phonetic. And, indeed, one cannot say that each graphic signifier belongs to such and such a class, the cuneiform code playing alternately on two registers. In fact, each graphic form may have a double value, ideographic and phonetic. And its phonetic value can be simple or complex. The same signifier may have one or various phonic values, it can be homophonic or polyphonic. To this general complexity of the system is added yet another subtle recourse to categorical determinatives, to phonetic complements useless in reading, to a very irregular punctuation. And, René Labat, 1904-74 shows that it is impossible to understand the system without going through its history. 39. This is true of all systems of writing and does not depend upon what is sometimes hastily considered to be levels of elaboration. Within the structure of a pictographic tale, for example, a representation of a thing, such as a totemic blazon, may take the symbolic value of a proper name. From that moment on, as appellation, it can function within other series with a phonetic value. 40th stratification may thus become very complex and overflow the empirical consciousness linked to their immediate usage. Overflowing this real consciousness, the structure of this signifier may continue to operate not only on the fringes of the potential consciousness but according to the causality of the unconscious. One sees that the name, singularly the name called proper, is always caught in a chain or a system of differences. It becomes an appellation only to the extent that it may be inscribed within a figuration. The properness of the name does not escape spacing, whether it be linked by its origin to the representations of things in space or whether it remains caught in a system of phonic differences or social classification apparently delinked from ordinary space. Metaphor works at the proper name. The literal, propria, sense does not exist, its appearance is a necessary function, and must be analyzed as such, in the system of differences and metaphors. The absolute partia of the literal or proper sense, as the presence to the self of the logos in its voice, in the absolute hearing itself speak, must be situated as a function responding to an indestructible but relative necessity, within a system that includes it. That amounts to situating the metaphysics or the ontology of the logos. The problem of the picture puzzle, rebus a transfer, sums up all the difficulties. A representation of the thing may find itself invested, cathected, as pictogram, with a phonetic value. This does not efface the pictographic reference which, moreover, has never been simply realistic. The signifier is broken or constellated into a system, it refers at once, and at least, to a thing and to a sound. The thing is itself a collection of things or a chain of differences in space. The sound, which is also inscribed in a chain, may be a word. The inscription is then ideogrammatical or synthetic, it cannot be decomposed, but the sound may also be an atomic element itself entering into the composition. We are dealing then with a script of a pictographic appearance and in fact phonetico-analytical in the same way as the alphabet. What is now known of the writing of the Aztecs of Mexico seems to cover all these possibilities. Thus the proper name Teocaltitlan is broken into several syllables, rendered by the following images: lips, tently, road, otlim, house, cali, and finally tooth, tlanti. The procedure is closely bound up with that, of suggesting the name of a person by images of the beings or things that go into the making of his name. The Aztecs achieved a greater degree of phoneticism. By having recourse to a truly phonetic analysis, they succeeded in rendering separate sounds through images. 41. The work of Berthel and Narasov on the Mayan glyphs do not lead to harmonious results. Their progress remains very slow, but the presence of phonetic elements now seems almost certain. And the same is true of the writing of the Easter Islands. 42. Not only would the latter be picto-ideophonographic, but in the very interior of its non-phonetic structures, equivocity and overdetermination can give rise to metaphors taken over by a truly graphic rhetoric, if this absurd expression may be risked. Today we encounter the complexity of this structure in the so-called primitive scripts and in cultures believed without writing. But we have known for a long time that massively non-phonetic scripts like Chinese or Japanese included phonetic elements very early. They remained structurally dominated by the ideogram or algebra, and we thus have the testimony of a powerful movement of civilization developing outside of logocentrism. Writing did not reduce the voice to itself, it incorporated it into a system. This script had more or less recourse to phonetic borrowings, certain signs being used for their sound independently of their original meaning. But this phonetic use of signs could never become extensive enough to corrupt Chinese writing in principle and lead it onto the path of phonetic notation. Writing in China, never having reached a phonetic analysis of language, was never felt to be a more or less faithful transference, decalque, of speech, and that is why the graphic sign, symbol of a reality singular and unique like itself, has retained much of its primitive prestige. There is no reason for believing that in antiquity speech in China had not the same efficaciousness as writing, but it was possible for its power to have been partly eclipsed by writing. On the contrary, in civilizations where writing evolved toward syllabification and the alphabet early enough, it is the word which concentrated in itself, definitively, all the powers of religious and magical creation. And in fact it is remarkable that in China this strange valorization of speech, word, syllable, or vowel, attested in all great ancient civilizations from the Mediterranean basin to India, is not encountered. 43. It is difficult not to subscribe to this analysis globally. Let us note, however, that it seems to consider the phonetic analysis of language, langage, and phonetic writing as a normal outcome, as an historical telos in view of which, like a ship steering to port, Chinese script had to an extent run aground. Can one think that the system of Chinese script is thus a sort of unfulfilled alphabet? On the other hand, Jurnet seems to explain the primitive prestige of Chinese graphism by its symbolic relationship with a reality singular and unique like itself. Is it not evident that no signifier, whatever its substance and form, has a unique and singular reality? A signifier is from the very beginning the possibility of its own repetition, of its own image or resemblance. It is the condition of its ideality, how it is recognizable as signifier, and makes it function as such, relating it to a signified which, for the same reasons, could never be a unique and singular reality. From the moment that the sign appears, that is to say always, there is no chance of encountering anywhere the purity of reality, unicity, singularity. So by what right can it be supposed that speech could have had, in antiquity, before the birth of Chinese writing, the sense and value that we know in the West? Why would speech in China have had to be eclipsed by writing? If one wants to try to think, to penetrate to the thing that, under the name of writing, separates much more than techniques of notation, should one not get rid, among other ethnocentric presuppositions, also of a sort of graphic monogenetism that transforms all differences into gaps or delays, accidents or deviations? And should one not meditate this heliocentric concept of speech? As well as the resemblance of the logos to the sun, to the good or to the death that one cannot look at face to face, to the king or to the father, the good or the intelligible son are compared to the father in the Republic, 508 c? What must writing be in order to threaten this analogical system in its vulnerable and secret center? What must it be in order to signify the eclipse of what is good and what is the father? Should one not stop considering writing as the eclipse that comes to surprise and obscure the glory of the word? And if there is some necessity of eclipse, the relationship of shadow and light, of writing and speech, should it not itself appear in a different way? In a different way, the necessary decentering cannot be a philosophic or scientific act as such, since it is a question of dislocating, through access to another system linking speech and writing, the founding categories of language, langue, and the grammar of the episteme. The natural tendency of theory, of what unites philosophy and science in the episteme, will push rather toward stopping up the breaks than toward forcing the closure. It was normal that the breakthrough was more secure and more penetrating on the side of literature and poetic writing, normal also that it shook up first and caused vacillation, as in Nietzsche, in the transcendental authority and dominant category of the episteme, being. This is the meaning of the work of Fenellosa 44, whose influence upon Ezra Pound and his poetics is well known. This irreducibly graphic poetics was, with that of Mallarmé, the first break in the most entrenched Western tradition. The fascination that the Chinese ideogram exercised on Pound's writing may thus be given all its historical significance. Ever since phoneticization has allowed itself to be questioned in its origin, in its history and its adventures, one sees its movement merge with that of science, religion, politics, economy, techniques, law, art. The origins of these movements and these historical regions do not dissociate themselves, as they must do for the rigorous delimitation of each science, except by an abstraction that one must remain aware of and must practice with vigilance. This complicity of origins may be called arch writing. What is lost in it is therefore the myth of the simplicity of origin. This myth is linked to the very concept of origin, to speech reciting the origin, to the myth of the origin and not only to myths of origin. The fact that access to the written sign assures the sacred power of keeping existence operative within the trace and of knowing the general structure of the universe, that all clergies, exercising political power or not, were constituted at the same time as writing and by the disposition of graphic power, that strategy, ballistics, diplomacy, agriculture, fiscality, and penal law are linked in their history and in their structure to the constitution of writing, that the origin assigned to writing had been, according to the chains and mythemes, always analogous in the most diverse cultures and that it communicated in a complex but regulated manner with the distribution of political power as with familial structure, that the possibility of capitalization and of politico-administrative organization had always passed through the hands of scribes who laid down the stakes of numerous wars and whose function was always irreducible, whatever was the procession of delegations in which one could see it at work, that through gaps, inequalities of development, the play of permanences, of delays, of diffusions, etc., the solidarity among ideological, religious, scientific technical systems, and the systems of writing which were therefore something more and other than means of communication or vehicles of the signified, remains indestructible, that the very sense of power and effectiveness in general, which could appear as such, as sense and mastery, by idealization, only with so-called symbolic power, had always been linked to the disposition of writing, that economy, monetary or pre-monetary, and graphic calculation were co-originary, that there could be no law without the possibility of trace, if not, As H. Henry, Lévi-Breuil, 1884–1964, shows, of notation in the narrow sense, all this refers to a common and radical possibility that no determined science, no abstract discipline, can think as such. 45. Indeed, here one must understand this incompetence of science, which is also the incompetence of philosophy, the closure of the episteme. Above all, it does not call forth a return to a pre-scientific or infra-philosophic form of discourse. Quite the contrary. This common root, which is not a root but the concealment of the origin and which is not common because it does not amount to the same thing except with the unmonotonous insistence of difference, this unnameable movement of difference itself, that we have strategically nicknamed trace, reserve, or difference, could be called writing only within the historical enclosure, that is to say within the limits of science and philosophy. The constitution of a science or a philosophy of writing is a necessary and difficult task. But, having arrived at these limits and repeating them ceaselessly, a thought of the trace, of difference or of reserve, must also point beyond the field of the episteme. Outside of the economic and strategic reference to the name that Heidegger justifies himself in giving to an analogous but not identical transgression of all philosophemes, thought is here for us a perfectly neutral name, a textual blank, the necessarily indeterminate index of an epoch of difference to come. In a certain way, thought wants to say nothing. Like all openings, this index belongs, by the face of it that is given to be viewed, inside of a past epoch. This thought weighs nothing. It is, in the play of the system, that very thing which always weighs nothing. To think, it is what we already know we have not yet begun to do, that which, measured to the size of writing, makes a break only in the episteme. Grammatology, this thought, would still hold itself walled in within presence. Part 2. Nature, Culture, Writing. I felt as if I had committed incest. The Confessions of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Introduction to the Epic of Rousseau. In the voice we have an organ answering to hearing, we have no such organ answering to sight, and we do not give back, render, colors as we give back sounds. It is an additional means of cultivating the first sense, by exercising the active and passive organs one by the other. A meal. If one trusted the organization of a classical reading, one would perhaps say that we had just proposed a double grid, historical and systematic. Let us pretend to believe in this opposition. Let us do it for the sake of convenience, for we hope that the reasons for our suspicion are by now clear enough. Since we are getting ready to deal with what, using the same language and with as much caution, we call an example, we must now justify our choice. Why accord an exemplary value to the Epic of Rousseau? What is the privilege of Jean-Jacques Rousseau in the history of logocentrism? What is indicated under that proper name? And what are the relationships between that proper name and the texts which were thus undersigned? We do not profess to bring to these questions anything more than the beginning of an answer, perhaps only the beginning of an elaboration, limited to the preliminary organization of the question. This work will present itself gradually. We cannot therefore justify it by way of anticipation and preface. Let us nevertheless attempt an overture. If the history of metaphysics is the history of a determination of being as presence, if its adventure merges with that of logocentrism, and if it is produced wholly as the reduction of the trace, Rousseau's work seems to us to occupy, between Plato's Phaedrus and Hegel's Encyclopedia, a singular situation. What do these three landmarks signify? Between the overture and the philosophical accomplishment of phenologism, or logocentrism, the motif of presence was decisively articulated. It suffered internal modifications whose most conspicuous index would be the moment of certitude in the Cartesian cogito. Before that, the identity of presence offered to the mastery of repetition was constituted under the objective form of the ideality of the eidos or the substantiality of visa. Thereafter, this objectivity takes the form of representation, of the idea as the modification of a self-present substance, conscious and certain of itself at the moment of its relationship to itself. Within its most general form, the mastery of presence acquires a sort of infinite assurance. The power of repetition that the eidos and visa made available seems to acquire an absolute independence. Ideality and substantiality relate to themselves, in the element of the res cogitans, by movement of pure auto-affection. Consciousness is the experience of pure auto-affection. It calls itself infallible, and if the axioms of natural enlightenment, Lumiere, give it this certitude, overcome the provocation of the evil spirit, and prove the existence of God, it is that they constitute the very element of thought and of self-presence. It is not disturbed by the divine origin of these axioms. The infinite alterity of the divine substance does not interpose itself as an element of mediation or opacity in the transparence of self-relationship and the purity of auto-affection. God is the name and the element of that which makes possible an absolutely pure and absolutely self-present self-knowledge. From Descartes to Hegel, and in spite of all the differences that separate the different places and moments in the structure of that epoch, God's infinite understanding is the other name for the Logos as self-presence. The Logos can be infinite and self-present. It can be produced as auto-affection, only through the voice, an order of the signifier by which the subject exits itself into itself, does not borrow outside of itself a signifier that it emits and that affects it at the same time. Such is at least the experience, or consciousness, of the voice, of hearing, understanding, oneself speak, s'entendre parler. It lives and proclaims itself as the exclusion of writing, that is to say of the call to an exterior, sensible, spatial signifier interrupting self-presence. Within this epoch of metaphysics, between Descartes and Hegel, Rousseau is undoubtedly the only one or the first one to make a theme or a system of the reduction of writing, as it was profoundly implicated by the entire epoch. He repeats the inaugural movement of the Phaedrus and of De Interpretatione, but this time from a new model of presence, the subject's self-presence in consciousness or sentiment. What he excluded more violently than others must, of course, have fascinated and tormented him more than it did others. Descartes had driven out the sign, and singularly the written sign, from the cogito and from clear and distinct evidence, the latter being the very presence of the idea to the soul. The sign was an accessory abandoned in the region of the senses and of the imagination. Hegel reappropriates the sensible sign to the movement of the idea. He criticizes Leibniz and praises phonetic writing within the horizon of an absolutely self-present Logos, holding itself close to itself within the unity of its speech and its concept. But neither Descartes nor Hegel grappled with the problem of writing. The place of this combat and crisis is called the 18th century. Not only because it restores the rights of sensibility, the imagination, and the sign, but because attempts of the Leibnizian type had opened a breach within logocentric security. We must bring to light what it was that, right from the start, within these attempts at a universal characteristic, limited the power and extent of the breakthrough. Before Hegel and in explicit terms, Rousseau condemned the universal characteristic, not because of the theological foundation which ordained to it the possibility for the infinite understanding or Logos of God, but because it seemed to suspend the voice. Through this condemnation can be read the most energetic 18th century reaction organizing the defense of phonologism and of logocentric metaphysics. What threatens is indeed writing. It is not an accidental and disorderly threat, it reconciles within a single historical system the projects of pachygraphy, the discovery of non-European scripts, or at any rate the massive progress of the techniques of deciphering, and finally the idea of a general science of language, langage, and writing. Against all these pressures, a battle is then declared. Hegelianism will be its finest scar. The names of authors or of doctrines have here no substantial value. They indicate neither identities nor causes. It would be frivolous to think that Descartes, Leibniz, Rousseau, Hegel, etc., are names of authors, of the authors of movements or displacements that we thus designate. The indicative value that we attribute to them is first the name of a problem. If we provisionally authorize ourselves to treat this historical structure by fixing our attention on philosophical or literary texts, it is not for the sake of identifying in them the origin, cause, or equilibrium of the structure. But as we also do not think that these texts are the simple effects of structure, in any sense of the word, as we think that all concepts hitherto proposed in order to think the articulation of a discourse and of an historical totality are caught within the metaphysical enclosure that we question here, as we do not know of any other concepts for this and cannot produce any others, and indeed shall not produce so long as this closure limits our discourse, as the primordial and indispensable phase, in fact and in principle, of the development of this problematic, consists in questioning the internal structure of these texts as symptoms, as that is the only condition for determining these symptoms themselves in the totality of their metaphysical appurtenance. We draw our argument from them in order to isolate Rousseau, and, in Rousseauism, the theory of writing. Besides, this abstraction is partial and it remains, in our view, provisional. Further on, we shall directly approach the problem within a question of method. Beyond these broad and preliminary justifications, other urgencies should be invoked. In Western and notably French thought, the dominant discourse, let us call it structuralism, remains caught, by an entire layer, sometimes the most fecund, of its stratification, within the metaphysics, logocentrism, which at the same time one claims rather precipitately to have gone beyond. If we have chosen the example of the texts of Claude Lévi-Strauss, as points of departure and as a springboard for a reading of Rousseau, it is for more than one reason, for the theoretical wealth and interest of those texts, for the animating role that they currently play, but also for the place occupied in them by the theory of writing and the theme of fidelity to Rousseau. They will, therefore, in this study, be somewhat more than an exerg. Chapter 1. The Violence of the Letter. From Lévi-Strauss to Rousseau. Shall I speak now of writing? No, I am ashamed to toy with these trifles in a treatise on education. Emile. Writing, seems to favor the exploitation before the enlightenment of mankind. Writing and treachery penetrated them in concert. The writing lesson, Tristes Tropique.a. Metaphysics has constituted an exemplary system of defense against the threat of writing. What links writing to violence? What must violence be in order for something in it to be equivalent to the operation of the trace? And why bring this question into play within the affinity or filiation that binds Lévi-Strauss to Rousseau? To the difficulty of justifying this historical contraction is added another: what is a lineage in the order of discourse and text? If in a rather conventional way we here call discourse the present, living, conscious representation of a text within the experience of those who write or read it, and if the text constantly overflows this representation by the entire system of its resources and its proper laws, then the genealogical question exceeds by far the possibilities that are at present given to us for elaboration. We know that the metaphor is still forbidden that would describe the genealogy of a text faultlessly. In its syntax and its lexicon, in its spacing, by its punctuation, its lacunae, its margins, the historical appurtenance of a text is never a straight line. Not causality by contagion. Not the simple accumulation of layers. Not the pure juxtaposition of borrowed pieces. And if a text always gives itself a certain representation of its own roots, they live only by that representation, that is to say by never touching the soil. Which no doubt destroys their radical essence, but not the necessity of their racinating function. To say that one always interweaves roots endlessly, bending them to send down roots among their roots, to pass through the same points again, to redouble old adherences, to circulate among their differences, to coil around themselves or to be enveloped reciprocally, to say that a text is never anything but a system of roots, is undoubtedly to contradict at once the concept of system and the schema of the root. But in order not to be pure appearance, this contradiction takes on the sense of a contradiction, and receives its illogicality, only through being thought within a finite configuration, the history of metaphysics, and caught within a root system which does not end there and which as yet has no name. Now the text's self-consciousness, the circumscribed discourse where genealogical representation is articulated, what Lévi-Strauss, for example, makes of a certain 18th century, by claiming to adhere to it, without being confused with genealogy itself, plays, precisely by this deviation, an organizing role in the structure of the text. Even if one had the right to speak of retrospective illusion, it would not be an accident or a theoretical wastage. One would have to realize its necessity and its positive effects. A text always has several epochs and reading must come to terms with that fact. And this genealogical self-representation is itself already the representation of a self-representation, what the French 18th century, for example, and if something of that exists, already constructed as its own provenance and its own presence. Is the play of these appurtenances, so manifest in texts of anthropology and the sciences of man, produced totally within a history of metaphysics? Does it somewhere force the enclosure? Such is perhaps the widest horizon of the questions which will be supported by a few examples here. To which proper names may be assigned, the holders of the discourse, Condillac, Rousseau, Lévi-Strauss, or common names, concepts of analysis, of genesis, of origin, of nature, of culture, of sign, of speech, of writing, etc., in short, the common name of the proper name. In linguistics as well as in metaphysics, phrenologism is undoubtedly the exclusion or abasement of writing. But it is also the granting of authority to a science which is held to be the model for all the so-called sciences of man. In both these senses Lévi-Strauss's structuralism is a phrenologism. As for the models of linguistics and phonology, what we have already brought up forbids me to bypass a structural anthropology upon which phonological science exercises so declared a fascination, as for instance in language and kinship, one which must be questioned line by line. The birth of phonology completely changed this situation. Not only did it renew linguistic perspectives, a transformation of this magnitude is not limited to a single discipline. Phrenology will certainly play the same renovating role with respect to the social sciences that nuclear physics, for example, has played for the hard sciences, l'ensemble des sciences exactes. p. 39, p. 31, translation modified. If we wished to elaborate the question of the model, we would have to take up all the s and likewise s that punctuate the argument, organizing and authorizing the analogy between the phonological and the sociological, between phonemes and the terms of kinship. A striking analogy, we are told, but the functioning of it shows us quickly enough that this is a very secure but very poor generality of structural laws, no doubt governing the systems considered, but also many others, and without privilege, a phonology exemplary as the example in a series and not as the regulative model. But on this terrain questions have been asked, objections articulated, and as the epistemological phonologism establishing a science as a master model presupposes a linguistic and metaphysical phonologism that raises voice above writing, it is this last that I shall first try to identify. For Lévi-Strauss has written of writing. Only a few pages, to be sure too, but in many respects remarkable, very fine pages, calculated to amaze, stating in the form of paradox and modernity the anathema that the Western world has obstinately trotted out, the exclusion by which it has constituted and recognized itself, from the Phaedrus to the course in general linguistics. Another reason for rereading Lévi-Strauss, if, as we have already proved, writing cannot be thought without ceasing to trust, as in a piece of self-evident evidence, in the entire system of differences between physis and its other, the series of its others, art, technology, law, institution, society, immotivation, the arbitrary, etc., and in all the conceptuality that organizes itself there, then one should follow with the closest attention the troubled path of a thinker who sometimes, at a certain stage in his reflections, builds on this difference, and sometimes leads us to its point of effacement. The opposition between nature and culture which I insisted upon at one time, now seems to offer a value above all methodological. 3. Undoubtedly Lévi-Strauss has only traveled from one point of effacement to another. Les structures élémentaires de l'apprendi, 1949, be controlled by the problem of the prohibition of incest, already credited difference only around a suture. The one and the other became all the more enigmatic. And it would be risky to decide if the seam, the prohibition of incest, is a strange exception that one happened to encounter within the transparent system of difference, a fact, as Lévi-Strauss says, with which we find ourselves confronted, p. 9, p. 8, translation modified, or on the contrary, the origin of the difference between nature and culture, the condition, outside of the system of difference. The condition would be a scandal only if one wished to comprehend it within the system whose condition it precisely is. Let us then formulate that everything that is universal in man pertains to the order of nature, and is characterized by spontaneity, and that everything subject to a norm belongs to culture and presents the characteristics of the relative and the particular. We are then confronted with a fact, or rather, a group of facts, which, in the light of previous definitions, are not far removed from appearing as a scandal. 4. The prohibition of incest, presents, without the slightest ambiguity, and inseparably combines, the two characteristics in which we recognize the conflicting features of two mutually exclusive orders. It constitutes a rule, but a rule which, alone among all the social rules, possesses at the same time a character of universality. p. 9, pages 8-9, translation modified. But the scandal appeared only at a certain moment of the analysis, when, giving up a real analysis which will never reveal any difference between nature and culture, one passed to an ideal analysis permitting the definition of the double criterion of norm and universality. It is thus from the confidence placed in the difference between the two analyses that the scandal took on the sense of scandal. What did this confidence signify? It appeared to itself as the scholar's right to employ methodological tools whose logical value is anticipated, and in a state of precipitation, with regard to the object, to truth, etc., with regard, in other words, to what science works toward. These are the first words, or nearly so, of structures. One begins to understand that the distinction between the state of nature and the state of society, today I would rather say state of nature and state of culture, while of no acceptable historical significance, presents a value, fully justifying its use by modern sociology as a methodological tool. p. 1, p. 3, translation modified. This is clear. In regard to the chiefly methodological value of the concepts of nature and culture, there is no evolution and even less retraction from structures to the savage mind. Nor is there either evolution or retraction with regard to this concept of methodological tool. In structures, he announces most precisely what, more than a decade later, will be said of bricolage, of tools such as means at hand collected or retained on the principle that they may always come in handy. Like bricolage on the technical plane, mythical reflection can reach brilliant unforeseen results on the intellectual plane. Conversely, attention has often been drawn to the mythopoetical nature of bricolage, pages 26f, pages 17-18, translation modified. To be sure, it would still remain to be asked if the anthropologist considers himself engineer or bricoleur. Lecroux et Lequy, Paris, 1964, is presented as the myth of mythology, preface, p. 20. c. Nevertheless, the effacement of the frontier between nature and culture is not produced by the same gesture from structures to the savage mind. In the first case, it is rather a question of respecting the originality of a scandalous suture. In the second case, of a reduction, however careful it might be not to dissolve the specificity of what it analyzes. It would not be enough to have reabsorbed particular humanities into a general humanity. This first enterprise opens the way for others which Rousseau, whose usual foresight Lévi-Strauss has just praised, would not have been so ready to accept and which are incumbent on the exact natural sciences, the reintegration of culture in nature and finally of life within the whole set of its physiochemical conditions. p. 327, p. 247, translation modified. At once conserving and annulling inherited conceptual oppositions, this thought, like Saussure's, holds itself at the limit, sometimes within an uncriticized conceptuality, sometimes putting a strain on the closures, and working toward deconstruction. Finally, and the quotation above necessarily leads us to this, while Lévi-Strauss and Rousseau. This conjunction must be justified progressively and from within. But it is already known that Lévi-Strauss not only feels himself to be in agreement with Jean-Jacques, to be his heir at heart and in what might be called theoretical effect. He also often presents himself as Rousseau's modern disciple, he reads him as the founder, and not only the prophet, of modern anthropology. 100 texts to the glory of Rousseau may be cited. Nevertheless, let us recall, at the end of Totemisme aujourd'hui, the chapter on totemism from within, a militant fervor for ethnography, the astonishing insight of Rousseau who, more informed than Bergson and before even the discovery of totemism, penetrate p. 147, that which opens the possibility of totemism in general, namely 1. Pity, that fundamental affection, as primitive as the love of self, which unites us to others naturally, to man, certainly, but also to all living beings. 2. The originarily metaphoric essence, because passionate, says Rousseau, of our language, langage. What here authorizes Lévi-Strauss's interpretation is the essay on the origin of languages, langue, which we shall try to read closely later, as the first motives that made man speak were the passions, and not needs, his first expressions were tropes. Figurative language was the first to be born, p. 294, translation modified. It is again in Totemism from within that the second discourse is defined as the first treatise of general anthropology and French literature. In almost modern terms, Rousseau poses the central problem of anthropology, viz., the passage from nature to culture, p. 142, p. 99. And here is the most systematic homage: Rousseau did not merely foresee anthropology, he founded it. First in a practical way, in writing the Discours sur l'origine et les fondements de l'inégalité parmi les hommes, which poses the problem of the relationships between nature and culture, and which is the first treatise of general anthropology, and later on the theoretical plane, by distinguishing, with admirable clarity and concision, the proper object of the anthropologist from that of the moralist and the historian. When one wants to study men, one has to look close by, but in order to study man, one has to learn to cast one's eyes far off. First one has to observe the differences in order to discover the properties. Essay on the Origin of Languages, Chapter 8, p. 305, translation modified. 4. This is thus a declared and militant Rousseauism. Already it imposes on us a very general question that will orient all our readings more or less directly. To what extent does Rousseau's appurtenance to logocentric metaphysics and to the philosophy of presence, an appurtenance that we have already been able to recognize and whose exemplary figure we must delineate, to what extent does it assign limits to a scientific discourse? Does it necessarily retain within its boundaries the Rousseauist discipline and fidelity of an anthropologist and of a theorist of modern anthropology? If this question is not sufficient to link the development which will follow our initial proposition, we should perhaps recapitulate. 1. That digression about the violence that does not supervene from without upon an innocent language, langage, in order to surprise it, a language that suffers the aggression of writing as the accident of its disease, its defeat and its fall, but the originary violence of a language which is always already a writing. Rousseau and Lévi-Strauss are not for a moment to be challenged when they relate the power of writing to the exercise of violence. But, radicalizing this theme, no longer considering this violence as derivative with respect to a naturally innocent speech, one turns around the entire sense of a proposition, the unity of violence and writing, which one must therefore be careful not to abstract and isolate. 2. That other ellipsis of the metaphysics or onto theology of the logos, par excellence in its Hegelian moment, as the powerless and oniric effort to master absence by reducing the metaphor within the absolute parsia of sense. Ellipsis of the originary writing within language as the irreducibility of metaphor, which must be thought here in its possibility and short of its rhetorical repetition. The irremediable absence of the proper name. Rousseau no doubt believed in a language initiating itself in the figure, but he believed no less, as we shall see sufficiently, in a progress toward literal, proper, meaning. Figurative language was the first to be born, he says, only to add, proper meaning was found last. Essay, p. 294. 5. It is to this eschatology of the proper, prope, proprius, self-proximity, self-presence, property, ownness, that we ask the question of the grapheme. The battle of proper names. But how is one to distinguish, in writing, between a man one mentions and a man one addresses? There really is an equivocation which would be eliminated by evocative mark. Essay on the Origin of Languages. Back now from Tristes Tropiques to the essay on the origin of languages, from the writing lesson given to the writing lesson refused by the person who was ashamed to toy with the trifling matter of writing in a treatise on education. Perhaps it is better to limit our question, do they say the same thing? Do they do the same thing? In that Tristes Tropiques, which is at the same time the Confessions and a sort of supplement to the Supplement au Voyage de Bougainville, either writing lesson marks an episode of what may be called the anthropological war, the essential confrontation that opens communication between peoples and cultures, even when that communication is not practiced under the banner of colonial or missionary oppression. The entire writing lesson is recited in the tones of violence contained or deferred, of violence sometimes deaf, but always oppressive and heavy. Its weight is felt in diverse places and diverse moments of the narrative, in Lévi-Strauss's account as in the relationship among individuals and among groups, among cultures or within the same community. What can a relationship to writing signify in these diverse instances of violence? Penetration in the case of the Nambiquara. The anthropologist's affection for those to whom he devoted, as we know, one of his dissertations Louisiana vie familiale et sociale des Indiens Nambiquara, 1948. Penetration, therefore, into the lost world of the Nambiquara, the little bands of nomad aboriginals, who are among the most primitive of the world's peoples on a territory as big as France, traversed by a picata, a crude trail whose trace, is indistinguishable from the bush. p. 262, translation modified. One should meditate upon all of the following together: writing as the possibility of the road and of difference, the history of writing and the history of the road, of the rupture, of the via rupta, of the path that is broken, beaten, fracta, of the space of reversibility and of repetition traced by the opening, the divergence and violent spacing from nature, of the forest that is natural, salvage, place of safety. The Silva is savage, the via rupta is written, discerned, and inscribed violently as difference, as form imposed on the hile, in the forest, in wood as matter. It is difficult to imagine that access to the possibility of roadmaps, traces routier, is not at the same time access to writing. The terrain of the Nambiquara is crossed by the line of an autochthonic picata, but also by another line, this time imported. An abandoned telephone line, obsolete from the day of its completion, which, hung down from poles never replaced when they go to rot and tumble to the ground. Sometimes the termites attack them, and sometimes the Indians, who mistake the characteristic humming of the telegraph wires for the noise of wild bees on their way to the hive. p. 262, translation modified. The Nambiquara, whose harassing and cruelty, presumed or not, are much dreaded by the personnel of the line, brought the observer back to what he might readily, though mistakenly, suppose to be a childhood of humanity. p. 265, translation modified. Lévi-Strauss describes the biological and cultural type of this population whose technology, economy, institutions, and structures of kinship, however primitive, give them of course a rightful place within humankind, so-called human society and the state of culture. They speak and prohibit incest. All were interrelated, for the Nambiquara prefer to marry a niece, their sister's daughter, or a kinswoman of the kind which anthropologists call cross-cousin, the daughter of their father's sister, or of their mother's brother. p. 269. Yet another reason for not allowing oneself to be taken in by appearances and for not believing that one sees here a childhood of humanity, the structure of the language, long, and above all its usage. The Nambiquara use several dialects and several systems according to situations. And here intervenes a phenomenon which may be crudely called linguistic and which will be of central interest to us. It has to do with the fact that we have not the means of interpreting beyond its general conditions of possibility, its a priori, whose factual and empirical causes, as they open within this determined situation, will escape us, and, moreover, call forth no question on the part of Lévi-Strauss, who merely notes them. This fact bears on what we have proposed about the essence or the energy of the grapheme as the originary effacement of the proper name. There is writing from the moment that the proper name is erased in a system, there is a subject from the moment that this obliteration of the proper is produced, that is to say from the first appearing of the proper and from the first dawn of language. This proposition is universal in essence and can be produced a priori. How one passes from this a priori to the determination of empirical facts is a question that one cannot answer in general here. First because, by definition, there is no general answer to a question of this form. It is therefore by encountering such a fact that we come here. This does not involve the structural effacement of what we believe to be our proper names, it does not involve the obliteration that, paradoxically, constitutes the originary legibility of the very thing it erases, but of an interdict heavily superimposed, in certain societies, upon the use of the proper name. They are not allowed to use proper names, p. 270, Lévi-Strauss observes. Before we approach this, let us note that this prohibition is necessarily derivative with regard to the constitutive erasure of the proper name in what we have called arch writing, that is to say the play of difference. It is because the proper names are already no longer proper names, because their production is their obliteration, because the erasure and the imposition of the letter are originary, because they do not supervene upon a proper inscription, it is because the proper name has never been, as the unique appellation reserved for the presence of a unique being, anything but the original myth of a legibility transparent and present under the obliteration. It is because the proper name was never possible except through its functioning within a classification and therefore within a system of differences, within a writing retaining the traces of difference, that the interdict was possible, could come into play, and, when the time came, as we shall see, could be transgressed. Transgressed, that is to say restored to the obliteration and the non-self-sameness, non-propriet, at the origin. This is strictly in accord with one of Lévi-Strauss's intentions. In Universalization and Particularization, The Savage Mind, Chapter 6, it will be demonstrated that one never names, one classes the other, or, one classes oneself. 6. Demonstration anchored in some examples of prohibitions that affect the use of proper names here and there. Undoubtedly one should carefully distinguish between the essential necessity of the disappearance of the proper name and the determined prohibition which can, definitely and ulteriorly, be added to it or articulated within it. Non-prohibition, as much as prohibition, presupposes fundamental obliteration. Non-prohibition, the consciousness or exhibition of the proper name, only makes up for or uncovers an essential and irremediable impropriety. When in consciousness, the name is called proper, it is already classified and is obliterated in being named. It is already no more than a so-called proper name. If one stops understanding writing in its narrow sense of linear and phonetic notation, one should be able to say that all societies capable of producing, that is to say of obliterating, their proper names, and of playing classificatory difference, practice writing in general. No reality or concept would therefore correspond to the expression society without writing. This expression is redolent of ethnocentric one-irism, abusing the vulgar, that is to say ethnocentric, concept of writing. The scorn for writing, let us note in passing, accords quite happily with this ethnocentrism. There is no more than an apparent paradox there, one of those contradictions where a perfectly coherent desire is offered and accomplished. By one and the same gesture, alphabetic, writing, servile instrument of a speech dreaming of its plenitude and its self-presence, is scorned and the dignity of writing is refused to non-alphabetic signs. We have perceived this gesture in Rousseau and in Saussure. The Nambiquara, the subject of a writing lesson would therefore be one of those peoples without writing. They do not make use of what we commonly call writing. At least that is what Lévi-Strauss tells us. One suspects that the Nambiquara do not know how to write, p. 288, translation modified. This incapacity will be presently thought, within the ethico-political order, as an innocence and a non-violence interrupted by the forced entry of the West in the writing lesson. We shall be present at that scene. Let us be patient for a little while. How can access to writing in general be refused to the Nambiquara except by determining writing according to a model? Later on we shall ask, confronting many texts of Lévi-Strauss, up to what point it is legitimate not to call by the name of writing those few dots and zigzags on their calabashes, so briefly evoked in Tristes Tropiques. But above all, how can we deny the practice of writing in general to a society capable of obliterating the proper, that is to say a violent society? For writing, obliteration of the proper classed in the play of difference, is the originary violence itself, Pure impossibility of the vocative mark, impossible purity of the mark of vocation. One cannot efface this equivocation, which we so hoped would be removed by a vocative mark. For the existence of such a mark in any code of punctuation would not change any part of the problem. The death of an absolutely proper naming, recognizing in a language, langage, the other as pure other, invoking it as what it is the death of the pure idiom reserved for the unique. Anterior to the possibility of violence in the current and derivative sense, that of which a writing lesson will speak, there is, as the space of its possibility, the violence of the arch writing, the violence of difference, of classification, and of the system of appellations. Before outlining the structure of this application, let us read the scene of proper names, with another scene, that we shall shortly read. It is an indispensable preparation for the writing lesson. This scene is separated from it by a chapter and another scene, family life. And it is described in chapter 26, 23, on the line. However easygoing the Nambiquara were, indifferent to the presence of the anthropologist with his notebooks and camera, the work was complicated for linguistic reasons. To begin with, they are not allowed, for instance, to use proper names. To identify persons we had to follow the practice of the men of the line, that is to say, agree with the tribals on a set of aliases by which they would be designated. Either Portuguese names, like Julio, José Maria, Luisa, or sobriquets such as Libre, hair, or Açúcar, sugar. I even knew one whom Rondon or one of his companions had baptized Cavanak on account of his little pointed beard, a rarity among Indians, most of whom have no hair on their faces. One day, when I was playing with a group of children, a little girl was struck by one of her comrades. She ran to me for protection and began to whisper something, a great secret, in my ear. As I did not understand, I had to ask her to repeat it over and over again. So much so that her adversary discovered the game, came up to me in a rage, and tried in her turn to tell me what seemed to be a solemn secret. After some hesitations and questions, the interpretation of the incident left no doubt. The first little girl had come vengefully to tell me her enemy's name, and when the enemy found out what was going on, she communicated the other girl's name, by way of reprisal. Thenceforward it was easy enough, though not very scrupulous, to excite the children, one against the other, and get all of their names. After this, one another's accomplices, they gave me, without too much difficulty, the adults' names too. When they discovered this cabal, the children were reprimanded and my sources of information dried up. 7. We cannot enter here into the difficulties of an empirical deduction of this prohibition, but we know a priori that the proper names whose interdiction and revelation Lévi-Strauss describes here are not proper names. The expression proper name is improper, for the very reasons that the savage mind will recall. What the interdict hits is the uttering of what functions as the proper name. And this function is consciousness itself. The proper name in the colloquial sense, in the sense of consciousness, is, we would say in truth if we did not have to be careful of that word, only a designation of belonging and a linguistico-social classification. The lifting of the interdict, the great game of denunciation and the great exhibition of the proper. Let us note that we speak here of an act of war, and there is much to say about the fact that it is little girls who open themselves to this game and to these hostilities, does not consist in revealing proper names, but in tearing the veil hiding a classification and a belonging, the inscription within a system of linguistico-social differences. What the Nambiquara hid in the young girls exposed through transgression, is no longer the absolute idioms, but already varieties of invested, cathected, common names, abstracts if it is true, as we read in The Savage Mind, p. 242, p. 182, that systems of appellations also have their abstracts. The concept of the proper name, unproblematized as Lévi-Strauss uses it in Triste Estropique, is therefore far from being simple and manageable. Consequently, the same may be said of the concepts of violence, ruse, perfidy, or oppression, that will punctuate a writing lesson a little further on. We have already been able to state that violence here does not unexpectedly break in all at once, starting from an original innocence whose nakedness would be surprised at the moment that the secret of the so-called proper names is violated. The structure of violence is complex in its possibility, writing, no less so. There was in fact a first violence to be named. To name, to give names that it will possibly be forbidden to pronounce, such is the originary violence of the language, langage, which consists in inscribing within a difference, in classifying, in suspending the vocative absolute. To think the unique within the system, to inscribe it there, such is the gesture of arch writing, arch violence, loss of the proper, of absolute proximity, of self-presence, in truth the loss of what has never taken place, of a self-presence which has never been given but only dreamed of and always already split, repeated, incapable of appearing to itself except in its own disappearance. Starting from this arch-violence, forbidden and therefore confirmed by a second violence that is reparatory, protective, instituting the moral, prescribing the concealment of writing and the effacement and obliteration of the so-called proper name which was already dividing the proper, a third violence can possibly emerge or not, an empirical possibility, within what is commonly called evil, war, indiscretion, rape, which consists of revealing by a fraction the so-called proper name, that is to say the originary violence which has severed the proper from its property and its properness, properté. We could name a third violence of reflection, which denudes the native non-identity, classification as denaturation of the proper, and identity as the abstract moment of the concept. It is on this tertiary level, that of the empirical consciousness, that the common concept of violence, the system of the moral law and of transgression, whose possibility remains yet unthought, should no doubt be situated. The scene of proper names is written on this level, and later the writing. This last violence is all the more complex in its structure because it refers at the same time to the two inferior levels of arch-violence and of the law. In effect, it reveals the first nomination which was already an expropriation, but it denudes also that which since performed the function of the proper, the so-called proper, substitute of the deferred proper, perceived by the social and moral consciousness as the proper, the reassuring seal of self-identity, the secret. Empirical violence, war in the colloquial sense, ruse and perfidy of little girls, apparent ruse and perfidy of little girls, for the anthropologist will prove them innocent by showing himself as the true and only culprit, ruse and perfidy of the Indian chief playing at the comedy of writing, apparent ruse and perfidy of the Indian chief borrowing all his resources from the intrusion of the West, which Levi-Strauss always thinks of as an accident. It would befall a terrain of innocence, in a state of culture whose natural goodness would not have yet been degraded. 9. This hypothesis that the writing lesson will verify is supported by 2 pointers, seemingly anecdotal, which belong to the decor of the representation to come. They announce the great staging of the lesson and show to advantage the art of the composition of this travelogue. In accordance with 18th-century tradition, the anecdote, the page of confessions, the fragment from a journal are knowledgeably put in place, calculated in view of a philosophical demonstration of the relationships between nature and society, ideal society and real society, that is to say most often between the other society and our society. What is the first pointer? The battle of proper names follows the arrival of the foreigner and one will not be surprised by it. It is born in the presence and even from the presence of the anthropologist who comes to disturb order and natural peace, the complicity which peacefully binds the good society to itself in its play. Not only have the people of the line imposed ridiculous sobriquets on the natives, obliging them to assume these intrinsically, hair, sugar, Kavanak, but it is the anthropological eruption which breaks the secret of the proper names and the innocent complicity regulating the play of young girls. It is the anthropologist who violates a virginal space so accurately connoted by the scene of a game and a game played by little girls. The mere presence of the foreigner, the mere fact of his having his eyes open, cannot not provoke a violation, the aside, the secret murmured in the ear, the successive movements of the stratagem, the acceleration, the precipitation, a certain increasing jubilation in the movement before the decline which follows the consummated fault, when the source has dried up, all of this makes us think of a dance, of a fate as much as of war. The mere presence of a spectator, then, is a violation. First a pure violation, a silent and immobile foreigner attends a game of young girls. That one of them should have struck a comrade is not yet true violence. No integrity has been breached. Violence appears only at the moment when the intimacy of proper names can be opened to forced entry. And that is possible only at the moment when the space is worked on and reoriented by the glance of the foreigner. The eye of the other calls the proper names, spells them out, and removes the prohibition that covered them. At first the anthropologist is satisfied merely to see an insistent gaze and a mute presence. Then things get complicated, become more tortuous and labyrinthine, when he becomes a party to the play of the rupture of play, as he lends an ear and broaches a first complicity with the victim who is also the trickster. Finally, for what counts as the names of the adults, one could say the eponyms and the secret is violated only in the place where the names are attributed. The ultimate denunciation can no longer do without the active intervention of the foreigner, who, moreover, claims responsibility for it and accuses himself of it. He has seen, then heard, but, passive in the face of what he already knew he was provoking, he still waited to hear the master names. The violation was not consummated, the naked base of the proper was still reserved. As one cannot or rather must not incriminate the innocent young girls, The violation will be accomplished by the thenceforward active, perfidious, and rusing intrusion of a foreigner who, having seen and heard, is now going to excite the young girls, loosen their tongues, and get them to divulge the precious names, those of the adults. The dissertation tells us that only the adults possess a name of their own. p. 39, p. 44. With a bad conscience, to be sure, and with that pity which Rousseau said unites us with the most foreign of foreigners. Let us now reread the mea culpa, the confession of the anthropologist who assumes entire responsibility for a violation that has satisfied him. After giving one another away, the young girls gave away the adults. The first little girl had come vengefully to tell me her enemy's name, and when the enemy found out what was going on she communicated the other girl's name, by way of reprisal. Thenceforward it was easy enough, though not very scrupulous, to excite the children, one against the other, and get all of their names. After this, one another's accomplices, they gave me, without too much difficulty, the adults' names too. The true culprit will not be punished, and this gives to his fault the stamp of the irremediable. When they discovered this cabal, the children were reprimanded and my sources of information dried up. One already suspects, and all Levi-Strauss's writings would confirm it, that the critique of ethnocentrism, a theme so dear to the author of Triste has most often the sole function of constituting the other as a model of original and natural goodness, of accusing and humiliating oneself, of exhibiting its being unacceptable in a counter-ethnocentric mirror. Rousseau would have taught the modern anthropologist this humility of one who knows he is unacceptable, this remorse that produces anthropology. Then that is at least what we are told in the Geneva Lecture G. In truth, I am not me, but the weakest, most humble of others. Such is the discovery of the Confessions. What does the ethnologist write but confessions? In his own name first, as I have shown, since it is the driving force of his vocation, and his work, and through this very work, in the name of this society which, through the activities of the ethnologist, its emissary, chooses for itself other societies, other civilizations, and precisely the weakest and most humble, but only to verify to what extent it is itself unacceptable. p. 245. Without speaking of the point of mastery thus gained by the person who conducts this operation at home, one rediscovers here a gesture inherited from the 18th century, from a certain 18th century at any rate, for even in that century a certain suspicion of such an exercise had already commenced here and there. Non-European peoples were not only studied as the index to a buried good nature, as a native soil recovered, of a 0 degree with reference to which one could outline the structure, the growth, and above all the degradation of our society and our culture. As always, this archaeology is also a teleology and an eschatology, the dream of a full and immediate presence closing history, the transparence and undivided unity of a parousia, the suppression of contradiction and difference. The anthropologist's mission, as Rousseau would have assigned it, is to work toward such an end. Possibly against the philosophy which alone would have sought to excite antagonisms between the self and the other. 11. Let us not be accused here of forcing words and things. Let us rather read. It is again the Geneva Lecture, but 100 similar passages may be found. The Rousseauist revolution, preforming and initiating the anthropological revolution, consists in refusing the expected identifications, whether that of a culture with that culture, or that of an individual, member of one culture, with a personage or a social function that the same culture tries to impose upon him. In both cases the culture or the individual claims the right to a free identification which can only be realized beyond man, with all that lives and therefore suffers, and also short of the function or the person, with a yet unfashioned, but given, being. Then the self and the other, freed of an antagonism that only philosophy seeks to excite, recover their unity. An original alliance, at last renewed, permits them to found together the we against the him, against a society inimical to man, and which man finds himself all the more ready to challenge that Rousseau, by his example, teaches him how to elude the intolerable contradictions of civilized life. For if it is true that nature has expelled man, and that society persists in oppressing him, man can at least reverse the horns of the dilemma to his own advantage, and seek out the society of nature in order to meditate thereupon the nature of society. This, it seems to me, is the indissoluble message of the social contract, the Lettres sur la botanique, and the Reveries. 12. A little glass of rum, a severe critique of Diderot and a glorification of Rousseau, the greatest anthropologist among philosophes. Our master, our brother, toward whom we have shown so much ingratitude, but to whom every page of this book could have been dedicated, had the homage not been unworthy of his great memory, concludes thus: the only question is to know if these evils are themselves inherent in the social state. Behind the abuses and crimes, one will seek out the unshakable basis of human society. 13. The diversified thinking of Levi-Strauss would be impoverished if what this goal and this motivation do not exhaust were not emphatically recalled here. Yet they do more than connote the task of science, they mark it profoundly in its very content. We had promised a second pointer. The Nambiquara, around whom the writing lesson will unfold its scene, among whom evil will insinuate itself with the intrusion of writing come from without, exothen, as already the Phaedrus says, the Nambiquara, who do not know how to write, we are told, are good. Those who, Jesuits, Protestant missionaries, American anthropologists, technicians on the line, believe they perceive violence or hatred among the Nambiquara are not only mistaken, they have probably projected their own wickedness upon them, and even provoked the evil that they then believed or wished to perceive. Let us reread the end of chapter 17:24, entitled, Always with the Same Skill, Family Life. This passage immediately precedes a writing lesson and is, in a certain way, indispensable to it. Let us first confirm what goes without saying. If we subscribe to Levi-Strauss's declarations about their innocence and goodness, their great sweetness of nature, the most authentic manifestations of human tenderness, etc., only by assigning them a totally derived, relative, and empirical place of legitimacy, regarding them as descriptions of the empirical affections of the subject of this chapter, the Nambiquara as well as the author, if then we subscribe to these descriptions only as empirical relation, it does not follow that we add to this a faith in the moralizing descriptions of the American anthropologists deploring by contrast the hatred, aggressiveness, and lack of civility of the natives. In fact, these two accounts are symmetrically opposed, they have the same dimensions, and arrange themselves around one and the same axis. After having cited a foreign colleague's publication, very severe toward the Nambiquara, toward their complacency in the face of disease, their filthiness, wretchedness, and rudeness, their hateful and distrustful character, Levi-Strauss argues. When I myself had known them, the diseases introduced by white men had already decimated them, but there had not been, since Rondon's always humane endeavors, any attempt to enforce their submission. I should prefer to forget Mr. Oberg's harrowing description and remember the Nambiquara as they appear in a page from my notebooks. I wrote it one night by the light of my pocket lamp. The campfires shine out in the darkened savannah. Around the hearth, which is their only protection from the cold, behind the flimsy screen of foliage and palm leaves which had been stuck into the ground where it will best break the force of wind and rain, beside the baskets filled with the pitiable objects which comprise all their earthly belongings, lying on the bare earth which extends all around, haunted by other groups as hostile and fearful, couples, closely entwined, perceive themselves as being, one for the other, support, comfort, and the only help against the difficulties of every day and the dreaming melancholia which from time to time overwhelms the Nambiquara soul. The visitor who camps among the Indians in the bush for the first time is taken by anguish and pity at the sight of a people so totally disprovided for, beaten down into the hostile earth, it would seem, by an implacable cataclysm, naked and shivering beside their guttering fires. He gropes his way among the bushes, avoiding stepping on the hand, or the arm, or the torso that lies warmly gleaming in the firelight. But this misery is enlivened by laughing whispers. The couples embrace as if in the nostalgia for a lost oneness, the caresses are not disturbed by the footfall of a stranger. One glimpses in them a great sweetness of nature, a profound nonchalance, a naive and charming animal satisfaction, and, gathering all these diverse sentiments together, something like the most moving and most authentic manifestations of human tenderness. p. 285, translation modified. The writing lesson follows this description, which one may indeed read for what it says it is, at the outset, a page from my notebook scribbled one night in the light of a pocket lamp. It would have been different if this moving painting were to belong to an anthropological discourse. However, it certainly sets up a premise, the goodness or innocence of the Nambiquara, indispensable to the subsequent demonstration of the conjoined intrusion of violence in writing. Here a strict separation of the anthropological confession and the theoretical discussion of the anthropologist must be observed. The difference between empirical and essential must continue to make its importance felt. We know that Levi-Strauss has very harsh words for the philosophies that have opened thought to this distinction, and which are, for the most part, philosophies of consciousness, of the cogito in the Cartesian or Husserlian sense. Very harsh words also for l'essai sur la donnée immediate de la conscience, which Levi-Strauss reproaches his old teachers for having pondered too much instead of studying Saussure's course in general linguistics. 14 Now whatever one may finally think of philosophies thus incriminated or ridiculed, and of which we shall say nothing here except to note that only their ghosts, which sometimes haunt school manuals, selected extracts, or public hearsay, are evoked here, it should be recognized that the difference between empirical effect and the structure of essence was for them a major rule. Neither Descartes nor Husserl would ever have suggested that they considered an empirical modification of their relationship with the world or with others as scientific truth, nor the quality of an emotion as the premise of a syllogism. Never in the regularly does one pass from the phenomenologically irrefutable truth of "I see yellow" to the judgment "the world is yellow." Let us not pursue this direction. Never, at any rate, would a rigorous philosopher of consciousness have been so quickly persuaded of the fundamental goodness and virginal innocence of the Nambiquara merely on the strength of an empirical account. From the point of view of anthropological science, this conclusion is as surprising as the wicked American anthropologists might be distressing, Levi-Strauss's word. Surprising, indeed, that this unconditional affirmation of the radical goodness of the Nambiquara comes from the pen of an anthropologist who sets against the bloodless phantoms of the philosophers of consciousness and intuition, those who have been, if the beginning of Triste-Estropique is to be believed, his only true masters, Marx and Freud. The thinkers assembled hastily at the beginning of that book under the banner of metaphysics, phenomenology, and existentialism, would not be recognized in the features ascribed to them. That goes without saying. But it would be wrong to conclude that, conversely, Marx and Freud would have been satisfied by the discourse written in their name, and notably the chapters that interest us. They generally demanded to see proof when one spoke of great sweetness of nature, profound nonchalance, naive and charming animal satisfaction, and something that can be recognized as one of the most moving and authentic manifestations of human tenderness. They wanted to see proof and would undoubtedly not have understood what could possibly be referred to as the original alliance, later renewed, permitting the founding, together of the we against the him, already quoted, or as that regular and, as it were crystalline structure which the best preserved of primitive societies teach us is not contradictory to humanity. Leçon inaugurale au Collège de France, p. 49. I. Within this entire system of philosophical kinship and genealogical claims, not the least surprised might well be Rousseau. Would he not have asked that he be allowed to live in peace with the philosophers of consciousness and of interior sentiment, in peace with that sensible cogito, 15 with that interior voice which, he believed, as one knows, never lied? To create intrinsic agreement among Rousseau, Marx, and Freud is a difficult task. Is it possible to make them agree among themselves in the systematic rigor of conceptuality? Writing and man's exploitation by man. Without ever completing his project, the bricoleur always puts something of himself into it. The savage mind. Perhaps his system is false, but developing it, he has painted himself truly. J. Rousseau, Dialogues. Let us finally open a writing lesson. If we give so much attention to the chapter, it is not in order to take unfair advantage of a travel journal, something that could be considered the least scientific expression of a thought. On the one hand, all the themes of the systematic theory of writing presented for the first time in Triste-Estropique may be found in other writings, 16 in another form and more or less dispersed. On the other hand, the theoretical content is itself expounded at length in this work, at greater length than anywhere else, as a commentary on an extraordinary incident. This incident is also reported in the same terms at the beginning of the dissertation on the Nambiquara, 7 years earlier than Triste-Estropique. J. Finally, it is only in Triste-Estropique that the system is articulated in the most rigorous and complete way. The indispensable premises, namely the nature of the organism submitted to the aggression of writing, are nowhere more explicit. That is why we have followed the description of the innocence of the Nambiquara at length. Only an innocent community, only a community of reduced dimensions, a Rousseauist theme that will soon become clearer, only a micro-society of non-violence and freedom, all the members of which can by rights remain within range of an immediate and transparent, a crystalline address, fully self-present in its living speech. Only such a community can suffer, as the surprise of an aggression coming from without, the insinuation of writing, the infiltration of its ruse and of its perfidy. Only such a community can import from the foreigner the exploitation of man by man. The lesson is therefore complete. In subsequent texts, the theoretical conclusions of the incident will be presented without the concrete premises, original innocence will be implied but not expounded. In the earlier text, the dissertation on the Nambiquara, the incident is reported but it does not lead, as in Triste-Estropique, to a long meditation on the historical meaning, origin, and function of the written. On the other hand, we will draw from the dissertation information that will be valuable as marginalia to Triste-Estropique. Writing, the exploitation of man by man, we do not impose this language upon Levi-Strauss. Let us recall the conversations by way of precaution. Writing itself seemed to us to be associated in any permanent way, in its origins, only with societies which are based on the exploitation of man by man. p. 36, p. 30. In Tristes Tropiques, Lévi-Strauss is aware of proposing a Marxist theory of writing. He says it in a letter of 1955, the year the book appeared, to Nouvelle Critique. Criticized by Maxime Rodinson, 1915-2004, in the name of Marxism, he complains. If he, M. Rodinson, had read my book, instead of confining himself to the extracts published a few months ago, he would have found, in addition to a Marxist hypothesis on the origins of writing, 2 studies dedicated to Brazilian tribes, the Caduvio and the Baroro, which are efforts to interpret native superstructures based upon dialectical materialism. The novelty of this approach in the Western anthropological literature perhaps deserves more attention and sympathy. 17. Our question is therefore no longer only how to reconcile Rousseau and Marx but also, is it sufficient to speak of superstructure and to denounce in an hypothesis an exploitation of man by man in order to confer a Marxian pertinence upon this hypothesis? A question that has meaning only through implying an original rigor in Marxist criticism and distinguish it from all other criticism of suffering, of violence, of exploitation, etc., for example, from Buddhist criticism. Our question has clearly no meaning at the point where one can say between Marxist criticism and Buddhist criticism, there is neither opposition nor contradiction. 18. Another precaution is necessary before the lesson. We have earlier emphasized the ambiguity of the ideology which governs the Saussurian exclusion of writing, a profound ethnocentrism privileging the model of phonetic writing, a model that makes the exclusion of the graphy easier and more legitimate. But ethnocentrism thinking itself as anti-ethnocentrism, ethnocentrism in the consciousness of a liberating progressivism. By radically separating language, langue, from writing, by placing the latter below and outside, believing at least that one was able to do so, by giving oneself the illusion of liberating linguistics from all involvement with written evidence, one thinks in fact effectively to restore the status of authentic language, langue, human and fully signifying language, langage, to all languages, langue, practiced by peoples whom one nevertheless continues to describe as without writing. It is not fortuitous that the same ambiguity affects Lévi-Strauss's intentions. On the one hand, one admits the colloquial difference between language and writing, the rigorous exteriority of one to the other, which permits the distinction between peoples using writing and peoples without writing. Lévi-Strauss is never suspicious of the value of such a distinction, which permits him above all to consider the passage from speech to writing as a leap, as the instantaneous crossing of a line of discontinuity, passage from a fully oral language, langage, pure of all writing, pure, innocent, to a language appending to itself its graphic representation as an accessory signifier of a new type, opening a technique of oppression. Lévi-Strauss needed this epigenetist concept of writing in order that the theme of evil and of exploitation suddenly coming about with the graphy could indeed be the theme of a surprise and an accident affecting the purity of an innocent language from without. Affecting it as if by chance. 19 At any rate the epigenetist thesis repeats, in connection with writing this time, an affirmation that we could have encountered 5 years previously in the introduction à l'œuvre de Marcel Mauss, p. 47, language can only have arisen all at once. There might well be more than one question to pose on this paragraph, which ties sense to signification and very narrowly to linguistic signification in the spoken language. Let us simply read these few lines. Whatever might have been the moment and the circumstances of its appearance in the ascent of animal life, language can only have arisen all at once. Things cannot have begun to signify gradually. In the wake of a transformation which is not a subject of study for the social sciences, but for biology and psychology, a shift occurred from a stage when nothing had sense to another when everything did. p. 59, translation modified. That biology and psychology could account for this rupture would seem to us more than problematic. There follows a fertile distinction between signifying discourse and knowing discourse, which, some 50 years previously, a philosopher of consciousness, more neglected than others, had articulated rigorously in logical investigations. K. This epigenetism is, nevertheless, not the most Rousseauist aspect of a thought which so often gives as its authority the essay on the origin of languages and the second discourse, where however it is also a question of the infinite time that the first invention of languages, langue, must have cost. Discours p. 146, p. 189. The traditional and fundamental ethnocentrism which, inspired by the model of phonetic writing, separates writing from speech with an axe, is thus handled and thought of as anti-ethnocentrism. It supports an ethico-political accusation, man's exploitation by man is the fact of writing cultures of the Western type. Communities of innocent and unoppressive speech are saved from this accusation. On the other hand, it is the other side of the same gesture, the division between peoples with and peoples without writing, if Lévi-Strauss constantly recognizes its pertinence, is immediately effaced by him from the moment that one might ethnocentrically wish to make it play a role in the reflection on history and on the respective value of cultures. The difference between peoples with and peoples without writing is accepted, but writing as the criterion of historicity or cultural value is not taken into account. Ethnocentrism will apparently be avoided at the very moment when it will have already profoundly operated, silently imposing its standard concepts of speech and writing. This was exactly the pattern of the Saussurian gesture. In other words, all the liberating criticisms and legitimate denunciations with which Lévi-Strauss has harried the presupposed distinctions between historical societies and societies without history, remain dependent on the concept of writing we problematize here. What is the writing lesson? Lesson in a double sense, and the title is great at preserving both senses. Writing lesson, since it is a question of writing learned. The Nambiquara chief learns writing from the anthropologist. He learns it first without comprehension. He mimics writing before he understands its language, langage, function, or rather he understands its profoundly enslaving function before understanding its function, here accessory, of communication, signification, of the tradition of a signified. But the writing lesson is also a lesson learned from writing, instruction that the anthropologist believes he can induce from the incident in the course of a long meditation. When, fighting, he says, against insomnia, he reflects on the origin, function, and sense of writing. Having taught the gesture of writing to a Nambiquara chief who learned without comprehension, the anthropologist, himself, understands what he is taught and pulls from it the lesson of writing. Thus, 2 moments. A. The empirical relation of a perception, the scene of the extraordinary incident. B. After the vicissitudes of the day, sleepless in the watches of the night, a historico-philosophical reflection on the scene of writing and the profound meaning of the incident, of the closed history of writing. A. The extraordinary incident. From the very first lines, the decor reminds us of that anthropological violence of which we spoke above. The 2 parts are well engaged here, and that restores the true sense of the remarks on a great sweetness of nature, a naive and charming animal satisfaction, the profound nonchalance, the most moving and authentic manifestations of human tenderness. For example, their more than dubious welcome combined with their leader's extreme nervousness seemed to suggest that he had forced their hand, somewhat, in the whole matter. Neither we nor the Indians felt at all at our ease. The night promised to be cold, and, as there were no trees, we had to lie, like the Nambiquara, on the bare ground. No one slept. We kept, all night long, a polite watch upon one another. It would have been rash to prolong the adventure, and I suggested to the leader that we should get down to our exchanges without further delay. It was then that there occurred an extraordinary incident which forces me to go back a little in time. One suspects that the Nambiquara do not know how to write. But they were also unable to draw, except for a few dots and zigzags on their calabashes. I distributed pencils and paper among them, nonetheless, as I had done with the Kaduvio. At first they made no use of them. Then, one day, I saw that they were all busy drawing wavy horizontal lines on the paper. What were they trying to do? I had to face facts. They were writing, or, more exactly, they were trying to do as I did with my pencils, the only one they could conceive of, for I had not yet tried to amuse them with my drawings. With most of them, that was as far as they got, but their leader saw further into the problem. Doubtless he was the only one among them to have understood what writing was for. p. 288, translation modified. Let us mark a first pause here. Among many others, this fragment comes superimposed upon a passage from the thesis on the Nambiquara. The incident was already related there, and it may be useful to refer to it. 3 specific points omitted from Triste-Estropique can be found in the thesis. They are not without interest. 1. This small group of Nambiquara 20 nevertheless uses a word to designate the act of writing, at least a word that may serve that end. There is no linguistic surprise in the face of the supposed eruption of a new power. This detail, omitted from Triste-Estropique, was indicated in the thesis. The Nambiquara of Group A do not know anything about design, if one accepts some geometric sketches on their calabashes. For many days, they did not know what to do with the paper and the pencils that we distributed to them. Some time later, we saw them very busily drawing wavy lines. In that they imitated the only use that they had seen us make of our notebooks, namely writing, but without understanding its end or its scope. They called the act of writing ikaru kijutu, namely, making stripes. It is quite evident that a literal translation of the words that would wish to say to write in the languages, long, of peoples with writing would also reduce that word to a rather poor gestural signification. It is as if one said that such a language has no word designating writing, and that therefore those who practice it do not know how to write, on the pretext that they use a word meaning to scratch, to engrave, to claw, to scrape, to incise, to trace, to imprint, etc. as if to write in its metaphoric kernel, wanted to say something else. Is not ethnocentrism always betrayed by the haste with which it is satisfied by certain translations or certain domestic equivalents? To say that a people do not know how to write because one can translate the word which they use to designate the act of inscribing as making stripes, is that not as if one should refuse them speech by translating the equivalent word by to cry, to sing, to sigh? Indeed to stammer. By simple analogy with respect to the mechanisms of ethnocentric assimilation/exclusion, let us recall with Renan that, in the most ancient languages, the words used to designate foreign peoples are drawn from two sources, either words that signify to stammer, or words that signify mute. 21 and ought one to conclude that the Chinese are a people without writing because the word wen designates many things besides writing in the narrow sense? As in fact Jagernet notes. The word wen signifies a conglomeration of marks, the simple character of writing. It applies to the veins in stones and wood, to constellations, represented by the strokes connecting the stars, to the tracks of birds and quadrupeds on the ground. Chinese tradition would have it that the observation of these tracks suggested the invention of writing, to tattoo and even, for example, to the designs that decorate the turtle's shell. The turtle is wise, an ancient text says, gifted that is to say with magical religious powers, for it carries designs on its back. The term wen has designated, by extension, literature and customary courtesy. Its antonyms are the words wu, warrior, military, and ji, brute matter not yet polished or ornamented. 22. 2. In this operation, which consists of making stripes and which is thus accommodated into the dialect of this subgroup, Levi-Strauss can tell an exclusively aesthetic signification. They called the act of writing ikaru kijutu, namely making stripes, which had an aesthetic interest for them. One wonders what the scope of such a conclusion could be and what the specificity of the aesthetic category could signify here. Levi-Strauss seems not only to presume that one can isolate aesthetic value, which is clearly most problematic, and in fact it is the anthropologists more than anyone else who have put us on guard against this abstraction, but also to suppose that in writing properly speaking, to which the Nambiquara would not have access, the aesthetic quality is extrinsic. Let us simply point at this problem. Moreover, even if one did not wish to treat the sense of such a conclusion with suspicion, one could still be troubled by the paths that lead to it. The anthropologist managed to reach this conclusion by way of a sentence noted in another subgroup, Kihicognirmu? In translated as making stripes, that's pretty. To conclude from this proposition thus translated and collected within another group, BL, that making stripes held for group, AL, an aesthetic interest, which implies only an aesthetic interest, is what poses problems of logic that once again we are content simply to signal. 3. When, in Triste Estropique, Levi-Strauss remarks that the Nambiquara could not write, they were also unable to draw, except for a few dots and zigzags on their calabashes, because, equipped by instruments furnished by them, they trace only wavy horizontal lines and that with most of them, that was as far as they got. These notations are brief. Not only are they not to be found in the thesis, but, in fact, 80 pages further on, p. 123, the thesis presents the results at which certain Nambiquara managed very quickly to arrive and which Levi-Strauss presents as a cultural innovation inspired by our own designs. Now it is not merely a question of representational designs, cf. Figure 19, p. 123, p. 142, showing a man or a monkey, but of patterns describing, explaining, writing, a genealogy and a social structure. And that is a decisive phenomenon. It is now known, thanks to unquestionable and abundant information, that the birth of writing, in the colloquial sense, was nearly everywhere and most often linked to genealogical anxiety. The memory and oral tradition of generations, which sometimes goes back very far with peoples supposedly without writing, are often cited in this connection. Levi-Strauss himself does it in the Conversations, p. 29, p. 26. I know, of course, that the societies we call primitive often have a quite staggering capacity for remembering, and we have been told about Polynesian communities who can recite straight-off family trees involving dozens of generations, but that kind of feat obviously has its limits. Now it is this limit which is crossed a bit everywhere when writing, in the colloquial sense, appears. Here its function is to conserve and give to a genealogical classification, with all that that might imply, a supplementary objectification of another order. So much so that a people who accede to genealogical design succeed also to writing in the colloquial sense, understand its function and go much farther than THIRD-WORLDISM gives it to be understood. That was as far as they got. Here one passes from arch writing to writing in the colloquial sense. This passage, whose difficulty we do not wish to underestimate, is not a passage from speech to writing, it operates within writing in general. The genealogical relation and social classification are the stitched seam of arch writing, condition of the so-called oral language, and of writing in the colloquial sense. But their leader saw further into the problem. Of this leader, the dissertation tells us that he is remarkably intelligent, conscious of his responsibilities, active, enterprising, and ingenious. He was a man of about 35, married to 3 women. His attitude to writing is most revealing. He immediately understood its role as sign, and the social superiority that it confers. L. Levi-Strauss follows up with an account which is reproduced in nearly the same terms in THIRD-WORLDISM where we read it now. He alone, no doubt, was the one who understood the function of writing. And so he asked me for one of my notepads, and we were similarly equipped when we were working together. He does not communicate verbally the information that I want from him, but traces on his paper some sinuous line or two and gives it to me, as if I could read his response. He himself is half deceived by his own play-acting. Each time his hand achieves a line, he examines it anxiously, as if its meaning must suddenly burst forth, and of the same disillusion paints itself over his face. But he would not agree, and it is tacitly understood between us that his scrawl possesses a sense that I pretend to decipher. His own verbal commentary follows almost immediately, and exempted me from asking for the necessary clarification. THIRD-WORLDISM, p. 350, pages 288-89, translation modified. What follows corresponds to a passage in the thesis which comes more than 40 pages, p. 89, p. 103, after the above, and concerns a significant fact to which we shall return, the function of the commandment. And now, no sooner was everyone assembled than he drew forth from a basket a piece of paper covered with scribbled lines and pretended to read from it. With a show of hesitation he looked up and down his list for the objects to be given in exchange for his people's presents. To so-and-so a bow and arrows, a machete, and another a string of beads. For his necklaces, and so on for 2 solid hours. What was he hoping for? To deceive himself, perhaps, but, even more, to amaze his companions and persuade them that his intermediacy was responsible for the exchanges, that he had allied himself with the white man, and that he could now share in his secrets. We were in a hurry to get away, since there would obviously be a moment of real danger at which all the marvels I had brought would have been handed over. So I did not want to give the incident any depth, and we set off on the return journey, still guided by the Indians. p. 289. The story is very beautiful. It is in fact tempting to read it as a parable in which each element, each semanteme, refers to a recognized function of writing, hierarchization, the economic function of mediation and of capitalization, participation in the quasi-religious secret. Here we see all this, verified in all phenomena of writing, assembled, concentrated, organized in the structure of an exemplary event or a very brief sequence of facts and gestures. All the organic complexity of writing is here collected within the simple focus of a parable. b. The rememoration of the scene. Let us now pass on to the lesson of the lesson. It is longer than the relation of the incident, covers 3 very dense pages, and the text of the conversations, which reproduces the essential parts of it, is considerably briefer. It is therefore in the thesis that the incident is reported without theoretical commentary, and in the anthropologist's confession that the theory is most abundantly developed. Let us follow the thread of the demonstration through the evocation of apparently unquestionable historical facts. It is the gap between the factual certainty and its interpretative revival that will be of special interest to us. The most massive gap will appear first, but not only, between the meager fact of the extraordinary incident and the general philosophy of writing. The point of the incident in effect supports an enormous theoretical edifice. After the extraordinary incident, the anthropologist's situation remains precarious. Some words organize the description: aborted visit, mystification, irritating atmosphere. The anthropologist suddenly finds himself alone, in the middle of the bush, having lost his way, in despair, demoralized. He was no longer armed in a hostile zone, and he is agitated by dark thoughts. Then the threat subsides, the hostility disappears. It is night, the incident is closed, the exchanges have taken place, it is time to reflect upon the story, It is the moment of wakefulness and rememoration. Still tormented by this ridiculous incident, I slept badly and eluded insomnia by looking back upon the scene of the exchanges. Two significances are quickly drawn from the incident itself. 1. The appearance of writing is instantaneous. It is not prepared for. Such a leap would prove that the possibility of writing does not inhabit speech, but the outside of speech. So writing had made its appearance among the Nambiquara. But not at all, as one might have supposed, as the result of laborious apprenticeship. From what does Levi-Strauss arrive at this epigenetism that is indispensable if one wishes to safeguard the exteriority of writing to speech? From the incident? But the scene was not the scene of the origin, but only that of the imitation of writing. Even if it were a question of writing, what has the character of suddenness here is not the passage to writing, the invention of writing, but the importation of an already constituted writing. It is a borrowing and an artificial borrowing. As Levi-Strauss himself says, its symbol had been borrowed, while its reality remained quite foreign. p. 352, p. 290, translation modified. Besides, we know that this character of suddenness belongs to all the phenomena of the diffusion or transmission of writing. It has never been able to describe the appearance of writing, which has, on the contrary, been laborious, progressive, and differentiated in its stages. And the rapidity of the borrowing, when it has happened, presupposes the previous presence of the structures that make it possible. 2. The second significance that Levi-Strauss believes he can read in the text of the scene itself is linked to the first. Since they learned without understanding, since the chief used writing effectively without knowing either the way it functioned or the content signified by it, the end of writing is political and not theoretical, sociological, rather than intellectual. p. 352, p. 290, translation modified. This opens and covers the entire space within which Levi-Strauss is now going to think writing. Its symbol had been borrowed, while its reality remained quite foreign. And the borrowing had been with a view to a sociological, rather than an intellectual end, for it was not a question of knowing, of retaining, or understanding, but enhancing the prestige and authority of one individual, or one function, at the expense of others. A native, still in the Stone Age, had guessed that the great means of understanding, even if not understood, could at least serve other ends. p. 352, p. 290, translation modified. Distinguishing thus the sociological end from the intellectual end, attributing the former and not the latter to writing, one credits a very problematic difference between intersubjective relationship and knowledge. If it is true, as we in fact believe, that writing cannot be thought outside of the horizon of intersubjective violence, is there anything, even science, which radically escapes it? Is there a knowledge, and, above all, a language, langage, scientific or not, that one can call alien at once to writing and to violence? If one answers in the negative, as we do, the use of these concepts to discern the specific character of writing is not pertinent. So much so that all the examples 23 by which Levi-Strauss next illustrates this proposition are of course true and probing, but by too much. The conclusion that they sustain goes far beyond the field of what is here called writing in the colloquial sense. It also covers the field of unwritten speech that would wish to say that, if writing is to be related to violence, writing appears well before writing in the narrow sense, already in the difference or the arch writing that opens speech itself. Thus suggesting what he will later confirm, that the essential function of writing is to favor enslaving power rather than disinterested science, according to the distinction he seems to hold, Levi-Strauss now can, in a second wave of meditation, neutralize the frontier between peoples without and with writing, not with regard to the use of writing, but with regard to what one has believed to be able to deduce from it, with regard to their historicity or their non-historicity. This neutralization is very valuable. It authorizes the themes, a. of the essential and irreducible relativity in the perception of historical movement, cf. Recette histoire, b. of the differences between warm and cold in the historical temperature of societies, Conversations, p. 43, pages 38-39, and Passum, c. of the relationships between anthropology and history. 24. Thus, given this trust in the presumed difference between science and power, it is a matter of showing that writing does not offer any pertinence in the appreciation of historical rhythms and types, the epoch of the massive creation of social, economic, technical, political, and other structures, upon which we still subsist, the Neolithic Age, did not know writing. 25. What is it to say this? In the text that follows, we shall isolate three potentially controversial propositions. We will not engage in the controversy, In the interest of proceeding more quickly to the end of the argument that interests Lévi-Strauss and to situate the debate there. First proposition. After eliminating all the criteria proposed for distinguishing between barbarism and civilization, one would like to retain at least this one: peoples with or without writing, the ones capable of accumulating a body of knowledge, earlier acquisitions anciennes, that help them to move ever faster toward the goal that they have assigned to themselves, whereas the others, powerless to retain the past beyond the fringe that individual memory suffices to fix, would remain imprisoned within a fluctuating history to which an origin and a lasting consciousness of a project would always be lacking. Yet nothing of what we know of writing, or of its role in evolution, can be said to justify this conception. p. 291, translation modified. This proposition has meaning only on two conditions. 1. That one take no notice of the idea and the project of science, of the idea, that is, of truth as a theoretically infinite transmissibility. This has an historical possibility only with writing. Faced with the Husserlian analyses, crisis and the origin of geometry, which remind us of this evidence, Lévi-Strauss's proposal can be sustained only by denying all specificity to the scientific project and to the value of truth in general. This last position does not lack force, but it cannot show the worth and coherence of that force except by relinquishing its claim to be a scientific discourse. A well-known pattern. It is in fact what seems to be happening here. 2. That the Neolithic, to which in fact one may attribute the creation of the deep structures upon which we still live, did not know something like writing. It is here that the concept of writing, as it is used by a modern anthropologist, would seem singularly narrow. Anthropology today gives us a great deal of information about scripts that preceded the alphabet, about other systems of phonetic writing or systems quite ready to be phoneticized. The massive character of this information makes it unnecessary for us to insist. Second proposition. Supposing everything was acquired before writing, Lévi-Strauss has only to argue. Conversely, between the invention of writing and the birth of modern science, the Western world has lived through some 5,000 years, during which time the sum of its knowledge has rather fluctuated than known a steady increase. p. 292, translation modified, italics added by Derrida. One could be shocked by this affirmation, but we will carefully avoid that. We do not believe that such an affirmation is false. But no more do we believe that it is true. It would rather respond, for the needs of a cause, to a question which has no sense. 26 Is not the notion of the quantity of knowledge suspect? What is a quantity of knowledge? How is it modified? Without speaking of the sciences of order or of quality, we may wonder what the quantity of the science of pure quantity signifies. How can it be evaluated in quantity? Such questions can only be answered in the style of pure empiricity. Unless one attempts to respect the very complex laws of the capitalization of learning, something that cannot be done without considering writing more attentively. One can say the opposite of what Lévi-Strauss says and it would be neither truer nor more false. One can say that during such and such a half-century, even before modern science, and today every minute, the accretion of knowledge has gone infinitely beyond what it was for millennia. So much for accretion. As for the notion of fluctuation, it presents itself as perfectly empirical. In any case, propositions of essence can never be made to fit a scale. Third proposition. It is the most disconcerting one in the development of this paragraph. Let us suppose that the advent of writing 3,000 or 4,000 years ago had brought nothing decisive in the domain of knowledge. Lévi-Strauss concedes nevertheless that it has not at all been the same thing for the last 2 centuries. However, according to his own scale, it is not clear what justifies this cut-off point. Yet it is there. Doubtless the scientific expansion of the 19th and 20th centuries could hardly have occurred without writing. But this necessary condition is certainly not sufficient as its explanation. p. 292. Not only is one surprised by the cut-off point, but one also wonders what particular objection Lévi-Strauss seems to reject here. No one has ever been able to think that writing, the written notation, since that is at issue here, was the sufficient condition of science, and that it would suffice to learn how to write in order to be learned. Much has been written that would suffice to rid us of this illusion if we possessed it. But to recognize that writing is the necessary condition of science, that there is no science without writing, is what is important, and Lévi-Strauss knows this. And as it is difficult in any rigorous way to place the beginnings of science in the 19th century, his entire argument founders on or is contaminated by the gross index of empirical approximation. In truth this insists, and that is why we pass over this argument quickly, on the fact that Lévi-Strauss is determined to abandon this terrain, To explain very quickly why the problem of science is not the best access to the origin and function of writing, if we want to correlate the appearance of writing with certain other characteristics of civilization, we must look elsewhere. p. 292, translation modified. Thus it must rather be demonstrated that, according to the dissociation which had perplexed us, the origin of writing responded to a more sociological than intellectual necessity. The following page must therefore not only make clear this sociological necessity, which would be a poor truism and would have little enough to do with the sociological specificity of writing, but also that this social necessity is that of domination, exploitation, enslavement, and perfidy. To read this page appropriately, one must differentiate it into its strata. The author presents here what he calls his hypothesis. If my hypothesis is correct, it must be admitted that the primary function of written communication is to facilitate 27 enslavement. On a first level, this hypothesis is so quickly confirmed that it hardly merits its name. These facts are well known. It has long been known that the power of writing in the hands of a small number, caste, or class, is always contemporaneous with hierarchization, let us say with political difference, at the same time distinction into groups, classes, and levels of economico-politico-technical power, and delegation of authority, power deferred and abandoned to an organ of capitalization. This phenomenon is produced from the very onset of sedentarization, with the constitution of stocks at the origin of agricultural societies. Here things are so patent 28 that the empirical illustration that Lévi-Strauss sketches could be infinitely enriched. This entire structure appears as soon as a society begins to live as a society, that is to say from the origin of life in general, when, at very heterogeneous levels of organization and complexity, it is possible to defer presence, that is to say expense or consumption, and to organize production, that is to say reserve in general. This is produced well before the appearance of writing in the narrow sense, but it is true, and one cannot ignore it, that the appearance of certain systems of writing 3,000 or 4,000 years ago was an extraordinary leap in the history of life. All the more extraordinary because a prodigious expansion of the power of difference was not accompanied, at least during these millennia, by any notable transformation of the organism. It is precisely the property of the power of difference to modify life less and less as it spreads out. If it became infinite, what its essence excludes a priori, life itself would be made into an impassive, intangible, and eternal presence, infinite difference, God or death. This leads us to a second level of reading. It will show, at the same time, Lévi-Strauss's final intention, toward which the demonstration orients the factual evidence, as well as the political ideology that, under the title of a Marxist hypothesis, is articulated with the finest example of what we have called the metaphysics of presence. Earlier in this chapter, the empirical character of the analyses concerning the status of science and the accumulation of knowledge removed all rigor from each of the propositions advanced and permitted their consideration with an equal pertinence as true or false. It is the pertinence of the question which appeared doubtful. The same thing happens here again. What is going to be called enslavement can equally legitimately be called liberation. And it is at the moment that this oscillation is stopped on the signification of enslavement that the discourse is paralyzed into a determined ideology that we would judge disturbing if such were our first preoccupation here. In this text, Lévi-Strauss makes no difference between hierarchization and domination, between political authority and exploitation. The tone that commands these reflections is of an anarchism that deliberately confounds law and oppression. The idea of law and positive right, although it is difficult to think them in their formality, in that generality that where ignorance of the law is no defense, before the possibility of writing, is determined by Lévi-Strauss's constraint and enslavement. Political power can only be the custodian of an unjust power. A classical and coherent thesis, but here advanced as self-evident, without opening the least bit of critical dialogue with the holders of the other thesis, according to which the generality of the law is on the contrary the condition of liberty in civil space. No dialogue, for example, with Rousseau, who would no doubt have shuddered to see a self-proclaimed disciple define law as follows. Writing may not have sufficed to consolidate human knowledge, but it may well have been indispensable to the consolidation of dominions. To bring the matter nearer to our own time, the European-wide movement towards compulsory education in the 19th century went hand in hand with the extension of military service and with proletarization. The struggle against illiteracy is thus indistinguishable from the increased powers exerted over the individual citizen by the central authority. For it is only when everyone can read that authority can decree that ignorance of law is no defense. 29. One must be careful in order to appreciate these grave declarations. One must above all avoid reversing them and taking the opposite view. In a certain given historical structure, for example, In the age of which Levi-Strauss speaks, it is undoubtedly true that the progress of formal legality, the struggle against illiteracy, and the like, could have functioned as a mystifying force and an instrument consolidating the power of a class or a state whose formal universal significance was confiscated by a particular empirical force. Perhaps this necessity is indispensable and impossible to supersede. But to derive from it the authority to define the law and the state in a simple and univocal manner, to condemn them from an ethical point of view, and with them the extension of writing, compulsory military service and proletarization, the generality of political obligation and the idea that ignorance of the law is no defense, is a consequence that cannot be rigorously deduced from these premises. If they are nevertheless deduced, as here, it must also be concluded that non-exploitation, liberty and the like go hand in hand, to utilize this most equivocal concept, with illiteracy and the absence of compulsory military service, public instruction or law in general. Is it of any use to insist? Let us keep ourselves from opposing Levi-Strauss to the system of classical arguments, or from opposing him to himself. On the preceding page, he had linked the violence of writing to the fact that it was reserved for a minority, confiscated by the scribes in the service of a caste. Now, an enslaving violence is assigned to total literacy, the incoherence is only apparent. Universality is always monopolized as empirical force by a determined empirical force, such is the unique affirmation that is common to both these propositions. In order to tackle this problem, should one wonder what the meaning of enslavement to a law of universal form can be? One could do it, but it is better to give up that classical course. It would soon enough show us that the access to writing is the constitution of a free subject and the violent movement of its own effacement and of its own bondage. A movement unthinkable within the classical concepts of ethics, psychology, political philosophy, and metaphysics. Let us leave that proposition up in the air. We have not yet finished reading the writing lesson. For Levi-Strauss goes further under the sign of this libertarian ideology, whose anti-colonialist and anti-ethnocentric hue is rather specific. Enterprise moved rapidly from the national to the international level, thanks to the mutual complicity which sprang up between newborn states, confronted as these were with the problems that had been our own, a century or two ago, and an international society of peoples long privileged. These latter recognize that their stability may well be endangered by nations whose knowledge of the written word is not, as yet, empowered them to think in formulae which can be modified at will. Such nations are not yet ready to be edified. Acceding to the knowledge piled up on the library shelves, they are perilously vulnerable to the lies that printed documents propagate in ever greater proportions. Translation modified, italics added by Derrida. Taking the same precautions that we took a moment ago with respect to the possible truth that such affirmations can contain, let us paraphrase this text. It is, in the name of the liberty of decolonized peoples, a critique of the young states that side with the old states so recently denounced, complicity, between young states, and an international society of peoples long privileged. Critique of an enterprise, the propagation of writing is presented through the concepts of a voluntarist psychology. The international political phenomenon that it constitutes is described in terms of a deliberately and consciously organized plot. A critique of the state in general and of the young states that extend writing for propagandistic ends, to assure the legibility and effectiveness of their tracts, to protect themselves from nations whose knowledge of the written word has not, as yet, empowered them to think in formulae which can be modified at will. Which implies that oral formulae are not modifiable, not more modifiable at will than written formulae. This is not the least of the paradoxes. Yet once again, I do not profess that writing may not and does not in fact play this role, but from that to attribute to writing the specificity of this role and to conclude that speech is exempt from it, is an abyss that one must not leap over so lightly. I shall not comment on what is said about access to knowledge piled up on library shelves, determined in an univocal way as vulnerability to the lies that printed documents and so on. One could describe the ideological atmosphere within which such formulae breathe today. Suffice it to recognize here the heritage of the second discourse. Let us then leave scientific books, and contemplating the first and most simple operations of the human soul. p. 157, translation modified, O man! Behold your history, such as I believe to have read it, not in books written by your fellow creatures, who are liars, but in nature, which never lies. p. 176, translation modified, of Emile. The misuse of books kills learning. So many books lead us to neglect the book of the world. We should not read, but rather look. I get rid of the chief cause of their sorrows, namely their books. Reading is the scourge of childhood. The child who reads does not think, etc. From a Savoyard priest. I have closed all the books, pages 574, 575, 186, 378, pages 414, 415, 131, 270, most translations modified, of the Lettre à Christophe de Beaumont. I looked for truth in books, I found in them nothing but lies and error. M. After this nocturnal meditation, Lévi-Strauss returns to the extraordinary incident. And it is to give praise, now justified by history, to those wise Nambiquara who had the courage to resist writing as well as the mystification of their chief. Praise of those who knew to interrupt, only for a time, alas, the fatal course of evolution and who, managed, themselves a respite. In this respect and with regard to what concerns Nambiquara society, the anthropologist is resolutely conservative. As he will note about 100 pages later, at home, the anthropologist may be a natural subversive, in rebellion against traditional usage, but no sooner has he in focus a society different from his own than he becomes respectful all the way to conservatism. P. 380, translation modified. Two motifs in the concluding lines: on the one hand, as with Rousseau, the theme of a necessary or rather fatal degradation, as the very form of progress; on the other hand, nostalgia for what preceded this degradation, an effective impulse toward the islets of resistance, the small communities that have provisionally held themselves sheltered from corruption. Cf. Conversations, p. 49, p. 41, on this subject, a corruption linked, as in Rousseau, to writing and to the dislocation of a unanimous people assembled in the self-presence of its speech. We shall return to this. Let us read. Doubtless the die is already cast. The question here is the fatal evolution into which peoples who were hitherto protected from writing are already driven, a more fatalistic than determinist proposition. The historical concatenation is thought under the concept of play and chance. The frequent metaphor of the player in Lévi-Strauss's texts must be studied, but in my Nambiquara village strong-minded people were not so easily taken in. Translation modified, italics added by Derrida. These strong-minded people are the resistors, those whom their chief could not trick, and who have more character than subtlety, more heart and traditional pride than openness of spirit. Those who broke solidarity with the chief, after he had tried to play the card of civilization. After my visit he was abandoned by most of his followers, understood confusedly that writing and falsehood had penetrated their home together. Taking refuge deeper in the bush on this its first appearance in their midst, had allied itself with, and so they managed for themselves a respite. P. 293, translation modified. The episode of this resistance is also given in the thesis, p. 89, p. 103. 1. If words have a meaning, and if writing and falsehood had penetrated their home together, one should think that falsehood and all the associated values and non-values were absent in societies said to be without writing. To suspect this it is not necessary to cover a lot of ground, empirical detour by the evocation of facts, the a prioric or transcendental regression that we followed by way of introduction. Recalling in this introduction that violence did not wait for the appearance of writing in the narrow sense, that writing has already begun in language, langage, we, like Lévi-Strauss, conclude that violence is writing. But, coming at it another way, this proposition has a radically different meaning. It ceases to be supported by the myth of a speech originally good, and of a violence which would come to pounce upon it as a fatal accident. Fatal accident which is nothing but history itself. Not that. By this more or less overt reference to the idea of a fall into evil from the innocence of the word, Lévi-Strauss makes this classical and implicit theology his own. It is just that his anthropological discourse is produced through concepts, schemata, and values that are, systematically and genealogically, accomplices of this theology and this metaphysics. Therefore we will not make the long empirical or a prioric detour here. We will be happy to compare different moments in the description of Nambiquara society. If the lesson is to be believed, the Nambiquara did not know violence before writing, nor yet hierarchization, since that is quickly assimilated into exploitation. Now, around where the lesson is narrated, it suffices to open Tristes and the thesis at any page to find striking evidence to the contrary. We are dealing here not only with a strongly hierarchized society, but with a society where relationships are marked with a spectacular violence. As spectacular as the innocent and tender frolics evoked at the beginning of the lesson, and that we were thus justified in considering as the calculated premises of a loaded argument. Among many analogous passages that we cannot cite here, let us look at page 87, p. 101, of the dissertation. The subject is clearly the Nambiquara before writing. The chief should show a continual talent which is more closely related to electoral politics than to the exercise of power, to maintain his group, and if possible, to enlarge it by new adherents. The nomadic band in fact represents a fragile unit. If the authority of the chief becomes too demanding, if he monopolizes too great a number of women, if he is not capable in periods of famine of resolving the food problems, discontent is created, individuals or families break away, and go to attach themselves to a related band whose affairs seem to be better conducted, better nourished thanks to the discovery of a hunting or collecting site, or richer because of barter with neighboring groups, or more powerful after victorious wars. The chief then finds himself at the head of a too restricted group, incapable of facing daily difficulties, or whose women are exposed to being carried off by stronger neighbors, and he is obliged to renounce his command in order to join a more happy faction with his faithful followers. The Nambiquara society is thus in a state of perpetual flux. Groups form, are broken up, grow and disappear, and, in several months' time, sometime the composition, number, and distribution of bands become unrecognizable. All of these transformations are accompanied by intrigues and conflicts, by rises and falls, the whole thing being produced at an extremely rapid rhythm. One could also cite entire chapters of the thesis entitled War and Commerce, and From Birth to Death. Also everything concerning the use of poisons, in the thesis and in THIRD-WORLDISM. Just as there is a battle of proper names, there is a battle of poisons in which the anthropologist is himself embroiled. A delegation of 4 men came to me and, in a quite threatening tone, asked me to mix poison, which they brought me at the same time, with the next dish that I should offer to A6. It was considered indispensable to suppress him rapidly, because, I was told, he was very wicked, cockor, and totally worthless. 818, p. 124, p. 143. I shall cite only one more passage, happy complement of an idyllic description. We have described the tender companionship which presides in the relationships between the sexes, and the general harmony which reigns in the bosom of the groups. But when these are altered, it is to give way to the most extreme solutions, poisoning and murder. No South American group, to our knowledge, translates in such a sincere and spontaneous way, such violent and opposed sentiments, whose individual expression seems inseparable from a social stylization which never betrays them. p. 126, p. 145. Is this final formula not applicable to all social groups in general? 2. Thus we are led back to Rousseau. The ideal profoundly underlying this philosophy of writing is therefore the image of a community immediately present to itself, without difference, a community of speech where all the members are within earshot. To confirm this, we will refer neither to THIRD-WORLDISM nor to its theoretical echo, the Conversations, but to a text included in Structural Anthropology and completed in 1958 with allusions to THIRD-WORLDISM. Writing is there defined as the condition of social inauthenticity. In this respect it is, rather, modern societies that should be defined by a privative character. Our relations with others are now only occasionally and fragmentarily based upon global experience, the concrete apprehension of one subject by another. They are largely the result of indirect reconstructions, through written documents. We are no longer linked to our past by an oral tradition which implies lived contact with persons, storytellers, priests, wise men, or elders, but by books amassed in libraries, books from which criticism endeavors, with extreme difficulty, to reconstitute the face of their authors. And we communicate with the immense majority of our contemporaries by all kinds of intermediaries, written documents or administrative machinery, which undoubtedly vastly extend our contacts but at the same time make those contacts somewhat inauthentic. This has become the mark of the relationship between the citizen and power. We do not intend to give ourselves over to paradox, and define negatively the tremendous revolution brought about by the invention of writing. But it is indispensable to realize that writing, while it conferred vast benefits on humanity, did in fact deprive it of something essential. Pages 400 to 402, italics added by Derrida, pages 363 to 64, translation modified. From then on, the anthropologist's mission carries an ethical significance, to locate on that terrain the levels of authenticity. The criterion of authenticity is the neighborliness in the small communities where everyone knows everyone else. On the contrary, if we carefully consider the points of insertion which anthropological investigations, we note that in its increasingly intensive study of modern societies, anthropology has endeavored to identify levels of authenticity within them. When the ethnologist studies a village, an enterprise, or the neighborhood of a large town, his task is facilitated by the fact that almost everyone knows everyone else. He finds himself on familiar ground. In the future, it will no doubt be recognized that anthropology's most important contribution to social sciences is to have introduced, if unknowingly, This fundamental distinction between two types of social existence, a way of life recognized at the outset as traditional and archaic and characteristic of authentic societies, and a more recent form of existence, from which the first named type is not absent but where groups that are not completely, or are imperfectly, authentic are organized within a much larger and specifically inauthentic system. Pages 402-3, pages 364-65, translation modified. The clarity of this text is sufficient unto itself. In the future, it will no doubt be recognized if this is in fact anthropology's most important contribution to social science. This model of a small community with a crystalline structure, completely self-present, assembled in its own neighborhood, is undoubtedly Rousseauistic. We shall have to examine this very closely in more than one text. For the moment, and always for the same reasons, let us rather turn to the essay. Rousseau shows there that social distance, the dispersion of the neighborhood, is the condition of oppression, arbitrariness, and vice. The governments of oppression all make the same gesture, to break presence, the co-presence of citizens, the unanimity of assembled peoples, to create a situation of dispersion, holding subjects apart, incapable of feeling themselves together in the space of one and the same speech, one and the same persuasive exchange. This phenomenon is described in the last chapter of the essay. The now recognized ambiguity of this structure is such that one can equally well reverse its direction and show that this co-presence is sometimes also that of the crowd subjected to a demagogic occurring. Rousseau himself did not forget to offer his vigilance before such an inversion, signs that we must read well. Nevertheless, the essay first puts us on guard against the structures of social life and of information within the modern political machine. It is a praise of eloquence, or rather of the elocution of full speech, a condemnation of mute and impersonal signs, money, tracts, placards, weapons and soldiers in uniform. Languages, long, are naturally formed according to men's needs, they change and decay according to changes in these same needs. In ancient times, when persuasion took the place of public force, eloquence was necessary. What use could it serve today, when public force substitutes for persuasion? Neither art nor figures of speech are needed to say such as my pleasure. What discourses are then left to deliver to the assembled people? Sermons. And what does persuading the people matter to those who deliver them, since it is not the people who confers benefices? Our popular languages have become as perfectly useless to us as eloquence has. Societies have assumed their final form, nothing is in them any longer changed except by arms and cash, and as there is no longer anything to say to the people but give money, it is said to them with placards at street corners or by soldiers in their homes. It is not necessary to assemble anyone for this, on the contrary, the subjects have to be kept scattered. This is the first maxim of modern politics. Among the ancients it was easy to make oneself heard by the people in the public square, one could speak there a whole day without becoming uncomfortable. Imagine a man haranguing the people of Paris in French in the Place Vendôme. Let him scream his head off, people will hear that he is screaming, not a word of it will be made out. If the charlatans in the public squares are less bountiful in France than in Italy, it is not because they would be less well heard, écoutes, in France, not that in France people listen to them any less. It is only that they cannot hear them as well. Now I say that every language with which one cannot make oneself understood to the assembled people is a servile language. It is impossible for a people to remain free and speak that language. Chap. 20. Relationship of Languages to Government, pages 331-32, translation modified. Self-presence, transparent proximity in the face-to-face of countenances and the immediate range of the voice, this determination of social authenticity is therefore classic, Rousseauistic, but already the inheritor of Platonism. It communicates, we recall, to the anarchistic and libertarian protestations against law, the powers, and the state in general, and also with the dream of the 19th-century utopian socialisms, most specifically with the dream of Fourierism. In his laboratory, or rather in his studio, the anthropologist who uses this dream, as one item or instrument among others, serving the same obstinate desire within which the anthropologist always puts something of himself, this tool must come to terms with other means to hand. For the anthropologist also wishes himself Freudian, Marxist, with a Marxism, as we recall, whose work of critique would be neither in opposition nor in contradiction with Buddhist critique, and he even confesses to being tempted by vulgar materialism. 30. The only weakness of bricolage, but, seen as a weakness, is it not irremediable? Is a total inability to justify itself in its own discourse. The already there-ness of instruments and of concepts cannot be undone or reinvented. In that sense, the passage from desire to discourse always loses itself in bricolage. It builds its castles with debris, mythical thought, builds ideological castles out of the debris of what was once a social discourse. The Savage Mind, p. 32, p. 21. In the best of cases, the discourse of bricolage can confess in itself its desire and its defeat, give us the thought of the essence and the necessity of the already there, recognize that the most radical discourse, the most inventive and systematic engineer are surprised and circumvented by a history, a language, langage, etc., a world, for world means nothing else, from which they must borrow their tools, if only to destroy the old machine. The Strop catapult, bricolage, seems originally to have been a machine of war or the hunt, constructed to destroy. And who can believe the image of the peaceful bricoleur? The idea of the engineer breaking with all bricolage is dependent on a creationist theology. Only such a theology can sanction an essential and rigorous difference between the engineer and the bricoleur. But that the engineer should always be a sort of bricoleur should not ruin all criticism of bricolage, quite the contrary. Criticism in what sense? First of all, if the difference between bricoleur and engineer is basically theological, the very concept of bricolage implies a decline and an accidental finitude. This techno-theological significance must be abandoned in order to think the originary appurtenance of desire to discourse, of discourse to the history of the world, and the already there-ness of the language in which desire deludes itself. Then, supposing that, by bricolage, one conserves the idea of bricolage, one must know that all bricolages are not equally good. Bricolage is its own critique. Finally, the value social authenticity is one of the two indispensable poles of the structure of morality in general. The ethic of the living word would be perfectly respectable, completely utopian and atopic as it is, unconnected to spacing and to difference as writing. It would be as respectable as respect itself if it did not live on a lore and a non-respect for its own condition of origin, if it did not dream in speech of a presence denied to writing, denied by writing. The ethic of speech is the lore of presence mastered. Like the bricolage, the lore designates first a hunter's stratagem. It is a term of falconry, a piece of red leather, says Littré, in the form of a bird, which serves to recall the bird of prey when it does not return straight to the fist. Example, the master called, made a feint held fist and lured toward what seemed turned to stone. La Fontaine. N. To recognize writing in speech, that is to say difference in the absence of speech, is to begin to think the lore. There is no ethics without the presence of the other but also, and consequently, without absence, dissimulation, difference, writing. Arch writing is the origin of morality as of immorality. The non-ethical opening of ethics. A violent opening. As one has done in the case of the vulgar concept of writing, the ethical instance of violence must no doubt be rigorously suspended in order to repeat the genealogy of morals. United in the scorn of writing, praise of the range of the voice is common both to Rousseau and to Lévi-Strauss. Nevertheless, in the texts that we must now read, Rousseau is suspicious also of the illusion of full and present speech, of the illusion of presence within a speech that one believed to be transparent and innocent. It is toward the praise of silence that the myth of a full presence wrenched from difference and from the violence of the word is then deported. Always, in a certain way, public force has already begun to supplement persuasion. Chapter 2. That dangerous supplement. How many voices will be raised against me? I hear from afar the clamor of that famous wisdom which throws us ceaselessly outside of us, which always counts the present as nothing, and pursuing without a pause a future which flies as one advances, has the force to transport us from our place and never brings us to any other. Emile. All the papers which I have collected to supplement my memory and to guide me in this undertaking, passed into other hands, will never return to mine. Confessions. We have let it be understood again and again, the praise of living speech, as it preoccupies Lévi-Strauss's discourse, is faithful to only one particular motif in Rousseau. This motif compromises with and is organized by its contrary, a perpetually reanimated mistrust with regard to so-called full speech. In allocution, presence is at once promised and refused. The speech that Rousseau raised above writing is speech as it should be or rather as it should have been. And we must pay attention to that mode, to that tense which relates us to presence within living collocution. In fact, Rousseau had experienced the concealment within speech itself, in the mirage of its immediacy. He had recognized and analyzed it with incomparable acumen. We are dispossessed of the coveted presence in the gesture of language by which we attempt to seize it. To the experience of the robber rob that Starobinsky admirably describes in L'Oeil Vivant, Paris, 1961, Jean-Jacques is subjected not only in the play of the mirror image which captures his reflection and exposes his presence, p. 109, p. 25, translation modified. It lies in wait for us from the first word. The specular withdrawal which at the same time institutes and deconstitutes me is also a law of language. It operates as a power of death in the heart of living speech, a power/ability all the more redoubtable because it opens as much as it threatens the possibility of.